Title: Hong Lu. This general has taken another concubine again. Synopsis: Late Northern Song Dynasty battles strengthening, through Concubine's beauty system, a harmonious blend of slaying enemies and protecting flowers. Upon unexpectedly traversing to the late Northern Song Dynasty, where the Jin soldiers march upon the land, and the nobility indulges in opulence, Wang Cheng awakens to find himself endowed with the beauty strengthening system. For each additional companion from the 12 beauties of Jinling, whether primary, secondary, or tertiary, he receives daily enhancement points, which can be utilized to bolster martial arts, troops, provisions, and weaponry. After rescuing the noble yet beleaguered Qingwen from forced martyrdom and taking her as a concubine, he is rewarded with an additional point of enhancement daily. Thus, Wang Cheng accumulates military achievements while secretly sheltering the drifting beauties of Hong Lu amidst the chaos. Yuan Yang, with her gentle demeanor, aids him in managing internal affairs. Xue Baochai, with her astute mind, helps him navigate trade routes. Sanjie, with her cleverness, assists him in dealing with the powerful. Does the Jia family wish to oppress him with their influence? He has been officially titled the North Guardian Marquis by the Emperor. Do the Jin soldiers intend to raid the south? He stands as an impregnable bulwark. In these tumultuous times, he emerges not only as a celebrated war hero of the northern lands, but also as the protector of the lovely beauties. Witness how Wang Cheng gathers beauties, strengthens his forces, and alters the fate of the nation, carving out a bright future amidst the turmoil of the late Northern Song Dynasty, safeguarding a warm abode of earthly delights. Highlights: the more beauties one possesses, the greater the strength. Acquiring concubines leads to empowerment. Battlefield victories yield gratifying rewards, enhancing the thrill manifold. A dual narrative of warring for supremacy and rescuing beauties unfolds. Chapter 1. A chance encounter with Qingwen. Wang Cheng awoke with a splitting headache, greeted by the ornate canopy of a wooden bed and the yellowed gauze curtains. Memories not belonging to him surged forth like a tide. He had traversed to become Wang Zhuer, one of the 12 stewards of the Jia household, sharing the same name, Wang Cheng. Ding. Host awakening detected. Enhancement system activated. A cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind. For each companion from the 12 beauties of Jinling, whether primary, secondary, or tertiary, the host receives one enhancement point daily, which can fortify various aspects. The greater the number of companions, the more points accumulated. Wang Cheng abruptly sat up, surveying the modest room. The earthen walls were mottled, the furniture worn, with only a small window allowing a sliver of light to penetrate. He was originally an ordinary office worker in the modern world, having overindulged with clients the previous night, and now, suddenly, the faint sound of conversation outside interrupted his thoughts. Have you heard? Qingwen has been cast out, a shrill female voice spoke, laced with a hint of schadenfreude. Wang Cheng held his breath, stealthily moving closer to the door. Is it true? Why? Inquired another, younger voice. They say she's ill, contagious. But I've heard she offended someone up top. The previous voice lowered conspiratorially. Who in Baoyu's chamber isn't a difficult character? She used to be so arrogant, and now look at her. But I've heard she's gravely ill, to be thrown out like this. It's... Shoo. Keep your voice down. That's the lady's order. Let's not meddle. Besides, with her temper, how many hasn't she offended? Wang Cheng's heart jolted. Qingwen? The spirited maid whose heart was higher than the heavens, yet whose life was as fragile as paper. He vaguely recalled the plot and dream of the Red Chamber, where Qingwen perished shortly after being cast out. The system's prompt sounded once more. Detected an accessible secondary character, Qingwen. Recommendation to shelter her, earning one enhancement point daily. Wang Cheng's mind raced. Knowing Qingwen's fate and having the opportunity to earn enhancement points, how could he stand idly by? Though it might incur the wrath of Lady Wang, with the system at his disposal, he could surely navigate the situation. Moreover, this was an excellent opportunity to gain enhancement points. Without further hesitation, he adjusted his slightly oversized blue robe and stepped outside. Two young maids outside were startled and hurriedly curtsied. Manager Wang. Feigning calm, Wang Cheng nodded and, without further ado, strode towards the back gate of the Jia household. In his memories, he was Wang Zhuer's younger brother, having secured a minor steward position within the Jia household through this connection, primarily handling trivial affairs. Upon exiting the Jia residence, Wang Cheng wandered along the street. It was late autumn, the cool breeze rustled, and fallen leaves carpeted the ground. After inquiring with several street vendors, he finally spotted the familiar figure at a secluded alley's entrance. The young lady squatted in a corner, clad in a somewhat worn-out lilac silk jacket, over which she wore a green satin vest, and a water-green skirt tied at the waist. Though her appearance was disheveled, her extraordinary beauty was still evident, Her brows and eyes were like a painting, her nose elegantly sculpted, yet her complexion was as pale as paper, her eyes hollow and devoid of spirit, and her once nimble fingers hung listlessly at her sides. "Miss Qingwen?" Wang Cheng called softly. The girl showed no response, as if she had not heard. Calling her name several more times, she finally slowly lifted her head. The once bright star-like eyes now lacked luster, clouded with a veil of tears, yet stubbornly refusing to let them fall. "Who are you?" Her voice was hoarse and weak, completely devoid of its usual clarity. "I am Wang Cheng, the younger brother of Wang Zhuer from the estate." Wang Cheng endeavored to keep his tone gentle. "Where are you headed, miss?" Qingwen looked around in bewilderment, offering a bitter smile. "In this vast world, there seems to be no place for me." As she spoke, she suddenly coughed violently, her frail body trembling in the aftermath. Wang Cheng felt a pang of compassion, saying, "I have a modest dwelling in the west of the city. It stands empty. If you do not mind, perhaps you could stay there to recuperate." Qingwen scrutinized him cautiously, a flicker of doubt in her eyes. "Why would you help me? Did Yuan Yang or Baoyu send you?" Wang Cheng shook his head. "It has nothing to do with them. We servants are all pitiable in our own ways. If I can lend a hand, I shall." This statement was half-truth. He did indeed empathize with Qingwen's plight, but he was also keenly aware of the daily enhancement rewards. Qingwen remained silent for a long while. The autumn wind stirred the fallen leaves, brushing against her frail clothing. She shivered slightly and finally whispered, "In that case, thank you." Wang Cheng's heart leapt with joy as he stepped forward to assist her, but Qingwen gently pushed him away. "I can walk by myself." Even in her fallen state, she retained an innate dignity. As they walked, the two maintained a respectful distance, enveloped in silence. Qingwen moved slowly, pausing intermittently to catch her breath and cough. Wang Cheng noted the fine beads of sweat forming on her forehead, clearly straining against her illness. After a while, they arrived at a modest courtyard in the west of the city that as Wang Cheng had described. It was indeed quite simple, a small yard enclosed by earthen walls, with 3 tiled rooms inside, furnished with only the essentials but kept clean and tidy. "Though my humble abode is modest, I hope you will not find it unworthy." Wang Cheng opened the wooden door to the east wing, revealing a wooden bed, a set of tables and chairs, and an old wardrobe. Qingwen slowly entered, surveying her surroundings, and quietly remarked, "Compared to sleeping on the streets, this is indeed a blessing." She approached the bedside and sat down. Seemingly exhausted, followed by a violent fit of coughing, Wang Cheng hastily said, "I shall fetch a doctor." "No need." Qingwen swiftly interjected, "My illness is contagious. Please keep your distance." At that moment, Wang Cheng recalled that in the original text of Hong Lu Meng, Qingwen suffered from daughter's tuberculosis, an incurable ailment at the time, known for its contagious nature. However, as a modern individual, he understood that with proper precautions, the risk was minimal. Moreover, with the system at his disposal, it was possible that it could yield a remedy for her ailment. "It's nothing. I am quite robust," Wang Cheng reassured, stepping out of the room. "You should rest. I will boil some hot water." In the kitchen, as he stoked the fire to boil water, he silently called upon the system. Before him appeared a translucent interface displaying current enhancement points, 0, selectable enhancement targets, please choose. Nearby characters for point acquisition, Qingwen, additional volume. It seemed that as long as Qingwen was near, he could earn points daily. Wang Cheng contemplated how best to utilize the future enhancement points. Naturally, healing others was paramount, yet enhancing oneself and improving living conditions were equally significant. Once the water boiled, he brewed a cup of coarse tea, retrieved a clean towel, and brought them to Qingwen's room. Qingwen was leaning against the headboard, her gaze hollow as she stared out the window. Upon noticing Wang Cheng's entrance, she straightened herself with difficulty and said, "I apologize for the trouble." "No need for such formalities," Wang Cheng replied, placing the tea on the table. "Are you hungry? I can procure some food." Qingwen gently shook her head. "There's no need to spend. I cannot eat." Despite her words, her stomach audibly protested, causing a faint blush to rise on her pale face. Wang Cheng pretended not to hear, stating, "You must eat more when ill. I will return shortly." Exiting the small courtyard, Wang Cheng touched his money pouch. As the steward of the Jia residence, his monthly earnings were modest, and his savings limited. To sustain 2 individuals, while also affording treatment for Qingwen, placed considerable financial strain upon him. "I must devise a way to earn money," he mused on the street. He hastily purchased some light rice porridge and side dishes before rushing back. Upon entering, he found Qingwen already asleep, curled up in bed like an injured kitten. With utmost care, he placed the food on the table and tucked her blankets snugly. Just as he was about to leave, Qingwen suddenly awoke with a start, sitting upright. "Where am I?" "I." "Do not be afraid. This is my humble abode, Wang Cheng quickly reassured her. You had just fallen asleep. Qingwen took a few deep breaths, gradually calming down, and softly said, I had a nightmare. I dreamt that the lady sent someone to capture me. As she spoke, tears glimmered in her eyes, yet she stubbornly turned her head away to conceal them from Wang Cheng. Wang Cheng recognized Qingwen's strong-willed nature, and her current vulnerability tugged at his heartstrings. Rest assured, no one will come looking for you here. This place is secluded. After a brief silence, Qingwen suddenly asked, You risk harboring me. Are you not afraid of incurring the lady's wrath? Wang Cheng offered a wry smile. I am indeed afraid, yet some things cannot be avoided out of fear. His words seemed to resonate with Qingwen. She lifted her gaze to scrutinize Wang Cheng closely, as if truly seeing him for the first time. In the past, I never paid attention to you in the estate. Wang Cheng thought to himself, how could you, a favored maid in Baoyu's quarters, even notice someone of my humble standing? Yet he merely replied, I usually assist in the accounts, seldom venturing into the inner courtyard. Qingwen nodded, then began to cough again. This time, her cough was particularly severe, and Wang Cheng witnessed her covering her mouth with a handkerchief, which was stained with blood upon being lowered. Miss! Wang Cheng exclaimed in alarm. Qingwen hurriedly concealed the handkerchief, feigning composure. It's just an old ailment, nothing serious. It was evident that Qingwen was gravely ill. Ordinary remedies would likely prove ineffective, leaving him no choice but to use enhancement points. However, the system would not dispense points until the following day. I have brought porridge. You must eat a little, Wang Cheng said, presenting the rice porridge to Qingwen. Initially, she intended to refuse, but the enticing aroma of the food ultimately swayed her to accept. Her manner of eating was remarkably graceful. Even in illness and destitution, she maintained the poise befitting a refined maid. After finishing her porridge, Qingwen appeared somewhat revitalized and engaged Wang Cheng in casual conversation. Why do you not reside in the estate? My elder brother has accommodations there, but I prefer solitude, hence I rented this place. Wang Cheng explained, while inwardly reflecting on the urgent need to earn money. Otherwise, even next month's rent would become problematic. As dusk approached, Wang Cheng prepared a simple cough remedy for Qingwen. After administering it to her, she fell into a deep slumber. Wang Cheng settled onto a stone bench in the courtyard, gazing at the darkening sky, his mind awash with thoughts. Having traversed to this realm, he could have lived a tranquil existence. Yet now, he had entangled himself in risks to save Qingwen. Yet, when he recalled her stubborn yet desperate eyes, he felt assured that he had made the right choice. The following morning, Wang Cheng was awakened by the system's alert. Ding! Daily enhancement points have been issued. Current points, 1. He sprang up eagerly, unable to contain his excitement as he opened the system interface. At last, he could commence the enhancement of all things and alter his fate. Within the room, Qingwen had also awakened. For the first time in many years, she was not roused in the exquisite chambers of the Jia residence, but in this humble abode. Yet perhaps for the first time, she sensed a flicker of long-lost safety. Chapter 2 Trouble approaches. Wang Cheng stood beneath the old locust tree in the courtyard, his gaze fixed on the translucent system interface. The words, current reinforcement points, 1, flickered slightly, as if urging him to make a decision. He turned and glanced at the east wing. Behind a rice paper, he could faintly see Qingwen lying on her side, occasionally interrupted by a stifled cough. Wang Cheng exited the system interface and walked towards the kitchen. He retrieved a small porcelain bottle from the depths of the cabinet. It contained the Qingfei, sand he had specially sought from a temple outside the city a few days prior, originally intended for emergencies. And now it was just the remedy he needed. He carefully poured out a small amount of the powder, mixed it with warm water, and brought it into the east wing. Miss, I have procured a good medicine for you. Please give it a try, Wang Cheng called softly. Qingwen propped herself up with difficulty, a trace of a bitter smile crossing her pale face. Why trouble yourself? This ailment of mine. It seems I must give it a try. Wang Cheng held the medicine bowl to her lips, stating, I have heard that this medicine is very effective. Upon seeing the determination in his eyes, Qingwen ceased her resistance and drank the medicine in small sips. The taste was bitter, and she could not help but cough a few more times. After she lay back down, Wang Cheng stepped out of the room and silently recited in his heart, reinforce Qingwen's physique. Confirming the use of 1 reinforcement point on Qingwen, reinforcement direction. Physique? The system's cold mechanical voice inquired. Confirm. In an instant, an imperceptible glimmer of light passed through the wooden window and entered Qingwen's body. Wang Cheng held his breath, waiting. After a few seconds, the coughs in the room gradually subsided, replaced by a steady rhythm of breathing. Wang Cheng quietly pushed the door open again. Qingwen seemed to have fallen into a deeper slumber. Her previously tightly furrowed brows had relaxed, and a faint blush appeared on her pallid cheeks. He reached out to check her forehead, noting that the high fever had subsided significantly. By midday, Qingwen awoke. Wang Cheng brought the medicine into the room, observing her attempting to sit up on her own, and rushed forward to support her. "Do you feel better?" he asked, handed her the medicine bowl. Qingwen accepted the bowl, her eyes brimming with astonishment. "Your medicine is truly miraculous. After taking it, I felt a warm current flowing within me. Upon waking, I feel much lighter." She cautiously took a sip of the herbal concoction, and unlike the previous day, it did not provoke an immediate cough. Even this bitter medicine seemed less difficult to swallow. Wang Cheng felt a surge of joy within, yet maintained an impassive exterior. Perhaps the physician's prescribed medicine is finally taking effect. "Please rest assured, you will recover day by day." Qingwen looked up at him, her eyes filled with sincere gratitude. "You saved me yesterday, and now you have brought me such precious medicine. I will remember this kindness." "There is no need for concern, Miss," Wang Cheng replied with a smile. "In this life, who does not face difficulties? If I can help, I shall." Qingwen lowered her gaze, silent, simply sipping the medicine. Sunlight poured through the rice paper, casting delicate shadows on her long eyelashes. After finishing the medicine, she suddenly asked, "When you saved me yesterday, did you consider the consequences?" "The mistress despises servants who act on their own accord." Wang Cheng took the empty bowl, his tone calm. "I did consider it, but to witness someone die without offering help would weigh heavily on my conscience." Qingwen stared at him for a moment, then softly remarked, "In all these years in the manor, I had no idea there was someone like you." Her words carried a hint of self-mockery, the past pride resurfacing. For indeed, I had never regarded those from the outer courtyard. Wang Cheng was unperturbed, merely smiling. "Please rest well. I shall prepare lunch." 3 days swiftly passed. Each morning, the system dutifully dispensed one reinforcement point. Wang Cheng further reinforced Qingwen's physique, as this could not be overlooked. Only by restoring her health could he ensure a continuous influx of reinforcement points. The remaining 2 points he allocated to himself, opting for strength. Strength reinforcement completed. Current strength, 11. Normal adult standard is 10. As the system's notification concluded, Wang Cheng felt a warm current surging through his limbs, invigorating him. He attempted to lift the stone millstone in the courtyard, which previously required all his effort to move, and now he could raise it with one hand effortlessly. Qingwen's condition had visibly improved. She was able to get out of bed and walk around. Her cough nearly vanished, and color had returned to her face. That afternoon, she even assisted Wang Cheng in tidying the room. Her movements still somewhat weak, yet her spirit had greatly transformed. "I have truly survived," she murmured, standing by the window and gazing at the old locust tree in the courtyard. Sunlight illuminated her figure, outlining a slender yet resilient silhouette. Just as Wang Cheng was about to respond, a knock echoed at the courtyard door. They exchanged glances, and a flash of panic crossed Qingwen's eyes. Wang Cheng gestured for her to return to her room, straightened his clothing, and walked to open the door. Standing outside was Wang Cheng's elder brother, Wang Zhe. He appeared to be in his 30s, clad in a jade satin coat typical of a manor's steward, with a gloomy expression. "Brother, what brings you here?" Wang Cheng stepped aside to let him in. However, Wang Zhe did not enter, instead standing at the threshold, his sharp gaze sweeping over the small courtyard. "I must ask you, have you brought someone back from outside?" A chill ran down Wang Cheng's spine, though he feigned nonchalance. "What did you hear such idle gossip, brother?" "Idle gossip?" Wang Zhe scoffed coldly. "It has spread throughout the manor. They say not only did you bring someone back, but is also the very Qingwen whom the mistress personally cast out." He lowered his voice, yet could not suppress his anger. "You are truly bold. What kind of person is she?" "She's a plague, a calamity. How dare you bring her home?" Wang Cheng fell silent for a moment and then replied, "Brother, she is gravely ill. I cannot simply watch her die outside. Whether she lives or dies has nothing to do with you." Wang Zhe retorted sharply. "Do you know how furious the mistress was to expel her? Now that you have taken her in, are you not slapping the mistress in the face? Do you still want to keep your position? Do you still want to head?" At that moment, a faint sound emanated from the east wing. Wang Cheng understood that Qingwen was listening, so he raised his voice. "Brother, a person's life is paramount. Though we are merely servants, we cannot stand idly by in the face of death. Furthermore, Miss Qingwen has endured hardships in the manor for many years. Assisting her now is only right. Wang Zhuer's face turned an ashen shade with anger. You are truly out of your mind. Hurry and send her away. Or do not blame me for disowning you as my brother. Brother, Wang Cheng's tone softened, yet remained resolute. I have already saved her. There is no reason to abandon her now. You need not worry. I will be careful and will not implicate you. Wang Zhuer glared at him, and after a long pause, he stamped his foot heavily. Take care of yourself. With that, he turned and left, his back filled with fury. Wang Cheng closed the door and turned back to find Qingwen standing at the door, her face pale, fingers tightly gripping the hem of her clothes. You should let me go, she said, her voice trembling slightly. I do not wish to burden you. Before she could finish her sentence, another fit of coughing struck, though it was much improved from before. Wang Cheng shook his head. Miss, there is no need for such thoughts. Once I have taken action, I will not fear the consequences. Qingwen gazed at him, her eyes filled with complex emotions, ultimately choosing to say nothing further. The following afternoon, there came another knock at the door. This time, it was Jean Schwanner, the personal maid of Madame Wang, accompanied by two other young maids, making quite the spectacle. Dressed in a water-red silk jacket and adorned with a blue satin breastplate, Jean Schwanner appeared more refined than the daughters of ordinary households. She stood in the courtyard, her discerning gaze sweeping over the surroundings before finally landing on Wang Cheng, a smile that was neither fully a smile nor a frown gracing her lips. Manager Wang, I have heard that you are harboring a patient, she stated directly, her tone soft yet imposing. Wang Cheng recognized the ill intent in her arrival and respectfully replied. Sister Jean Schwanner is well informed. Indeed, I have a distant relative staying here who is unwell. Distant relative? Jean Schwanner chuckled lightly. How could I not hear about someone from her household? She took a step forward, lowering her voice. Wang Guanshi, let's speak plainly. The lady has expelled someone, yet you choose to harbor them. What does this signify? Wang Cheng, his mind racing, suddenly looked up, feigning just the right amount of surprise. Sister, from where do you derive such notions? How could I dare to shelter someone the lady has dismissed? It is merely that my cousin is gravely ill and utterly helpless. I took her into care for her. He deftly shifted the subject, his tone growing earnest. However, since you mentioned it, I recall encountering a young girl collapsed by the roadside, truly pitiful. I wished to assist, yet feared offending the lady. Then I contemplated. The lady is known for her compassion, devout in her beliefs, and would never wish to see anyone suffer in distress. Surely, she would empathize and permit us to help. In this manner, he skillfully refuted harboring Qingwen while extolling Wang Foren's virtues. Jean Schwanner found herself momentarily speechless, unsure of how to counter his claims. Observing her silence, Wang Cheng sighed. It is said the lady possesses a heart of gold, treating us servants with great generosity. Even if one should err and be cast out, she would not stand by idly while another succumbs to illness in the streets. Such goodwill is something we, as servants, ought to emulate. Jean Schwanner opened her mouth, but ultimately refrained from asserting that Wang Foren would not exhibit such benevolence. She scrutinized Wang Cheng, seemingly seeking a flaw in his demeanor. Yet he remained composed, as if every word stemmed from the depths of his heart. Finally, she could only huff coldly. If she is indeed your relative, then take good care of her and ensure no illness spreads. The implied threat was unmistakable. Rest assured, Sister, Wang Cheng bowed slightly. I shall not cause any trouble for the household. With no retort left, Jean Schwanner departed in displeasure. Once he had sent away this unwelcome presence, Wang Cheng exhaled in relief, only to turn and see Qingwen standing behind the door, clutching a pair of scissors tightly, her knuckles pale. What would you do if they were to use force? Wang Cheng could not help but inquire. Qingwen set down the scissors, raising her face, her eyes reflecting a familiar stubbornness. In the end, it would only lead to death. But I cannot drag you into this. Wang Cheng felt a stirring in his heart, eager to respond, but Qingwen had already turned back to her room, leaving behind a soft utterance. Thank you for your words just now. The courtyard returned to silence, save for the rustling of leaves stirred by the autumn breeze. Wang Cheng understood that this turmoil had temporarily passed, yet greater challenges lay ahead. With his newfound strength, it was time to devise a plan to carve out his own path in this world of Honglu. Within the confines of the room, Qingwen leaned against the window, gazing at the tall figure in the courtyard, and for the first time, she felt an unfamiliar sense of safety and an indescribable flutter in her heart. The following morning, Wang Cheng was chopping firewood in the courtyard. After 2 rounds of strength enhancement, the once hefty axe felt as light as a toy in his hands, splitting the logs effortlessly. Qingwen sat on the threshold, mending an old garment, sunlight casting a warm glow on her face, which had regained some color. She glanced at Wang Cheng's deft movements, a flicker of surprise crossing her features, though she refrained from asking further. The past few days of recuperation had significantly improved her health, her beautiful eyes sparkling with their former brilliance, though still retaining a hint of delicate fragility, resembling a lively maid. Your skills are quite impressive. Wang Cheng paused, wiping the sweat from his brow, and observed the garment in her hands. The long shirt, once with tattered cuffs, now bore an air of elegance thanks to her skilled mending. Without lifting her head, Qingwen replied with a touch of her former cleverness. What is this compared to before? In the past, when Baoyu's golden robe was torn, even the craftsman from Persia could not fix it. Yet I managed to do so overnight. She suddenly halted, her expression dimming, as the memories of those glorious days transformed into painful reminders of the past. Just as Wang Cheng was about to speak, a knock echoed at the courtyard door. This time, the sound was gentler than before, yet it still made Qingwen shudder, prompting her to quickly retreat into the house and softly close the door. Wang Cheng opened the door to find Wang Zhuer standing there. Today, his demeanor was noticeably calmer, and he carried a packet of osmanthus cake. Brother, Wang Cheng stepped aside. Wang Zhuer entered, scanning the courtyard before his gaze settled on the small stool beside the threshold and the unfinished garment, his eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions. He handed the pastry to Wang Cheng and lowered his voice. Is she doing well? Much better. Wang Cheng accepted the offering. Brother, would you like to come in? No, just a few words. Wang Zhuer rubbed his hands together, seemingly deliberating his words. Cheng, you are 19 this year. It is about time you considered marriage. Wang Cheng was taken aback, not expecting his brother to broach such a topic. Wang Zhuer glanced toward the eastern wing, lowering his voice further. Is your willingness to shelter her due to the absence of a woman by your side? His tone carried a brotherly concern mixed with awkwardness, as he understood the implications. Yet, he cautioned against nurturing such troublesome roots. Wang Cheng quickly realized his brother had misunderstood and was about to clarify when Wang Zhuer patted his shoulder. Let me speak of a proper match for you. Establish a family, settle down, and swiftly see that troublesome roots sent away. What say you? Wang Cheng's heart stirred. The system required the presence of characters from the Jinling 12 beauties to earn points. Qingwen was a secondary character, granting 1 point daily, if he could acquire another. His mind raced through the various maidservants among the women of Honglu, while he dared not dream of the primary characters. Perhaps there were possibilities among the secondary ones? Seeing his brother remain silent, Wang Zhuer assumed he was intrigued and pressed on. Do you have someone in mind? As long as she is a maidservant from the household, I can still speak on your behalf. Wang Cheng had a sudden inspiration. Xue Baochai's maid was a secondary character, clever and charming, and skilled in handiwork. If she were to join him, not only would he gain more points, but he would also have an additional helping hand. He feigned shyness. Brother, now that you mention it, I think Xue by Miss Xue's side is quite appealing. He quickly added, but this is merely a casual thought. Whether it materializes or not is inconsequential. Wang Zhuer's eyes lit up. Xue, excellent choice. That girl is skilled, has a good temperament, and is quite pleasant to look at. I will take care of it. Wang Cheng watched his brother depart in high spirits, yet his heart was less optimistic. Xue was a trusted confidant of Baochai. Although the Xue family was not as prominent as the Jia family, they were still a wealthy household. As a mere steward, he feared he might be reaching beyond his grasp. Nevertheless, he remained undeterred. This was merely an exploration. Should it succeed, it would be an unexpected delight, and if not, it would be of little consequence. 3 days later, Wang Cheng was teaching Qingwen to identify medicinal herbs. Her health had improved substantially, allowing her to assist with lighter tasks. This is chaihu, used to clear heat. Wang Cheng held up a dried herb. Qingwen accepted it, examining it closely before sniffing it, raising an eyebrow. The quality is mediocre. The herbs the household procured in previous years were much sturdier. Her words often carried an unconscious comparison, only to be swiftly followed by silence. Each mention of the past serving as a painful reminder of what she could never return to. At that moment, the courtyard door was abruptly pushed open. Wang Zhuer entered, his face ashen, and without uttering a word, he sat down on a stone bench, gulping down the cold tea. "Brother, what troubles you?" Wang Cheng inquired. "This is too much." Wang Zhuer slammed the teacup down, splashing tea across the table. "That Inger from the Xue family has such an inflated ego." Initially engrossed in sorting herbs, Qingwen's ears perked up at the mention of Inger. Wang Zhuer, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "I approached her with utmost courtesy. Yet that girl had the audacity to respond. While I acknowledge Wang Guanshi's good intentions as a maid, I must not casually engage with anyone." The more she spoke, the angrier I became. But that was not all. The girl beside her, with her sharp tongue, remarked that someone like Qingwen would indeed be well matched with Wang Guanshi, both being mere drifters without roots or support. Wang Zhuer abruptly halted, glancing awkwardly in Qingwen's direction. Qingwen, with her back turned, bore a subtly stiffened shoulder. "What is this about?" Wang Cheng inquired calmly. "It is sheer ingratitude," Wang Zhuer whispered, then slammed the table, declaring she simply does not recognize true value. "Brother, given your character and appearance, she lacks the fortune to appreciate you. Rest assured, I will certainly find you someone far better." However, Wang Cheng merely chuckled. Indeed, he had not held out much hope, and now felt a sense of relief. "Brother, there is no need to be upset. If she is not interested, so be it. One can always find another. I merely mentioned it in passing. It was never a true affection." Wang Zhuer was taken aback. "You are not angry? What is there to be angry about?" Wang Cheng replied with a smile. "Marriage is a matter of mutual consent. One cannot force it." At that moment, Qingwen suddenly turned around. Her face bore little expression, yet her gaze was piercing. "What exactly did Inger say?" "Do share completely, do not withhold," Wang Zhuer stammered. Under Qingwen's intense scrutiny, he finally confessed. That little maid said that someone like Qingwen would indeed be well suited for Wang Guanshi, both being unanchored drifters. The courtyard fell silent. The autumn wind stirred a few fallen leaves, swirling them about. Qingwen suddenly let out a cold laugh. She certainly knows how to speak. Has she forgotten how she once flattered me to learn needlework? There was a hint of her former pride in her tone, yet Wang Cheng detected a tremor. He gently remarked, "Each person has their own aspirations. It is not unreasonable for her to choose to protect herself." Qingwen fixed her gaze upon him. "You truly are not angry? She has belittled both you and me." Wang Cheng picked up an axe and resumed chopping wood, his tone unperturbed. "How others perceive us is their concern. What matters is that we know who we are." The wood cracked cleanly under his blows. Wang Zhuer observed his brother and then glanced at Qingwen, suddenly sighing. "Qingwen, you have matured." He rose, adding, "Since you have such a mindset, I can be at ease. We will take our time in finding a suitable match. There are plenty of good girls out there." After sending off his brother, Wang Cheng turned back to see Qingwen still standing in place, her gaze complex as she regarded him. "Why did you mention Inger?" she suddenly asked. "Are you interested in her?" Wang Cheng shook his head. "It cannot be said that I am interested. I merely think her skills are commendable. If she could assist, we might even establish an embroidery workshop." This statement was half-truth, as the matters concerning the system were not to be spoken of. Yet the plan for making money was indeed genuine. Qingwen raised an eyebrow. "You wish to engage in business?" "One must eat," Wang Cheng replied with a smile. "Living off the fruits of others is not a sustainable approach." Qingwen fell silent for a moment, then declared, "Inger's skills were taught by me." Her tone was casual, yet it exuded an undeniable confidence. Wang Cheng felt a stirring within. "Then you. My embroidery skills surpass anyone in the manor." Qingwen lifted her chin. The ambitious maid returning, her spirit tenfold stronger even in sickness. With that, she turned and entered the house, emerging with a cloth bag. Upon opening it, Wang Cheng beheld exquisite embroidered items, handkerchiefs, fragrant sachets, and shoe tops, all impeccably crafted with fine stitches, innovative patterns, and elegant color combinations. Wang Cheng marveled in astonishment. He knew Qingwen was skilled, yet never expected her craftsmanship to reach such heights. "These were made during my illness," Qingwen remarked nonchalantly, though her eyes sparkled with pride. "As for my skills, I do not require anyone's assistance." Wang Cheng picked up a handkerchief embroidered with plum blossoms, so lifelike he felt he could almost inhale their fragrance. He glanced up at Qingwen. She stood bathed in the autumn sunlight, her figure still slender, yet her eyes had reignited with fervor. "This craftsmanship is truly priceless," Wang Cheng praised sincerely. Qingwen's eyes glistened with unshed tears. She turned her head away, and after a while, softly said, "You truly have an eye for quality." Chapter 4. The rise amidst turmoil as autumn deepened. The chill grew piercing, yet a rare warmth surged within Wang Cheng's small courtyard. Qingwen's health gradually improved due to the dual effects of strengthening tonics and medicinal soups. Her once pallid cheeks began to bloom with a healthy flush, and those formerly dull eyes regained their brightness and sharpness. Her focus on needlework, so intense it seemed the entire world converged at her fingertips. Conversely, Wang Zhuer found himself in a different state of mind. His brother's marriage prospects had become a source of great concern. He exerted himself tirelessly, scouting several candidates for Wang Cheng, a relatively quiet maid from Lin Daiyu's quarters, a distant cousin of Jia Mu's housekeeper, and even the daughter of a small grain shop owner outside the estate. However, the outcomes were uniformly disappointing. Sister Xuyan, who was near Lin, remarked that the second master was in poor health and could not do without her. Thus, she had no thoughts of such matters. On the first occasion he received this news, Wang Zhuer managed to maintain his composure. By the second time, his countenance had darkened considerably. The housekeeper's niece had been frightened into silence by an offhand remark from Zhou Rue, his maid in the main house. By the third instance, he stormed into the courtyard with a face like thunder, disregarding Qingwen's presence as he slammed a bag of fruitcakes meant for marriage proposals onto the stone table. How outrageous! That grain shop owner dares to make excuses, claiming his daughter is still too young and wishes to wait a few more years. I scoff. Clearly, she's been influenced by the idle gossip of the manor. Just as Wang Zhuer had anticipated, the news of Wang Cheng's repeated rejections had spread like wildfire among the servants of Jiafu. During tea breaks and meal times, it became fodder for jest. Have you heard? That Wang Cheng from the accounting department has been sent back again. TSK, truly a toad wishing to eat swan meat, not even considering his own appearance. Indeed, a burly figure, merely destined to run errands. Yet he still dreams of climbing the social ladder. I suspect he learned it from the one hidden away in his room, aspiring beyond his means. Such remarks inevitably drifted into Wang Zhuer's ears, infuriating him to the point of distress, especially from those senior maids in Wang Fu's courtyard, like Kai Xia and Yu Chuaner. While not directly mocking him, cast sidelong glances and let slip a few comments now and then. Oh, is Wang Guanshi once again fretting over his brother's affairs? Such profound brotherly love. This was far more frustrating than outright ridicule. They reveled in witnessing Wang Cheng, the one they believed to be a burden, face humiliation, subtly adding fuel to the fire. Wang Zhuer felt a burning shame as he moved about the manor, while Wang Cheng remained seemingly unfazed. Brother, calm down, Wang Cheng said as he worked in the courtyard, swiftly crafting an embroidery frame according to Qingwen's design. If they do not value me, then I shall not value them either. Why trouble myself? You are so carefree. Wang Zhuer retorted, you are almost 20. If you do not settle down, how can I, as your elder brother, face our parents? Wang Cheng paused his work, brushing off the wood shavings from his clothes, and smiled reassuringly. Brother, I am fully aware of my own matters. If fate has not yet arrived, no amount of haste will change that. Look at me now. Am I not doing well? He gestured towards the interior, where Qingwen sat beneath the sunlight by the window, embroidering a lotus flower on the frame. Upon hearing his words, her fingers momentarily hesitated, her long eyelashes fluttering down, and the tips of her ears subtly blushing with a barely perceptible pink hue. She now relies entirely on Wang Cheng, and although they are partners, it ultimately lacks legitimacy. Hearing such discussions fills her heart with a complex blend of emotions: gratitude towards Wang Cheng, a sense of shared sorrow, and an indescribable feeling that lingers. Wang Zhuer followed her brother's gaze and sighed heavily, ultimately choosing to say nothing more as she shook her head and departed. She truly could not comprehend this brother of hers. Wang Cheng, however, remained unfazed. The ridicule from the maidservants was to him akin to the buzzing of mosquitoes. Inconsequential and trivial, his thoughts had already soared to distant realms. He continued to dedicate his daily training at 1 o'clock to enhancing his strength and physique, and he could distinctly feel the surge of power coursing through his body. Nowadays, lifting the large stone jar filled with water in the courtyard was effortless for him. More of his thoughts were devoted to preparing a small embroidery workshop with Qingwen. Qingwen displayed her full prowess, designing several novel and exquisite patterns, with the embroidered pouches and handkerchiefs resembling true works of art. Wang Cheng was responsible for procuring materials and contemplating sales strategies. One was deftly stitching while the other was sawing and planing wood. The small courtyard often fell into tranquility, yet a silent understanding flowed between them. Qingwen spoke little, but the tension and despair that had once clouded her brow had dissipated significantly. Occasionally, when she pointed out the quality of Wang Cheng's sewing, a hint of her former brilliance would shine through. Just as this small venture began to take shape, and life seemed poised to enter a tranquil path, a colossal storm swept in unexpectedly. One morning, Wang Cheng rose early as usual to procure supplies, only to discover an entirely different atmosphere on the streets. The once boisterous market now appeared to be filled with anxiety, with groups of people huddled together, whispering, their faces etched with fear. In the tea houses and taverns, the volume of discussions had multiplied, filled with words like Jin soldiers, southward, and defeat. Have you heard? Taiyuan Prefecture has fallen. Is it true? How could it happen so soon? Absolutely true. The fleeing soldiers have returned. They say the Jin cavalry is almost across the Yellow River. Heavens! Are they really going to attack the capital? Quickly, go home and gather your belongings. We might need to flee. Panic spread like an epidemic. Long lines formed in front of rice shops, with prices skyrocketing. The silver exchange was packed with people exchanging money. Some had even begun to sell their possessions. And the rental costs for carriages and horses surged daily. Wang Cheng's heart was shaken. He immediately realized what had transpired. The Jinkong incident. Although he could not recall the exact date, the Jin soldiers' advance towards Bianjing was an inescapable and tragic chapter of history. He hurriedly purchased some rice and quickly returned home. Upon entering, he found Qingwen standing at the courtyard gate, her face pale, clearly having heard the news, her eyes filled with fear and unease. In such chaotic times, the fate of a woman like her was gravely concerning. Do not be afraid, Wang Cheng said in a steady voice, exuding an unusual calm. Let us go inside. Inside the Jia household, chaos reigned supreme. The once opulent and majestic atmosphere had been replaced by an overwhelming sense of anxiety. The masters were urgently convening discussions, while the servants whispered among themselves. Those with connections secretly began to prepare for a southward escape. The threshold of Lady Jia's courtyard was nearly worn down by the steward's incessant inquiries about whether to stay or leave. The extravagant Ning and Rong estates, once symbols of grandeur, now revealed their fragility under the shadow of war. In the evening, Wang Zhuer returned, her face filled with alarm, having lost all interest in her brother's marital affairs. Brother Cheng, this is serious. The Jin soldiers are indeed coming. The household is discussing whether to close the doors to guests, strengthen defenses, and may even draft able-bodied men. His words trailed off as he noticed his brother's unusually calm reaction. Wang Cheng was not afraid. Rather, his eyes sparkled with a wild and exhilarating light he had never seen before. Brother, I understand, Wang Cheng interjected, stepping into the courtyard, casually picking up a heavy jujube wood stick he used as a doorstop, weighing it in his hand. The next moment, he gripped the middle of the stick with one arm, shouted sharply, and exerted his strength. The sturdy stick, typically requiring 2 men to lift, was effortlessly snapped in half by him with a resounding crack. Wang Zhuer stood there, dumbfounded, her jaw nearly dropping to the ground, pointing at the broken stick, her tongue stumbling over words. You. Qingwen, hearing the commotion, peered out from the window and saw the severed stick. Her beautiful eyes filled with incredulous astonishment. She knew Wang Cheng possessed considerable strength, but she had never imagined it could be to such an extraordinary degree. Wang Cheng tossed aside the broken stick, brushing off the wood shavings from his hands, feeling the surging power within him, now double that of an ordinary person. He gazed toward the faintly visible distant mountains, perhaps already ablaze with the fires of war. Heroes emerge in chaotic times. In peaceful eras, he might merely be a minor steward or, at best, a successful embroidery workshop owner. But in tumultuous times, this sudden outbreak of war was not an end for him. Rather, it presented a grand stage to break free from all social hierarchies and earn merit through strength. He inhaled deeply, drawing in the crisp, unsettling autumn air, and a surge of ambition welled up within his chest. Brother, if the household drafts able-bodied men, please sign me up. Wang Zhuer appeared bewildered. What? Qingwen abruptly stood up from the window, gazing uncertainly at the figure in the courtyard that now seemed both strange and imposing. Wang Cheng turned, his gaze sweeping over his brother's astonished face before finally resting on Qingwen's pale countenance, his tone steady and resolute, imbued with an undeniable strength. I said, "Sign me up. Chaos has arrived. There is no escaping it. Rather than being at the mercy of others, it is better to boldly strive for a future." At that moment, the air in the small courtyard seemed to freeze. The distant sound of war drums echoed faintly, and in Wang Cheng's eyes, he already envisioned a vastly different future. The trajectory of fate had sharply turned once more due to this sudden upheaval. Chapter 5. Innate strength within and without the capital. The atmosphere was fraught with tension, and every blade of grass and tree seemed to be on high alert. The news of the Jin cavalry advancing south spread like the frigid winds of midwinter, infiltrating every corner and freezing the once vibrant life. The streets and alleys no longer buzzed with discussions of daily necessities, but were consumed by the specter of war. Prices soared, especially for grains and transportation, as panic surged through the hearts of the populace like an overwhelming tide. The Jia household, once a symbol of grandeur with stone lions at its gate, was now thrown into disarray. The masters held urgent meetings behind closed doors, embroiled in heated debates over whether to flee or stay, whether to donate funds for the military or to fortify their defenses. Opinions were chaotic. The servants were equally unsettled, those with connections secretly gathering their belongings and seeking ways to send their families south. Those without connections were filled with dread, fearing conscription for the front lines or facing calamity after the city fell. The laughter and idle chatter of the maidservants had vanished, replaced by suppressed sobs and hushed whispers. In the face of overwhelming fear, the court finally issued an urgent decree calling upon all able-bodied men within the city to join the defense forces, attempting a final struggle. Notices were plastered across the streets and alleys, their wording urgent and tinged with desperation. Wang Cheng hesitated not for a moment. With chaos upon them, this was his optimal moment to break free from his predetermined fate, perhaps even his only chance. The power within him surged and roared, yearning for a broader stage. "Are you truly going?" Qingwen stood in the courtyard, watching him deftly pack a few simple garments, her face devoid of color, her fingers gripping the doorframe tightly. In recent days, the tranquil life seemed like an ephemeral illusion on the brink of shattering. She was acutely aware of the battlefield's brutality. It was far removed from the trivial squabbles among maids in the manor, for this was a realm of genuine swords and guns, where lives could be lost. It was imperative to go. Wang Cheng's voice was steady and resolute as he shoved a thick, coarse cloth jacket into his pack, leaving it in the city. Should the city fall, it would be a dead end regardless. To venture forth, however, offered a glimmer of hope, perhaps even the chance to elevate one's status. He lifted his gaze to Qingwen, his eyes burning with intensity. "Consider the matters of the embroidery workshop. I shall return." Qingwen's lips quivered as if to speak, but ultimately she lowered her head, offering a soft acknowledgement. The glimmer of her recently restored beauty was now veiled by profound concern. She swiftly turned and entered the room, emerging with a small sachet embroidered with the words peace and good fortune, pressing it into Wang Cheng's hand, her fingertips icy. "Be careful." Wang Cheng grasped the sachet, still warm from her touch, and felt a warmth bloom in his heart as he nodded earnestly. "Take care of the household." The conscription point was set at the southern city parade ground. The once empty expanse was now teeming with people, a sea of faces. The air was thick with the stench of sweat, fear, and a restless agitation. Most were commoners, their faces etched with anxiety, many in ragged clothing, others gaunt and haggard. Occasionally, a few stout individuals appeared, typically household guards dispatched from various residences, their expressions betraying reluctance. Several seasoned veterans clad in worn uniforms maintained order, barking orders and cursing freely. A few clerks sat at hastily arranged tables, lethargically recording names. Wang Cheng's tall, robust frame stood out in the crowd, yet he remained silent, calmly surveying his surroundings. His brother, Wang Zhe, trailed beside him, wearing an expression mingled with worry and pride, chattering incessantly. "Stay sharp once inside. Don't rush to the front. We're merely here to get our names on the list. Staying alive is paramount. I've made arrangements." His voice was soon drowned out by the surrounding din. Once registered, all were herded to the center of the parade ground. A middle-aged officer in a commander's uniform, with a jaundiced complexion, stood atop the platform, surveying the motley assembly of recruits, his brow furrowed with disappointment and impatience. Is this the last bastion of the capital? He felt a chill in his heart. Listen up, the officer bellowed hoarsely. You eat the emperor's rations, so you must exert yourselves? In these dire times, true heroes must show their mettle. Now, let us test your strength. Over there, the stone locks and stone burdens. Those who can lift the lightest stay. Those who cannot, get lost. I don't keep useless waste. The crowd stirred restlessly. Testing strength was the simplest and most direct method. The line formed a long queue as recruits took turns attempting to lift the various stone locks. Cries of despair, labored breaths, and curses of failure filled the air. Many could not lift even the lightest 50-pound stone lock, flushed with embarrassment as they were roughly shoved aside by the veterans, stripped of their newly issued badges, leaving dejectedly. Occasionally, a few who could manage to lift the 100-pound locks garnered small gasps of astonishment and the officer's faint approval. Wang Cheng stood in line, his heart as still as water. He felt a tinge of boredom. Finally, it was his turn. The clerk responsible for recording names did not even look up as he habitually called out. Name, Wang Cheng. Go. Try that one weighing 120 pounds. The clerk pointed casually, a weight that had already filtered the elite. Wang Cheng, however, shook his head, eyes drifting past the 120-pound lock to the massive, rusted locks at the edge of the field that few dared to approach. These locks were typically used by soldiers to build strength, each weighing around 200 pounds. Merely lifting one was an impressive feat. I wish to try those. Wang Cheng calmly indicated towards the colossal locks. The clerk was taken aback, finally lifting his gaze to appraise Wang Cheng. Although tall, he did not possess the muscular physique typical of a seasoned warrior. That, young man, that's no trivial matter. Injure your back, and no one will care. A few nearby veterans noticed, crossing their arms and snickering. Another fool who doesn't know his limits. Look at him, fresh from the manor. What does he know of strength? Wang Cheng said nothing further, advancing directly towards the massive locks. All eyes were drawn to him, including the jaundiced officer atop the platform, who squinted in curiosity. Wang Cheng crouched down, not straining like the others who were red-faced and huffing. Instead, he grasped the handles of both stone locks with steady hands, bending slightly at the waist. Lift. His low command, though not loud, seemed imbued with immense power. To the astonishment of all, the heavy locks, as if anchored to the ground, were effortlessly lifted off the ground. Moreover, he raised both simultaneously. The crowd fell silent. All derision and noise caught in their throats. The most astonishing moment was yet to come. With a powerful heave, Wang Cheng hoisted both locks above his head, arms fully extended, as steady as a mountain. The heavy stone locks in his grasp felt as light as mere puffs of cotton. Sunlight illuminated him, accentuating his tall form and the solid contours of his arms. The arena was enveloped in a profound silence, with only the sound of the wind rustling the banners audible. Moments later, gasps erupted like thunder. Heavens! How is this possible? Two at once, and so effortlessly? The veterans who had previously mocked him now stared in disbelief, mouths agape, unable to close them for an extended period. The clerk's pen clattered to the ground, ink splattering across the registration book. The officer on the platform lurched forward, gripping the railing tightly. Leaning forward, his sallow complexion momentarily flushed with excitement, his eyes ablaze with incredulity. Well, a true hero, incredible strength. Wang Cheng remained unfazed, breathing evenly as he gently lowered the stone locks, the ground resounding with a deep thud, echoing in the hearts of all present. He turned towards the officer, clasping his fists in salute, calm and composed. The officer nearly leapt from the platform, hastening to Wang Cheng's side, scrutinizing him as if he were a rare treasure. You are Wang Cheng? Excellent, excellent. With such strength, you must serve the great song. Have you practiced martial arts? What weapons do you wield? Replying to your excellency, I have some knowledge of hand-to-hand combat, but lack specialization in weaponry. Wang Cheng answered honestly. Though he possessed strength, he indeed lacked skill. The officer felt a twinge of disappointment, but quickly waved his hand. No matter. Strength is what we need. Come, let us head to the archery range. If you can draw a strong bow, you may well be a natural marksman. At the archery range, various longbows and strong bows were arrayed. An elderly instructor with graying beard oversaw the testing, intrigued by the news of a man capable of lifting the stone locks, and approached with curiosity. The testing began with a one-stone bow. Wang Cheng effortlessly drew it back, the bowstring forming a perfect arc. With a weight of 1 stone and 5 dough, he still found it easy. A crowd of soldiers and officers had gathered, murmurs of amazement filling the air. Let us try 2-stone bow. The instructor's eyes sparkled as he personally selected a finely crafted 2-stone bow to hand to Wang Cheng. This was a powerful bow meant for the elite archers of the military. Wang Cheng grasped it, feeling its weight firmly in his hands. He took a deep breath, knocking an arrow, his arms straining as the bowstring emitted a sound that was both grating and melancholic, the bow itself bending into a perfect crescent shape. Steady, unwavering, excellent. The old instructor slapped his thigh, his excitement causing his beard to tremble. Such strength. Steady, remarkably steady. To draw a 2-stone bow is already a rarity, but to do so with such effortless stability is truly unparalleled. The anxious officer's breath quickened as he fixed his gaze on Wang Cheng, his voice trembling slightly. Try that 3-stone bow. At this declaration, an uproar erupted around them. 3-stone, isn't that merely for show? Who could possibly draw it? It is said to possess the power reserved for city-defending crossbows. The old instructor hesitated for a moment, then replied cautiously, "My lord, that bow is." "Bring it here," the officer commanded resolutely. A bow, significantly larger than a standard longbow, with a dark body exuding a cold metallic sheen, was brought forth. This bow was typically displayed as a symbol rather than for practical use, and few believed anyone could draw it by hand. All eyes were drawn to Wang Cheng. Wang Zhe, on the periphery of the crowd, felt a nervous sweat slicking his palms. If Qingwen were present, her face would likely drain of color. Wang Cheng gazed upon the massive bow, a primal force surging within him, simmering with anticipation. He stepped forward, grasping the cold bow, heavy indeed, yet he relished this weight. He planted his left foot firmly on the ground, his right hand gripping the thick bowstring. He did not immediately exert force, but instead adjusted his breathing, attuning himself to the terrifying power contained within the bow. The arena fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. "Huh!" Wang Cheng exhaled audibly, unleashing his strength in an instant, flooding into his right arm. The bow let out a heart-stopping groan, as if it could scarcely bear the strain, bending dramatically. The thick, resilient bowstring was drawn back, tautening as if brimming with thunderous might. Ultimately, the bow was drawn like the autumn moon traversing the sky, flawless and complete. The immense black bow was pulled to its utmost arc in his hands, the arrowhead aimed menacingly. In the sunlight, he stood tall as a pine, his arms steady as a rock, this power capable of piercing through heavy armor, akin to a celestial being descending to earth. Silence, a deathly silence. All were rendered speechless by this extraordinary display, their mouths agape, as if witnessing the most unfathomable spectacle. The old instructor suddenly collapsed to the ground, pointing at Wang Cheng, his lips trembling, finally managing to emit a hoarse exclamation. Divine strength. The rebirth of a conqueror. Li Guang reborn. The anxious officer snapped back to reality, a wave of ecstatic crimson flooding his face as he rushed forward, seizing Wang Cheng by the shoulders, his words tumbling out in a frenzy. Heaven bless our Song. Heaven bless our Song. With such a warrior, how could we fear the retreat of the Jin forces? Excellent, excellent. Wang Cheng, from this day forth, you shall be the elite archer of the bow and crossbow camp, receiving double the military pay. No, triple. I shall personally commend you to the higher-ups. The crowd erupted into cheers and gasps, every soldier's gaze toward Wang Cheng filled with awe, envy, and even a hint of fear. Power in any era remains the most direct and compelling force. Wang Cheng gradually eased his grip, returning the massive bow to its original state. His arms ached slightly, yet his heart burned with fervor. He had succeeded. The first step had resonated with significance. He knew that in this tumultuous military camp, with this divine strength, he was no longer the nameless Wang Cheng, but rather a blade poised to unsheath. The path ahead was irrevocably altered. He surveyed the crowd of excited onlookers, the elated face of the officer, yet his gaze seemed to pierce through them, directed toward the direction of the raging fires beyond the city walls. In this chaotic era, I have arrived. Chapter 6. The celestial being descends upon the towering city walls of the capital. The biting cold wind howled, causing the flags to flutter ominously. Once prosperous Bianliang was now shrouded in the ominous clouds of war, and every face peering from the crenellations was etched with anxiety. Clad in slightly oversized new recruit attire, Wang Cheng stood among a group of pale-faced archers, his tall and robust figure standing out distinctly. Do you see him? That is Wang Cheng from the Jiao residence. They say he could draw a 3-stone bow. A lanky archer nudged his companion with an elbow, speaking in hushed tones. Is that even possible? Can a mere human draw a 3-stone bow? The companion squinted, scrutinizing Wang Cheng. While he appeared sturdy, he did not seem capable of such feats. In recent days, the news of Wang Cheng's astonishing strength had spread throughout the military camp. Some admired him, but jealousy ran rampant, especially among the seasoned veterans who scoffed at this sudden upstart with connections. Although the Jiao residence was struggling to survive in the eyes of these common-born soldiers, emerging from such a place still bore some weight. Wang Cheng paid no heed to the discussions around him, silently polishing the hard bow in his hands. This was the 2-stone bow specially approved for him by the anxious-faced Zhang Di, crafted from fine wood, with a bowstring made from bull tendons soaked in tung oil. Heavy yet reassuring, his gaze drifted toward the horizon. The dense encampments of the Jin forces loomed like decaying moss, stretching toward the skyline. Cavalry units prowled like wolves just beyond the city walls, the dust kicked up by their hooves swirling with an air of arrogance. Even at this distance, the oppressive presence of the iron-clad riders, with their peculiar hairstyles and leather armor, tightened the throats of the defending soldiers atop the walls. Bah! A group of barbarians. An older archer spat, though his fingers nervously dug into the crevices of the wall. At that moment, a rider suddenly burst forth from the Jin ranks, moving with incredible speed, charging toward the city. The knight, with a shaved forehead and a thick braid trailing behind, had a face marked by bulging muscles. He reined in his horse at the extreme range, causing the steed to rear, letting out a fierce neigh. Listen up, song pigs atop the walls. The Jin general, speaking in a harsh yet booming Chinese, brimming with contempt, proclaimed, I am Yuan Yang, a 100-man commander under the great Jin-S vanguard. You scared turtles. Do you dare to open the city and face me in battle? A stir swept through the defenders, as several officers hushed the restless crossbowmen. Seeing no response, the Jin general grew bolder, advancing another dozen steps, nearly encroaching on the range of the city's crossbows. He brandished his curved blade, spewing a litany of foul insults. Afraid to come out? Then await your doom as we break down your gates, slaughter your men, and seize your wealth and women. I've heard the women of Bianliang are delicate and fair, just right for warming our beds. Ha 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 ha. The Jin cavalry erupted in a cacophony of howls, their jeering insults crashing against the city walls like the cold wind. The defending soldiers' faces turned ashen with rage, their teeth grinding audibly. A few hot-blooded young soldiers, their eyes reddened with fury, yearned to charge down and fight, yet were firmly restrained by the veterans. It's a provocation. Don't fall for it. Zhang Di paced atop the city tower, his face grim, yet he clutched the command flag tightly, hesitating to issue the order to attack. The enemy outnumbers us. A field battle would be tantamount to suicide. A surge of anger welled up within Wang Cheng. He was not purely of Song lineage. Yet the sights and sounds of these recent days, the hopeful yet frightened eyes of Qingwen, the worried face of his brother Wang Cheng, and the fears of countless ordinary citizens within the city, rendered him unable to remain detached. The Jin general's vulgar tirades grew ever more depraved, even detailing how he would violate the palace concubines and noble women, his words so vile they were utterly reprehensible. The old archer beside Wang Cheng was so furious that his hands trembled. If only I could shoot that far, I would do everything in my power to take down that wretched scoundrel. Far? A thought flickered in Wang Cheng's mind as he plunged into the system. Name, Wang Cheng. Strength, 21, normal. 10. Constitution, 18, normal. 10. Agility, 10, normal. 10. Available enhancement points, 5. Skills, none. Current associated character. Qingwen, subordinate record. Provides 1 point daily. He had initially intended to enhance his strength or constitution, but at this moment, he focused on enhancing his archery skills. He silently chanted in his heart. Ding! Enhancement successful. Acquired skill. Archery, beginner. Consumed 1 enhancement point. A surge of unfamiliar warmth flooded into his arms, eyes, and fingertips. As the myriad techniques of holding a bow, knocking an arrow, exerting force, and aiming were engraved in his mind as if by instinct, the world before him appeared sharper, and the arrogant face of that Jin general seemed to draw closer. He took a deep breath, pushed past the archers in front of him, and stepped forward. "Wang Cheng, what are you doing?" a junior officer shouted. "Just trying," Wang Cheng replied calmly, already drawing a piercing arrow from his quiver. The arrowhead was icy, its three-edged tip glimmering with an ethereal blue in the dim light. The soldiers around him gazed at him in astonishment. "Are you mad? That distance is at least 270 to 80 paces. Even a 3-stone bow can't reach that far. Come back. Don't provoke the officer's wrath. What are you trying to prove?" Missing would be even more humiliating. No one believed he could hit the target. Human strength has its limits, and this distance far exceeded their comprehension of archery. The Jin general was so brazen precisely because he was confident they were beyond his reach. Wang Cheng remained unfazed. He stepped forward with his left foot, sank his waist, and the heavy 2-stone bow seemed to come alive in his hands. Knocking the arrow, pulling the string, the power from his arms and core flowed seamlessly. The bowstring emitted a grating sound, instantly forming a full, powerful crescent. His gaze was sharp as an eagle, firmly locking onto the still cursing figure. The sound of the wind, the surrounding gasps, and the clamoring of the Jin soldiers seemed to fade away, leaving only the bow, the arrow, and that target. "Hey!" he exhaled as he released the string. Bang! A deep, resonant sound erupted. The bowstring snapped back, the immense force causing the bow to tremble slightly. The piercing arrow shot forth, slicing through the air like a meteor. Time seemed to slow in that moment. Countless gazes from both above and below instinctively followed the deadly streak of light. The Jin general, Yuan Yang, was in the midst of his tirade when he casually uttered the words "song pig," only to catch a glimpse of a cold star rapidly enlarging from the corner of his eye. His sinister grin had yet to transform into astonishment. "BFF." A faint yet unmistakably audible sound resonated as the blade pierced through leather and flesh. The piercing arrow shot into his gaping mouth, carrying with it terrifying kinetic energy, instantly annihilating everything in its path, and then erupted from the back of his neck amidst a shower of blood and shattered bone. Yuan Yang froze, his eyes bulging in disbelief and terror. He emitted a few strangled gasps, swayed slightly, and then fell heavily from his horse, crashing onto the icy ground with a loud thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. The startled warhorse neighed and bolted away. In an instant, silence enveloped the scene. The wind seemed to halt. On the city walls, all soldiers of the Song army, from Officer Zhang to the lowest-ranked soldiers, were left dumbfounded, as if paralyzed by a spell. Each expression was frozen in shock, bewilderment, followed by utter horror and disbelief. What had just transpired? That brazen Jin general was shot through the throat by a single arrow at this utterly impossible distance. On the Jin side, after a brief silence, a wave of uproar and chaos erupted. The cavalrymen, who had been laughing and jeering, suddenly wore expressions of horror. They frantically reined in their steeds, glancing uncertainly at the city walls, as if something monstrous lay hidden above. Next to Wang Cheng, the old soldier who had previously dismissed him as a braggart gaped as if he could fit an egg in his mouth, tremblingly pointing at him. Then gesturing toward the outside, "Why you hit?" A junior officer suddenly lunged towards the parapet, staring intently at the corpse outside, his voice cracking. "You really hit? Good heavens. One arrow to the heart. This divine arrow. Divine arrow." Someone shouted excitedly. Boom. The city wall erupted in jubilation. A tremendous wave of ecstatic, cathartic cheers soared into the sky. The heavens have opened their eyes. That wretched scoundrel is dead. Who shot it? It was that Wang Cheng. The Wang Cheng from the Jia estate. A deity descended to earth. This is a divine being among us. The gazes of all soldiers towards Wang Cheng transformed utterly. The prior doubts, jealousy, and disdain vanished, leaving only pure, near-worshipful awe and fervor. In this desperate battlefield, what could uplift morale more than an unparalleled archer capable of claiming the head of an enemy general before thousands? Officer Zhang scrambled down from the city tower, seizing Wang Cheng's arm, his excitement rendering him incoherent. "Well done. You really hit him. May the heavens bless our Song Dynasty. This is a great achievement, a magnificent feat. I shall certainly petition the court for your merit. You shall be heavily rewarded. Wang Cheng slowly exhaled a breath, suppressing the slight physiological discomfort that arose from his first kill. He lowered his bow, his expression remaining largely unchanged, and calmly replied, "You flatter me, my lord. The enemy has insulted us too severely. It was merely a moment of fury." This composure further elevated the regard of those around him. Meanwhile, within the Jia estate, a few young maidservants gathered in the corridor, anxiously discussing the battle outside and the soaring prices. "I heard the Jin soldiers are fierce. They plundered the surrounding farms." One said. "Indeed, old Zhang who delivered the vegetables just mentioned that rice prices have risen again." A little maid who had just rushed back from outside interjected breathlessly. "Hey, have you heard? That Wang Cheng from the accounting office, the one who took in Qingwen. He shot an arrow from the city wall and killed a Jin general. It's gone viral outside." The corridor fell silent for a moment. Then an older maid scoffed, "What nonsense. Yes, just an accountant. How could he possess such prowess? He probably got lucky." "Exactly." Another maid chimed in while crafting shoes, her head not lifting. "Even if he truly hit, what difference would it make? Without connections, can he rise to greatness? In this world, just returning alive is already fortunate. In my opinion, it's safer to stay quietly in the estate." "Isn't that right? Heroes die young." The previous maid agreed, her tone tinged with a barely perceptible bitterness and disbelief. The news rippled through the Jia estate like pebbles thrown into a deep pond, only to be quickly submerged by greater panic and ingrained prejudices. No one genuinely believed that the reticent Wang Cheng, who had been secretly ridiculed by them for aspiring beyond his station, could change anything with that one arrow. Their world remained confined within the rules of high walls and the immediate dangers they faced. Only in the western courtyard, standing by the window, did Qingwen, who vaguely heard snippets from outside, suddenly cover her mouth in shock. The wrist guard she had been sewing for Wang Cheng slipped from her grasp. She recalled the day in the courtyard when his steady silhouette was outlined by sunlight, remembered the ease with which he snapped the wooden stick, and recalled the fire in his eyes when he spoke of seizing a chance for his future. Her heart raced as if it were a drum. She slowly crouched down, picked up the wrist guard, and clutched it tightly against her chest. Her beautiful eyes were interwoven with worry, pride, and a faint glimmer of hope that even she herself was unaware of. Outside the city, the Jin soldiers, after a brief moment of chaos, roared like an enraged swarm of bees, their clamor growing louder, yet instinctively retreating several paces, no longer daring to step lightly into that invisible boundary of death. Wang Cheng leaned against the wall with his bow, feeling the searing gazes of the soldiers surrounding him. The cold wind swept through the city walls, carrying the scent of blood. He knew this was merely the beginning. This arrow not only killed an enemy general, but also shattered the shackles he had borne and the scornful looks of others. In times of turmoil, glory must be forged in blood and fire. And he had cast the first thunderclap. Chapter 7. A sudden rise in rank in the Jin army's camp. Within the central tent, the oil torch crackled, casting flickering shadows that could not dispel the nearly palpable low pressure in the air. The vanguard commander, Yuan Yang, stood with a grim expression, hands clasped behind his back. He was not particularly tall, but standing there, he resembled a lion suppressing its fury. And the generals in the tent held their breath, not daring to meet his gaze. On the ground lay the body of Yuan Yang, hastily wiped clean. The deadly armor-piercing arrow had been extracted and lay on a tray nearby, the dark blood and bits of flesh shocking to behold. His mouth had twisted into a terrifying blood cavity, the expression of horror frozen on his face. "Dead?" Yuan Yang's voice was low and hoarse, like sandpaper scraping. "In front of my tens of thousands of troops, someone shot an arrow through his throat." He suddenly turned, his gaze sweeping over the generals like a hawk. "Who did this? When did the Song army produce such a figure? 280 steps, one arrow to kill. Such marksmanship is certainly not that of an unknown. Why had he never heard of this before? Are your scouts merely idle?" The generals bowed, their heads even lower, cold sweat soaking their undergarments. A deputy commander stepped forward, braving the tension. "Your Highness, we truly do not know. The renowned archers in the Song army are merely a few old instructors from the Imperial Guards, but none could possibly possess such accuracy and power at this distance. This person seems to have appeared out of thin air." "Appeared out of thin air?" Yuan Yang scoffed coldly, seizing the arrow from the tray to examine it closely. The shaft was of standard Song military make, lacking any special markings, but the arrowhead was exquisitely crafted, its serrated edges remarkably sharp. A fine arrow with remarkable force. This cannot be the work of an ordinary archer. Investigate. Immediately investigate. Utilize all the spies hidden in the city and uncover who shot this arrow. I want to know his name, his background. His grip tightened around the arrow, nearly crushing it, his eyes glinting with cold light. To kill my warrior. He must be a formidable character. But this enmity shall be avenged. I will make his skull into a wine bowl. Yes. The tent erupted in a chorus of agreement. The atmosphere tense and foreboding. Meanwhile, atop Bianliang City, a different scene unfolded. Waves of cheers surged forth, one after another. Wang Cheng was surrounded by jubilant soldiers. Countless hands patting his shoulders and arms, expressing their admiration and elation. Brother Wang, truly a divine hero. Brother, from now on, I will follow you. You scared those Jin dogs to death. Let us see if they dare to be arrogant again. Zhang Dui's previously sallow face was now flushed with excitement as he personally brought a bowl of hot wine to Wang Cheng. Wang Cheng, a true hero. You have bolstered our military's might. Raise our national prestige. Come, drink this bowl of wine. It is my tribute to you. Wang Cheng took the bowl, feeling its warmth in his hands. The strong aroma of the wine filled his nostrils. He took a deep breath and, under the intense gazes surrounding him, tilted his head back and drank it all in one go. The spicy liquid flowed down his throat, igniting his chest and dispelling the chill of his first kill. Thank you, my lord. He displayed the empty bowl, his voice still steady. Good. Refreshing. Zhang Dui was even more delighted, waving his hand. The events of today will be immediately documented in a battle report, sent straight to the Privy Council for the Emperor to hear. Wang Cheng. Wait for it. The court will bestow great rewards. Monumental rewards. As Zhang Dui had stated, this astonishing victory was reported with unprecedented speed. In the Zicheng Hall, the Emperor of Song, who had been suffocated by bad news for days, could hardly believe his eyes upon receiving this report from the front lines. Really? An arrow killing a fierce general of the Jin army from 280 steps away? He repeated the words of the Privy Councillor, his fingers trembling slightly from excitement. Absolutely true, Your Majesty. The battle report from Zhang Dui states it clearly, and countless soldiers witnessed it. The Jin thieves were terrified and retreated several paces, no longer daring to provoke us. The morale of the troops has surged. The Privy Councillor's voice rang out, his face showing rare exhilaration. Good, good, good. The Emperor of Song repeated the word thrice, the gloom of recent days dissipating entirely. Heaven bless our great Song. In times of peril, heroes rise to the occasion. Such valiant warriors must be rewarded. An imperial decree was promptly drafted and dispatched by a eunuch on horseback to the southern military camp. In a military training ground, all soldiers stood at attention. An incense table was set up, and the eunuch's sharp voice echoed across the field. To you, soldier Wang Cheng, whose courage is unparalleled, whose archery surpasses all, during the nation's peril, you stood against the enemy, one arrow slaying their leader, raising our military's prestige and instilling fear in the enemy's hearts. You are hereby promoted to the rank of Deputy Commander of the 8th grade, in charge of the 3rd Archery Camp, with rewards of 100 taels of silver, 20 bolts of silk, and 10 jars of imperial wine. So decreed. Long live our Emperor. Amidst the shouts of long live, Wang Cheng knelt to accept the decree. From an ordinary archer, he had leaped 3 ranks to become the Deputy Commander of the 8th grade. The rewards were so generous that the soldiers around him were envious and excited. However, this time, no one dared to harbor any jealousy or resentment. That earth-shattering arrow had completely won everyone's heart. Strength is the most undeniable truth in the military. Congratulations, Commander Wang. Best wishes, Commander Wang. As the eunuch departed, the training ground erupted in cheers once more. Zhang Dui personally presented a brand new set of blue military attire and insignia to Wang Cheng, patting his shoulder firmly. Commander Wang, from now on, the brothers of the 3rd camp are entrusted to you. Do well. His brother Wang Zhuer had somehow squeezed in, tears and laughter mingling on his face. Rubbing his hands together, hesitating to approach, finally choking out. Good job, Cheng Ge. You made it. Father and mother would be proud. Wang Cheng steadied his brother, who was nearly overcome with emotion, his heart also in turmoil. He grasped the cold bronze insignia tightly, the words Deputy Commander of the 8th grade clearly visible. He had finally taken this step, and it had come even faster and more securely than he had anticipated. He looked towards the dozens of archers who would soon fall under his command, their faces displaying a mix of reverence, expectation, and even a touch of flattery. He understood this was merely the beginning. That night, Wang Cheng handed over most of his reward money to Wang Zhe, instructing him to keep it safe for emergencies. Then produced some silk and a small jar of imperial wine for his brother to take back to the manor, quietly delivering it to Qingwen. In a western villa, when Wang Zhe found Qingwen, she was still sewing the wrist guard under the dim oil lamp. Qingwen, Wang Zhe lowered his voice, his face unable to conceal his joy. Qingwen looked up, her heart tightening upon seeing him, hastily putting down her needlework. Brother Zhe, why are you back? How is Cheng? Her voice trembled slightly, barely perceptible. Good. He's doing well. Wang Zhe handed her the items. Cheng Ge has achieved great success. He has been promoted. He is now a commander. This is the silk and imperial wine he wanted me to deliver to you. Qingwen took the smooth silk fabric and the fragrant small wine jar, feeling as if she were in a dream. The Dutuo Leoi, that very Wang Cheng, who had been calculating the monthly allowance just days ago, and whom she had worried about impulsively. Were the rumors outside true? She could hardly believe it. Indeed, just one arrow. With that single arrow, Wang Zhe spoke with such fervor, filled with pride. Qingwen gazed at the silk wine jar in her hand, then touched the almost finished wrist guard in her embrace. Her heart a whirlwind of emotions. Her worries lessened, pride surged, but a deeper anxiety quietly emerged, the more outstanding he became. Did it not mean the greater the dangers he faced? In this chaotic world, reputation was ultimately forged in blood and fire. She gently caressed the smooth silk surface and whispered, Zhu, please thank him for me, and tell him to be cautious in all matters. In the military camp west of the city, within Wang Cheng's new single room, he donned a blue official uniform and glanced at his reflection in a basin of clear water. Clothes make the man, and this attire indeed bestowed upon him an air of authority. A few astute Shurchong gathered together, bringing forth some small dishes to celebrate their newly appointed Duta. After a few rounds of wine, the atmosphere grew warmer. An older Shurchong, emboldened by the wine, cautiously remarked, Dutua, with your capabilities, you are truly underappreciated in the Jiao residence. Wang Cheng set down his cup, smiling with a hint of profundity. A hero does not inquire about origins. The past is the past. The present is the present. From now on, I shall rely on all of you brothers to assist in vanquishing foes and achieving fame. The others echoed in unison. We are willing to serve the Dutoa with our lives. After bidding farewell to the crowd, Wang Cheng stood alone by the window, gazing towards the distant twinkling lights of the Jin camp. The cold wind carried the faint sounds of horns. His reputation had risen, and he had attained an official position. But this was merely the first step in the turbulent game of this chaotic era. The Jin soldiers would not rest easily. Greater challenges lay ahead. He clenched his fist, feeling the surge of power within him and the subtle sensations brought forth by his newly acquired archery skills. System, he silently intoned. Name, Wang Cheng. Identity, Song Army accompanying soldier. Vice Lieutenant, 8th rank. Strength, 21, average person, 10. Constitution, 18, average person, 10. Agility, 10, average person, 10. Available enhancement points for skill, archery, beginner. Current associated person, Qingwen, subordinate. Provides 1 point daily. For enhancement points remain. Should he continue to enhance his archery skills, compensate for his agility shortcoming, or learn new weapon techniques? He pondered deeply. In this chaotic world, strength was the greatest reliance. Chapter 8. A different era of the Jiao residence, once suffused with an atmosphere of grace and languor, now felt stifled under the looming clouds of war outside the city. Yet within its high walls, a never-ceasing system of gossip and rumors thrived. The news of Wang Cheng shooting down a Jin general and rising 3 ranks spread like a stone cast into a deep pond, instantly stirring up ripples. Within half a day, this news had infiltrated every flower-laden gate, every corridor, and every servant's quarters. Have you heard? That Wang Cheng from the accounts department is remarkable, exclaimed a woman holding a laundry basin, her voice lowered but her eyes shining with excitement. Which Wang Cheng? Oh, the one who wanted to propose to Ying, but was turned down? Another woman leaned in, her face alight with gossip. Indeed, he is different now. He achieved great merit on the battlefield, and the emperor personally bestowed a title upon him, an 8th-rank military officer, rewarded with 100 taels of silver. Oh my, 100 taels. He truly has ascended. Isn't that right? He once seemed like a toad, wanting to eat swan meat. But now he appears to be on par with our maidservants. Goodness, how the tides have turned. Such conversations unfolded in the kitchen, tea room, and among the sweeping servants, ubiquitous in their presence. Those who had previously mocked Wang Cheng for being overreaching now sang his praises. I knew Wang Guanshi was no ordinary person. He has a loyal demeanor and a sturdy build. He is far superior to those foppish young men. I heard he shot that Jean General clean through 280 paces. What strength and precision. Such a heroic figure. I wonder if he would still look down on our maidservants. Those who had previously rejected Wang Zhu's proposal now regretted their decisions, especially the steward's niece and the grain shop owner, who were almost beside themselves with impatience, wishing for time to rewind so they could accept the proposal immediately. The shift in sentiment was rapid and blatant, laying bare the pragmatism and reality of the world of noble families. The news naturally reached the ears of the young ladies in the family. In the Hengwu courtyard, Xue Baochai sat on a warm couch by the window, warming her hands over an enamel hand warmer while listening to Ying recount the latest gossip. A hint of surprise flickered across her usually composed face. Wang Cheng, is he not the young steward who sought your hand through his brother a few days ago? Baochai's voice was gentle, betraying no emotion. Ying stood beside her, a bit abashed, twisting her handkerchief. Yes, it's him. Who would have thought he'd achieve such fortune? Baochai nodded slightly, her gaze drifting to a wood hibiscus outside the window, which was half withered and half blooming. Pondering for a moment, she was meticulous in her thoughts, considering matters differently than the servants. The Xue family was a royal merchant, wealthy yet not noble, and although they resided in the Jia house under the care of Aunt Wang, they were ultimately guests. In this turbulent time, with the Jin soldiers besieging the city and an uncertain future, an emerging military officer with tangible achievements, regardless of his low rank, held far more value than an ordinary steward in a household. This might be a path worth noting or even investing in. I remember when his brother came, his words were quite sincere. Baochai spoke slowly, her tone as steady as ever. Wang Cheng is said to be earnest and hardworking. Now he has gained fame through his real capabilities. He is indeed ambitious. She paused, seemingly casually glancing at Ying. Since he has shown interest in you, it seems he does not undervalue you after all. Have you considered this carefully? Ying, quick-witted, immediately grasped the implication behind her lady's words. The lady perceived Wang Cheng's newfound value and intended to use her to forge a connection, providing the Xue family with a potential avenue in the future. A mix of feelings surged within her as she recalled her earlier remarks to Wang Zhu, and her cheeks burned with embarrassment. But once the lady had spoken, what could a mere maidservant do? She could only lower her head and softly reply, "Whatever you decide, my lady, I shall follow your wishes." Baochai smiled contentedly, her tone growing even gentler. In that case, if his brother comes to inquire again, you need not be so aloof. A girl should ultimately seek a reliable support. Just then, a young maid announced, "My lady, Wang Zhu has arrived," saying he brought some military rations for the Dutoa. Baochai exchanged a surprised glance with Ying. Wang Zhu had come rather swiftly. "Please invite him in." Baochai straightened her attire, sitting up more properly. Wang Zhu strode into the Hengwu courtyard with confidence. He still bore the chill of the outside air, yet his face radiated a vibrant glow, exuding an air of pride and satisfaction. Two young attendants followed closely behind him, carrying a substantial portion of fresh lamb. "Greetings to Miss Xue." Wang Zhu performed his bow with an added confidence. "My brother has received commendations in the military, and with some fresh lamb to share, he wanted to express his gratitude for the kindness shown by your family. He sends this for you and the ladies to enjoy." Baochai offered a gentle smile, her tone warm and inviting. Wang Duho is too courteous. It is indeed a time when he serves the nation, and to still remember us is truly thoughtful. Please convey our thanks to him when you return. Of course, of course. Wang Zhu nodded vigorously, his gaze flickering toward Ying, who stood with her head bowed, a stark contrast to her usual lively demeanor. This only added to his satisfaction. He exchanged a few more pleasantries before casually mentioning, "By the way, my brother is no longer young and has begun to establish himself. As his elder brother, I must help him find a suitable match. Baochai understood his implication and smoothly replied, "That is indeed reasonable. As an official now, it is only fitting that he seeks a wife." Has he made any progress in this regard? Wang Zhuer chuckled, an air of deliberate bragging in his tone. To be frank, ever since my brother received the imperial seal, suitors have been eager to approach. There is a distant cousin from the Naman Gardas family, and also a daughter of a subordinate from the East City Military Command. The options are overwhelming. While there was some truth to his claims, the reality was far less glamorous. The suitors were primarily from modest families or other household servants seeking to marry into a better status. His intention was to put the former maid of the Xue family in her place. Inger lowered her head further, her fingers tightly clutching her handkerchief. However, Baochai maintained her smile, seemingly oblivious to the underlying tension. She continued, "That is indeed a good thing. However, those from outside do not know the true nature of things. Our household's maids are well acquainted and accustomed to their roles. Speaking of which, regarding the matter you mentioned earlier." Her gaze briefly swept over Ing. "I have always held a fondness for this girl. However, if it is a young hero like Wang Duho, I would be willing to support such a union." Wang Zhuer felt a surge of joy, almost ready to agree on behalf of his brother, but recalling his brother's instructions, he cleared his throat, adopting a look of hesitation. "Thank you for your kind intentions. Mississippi Inger is indeed wonderful, skilled and attractive with a good disposition." He offered a few compliments before steering the conversation, "But you know my brother is now an official, and many eyes are watching for a proper wife who can support him in his career." He hesitated, gauging the expressions of Baochai and Inger, and with a steely resolve, he relayed Wang Cheng's words. "My brother has said that if the young ladies of the household, like Inger, do not mind, he would gladly take her as a concubine, and she would not be wronged." The moment the term concubine was uttered, the room fell silent. Inger abruptly lifted her head, her face draining of color, and her eyes brimmed with tears, filled with disbelief and humiliation. She was the foremost maid of the Xue family, a cherished companion of Baochai. In the past, even the respectable wives of lesser families treated her with deference. Yet this Wang Cheng, a mere upstart who had gained merit by chance, had the audacity to propose such a thing after being rejected for a formal marriage. It was an unbearable insult. Baochai's smile faltered, and her hand holding the teacup hesitated, a flicker of displeasure crossing her eyes before she quickly masked it. Her tone became noticeably cooler. "Oh, so this is Wang Duho's intention?" Wang Zhuer sensed the shift and felt a knot of anxiety in his chest. Yet his brother's instructions were resolute, so he pressed on. "This is what my brother instructed. One must not disrupt the rules." Inger trembled with anger, tears welling in her eyes as she bit her lip to suppress her cries. Baochai set down her teacup, her voice regaining its usual calm but now tinged with distance. "Marriage is a matter of mutual consent. If Wang Duho has higher aspirations, then let this matter rest. Inger, please see Wang Guanshi out." This was a clear dismissal. Wang Zhuer awkwardly bowed and left. As soon as he stepped outside, a loud crash echoed from within, likely the sound of a teacup shattering, followed by Inger's muffled voice filled with rage and tears. "What disgrace! Just a fortunate, boorish soldier. He dares to ask me to be a concubine. He must be dreaming. He once begged me, and now, even if he came with a grand procession to marry me, I wouldn't give him a glance." "Enough," Baochai softly admonished, though her tone held a hint of coldness. "There is no need for anger. Each has their own ambitions. If he holds himself in such high regard, we need not strive to elevate ourselves to his level. It is simply a matter of misjudgment. I had thought him someone who understood propriety, but it seems he is just another fool intoxicated by success." Wang Zhuer shrank back, hastily retreating. Back at Wang Cheng's humble abode, Wang Zhuer recounted every detail of the incident in the Hongwu courtyard, unable to contain his complaints. "Chengge, you were too bold. That was Inger, the top maid beside Miss Xue, to suggest she becomes a concubine. How could you say such a thing? Look at how furious she is." Wang Cheng, while cleaning his crossbow, did not lift his gaze, but a faint, icy smile tugged at his lips. "Brother, this is a different time. When I sought her, she looked down upon me. Now that I have prospects, she thinks she is worthy? There are no such bargains in this world." He set down the arrows, his expression steady and resolute. The position of a formal wife cannot be given lightly. She must either provide substantial assistance or possess great loyalty. "Inge, aside from being Baochai's maid, what else is there? She mocked us before, and now she must bear the consequences of her words. I seek someone who will share both adversity and fortune with me, not a fair-weather friend who comes around only when I am prosperous. Wang Zhi opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately sighed. You make a valid point. It is indeed a pity. It is no pity, Wang Cheng replied, picking up his arrows once more, his gaze sharp as a blade. Brother, we must think long-term. This chaotic world has only just begun. Our journey lies ahead. Outside, the cold wind howled, stirring the snow into swirling drifts. Within the depths of the Jia residence, Inger wept in humiliation over the proposal to become a concubine. Meanwhile, in Wang Cheng's courtyard, a calm yet determined ambition lingered in the air. The rules of the world had shifted, and Wang Cheng was prepared to navigate this new landscape, step by step, towards his rightful stage. Everyone seems to perceive Wang Cheng as arrogant and reckless, a man whose ambitions soar high while his fate is as fragile as paper. This notion quietly settled upon him once more. Some maids, who initially entertained the thought of marrying a young and accomplished military officer, hesitated upon hearing the term concubine. After all, having witnessed the hardships endured by concubines in a household of such stature as the Jia family, who would willingly tread into that perilous pit? This sentiment naturally reached the ears of the head maid, Yuan Yang, in Grandmother Jia's courtyard. That night, after attending to Grandmother Jia until she fell asleep, Yuan Yang returned to her quarters but found herself unable to sleep. Sitting on the edge of her bed, she stared blankly at the flickering lamp flame. Outside, the cold wind howled, mirroring her icy and tumultuous state of mind. The pressure from Master Jia was increasingly suffocating. Just the other day, Madame Xing had come to offer words of comfort, her hints conveying a final ultimatum. If she did not comply, it seemed Master Jia might truly tear off the facade and resort to forceful measures. Thinking of Jia Shi, a lecherous old man who could easily be her grandfather, and envisioning the fearful lives of his concubines, Yuan Yang felt waves of nausea. A woman of fierce spirit, she resolved that rather than live in disgrace, she would rather sever her hair and become a nun, or hang herself, than submit to that humiliation. However, the thought of death ultimately terrified her. The flickering candles and ancient Buddha statues felt desolate. How young was she? In the prime of her youth, was there truly no path forward? During the day, she had overheard the younger maids discussing Wang Cheng's intention to take a concubine. Initially, she regarded him as arrogant, but in the stillness of the night, her heart began to stir with new possibilities. Wang Cheng, the once silent and diligent lad in the accounts office, had now achieved renown and government rank. Most importantly, he was young, decades younger than Jia Shi. Though the world was tumultuous, such chaos presented opportunities for ambitious military men to rise. Becoming his concubine would certainly be a compromise for her status as Grandmother Jia's chief maid. Yet it was a world apart from being a concubine to Jia Shi, a lecherous old man versus a vigorous and capable young officer. The choice seemed clear. Yuan Yang's heart raced, and a flush crept across her face. She knew her thoughts were scandalous, and if they were to leak out, they would invite ridicule and scorn. Yet she had always been resolute. Once she understood the stakes, her determination surged. Rather than leap into the fire of Master Jia's household, she would take a gamble, betting on Wang Cheng's integrity and his future. Clenching her clothing tightly, her nails dug into her palm, the pain sharpening her senses. At least he was young, and she found him not repulsive. In this chaotic world, following him might just provide her an escape. Having made her decision, Yuan Yang found a calmness within herself. The next day, she seized an opportunity when Grandmother Jia appeared in good spirits and was alone. She composed herself, approached Grandmother Jia's couch, and knelt down, tears streaming down her face before she could utter a word. Grandmother Jia was taken aback by her demeanor and quickly urged, "What is the matter? Speak, child." Yuan Yang remained kneeling and bowed deeply, raising her tearful face to recount how Master Jia had pressured her, leaving her with no way out. After much contemplation, she expressed her willingness to become a concubine to the newly appointed Wang Cheng, detailing her plight with heartfelt sobs. "Grandmother, I am aware this matter is absurd, a disgrace to the household, and I have let you down after all your years of kindness. However, Master Jia has truly forced me into a corner. Though Wang Cheng hails from humble beginnings, he is now an official of the court, and I am willing to go with him, regardless of the consequences. I only ask for your mercy to grant me a path to freedom." After her heartfelt plea, she bowed repeatedly. Grandmother Jia listened in silence for a while, her expression shifting between shock, sorrow, and understanding. She sighed deeply, tears glistening in her aged eyes as she stroked Yuan Yang's hair. "Foolish child, stop bowing. You will hurt yourself. I am well aware of Master Jia's disgraceful behavior, but I never anticipated he would push you to such extremes." After a moment of contemplation, she continued, "I vaguely remember Wang Cheng. He has recently distinguished himself and been promoted. Choosing him, though born of necessity, is still a viable path. Being with him is certainly better than being with that old lecher, and it is preferable to cutting your hair or seeking death. Very well. You have served me well. Would I truly watch you perish at his hands? Your bond of servitude I shall grant you now." With that, Grandmother Jia tremulously retrieved a piece of yellowed paper from a small box by her pillow and handed it to Yuan Yang. "Take it. From this moment on, you are free. Go and live well. If Wang Cheng dares to mistreat you, return and tell me." Yuan Yang accepted the seemingly light yet weighty bond of servitude. Tears cascading like pearls from a broken string, her heart a tumult of emotions. There was joy at escaping confinement, but also deep gratitude and reluctance towards Grandmother Jia. Choking back her tears, she expressed, "I shall forever remember your immense kindness, Grandmother." Grandmother Jia waved her hand, weary, and closed her eyes. "Go before I change my mind. Be discreet. Do not let everyone know." Yuan Yang bowed deeply 3 times and then rose, carefully tucking the bond of servitude into her bosom as she exited. With Grandmother Jia's blessing and that bond, all remaining doubts vanished from Yuan Yang's heart, replaced by unwavering determination. She quickly found a moment to seek out Wang Zhi, who was in the manner receiving his share of provisions. Despite some gossip due to his brother's brashness, he stood firm. Upon seeing the headmaid, Yuan Yang, he respectfully greeted her. Leading him to a secluded corridor, she took a deep breath, feigning calmness even as her ears flushed red, and quietly said, "Brother Zhu, I have heard that your brother Wang Duzhou is seeking a good concubine." Zhu was taken aback, never expecting such a matter, especially not from Yuan Yang herself. He was momentarily at a loss for words, stammering, "Well, my brother does have that intention, but alas, he cannot aspire to the noble ladies of this household." Yuan Yang raised her head, her gaze resolute. Although embarrassed, she spoke clearly, "Please ask Wang Duzhou if he would accept me, Yuan Yang, as his concubine, provided he does not mind my simplicity. I only ask for one thing. It must be swift. The sooner, the better." She emphasized the word swift, a hint of urgency flashing in her eyes. Zhu stood stunned, his mouth agape in disbelief at Yuan Yang, the most favored maid beside Grandmother Jia, willingly offering herself as a concubine to his brother. This was more astonishing than his brother slaying a general with a single arrow. "Yuan Yang, are you joking?" Zhu stammered. "Marriage is no trifling matter." Yuan Yang's face flushed deeper, yet she showed no signs of backing down. "Brother Zhu, simply inquire. I shall await your reply." Without waiting for his response, she turned and hurried away, her back radiating resolve. Zhu stumbled back to Wang Cheng's courtyard, relaying the extraordinary news in a bewildered manner. Concluding with concern, "Brother Cheng, this is a momentous opportunity, but Yuan Yang is the favored maid of Master Jia. If we interfere, won't we be provoking him gravely? He is the legitimate heir of this household. The act of extinguishing our lives is akin to crushing an ant." Wang Cheng was meticulously crafting a bow arm when he paused at the sound, a flicker of brilliance igniting in his eyes. Yuan Yang, this was indeed an unexpected choice. The most favored maidservant of Jiamu, her appearance, talents, and character were all exquisite selections. More importantly, she had spent many years navigating the intricacies of the Jia residence, possessing connections and insights that far surpassed those of an ordinary maid. Gaining her assistance would be immensely beneficial for understanding the inner workings of the Jia household and for future endeavors. As for Jiaxi, a cold smirk graced Wang Cheng's lips. A decayed, noble, akin to a skeleton in a tomb. Still fixated on the superficial beauty of a maid in these tumultuous times, what was there to fear? His foundation was no longer anchored in the stagnant waters of the Jia estate. "Brother, are you afraid?" Wang Cheng set down the bow arm and turned to Wang Zhu. "I'm not afraid. It is just that." Wang Zhu stamped her feet anxiously. "That is the master. So what if he is the master?" Wang Cheng's tone was calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. In this moment of siege, when the court was in desperate need of capable individuals, What could a powerless noble do against a military official with accomplishments to his name? Furthermore, it was Yuan Yang's own choice. It was a mutual agreement. Could Jiaxi truly force her against her will? He rose and patted his brother's shoulder. Brother, go and inform Yuan Yang that I, Wang Cheng, have consented. Let everything be conducted according to the proper customs of a concubine. While I cannot provide a grand procession, I assure you she will not be wronged. Rest assured, I will take care of everything. Hurry and arrange a guest room in my small courtyard. Choose the soonest day to discreetly bring her over. Seeing her brother's resolve and reasoning, Wang Zhuer clenched her teeth. All right, I will do as you say. I shall attend to it right away. The news struck the Jia household like a thunderclap. Madness. Pure madness. Yuan Yang intended to become Wang Cheng's concubine. Was she driven to insanity by the master? Wang Cheng's dilapidated courtyard, that 8th-rank official. How could it compare to the Duke's residence? Even as a concubine, one could find a steward in the household to become a legitimate wife, which would be far superior. What a disgraceful choice. How could she squander the affection of the old lady? It seemed she had lost her senses. Wang Cheng had offended the master. What fate awaited him? If Yuan Yang followed him, she would surely be escaping from a wolf's den only to enter a tiger's lair. Such lack of foresight. Such self-deprecation. The maidservants and matrons buzzed with gossip, the majority expressing skepticism and ridicule. Ping'er and Shirun, who were friends with Yuan Yang, were alarmed upon hearing the news and sought her out to dissuade her, only to be met with Yuan Yang's resolute demeanor. She understood that there was no turning back. This was the path she had chosen, and she would accept whatever fate awaited her. The most delighted was naturally Wang Zhu, who was handling the wedding arrangements with a triumphant air. Although constrained by the current situation and status, everything was kept simple, yet she endeavored to make it appear presentable. The one most incensed was Jiaxi. Crash! A precious porcelain cup shattered into pieces. Jiaxi trembled with rage, his face ashen. This is rebellion. A dog servant dares to take my person. That wretched Yuan Yang. How dare she insult me so brazenly? Lady Xing, beside him, was rendered speechless in fear, repeatedly attempting to placate him. Master, please calm your anger. Wang Cheng now holds military status. It would be unwise to provoke him. Military status? A mere trifling title. Jiaxi roared. I can find countless ways to deal with him. Keep a close watch. Once this storm passes, I will ensure he has no place to rest. However, regardless of Jiaxi's furious outbursts or the incessant gossip within the estate, Yuan Yang departed one frigid evening, carrying only a small bundle and riding in an unremarkable sedan chair. Silently leaving the Jia residence where she had lived for many years and entering Wang Cheng's modest yet tidy courtyard located in the western part of the city. There were no boisterous drums or lavish banquets. In the small courtyard, only Wang Zhuer and a few close military colleagues shared a simple meal. The new chamber was the guest room they had prepared, adorned with red candles. Yuan Yang donned a water-red wedding gown, sitting on the edge of the calm, her heart a tumult of emotions. Relieved to escape Jiaxi's grasp, yet bewildered about the future and anxious about her bold decision. As the door creaked open, Wang Cheng entered, the faint scent of alcohol lingering on him. He had changed out of his military uniform into a fresh blue cotton robe, his tall stature emanating a steadiness and sharpness honed from the battlefield. He approached the Kong, gazing at the well-known woman before him. Yuan Yang lowered her head, the flickering candlelight casting soft shadows on her delicate profile. While she lacked the striking allure of Qingwen, she possessed a dignified and composed grace. You have endured much. Wang Cheng spoke, his voice soft yet clear. This courtyard may be humble, but now that you are here, you are the mistress of this abode. Pay no heed to the gossip outside. You need not worry about Jiaxi. I will safeguard you. Yuan Yang lifted her gaze to meet Wang Cheng's calm, yet resolute eyes. In them, she found no frivolity or greed, only a palpable sense of responsibility. The weight on her heart suddenly lightened by half. I do not fear hardship, Yuan Yang replied softly, her voice trembling slightly, yet she strove to maintain her composure, hoping that he would remember his words on this day. Wang Cheng smiled faintly and sat beside her. Though I, Wang Cheng, hail from humble beginnings, I am true to my word. With chaos upon us, we are both like birds that have fled their old nests. Whether we soar through the skies or fall to the dust, it will depend on our own abilities. Outside the window, the cold wind persisted, yet within the small courtyard, the presence of a new mistress seemed to bring a touch of warmth. The clamor and disdain from within the Jia estate had now receded into a distant world. Yuan Yang realized that her life had irrevocably changed upon stepping into this small courtyard. What lay ahead, whether fortune or misfortune, remained uncertain, but at the very least, this was the path she had chosen for herself. Chapter 10. Yuan Yang's distress in the stillness of the night, within the new chamber of the western courtyard. The red candles burned brightly, their flames occasionally crackling and sending forth a bloom of light, casting a warm glow throughout the modest room, yet also revealing its simplicity. The walls, freshly painted, still bore the dampness of the season. The furnishings consisted of several half-new elm cabinets, a table, and chairs, which paled in comparison to the opulence found in the Jia residence, let alone the luxurious chambers of the masters. Yuan Yang sat upright on the Kong, clad in her finest water-red wedding gown, yet beneath the flickering candlelight, it appeared thin and plain. Her hands were tightly clasped on her knees, her fingertips icy, listening to the howling north wind outside, her heart swaying like a leaf in the tempest. Footsteps approached steadily, halting at the door. With a soft creak, Wang Cheng's tall figure stepped inside, bringing with him the chill from outside, along with a hint of alcohol. He closed the door behind him, shutting out the wind and the world she both knew and did not know. Inside, it was only the two of them, accompanied by the faint sound of the burning candles. Yuan Yang lowered her head further, nearly burying it in her chest. She could feel his gaze upon her, scrutinizing yet imbued with an undeniable sense of possession. This sensation made her heart race, her cheeks uncontrollably flushed, even her ears turning crimson. Having been accustomed to grand occasions beside Jiamu, she now felt as clumsy as an inexperienced girl. Wang Cheng did not speak immediately. He approached the table, lifted the coarse porcelain teapot nestled in a cotton cover, and poured 2 cups of warm tea. He then walked to the Kong and offered 1 cup to Yuan Yang. "Drink some tea to warm yourself." Yuan Yang hesitated briefly, then quickly glanced up at him. He stood against the light, his features somewhat indistinct, yet the contours were sharply defined. With his jawline taut, she extended a slightly trembling hand to accept the teacup. The warmth of the cup soothed her icy fingertips, offering a hint of comfort and momentarily calming her nerves. Wang Cheng stood before her, neither sitting down nor urging her on, simply gazing at her quietly. His penetrating gaze made Yuan Yang feel utterly uncomfortable. As she sipped the slightly bitter coarse tea, her thoughts had already soared far beyond the present moment. Was this step right or wrong? Could she truly entrust herself to the man before her? Time was slipping away. It was time to rest. Wang Cheng finally spoke, his tone flat, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. He reached out, taking away the teacup from Yuan Yang's hands, which had only been sipped halfway, and placed it casually on the low cabinet beside them. This action caused Yuan Yang to stiffen. Before she could react, Wang Cheng bent down to extinguish the pair of red candles on the table. Instantly, darkness enveloped the room, with only the faint light of the snow outside casting blurred shadows of the furniture. Yuan Yang gasped, instinctively retreating a step. In the darkness, her senses heightened. She could hear his heavy breathing and detect the mingling scents of alcohol, soap, and a distinctly masculine vigor. Suddenly, a pair of strong arms enveloped her with an irresistible force, pressing her against the warm bedding. Yuan Yang felt a wave of embarrassment and attempted to struggle, her voice tinged with tears. Her feeble resistance was as inconsequential as an ant trying to shake a tree. "Since you have followed me, you are my woman." Wang Cheng's voice whispered in her ear, warm and direct, commanding yet reassuring. "Do not be afraid." All her reluctance and anxiety seemed pale and powerless in the face of his words. Indeed, having taken this step, what was there left to be coy about? She tightly closed her eyes, biting her lip as hot tears streamed down her cheeks, soaking the pillow. In the dark, she felt the intricate clasps of her wedding dress being clumsily but resolutely undone, the cool air brushing against her skin, sending shivers coursing through her. Following that, Wang Cheng's calloused yet fervent hand ignited unfamiliar flames upon her body. Pain, shame, confusion, and a hint of liberation, one she was reluctant to acknowledge, intertwined within her. She felt like a small boat adrift in a storm, clinging tightly to the only support she had, the man who had become her husband that night. As the night unfolded, she experienced the ebb and flow of emotions. When the pale morning light seeped through the window paper, it It was only then that Yuan Yang succumbed to a deep, exhausted slumber. The following morning, Wang Cheng awoke first. He gazed at Yuan Yang, who was still fast asleep, curled up with her brows slightly furrowed, traces of tears still visible on her face, though her breathing had steadied. In the dawn light, her features appeared soft and fragile, a stark contrast to the decisive maid from the previous day. Wang Cheng made no effort to disturb her. He quietly rose to dress. Perhaps the rustle of his movements stirred her, for Yuan Yang soon awoke. She blinked at the sight of Wang Cheng, now fully dressed, momentarily taken aback. And then her cheeks flushed crimson as she hurriedly clutched the blanket to sit up. "You're awake, my lord? I will attend to you right away." Her voice was still hoarse, imbued with the languor of sleep and a hint of bashfulness. "Do not rush. Rest a little longer," Wang Cheng said, fastening his belt and glancing back at her, his tone gentler than the night before. Yet Yuan Yang insisted on rising. She bore the discomfort of her body and quickly donned her inner garments, then expertly fetched water and twisted a cloth to assist Wang Cheng with his morning ablutions. Throughout her actions, she kept her gaze lowered, striving to avoid looking at him, yet every task was executed meticulously, revealing the attentiveness and consideration cultivated over years in the Jia household. Wang Cheng observed her diligent figure, nodding slightly in approval. This Yuan Yang was indeed capable and understanding. He took the warm towel to wash his face, the steam refreshing him at the start of the day. The events of the previous night felt like a hazy yet fervent dream. Now awake, this woman had become his nominal concubine, a part of his modest household. "I must go to the camp today," Wang Cheng said, setting down the towel. "Since you have come, it is customary for you to return to Jiafu to pay your respects to the matriarch, fulfilling the obligations of a servant. Let Zhuer accompany you." Yuan Yang paused her actions, a flicker of complexity flashing in her eyes before she respectfully replied, "Yes, my lord, I understand." She knew that this return would not be an easy endeavor. How would her former companions, the scheming matrons, and the esteemed masters and mistresses regard her? What words would they utter? She could almost envision the scene. Yet, having chosen this path, she must confront the coldness and sharpness that awaited her. Indeed, as Yuan Yang, accompanied by Wang Zhe's wife, stepped back into the familiar entrance of Jiafu, various gazes pierced her like needles. "Oh, is this not Miss Yuan Yang?" "No. I suppose she should be called Wang Yang now." A gossiping matron, who relished in idle chatter, greeted her with a feigned smile, deliberately emphasizing the term Yang. "Look at her complexion. She must be living the life of a noble woman now. Quite different, indeed," another chimed in with a mocking tone, their eyes scrutinizing the half-worn pinkish coat Yuan Yang wore, assessing the worth of this newly minted noblewoman. Maidservants clustered in groups, whispering and pointing from a distance, their expressions a mix of curiosity, disdain, and an indescribable blend of envy and sympathy. Yuan Yang pretended not to hear or see, straightening her back as she walked purposefully towards the courtyard of Grandmother Jia. Wang Zhe's wife trailed behind her, feeling somewhat uneasy, unable to resist murmuring, "Sister, let them say what they will." Yuan Yang interrupted her calmly, her pace unwavering. Finally arriving outside Grandmother Jia's courtyard, she unexpectedly encountered her brother and sister-in-law, who had rushed over upon hearing the news. Yuan Yang's brother, Qingwen, a simple and honest man, wore a face of anxiety and reproach. He pulled Yuan Yang behind the column and, lowering his voice, urgently exclaimed, "My dear sister, you truly are foolish. What kind of background does Wang Cheng have? He is merely a fortunate soldier. You would become his concubine? Is that not a step down in status? You will surely suffer for it. Heed my advice and turn back while you still can." Her sister-in-law chimed in sharply indeed. "Why abandon your respectable position as a chief made to serve in that dilapidated household? Have you lost your mind under the pressure from master?" Seeing the anxious and angry faces of her brother and sister-in-law, Yuan Yang felt a pang of sorrow, yet more so, a chilling disappointment. Their concern was for their own reputation and the potential repercussions, not for her true circumstances and feelings. Taking a deep breath, she freed herself from her brother's grasp and spoke with calm, yet resolute conviction. "Brother, sister-in-law, this is the path I have chosen. Good or bad, I accept it all. There is no need for further discussion. Since I have stepped out, I have no intention of turning back. You will regret this in the future. Do not blame us for not warning you," her brother exclaimed, stomping his foot in frustration. Her sister-in-law scoffed, turning her face away. Very well. You are now a nobleman's concubine. We cannot aspire to your heights. Yuan Yang paid no heed to them, straightened her collar, and walked directly towards Jia Mu's main quarters. Upon entering, she found Jia Mu just finishing her breakfast, reclining on the couch while Yang made massage her legs. Noticing Yuan Yang's arrival, Jia Mu scrutinized her with her clouded old eyes and sighed. You, my dear, are indeed a girl of resolve. Yuan Yang felt a pang in her heart and knelt down, earnestly bowing 3 times. Old madam, I am here to pay my respects. Thank you for your kindness over the years. Jia Mu waved her hand, dismissing the maid, and beckoned Yuan Yang closer. She grasped Yuan Yang's hand, caressing it with a tone imbued with tenderness. Rise. Life outside is not like in the estate. You must take care of everything yourself. That Wang Cheng seems to have a bit of determination. In these chaotic times, perhaps it is for the best. Since you have chosen him, make the most of it. As she spoke, Jia Mu removed a finely crafted jade bracelet from her wrist and placed it into Yuan Yang's hand, saying, Take this as a token of my regard. Take good care of yourself. Touching the warm jade bracelet, Yuan Yang could no longer contain her tears. Within this estate, it was indeed the old matriarch who had bestowed upon her the last remnants of warmth. She knelt again, choking back her emotions. I will remember your kindness for a lifetime. Upon leaving Jia Mu's quarters, Yuan Yang's heart felt somewhat soothed. However, the anticipated torment was still to come. Lady Xing happened to pass by and obstructed her path. With a feigned smile on her face, yet her eyes icy cold, Lady Xing remarked, Oh, Yuan Yang, now that you are married, you seem quite different. Your complexion appears rosy. It seems that Wang Do is quite attentive, isn't he? Yuan Yang lowered her head in silence. Lady Xing circled around her, scrutinizing her from head to toe, her tone growing increasingly acerbic. However, since you are now a concubine, you must abide by the rules of a mistress. You cannot afford to be as proud as you were in the estate. Serving a man is your duty. And if you cannot even fulfill that, or if you rely on your appearance to stir trouble, it would only make us laugh at the girl from the Jia estate for lacking decorum. She paused, deliberately raising her voice. By the way, our master has stated that since you are no longer part of the household, the considerations previously extended to your brother and sister-in-law should be rescinded. You cannot benefit from the estate while supporting outsiders. These words struck Yuan Yang like daggers to her heart and would make her brother and sister-in-law South lives in the estate even more arduous. She clutched the jade bracelet tightly in her sleeve, her nails digging into her palm as she suppressed her humiliation and replied softly, Madam, your teachings have been noted. Seeing her submissive demeanor, Lady Xing felt as though her words fell upon cotton, rendering her bored. She scoffed and departed with her maid. Throughout the day, as Yuan Yang moved about the Jia estate, she was met with incessant whispers, ridicule, and scorn. The previous respect and warmth had vanished, replaced by aloofness, disdain, and the pleasure of witnessing her misfortune. She felt like a discounted commodity on display, subjected to the unrestrained judgments of those around her. It was not until evening that she left the Jia estate, weary in body and spirit, accompanied by Wang Zhu's daughter-in-law. Back at the small courtyard in the west of the city, Wang Zhu's daughter-in-law could not help but express her indignation. Sister, you have truly been wronged. Those people have such venomous tongues. Yet, Yuan Yang merely shook her head, a hint of a weary yet relieved smile gracing her face. Sister, it is nothing. I anticipated such words long ago. It is better to speak them than to bottle them up inside. After today, they will fade. She entered her modest yet personal room, touched the jade bracelet given by Jia Mu, and recalled Wang Cheng's domineering yet somewhat clumsy reassurances from the previous night. The feelings of uncertainty and grievance within her seemed to gradually be replaced by something new. This was the path she had chosen, and even if she had to kneel, she would continue onward. Moreover, she sensed that being with Wang Cheng might indeed reveal a different world. At the very least, compared to that opulent prison in the Jia estate, where she awaited allocation to a decrepit old lecher, she now breathed in the air of freedom. Chapter 11. Wang Cheng requests to fight in the early morning light. The small courtyard in the west of the city was enveloped in a cool tranquility. Wang Cheng had already risen, engaged in some simple exercises in the courtyard before preparing to return to the military camp. With the war intensifying, it was a rare privilege for him to spend even one day at home. Before departing, he glanced at Yuan Yang and Qingwen, who stood side by side beneath the eaves. Yuan Yang had changed into a plain blue cotton dress typical of women, her hair tied up, and the youthful shyness had given way to a more composed demeanor befitting a newlywed, though her eyes still held remnants of the anxiety and fatigue from the previous night. Qingwen, dressed in a simple moon-white jacket, appeared somewhat pale, casting a complex glance towards Wang Cheng before quickly darting her eyes back to Yuan Yang. You two discuss matters at home. If there's an urgent issue, let Xue go find me at the camp. Wang Cheng spoke succinctly, his gaze sweeping over their faces without lingering, before turning on his heel and striding away, quickly disappearing into the misty alley. The courtyard fell silent, leaving only the two women, the atmosphere subtly tense. As Yuan Yang had just arrived, she felt somewhat awkward and constrained in the presence of Qingwen, who had been there longer and shared a close relationship with Wang Cheng. She twisted the handkerchief in her hands and whispered, "Qingwen's sister." Qingwen observed Yuan Yang's forced composure that barely concealed her helplessness, and the slight bitterness and complexity she had felt over Wang Cheng taking a concubine was instantly overwhelmed by a stronger sense of sympathy. Having experienced the despair of being expelled from the Jia estate and facing a dead end, she could deeply empathize with Yuan Yang's current predicament. Having left the nest of wealth with an uncertain future, taking a deep breath, she forced a smile and stepped forward to grasp Yuan Yang's cold hand. Attempting to lighten the mood, "Sister, please do not call me that. I am younger and cannot bear such a title. From now on, we will live together. Just call me Qingwen." She led Yuan Yang into the house, saying it was cold outside and they could talk inside. Brother has a certain temperament. He speaks little, but his heart is good and he will not mistreat us. Once inside, Qingwen deftly poured a cup of hot tea for Yuan Yang and offered her a small amount of preserved fruit she had kept. She surveyed the modest but meticulously cleaned room and sighed. "This place may be a bit shabby compared to the estate, but sister, you should know that when I was first cast out, I nearly froze and starved in the streets. It was Chunga who took me in, offered me a bowl of rice and a place to stay. Though he seems cold and hard, he is truly warm-hearted, loyal, and responsible." Yuan Yang cradled the warm teacup, listening to Qingwen's chatter, and the chill that had lingered in her heart seemed to dissipate somewhat. She looked up at Qingwen, the girl known for her sharp tongue and competitive spirit in the estate, and saw sincerity in her clear eyes, devoid of any pretense or jealousy. "Sister Qingwen." "Thank you," Yuan Yang said softly, her eyes brimming with warmth. "I do not fear hardship. I just feel a bit lost." "I understand. I felt the same when I first arrived," Qingwen replied, sitting beside her and lowering her voice. "Sister, you are the favored one beside the old matriarch, and you have seen more of the world than I. But now that we have left that place, we must look ahead. Brother is no ordinary man. Look at him. In just a few days, he has earned his official title through his own merit. In these tumultuous times, being with a man like him is far better than being at the mercy of others in the estate." Her words carried a deeper meaning, subtly hinting at Jia Shi's coercion. Yuan Yang, sharp-witted as she was, instantly grasped Qingwen's comforting intent. Contemplating the nauseating visage of Jia Shi and contrasting it with Wang Cheng's assertive yet virile demeanor from the previous night, the scales of her heart inevitably tilted further. Indeed, here, she was a person, not a mere object to be carelessly bestowed. "You speak the truth," Yuan Yang replied softly, her previously tense shoulders relaxing slightly. "From now on, we sisters shall support one another and strive to lead a fulfilling life." Qingwen, noticing her improved countenance, exhaled in relief and smiled. "Exactly, sister. You have managed significant affairs with methodical prowess. The household greatly requires your stewardship. I am swift with my hands and can manage sewing and cleaning tasks. Together, we shall surely make our lives vibrant." Two women, both emerging from the Jia residence and sharing a fate fraught with adversity, forged a bond of sympathy and mutual reliance within this humble abode, united by the same man. The anxious heart of Yuan Yang, which had hung in uncertainty throughout the night, gradually found solace in Qingwen's sincere comfort. However, the fleeting tranquility within the city could not mask the encroaching shadows of war looming just beyond its walls. Upon returning to the military camp, Wang Cheng found the atmosphere even more somber and foreboding than before. The messages from scouts grew increasingly dire. The main forces of Ajin were amassing, with tents spreading across the distant plains like swarms of locusts, an endless sea of encampments. The number of soldiers on the city walls had increased, yet the fear etched on their faces only deepened, as a palpable tension hung in the air, heralding the approach of great conflict. Within the court, despair reigned supreme. In the Zichun Hall, Emperor Song Qinzong paced anxiously, while ministers bickered incessantly, each faction advocating for war, peace, or defense, yet none could propose a feasible strategy to repel the enemy. The peace advocates urged an expedient acceptance of the Jin's harsh terms in exchange for temporary tranquility, while the war faction vehemently condemned surrender as treasonous, demanding resolute resistance. Nevertheless, when pressed for tactics to drive back the enemy, they resorted to empty slogans of steadfast defense and rallying the imperial troops, with no sign of reinforcements in sight. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. Emperor Song Qinzong could no longer contain his frustration, hurling a memorial to the ground, his face pale with rage. In times of crisis, not a single one of you can alleviate my worries. The Jin are exceedingly arrogant. Do they truly expect me to relinquish our ancestral heritage and the lives of our citizens without a fight? The hall fell into a heavy silence, the ministers rendered mute, save for the sound of their labored breaths. Despair and a sense of helplessness loomed over each heart, akin to the dark clouds outside the hall. At this moment of utmost tension, the thunderous sound of war drums and boisterous insults erupted from outside the city. The Jin army pressed upon the borders, their ranks darkening the horizon like an ominous storm cloud. A particularly imposing Jin general, clad in iron armor and flanked by dozens of loyal guards, rode forth and boldly challenged in a stilted yet loud Mandarin. People of the Song on the walls, listen. I am Wu Shuqi, the commander of the Jin. Just days ago, you resorted to treachery and ambushed my brave warriors. What prowess is that? Do you dare send someone to battle me? To engage in a true contest of life and death? If no one dares to respond, you admit that the Song are nothing but cowardly wretches. When my army breaches your walls, I shall ensure your utter annihilation. His taunts were even more vulgar and arrogant than those of Wang Yang, accompanied by the raucous laughter and cheers of the Jin ranks, each word striking like a whip against the hearts of the defending Song soldiers. On the city walls, Commander Zhang and his fellow leaders wore expressions of utmost dismay, while the soldiers gritted their teeth, their eyes ablaze with fury, fingers gripping their weapons until they turned white. The overwhelming sense of humiliation and helplessness intertwined, nearly suffocating them. A field battle outside the city? The Jin cavalry was unmatched in prowess. Who would dare to march to their death? Yet, to remain silent in the face of such insults was equally unbearable, and the morale of the troops would surely plummet. Wang Cheng stood at the parapet, gazing at the arrogant Jin general beyond the walls, listening to the acrid insults that ignited a fury and bloodlust within him. Akin to molten lava, he could palpably sense the pent-up frustration and anger of his comrades, which deeply affected him. In these recent days, after taking in Yuan Yang, the current connections had indeed transformed into two, Qingwen and Yuan Yang, each providing daily reinforcement points. The daily accumulation of points had reached a total of 10, granting him an unprecedented sense of confidence. He felt assured that even in a direct confrontation, he would not fear the Jin general. Just then, seeing that no one on the city walls dared to respond, Wu Shuqi's insults grew even more atrocious, targeting the Song royal family and the entire court. A surge of righteous indignation rushed to Wang Cheng's head. He suddenly pushed through the crowd, approaching Commander Zhang with urgency, and declared earnestly, "Commander, I, the humble soldier, request permission to battle. I wish to charge forth from the city and face this Jin general in a fight to the death, to uphold our military honor." His voice, though not loud, resonated like thunder on the silent battlements. Everyone turned in astonishment, including Commander Zhang. "Wang Dudo, have you lost your mind?" Zhang pulled him aside, lowering his voice in alarm. "That is Wu Shuqi. He is a renowned warrior. Look at his stature and his aura. He is no ordinary foe. You are a master archer. Why abandon your strength to engage him in close combat?" Several other officers joined in urging him to reconsider. "Dudo, think carefully. The Jin are cunning and surely have ambushes prepared. You are a pillar of our army. What need is there to satisfy this momentary anger? The defense of the city is paramount." Wang Cheng surveyed the worried and bewildered faces around him, finally fixing his gaze on the taunting Jin general outside the walls. He straightened his back, his voice ringing with resolute conviction, clear and resolute. "Gentlemen, my brothers, I, Wang Cheng, do not seek to display mere bravado. The Jin have insulted our sovereign and belittled our people. If no one dares respond, what remains of our dignity? What of our morale? I have been elevated by His Majesty and granted this position. It is my duty to serve the nation at this critical juncture, even if it means sacrificing my life on the battlefield. How can we sit idly by while the enemy ravages our lands and subjects us to such humiliation? He paused, his gaze sharp as a blade. Moreover, I am not merely skilled with a bow. Today, I shall make the Jin know that the men of the Song possess valor and the spirit of warriors. I implore you to grant me this opportunity. His words, infused with righteousness, resonated powerfully, igniting fervor among the soldiers and lifting the previously dim morale. Many who had initially urged him to withdraw now looked at him with admiration and excitement. Commander Zhang, observing Wang Cheng's resolute determination and sensing the surge of morale around him, realized that this battle was now unavoidable. Furthermore, if Wang Cheng were to emerge victorious, it would significantly uplift the spirits of the entire army and indeed all of Bianliang. He struck the parapet forcefully and gritted his teeth. Very well. Wang Dudo, you have my permission to fight. Open the gates. Let the drum sound in your honor. Thank you, Commander. Wang Cheng clasped his fists, his eyes ablaze with determination. He turned and strode purposefully towards the steps leading down from the city, followed by countless gazes filled with concern, admiration, and hope. Alongside the thunderous beating of war drums that resounded throughout the air, the gates of the city creaked open, the drawbridge crashing down. Alone, Wang Cheng mounted his steed, wielding a finely crafted spear and a Yanling knife, charging forth from the city gates into the blood-soaked battlefield ahead. Everyone's heart, both within and outside the city, raced with anticipation. This battle was not merely about personal survival. It was also a matter of the dignity of the Song. Chapter 12. Wang Cheng slays the enemy general. The city gates slowly closed behind Wang Cheng, the heavy barrier descending, severing the retreat and isolating him from the countless anxious and hopeful gazes above. On the battlefield, the air seemed to freeze. The cold wind swept up the dust and scattered snowflakes from the ground, sweeping across the frigid earth. Wang Cheng stood alone at the end of the drawbridge, gripping his iron spear with its tip angled toward the ground. Before him loomed the dense formation of the Jin army and the imposing figure of the general, Wu Shuqi, standing like an iron tower at the forefront. Wu Shuqi, taken aback that the Song army dared to send someone into battle, especially a lone rider, momentarily paused before a cruel and disdainful smile spread across his face. He urged his warhorse forward, the heavy hooves thudding against the ground, producing a dull sound. Observing Wang Cheng, he noted his tall and upright stature, yet youthful visage, and the standard-issue leather armor of a low-ranking Song officer, amplifying his contempt. Announce your name. A nameless ghost shall not be slain by my blade. Wu Shuqi's voice boomed like a bell, heavy with the accent of the borderlands, reverberating in the ears of those present. The massive blade he casually rested on his shoulder gleamed in the sunlight, reflecting a blinding cold light. Wang Cheng steadied his restless steed, inhaling deeply to quell the intense heartbeat of his first battle. He aimed for a calm tone, his voice resonating clearly across the battlefield. I am Wang Cheng, Deputy Commander of the Song Dynasty. Wang Cheng. Wu Shuqi's rough brows shot up, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes before transforming into a fierce killing intent. You are the one who shot arrows from the city and harmed my brother, Wan Yanshu. Indeed, Wang Cheng boldly confirmed, meeting the ravenous gaze of his opponent without flinching. Each army fights for its own master. What need is there for treachery? It is your brother's own foul words that led him to seek his demise. Recognizing his identity, Wu Shuqi's disdain diminished slightly, replaced by the seriousness and excitement of a hunter encountering worthy prey. He licked his cracked lips and grinned savagely. Good. You're a gutsy lad. Your aim is true. A fine warrior indeed. Yet today, we shall not compete in archery, but in true skill upon horseback. You, a delicate southern man, have likely never even slain chicken. Surrender now and join my great Jin. With your talents, wealth, and honor are within your grasp. Why accompany the weak and ineffectual Emperor Zhao to his grave? Preposterous. Wang Cheng retorted, rage igniting within him. What do you barbarians know of loyalty and righteousness? I, a proud son of Huaxia, shall never kneel before invaders. Stop your barking and come to meet your death. His righteous rebuke not only changed Wu Shuqi's countenance, but also resonated on the city walls, sparking cheers from the defending soldiers and lifting their morale. Dog of Song, how dare you refuse? Come and claim your life. Wu Shuqi, thoroughly enraged, bellowed, spurring his horse forward with a fierce kick to its belly. The powerful steed neighed and surged towards Wang Cheng like an arrow released from a bow, a tempest of dust swirling in its wake, its fierce momentum seeming capable of tearing through anything. Wang Cheng's gaze sharpened. Before leaving the city, he had communicated with the system and invested all 10 of his enhancement points. Ding! Consumed 10 enhancement points. Skill: Martial Combat, entry level, upgraded to Martial Combat, master level. A torrent of profound knowledge coursed through his veins, blending with the countless experiences of blood-soaked battles, encompassing foot combat, cavalry maneuvers, spear techniques, agility, force application, timing, and adaptability. At this moment, wielding the iron spear, he felt as though it had become an extension of his arm, a newfound sense of mastery flooding his being. However, he resolved to conceal his true strength, feigning weakness to gauge his opponent's abilities and lure him into underestimating him. He too urged his horse forward, meeting Wu Shuqi head-on, but deliberately controlled its pace to appear sluggish, restraining the fluidity of his spear movements. As their horses crossed paths in a flash, Wu Shuqi, harnessing the power of his steed, unleashed a simple but devastating downward strike with his broad blade, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek. Aiming straight for Wang Cheng's head, before the blade reached him, the fierce aura of impending death enveloped Wang Cheng. He raised his spear to block, but secretly dissipated much of the force, making the clash seem arduous. The sound of metal striking metal erupted, sending sparks flying. Wang Cheng swayed with the impact, his horse stumbling back several steps, appearing quite disheveled. Huh, is that all the strength you possess? Do you dare to step forth and seek death? Wu Shuqi laughed maniacally, sensing his growing exhilaration. He wheeled his horse around, the blade flashing like a comet, slashing, hacking, and sweeping in a relentless storm of attacks. Wang Cheng gritted his teeth, relying on his masterful perception and control to barely fend off the onslaught with his spear. He intentionally made his techniques appear clumsy and juvenile, forced into a defensive stance with no means to retaliate. Each clash of blades was perilous, and he controlled the power carefully, making it seem like he was struggling against the relentless barrage. At times, he even allowed the blade to graze his armor, leaving near misses that drew gasps from the observing Song soldiers, their hearts in their throats. This is bad. Wang Cheng is in danger. I said he shouldn't have left the city. He is clearly no match for this opponent. Regret filled the hearts of the onlookers. On the city walls, the arms of Captain Zhang grew heavy as cold sweat dripped from his brow, his heart sinking. He could see clearly that Wang Cheng was being utterly suppressed. Defeat was merely a matter of time. Meanwhile, the Jin soldiers erupted in cheers, their taunts and jeers echoing, their arrogance reaching its peak. Wu Shuqi grew increasingly smug, spewing filth-laden insults. Southern barbarians are but useless cowards, only capable of playing with bows and arrows. Before my horse, even a 3-year-old child is more formidable. Kneel and beg for mercy. A glimmer of cold resolve flickered in Wang Cheng's eyes. The moment had arrived. As Wu Shuqi swung down another diagonal strike, cackling, "Boy, prepare to die." Confident in his victory, Wang Cheng struck. The spear, once appearing clumsy and sluggish, suddenly seemed infused with life, awakening with purpose. It quaked in his grasp, tracing a splendid arc, no longer clashing but rather gliding along the edge of Wu Shuqi's blade, deftly redirecting the force with a subtle twist of his waist. The enormous momentum of Wu Shuqi's strike dissipated, leaving him with a disorienting sense of emptiness that nearly toppled him from his horse. Wu Shuqi's sinister grin faltered, confusion flashing across his features. Before he could adjust his strategy, Wang Cheng's counterattack erupted like thunder. The iron spear transformed into a striking serpent, piercing through the air with blinding speed, precise, fierce, and cunning. Each thrust aimed directly at Wu Shuqi's vulnerabilities. The spear tip grazed his face, severing a lock of hair. Before plunging into the shoulder of his armored side, blood erupting forth. With a resounding clang, another thrust struck the blade as he attempted to defend, numbing his arm. The tide of battle had shifted in an instant. The once dominant and taunting Wu Shuqi was now thrown into disarray, left with only the ability to defend himself, utterly unable to retaliate. His face, once brimming with arrogance and excitement, now bore the unmistakable marks of horror, disbelief, and profound fear. How could this be possible? He bellowed, utterly unable to comprehend why his opponent had suddenly transformed so drastically. Above and below the city, all were stunned by this unexpected reversal. The cheers of the Jin soldiers came to an abrupt halt, as if a duck had its throat squeezed. Meanwhile, on the side of the Song army, a cacophony of jubilant shouts erupted like an overwhelming tsunami. Huzzah! The Commander Wang is magnificent. Kill! Slay that Jin dog. Wang Cheng's gaze was as cold as ice, filled with an intense desire for vengeance. His masterful martial skills allowed him to wield strength and body with utmost precision. Barbarians, meet your demise. He seized upon a moment of vulnerability exposed by Wu Shuji's panic, thrusting his spear forward. It appeared to aim directly at the center, but at the instant the opponent swung his sword to block, the spear quivered strangely, transforming into multiple phantoms. The true lethal move was a concealed sweep, the spearhead striking the front leg of Wu Shuji's warhorse with the force of iron. Crack! The sickening sound of bone splintering echoed. The warhorse let out a pitiful cry, its front legs buckling, crashing to the ground. Wu Shuji, caught off guard on its back, was thrown violently to the ground, his large blade flying from his grasp. Before he could struggle to rise, Wang Cheng had galloped forward, his iron spear imbued with the chilling aura of death, plunging downward like a viper. No! Wu Shuji screamed in despair and defiance, his eyes filled with horror, rage, and an unyielding grudge against fate. Thud! The iron spear pierced his throat with pinpoint accuracy, nailing both his scream and life to the earth. Blood gushed forth, staining the frozen ground beneath him. Wu Shuji, the valiant leader of the Jin, had fallen. On the battlefield, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. The sound of the wind rustling through the banners and the restless snorts of the warhorses became alarmingly clear. Everyone stood in stunned silence, gazing at the young Song general on horseback, watching the blood drip from the spear's tip, and looking at the lifeless body that had recently exuded invincibility. After a brief moment of deathly quiet, the Song army erupted once more into a frenzied roar of jubilation. Victory! Commander Wang has triumphed. The Jin chieftain has been slain. The divine has descended. Commander Wang is like a deity incarnate. On the city walls, soldiers embraced each other passionately, pounding their chest plates, many overwhelmed with tears of joy. Captain Zhang, tears streaming down his face, exclaimed, "Heaven bless the Song. Heaven bless the Song. Quickly, open the city gates to welcome Commander Wang's triumphant return." Wang Cheng remained mounted, slowly withdrawing his iron spear, gazing at Wu Shuji's wide-open eyes, filled with disbelief and resentment, as tumultuous emotions surged within him. This is the battlefield. It is either you or me who perishes. He turned his horse's head, directing his gaze toward the cheering city, toward the open city gates, with sunlight illuminating his blood-stained armor and the youthful yet resolute features of his face. In this battle, he had not merely achieved victory. He had truly won the hearts of the soldiers, establishing a firm foothold in this apocalyptic city. In the chaotic quest for fame and glory, the bloodshed deepened. Chapter 13. The Turmoil in the Jia Mansion. As Wang Cheng severed the Jin army's leader Wu Shuji, the morale of the Song army soared, their cheers echoing thunderously. The gates of Wangqing swung wide open, Captain Zhang personally leading the troops to greet him. Witnessing Wang Cheng return with blood-soaked battle garments and the enemy leader's head on a spear, overcome with excitement, he grasped Wang Cheng's arm, his voice thick with emotion. "Excellent, excellent. Brother Wang, you are truly a valiant general. This battle has elevated our nation's prestige and bolstered our army's spirit. You deserve the highest accolades." The soldiers gathered around, their eyes filled with admiration and fervor. The earlier resentment, due to his youth and rapid promotion, had dissipated entirely. The military revered strength above all, and Wang Cheng's performance today had completely won over these battle-hardened men. Commander Wang is formidable. Follow Commander Wang, slay the Jin dogs, and protect our homeland. Cheers erupted in waves. Wang Cheng tossed Wu Shuji's severed head to the ground, and despite the accolades from the crowd, he did not display any signs of pride. Simply clasping his hands and solemnly stating, This is all thanks to Captain Zhang's trust and the soldier support. I, Wang Cheng, merely stumbled upon this opportunity and dare not claim credit. The Jin soldiers, having suffered this defeat, will surely seek revenge. We must strengthen our city's defenses. His composed response earned him further respect from Captain Zhang, who nodded repeatedly. What Commander Wang said is absolutely correct. Bring this head to hang at the city gates for all to see. Let the Jin thieves witness the blood of the men of Bianjing. Today, we shall reward our troops and celebrate Commander Wang's achievement. Soon, Wu Shuji's gruesome head was displayed prominently atop the city walls. From the direction of the Jin encampment, the previously arrogant atmosphere was stifled, and a faint stir of agitation and sorrowful horns could be heard. The commander, furious yet helpless, understood that morale had been shattered, and a direct assault would be unwise. Thus, he ordered a retreat of 10 miles to establish a new camp and devise another plan. The once oppressive offensive had been temporarily stalled due to Wang Cheng's victory, allowing the defenders on the city walls to catch their breath, their faces now radiating a long-lost sense of upliftment. However, this battlefield news was like a distant echo, failing to penetrate the lavish confines of the Jia mansion, where life continued in a stupor. Within the Rongwa mansion, in the courtyard of Jia Shi, another teacup met its demise, shards scattering across the floor. Jiaxi's face was ashen, his chest heaving with rage. He had learned that Yuan Yang had indeed married into Wang Cheng's dilapidated household, a bitter pill he had struggled to swallow for days. This was outrageous. Truly, the heavens had turned against him. A lowly maid, a mere servant, had the audacity to conspire against him. Jiaxi gasped, his eyes filled with malice. Lady Xing cautiously attempted to soothe him. My lord, please calm your anger. It is not worth damaging your health over those two ignorant fools. However, Wang Cheng has now attained an official position, and moving against him directly may pose difficulties. Difficulties? What difficulties? Jiaxi roared. I cannot act against him openly, but I cannot touch those around him. What of that wretched Yuan Yang and her entire family? Traitors, living off our bounty. The more he thought, the angrier he became, feeling as if the entire household was secretly mocking him. This pent-up fury must be released. Go, summon Jin Wenxiang and his wife to me, Jiaxi ordered sharply. Soon, Yuan Yang's brother Jin Wenxiang and sister-in-law entered trembling, and before they could pay their respects, Jiaxi's barrage of insults fell upon them. You two useless fools. You cannot even keep your sister in line, allowing her to commit such disgraceful acts, betraying her benefactor. You have brought shame upon the Jia family. Jin Wenxiang and his wife were terrified, immediately kneeling and bowing. My lord, please do not be angry. We have advised her. But that headstrong girl refuses to listen. Refuses to listen? Then you are incompetent. Lady Xing chimed in sharply. We have supported you all this time, hoping you would repay our kindness and keep your family in check. And now, look how well it has turned out. Yuan Yang has climbed to a higher branch. She emphasized the phrase with sarcasm, and now she forgets her old benefactor. How can you show your faces here and continue to serve in this household? Jiaxi scoffed. Get out, pack your things, and leave my house immediately. The Jia mansion cannot afford to keep useless people who cannot even manage their own sister. Like a bolt from the blue, Jin Wenxiang and his wife were left utterly dumbfounded. Being expelled from the Jia mansion, where could they go, having grown accustomed to living off its bounty? How would they survive? My lord, please show mercy. Have mercy, they cried, tears streaming down their faces, bowing profusely. Yet Jiaxi, consumed by his anger, would not hear them. He waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away flies. The housekeeper, resembling a wolf or tiger, immediately advanced, shoving and dragging the two individuals who were crying and pleading out of the residence. The news spread like wildfire throughout the estate, instilling a sense of dread among the staff, who recognized this as the Master's method of setting an example for others and a retaliation against Wang Cheng and Yuan Yang. Some servants, who had previously entertained thoughts of currying favor with Wang Cheng due to his recent promotion, suddenly abandoned such notions, secretly relieved they had not acted too hastily. Jin Wenxiang and his wife were expelled from the Jia residence, stripped of their possessions, and their overwhelming fear and resentment naturally fell upon Yuan Yang. The couple staggered along, inquiring until they arrived at Wang Cheng's small courtyard in the west of the city. At that moment, Wang Cheng had yet to return. The only ones at home were Yuan Yang, Qingwen, and Wang Zhu's daughter-in-law. Qingwen was engaged in needlework with Yuan Yang, conversing softly, while Wang Zhu's daughter-in-law busied herself in the kitchen. Suddenly, there was a loud banging on the courtyard door, accompanied by Jean Wenxiang's coarse shouts. "Yuan Yang, you wretched girl, come out here." Hearing the voice, Yuan Yang's face went pale, and the needlework slipped from her hands. She recognized her brother and sister-in-law's voices and guessed their intentions. Qingwen, with her brows furrowed in anger, put down her embroidery frame. Who dares to act so recklessly here? Her fiery temperament could not tolerate such insults. Yuan Yang took a deep breath and rose to open the door. As the door swung open, Jean Wenxiang and his wife barged in, pointing accusatorily at Yuan Yang. "You are a harbinger of doom, a wretched creature. You've ruined a good future for yourself. Now you drag us out as well. Are you satisfied? It's all your fault. You insisted on becoming the concubine of that military man. You've brought disgrace upon our family. Your conscience must have been devoured by dogs." Spittle flew from his sister-in-law's mouth, nearly hitting Yuan Yang's face. Yuan Yang gazed at the contorted faces of her brother and sister-in-law, listening to their piercing reproaches, trembling with indignation, her tears welling up but held back from falling. She had long anticipated this day, yet hearing such vile words from her own kin felt like a knife to her heart. "Brother, sister-in-law, things are not as you think," she attempted to explain. "Not as we think. You simply despise poverty and favor wealth, and you've taken a liking to that official Wang Cheng. You're willing to become a concubine. You've brought shame upon the Jean family." Jean Wenxiang bellowed. "Enough." A crisp and furious rebuke rang out as Qingwen stepped protectively in front of Yuan Yang. Hands on her hips, her pretty face frosty, pointing at Jean Wenxiang and his wife, scolding, "What foolish, muddled creatures are you, coming to someone else's home to create a scene? You were expelled from the estate because of your own incompetence, which earned the master's disdain. What does that have to do with Yuan Yang? Do you expect her to leap into the master's fiery pit just to satisfy you? Is that what you call having a face?" Her words were quick and sharp, like popping beans. "Yuan Yang has escaped from the fire pit and sought a legitimate path. That is her fortune. Wang Cheng is young and accomplished. How does he compare unfavorably to anyone in that estate? Instead of being happy for her and offering support, you come here to demean her. I see you are the ones with blackened hearts, only thinking of your own benefits, completely disregarding your sister's survival. Were you to meddle in our family matters?" Jean Wenxiang's wife was momentarily stunned by the rebuke, her anger flaring in response. "I am your Qingwen," she retorted without hesitation, unable to tolerate such cowardice from them. "If you have the ability, go confront the master. What authority do you have to show off here? If you don't leave, I will chase you out with a broom." Qingwen's fierce spirit surged, her presence commanding. Given her reputation in Yihong courtyard as a formidable young woman, Jean Wenxiang and his wife, mere simple servants, were no match for her. Rendered speechless and flushed with embarrassment, they stood silent. Wang Zhu's daughter-in-law also emerged. Though unable to scold as Qingwen did, she maintained a serious demeanor. "Brother Wenxiang, sister-in-law, this is where you are mistaken. Chenggu and Yuan Yang are now a family. You should speak civilly. What does this ruckus accomplish?" Seeing no advantage in continuing the confrontation, and now being scolded by a young maid, Jean Wenxiang and his wife begrudgingly spat a few harsh words and left in defeat. As the courtyard door closed, the facade of strength Yuan Yang had maintained crumbled, and her tears finally fell freely. Qingwen embraced her shoulders, comforting her. "Sister, do not cry. They are not worth your tears. Let us close the door and live our lives. That is far better." Jiaxi's retaliation did not cease. After dealing with Yuan Yang's brother and sister-in-law, the next target was Wang Zhu. In just a few days, the chief steward, Lida, personally sought out Wang Zhu for a conversation. His tone was polite, yet the content was frigid. "Zhu, you have served in the estate for several years and have been diligent. However, now that your brother Wang Cheng has established his own household and become an official, your continued role in the estate as a buyer of crucial supplies may raise eyebrows. The master wishes for you to take a break for a while, allowing someone else to take over your responsibilities. Your monthly wages will still be issued for a time. We will not let your family go hungry." While this was phrased delicately, it effectively stripped Wang Zhu of his authority and left him sidelined. The role of buyer was lucrative and respectable. Thus, Wang Zhu's standing among the servants of the Jia estate plummeted. A simple man, Wang Zhu had long considered following his brother out, but to be treated in such a manner left him feeling both frustrated and sorrowful. He returned home, squatting on the doorstep, smoking his pipe in silence, his face clouded with worry. What shall we do now? We have lost our position, lamented Wang Zhu's wife, wiping her tears. Enough of that. Wang Zhu interrupted her. Chengge has a bright future. We cannot hinder him. The master holds a grudge against us. Perhaps it is for the best that we are free of duties. We shall wait for Chengge to return. He bore no resentment towards his brother or Yuan Yang, only a sense of coldness towards the Jia estate. Wang Shifeng, having heard of these events, leaned against the calm, stirring the ashes in the stove with a small copper poker, her brows slightly furrowed. Pinger, nearby, spoke softly, "Madam, is the master's conduct not excessive? Wang Cheng is now an official, serving in the city. Such public humiliation may invite criticism." With a disdainful snort, Shifeng replied, "When has our master ever been one to endure humiliation? His concern lies solely with his own reputation." However, she paused, setting down the poker. "You make a valid point. Wang Cheng is indeed a formidable character, and having achieved merit, he may not lack opportunities in the future. To offend him so deeply could bring calamity upon the estate." After a moment of contemplation, Shifeng rose. "Change my attire. I shall go pay my respects to the master and the mistress." Upon reaching Jia Shi's quarters, Shifeng found Lady Xing managing a forced smile upon her arrival. Jia Shi still bore the remnants of his anger. After exchanging pleasantries and sitting down for casual conversation, Shifeng delicately broached the subject. "I have just heard that you expelled Yuan Yang's brother and sister-in-law and dismissed Wang Zhu from his duties." Jia Shi raised an eyebrow. "Do I need your permission to deal with a few servants?" "Oh dear, master, your words are too much for me," Shifeng replied with a smile. "These servants are ignorant and naturally must be disciplined. However, I believe that Wang Cheng is now a court-appointed official serving the city. Such actions, if made public, may lead outsiders to criticize us for being unable to accommodate others and for being harsh towards the families of our subordinates. In these times, the dignity of military officials is still regarded by the court." Lady Xing scoffed. "What military families? Just a concubine. Moreover, a mere 8th-rank official cannot possibly be a threat." Shifeng, dismissive in her heart, maintained her smile. "Madam speaks truly. An 8th-rank official is not significant in our estate. As the saying goes, it is better to offend an elderly gentleman than to belittle a young man in poverty. Wang Cheng, being youthful and having military accomplishments, holds an uncertain future. It is best for us at the mansion to avoid unnecessary complications. In my opinion, a small punishment serves as a great lesson, but if we escalate matters too far, it will only lead to discord." Jia Shi, growing impatient, waved his hand dismissively, asserting that he knows his limits. "A servant who has risen due to our Jia family support cannot possibly rebel against us. You should manage the household affairs while leaving external matters to me." Seeing that Jia Shi was unwilling to heed her advice, Feng Jie, aware of his obstinate nature, chose to refrain from further discussion, exchanging a few idle words before taking her leave. Upon returning to her courtyard, Feng Jie sighed to Pinger, lamenting that he is truly blinded by folly, seeking only momentary satisfaction. "Let us observe for now. I do not believe that Wang Cheng is the type to easily accept defeat. This conflict, I fear, has taken root." In the small courtyard to the west of the city, an oppressive atmosphere lingered. The grievances from the brothers and sisters-in-law and Wang Zhu's demotion cast a shadow over this newly formed household. Qingwen, unable to contain her feelings, spoke out against Jia Shi's ignorance and Lady Xing's harshness, continuously criticizing them. Meanwhile, Yuan Yang silently swallowed her grievances, tending diligently to their humble yet cherished home. Occasionally, her gaze drifted toward the city gate, betraying her inner worries and hopes. Wang Zhu's wife, forcing a brave face, busied herself with household chores, attempting to comfort her husband. "My dear, do not fret. Chengge possesses talent. When he returns from the city, he will surely find a way." Wang Zhu nodded, sighing, "I know, yet my heart feels heavy with unease." They remain unaware of Wang Cheng's heroic deeds beyond the city walls, where he has gained renown by defeating the enemy's chieftain. At this moment, the Jia family appeared to be two worlds apart. One, the military camp and marketplace, brimming with excitement over impending good news. The other, the deep, rain-soaked mansion, still entangled in old customs and grievances. Yuan Yang polished the jade bracelet gifted by grandmother Jia, its cold touch momentarily calming her tumultuous thoughts. She held on to the promise Wang Cheng made before leaving. Now, all the injustices and hardships seemed to await resolution through the return of that man. In the Purple Chariot Hall, the previously oppressive atmosphere was shattered by the arrival of unexpected good news. The fragrant smoke rising from the golden crane incense burner no longer felt like a harbinger of gloom, but rather carried a hint of exhilaration. On the dragon throne, the weary and haggard Song Qinzong, who had been visibly distressed in recent days, now leaned forward slightly, gripping the urgent military report presented by the Privy Council with white-knuckled intensity. The enemy chieftain, Wu Zhuqi, had been slain in battle? Facing the enemy single-handedly, he had triumphed? The emperor's voice trembled with disbelief, yet it resonated with the joy of a long-awaited reprieve. Excellent. What a remarkable Wang Cheng. Truly my Xue Baochai. He scrutinized every word of the battle report, as if to confirm that this was not a fleeting dream. Indeed, your majesty, Li Gang, the privy councillor, replied in a booming voice, his face radiating with vitality. After days of perseverance under pressure, they finally witnessed a genuine breakthrough. General Zhang Shai's report detailed that thousands of soldiers had witnessed the event firsthand. The chieftain Wu Zhuqi was known for his ferocity among the invading Jin forces. Yet, Wang Cheng, a newly promoted officer, displayed extraordinary bravery, defeating the strong with sheer courage and decisively vanquishing the enemy. The Jin forces retreated 10 miles. And our army's morale soared, your majesty, defeating the strong with the weak. I see it as a lion battling a rabbit. Song Qinzong laughed heartily, feeling the pent-up frustrations of recent days dissipate with his mirth. To have slain the enemy from 280 paces was already astonishing. Yet now he had defeated a chieftain in battle. Such valor is not characteristic of an ordinary weakling. This is a divine gift of a fierce general to me. A blessing for our great Song. His gaze swept across the court, where many officials displayed joy on their faces, whispering to one another, clearly inspired by this rare victory. However, some, like Zhang Bangchong and other proponents of peace, wore smiles that concealed a hint of shadow in their eyes. Your Majesty, Li Gang urged fervently, the city of Bianliang is under siege, and the people are anxious. We require such heroic deeds to inspire their spirits. Wang Cheng's merit is extraordinary and deserves great rewards and widespread acknowledgement, so that the entire city's military and populace may know of such a tiger general among us. Who shall strike fear into the hearts of the Jin invaders? You speak wisely, Song Qinzong exclaimed, rising abruptly and pacing before the imperial desk, the excitement on his face becoming increasingly evident. In extraordinary times, extraordinary rewards must be given. Just the other day, I promoted him to the position of Pei Rong Deputy Commander. It seems this was indeed an injustice to such talent. A hero of this caliber cannot be confined to the 8th rank. He halted, gazing intently at the Hanlin academician drafting the edict. Draft an edict. Wang Cheng, the 3rd captain of the archers defending Bianliang, Pei Rong Deputy Commander, has shown unparalleled loyalty and courage, with the remarkable achievement of slaying the enemy from afar, and now has defeated the chieftain amidst thousands of soldiers, thereby elevating our national prestige and bolstering our military morale. He is truly a pillar of the state. He shall be promoted to the 6th rank, awarded the title of Zhaowu School Officer, and appointed as the commanding officer of a battalion. Grant him 100 taels of gold, 500 taels of silver, 50 bolts of shoe brocade, 30 jars of imperial wine, a suit of armor, and a precious sword. His achievements shall be proclaimed by the Privy Council, and order shall be disseminated to all troops to inspire the soldiers. Having finished in one breath, Song Qinzong felt an insatiable excitement and added, inform Wang Cheng to work diligently. If he achieves further merit, I will not hesitate to confer upon him the title of Marquis. Upon the issuance of the imperial decree, a subtle stir rippled through the hall. From the 8th rank of Pei Rong Deputy Commander to the 6th rank of Zhaowu School Officer and the title of Garrison General. This was no mere leap of 3 ranks. It was akin to a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate, stepping directly into the ranks of mid-level officers. Moreover, being appointed as the commanding officer of a battalion conferred genuine military power. The rewards were also exceptionally generous, far exceeding usual standards. Yet at this moment, no one dared to voice dissent. The emperor sought exemplars, the army required morale, and this besieged city needed heroes. Wang Cheng had become the perfect symbol of this. Your Majesty is wise. Li Gang was the first to bow, and the other officials followed suit, chanting praises. The imperial decree, accompanied by a battalion of armored guards, swiftly traversed the barricaded streets toward the southern military camp. In the training grounds of the barracks, Wang Cheng, already aware of the news, stood surrounded by Commandant Zhang, now promoted due to his command, and numerous officers and soldiers, eagerly awaiting the decree. The sunlight bathed the training grounds, causing the soldiers' weapons to glimmer, and illuminating Wang Cheng, still clad in the blood-stained leather armor he had yet to change. He stood tall at the forefront, his expression calm, yet his tightly pressed lips and the flicker of light in his eyes betrayed the excitement within. The decree has arrived. Wang Cheng stepped forward to receive it. The eunuch's sharp, high-pitched voice shattered the silence of the training grounds. The incense table had been prepared, and Wang Cheng lifted his robe and knelt, with a sea of soldiers behind him following suit. To you, Zhao School Officer, Garrison General Wang Cheng, who leads the troops with unmatched bravery, defeating the chieftain amidst thousands of foes, your merit is unparalleled. You are hereby promoted to the 6th rank Zhao School Officer, awarded the title of Garrison General, and appointed as the commanding officer of the elite battalion with a reward of 100 taels of gold and 500 taels of silver. This is decreed. I, Wang Cheng, thank your Majesty for your profound grace. Long live the Emperor. Wang Cheng's voice rang steady and powerful as he bowed to accept the decree. As he grasped the heavy, embroidered imperial edict, a surge of warmth coursed through him. General, Zhao School Officer, Garrison General, 6th rank, commanding officer of a battalion. In just a few days, he had risen from an inconspicuous servant of the Jia family, an ordinary archer, to a genuine general. Though merely a mid-level military officer, in this hierarchical age, it represented a pinnacle that countless individuals could only dream of attaining. In tumultuous times, it is indeed the realm of the ambitious. Congratulations to General Wang. Commendations to Commander Wang. As the imperial edict was proclaimed, the parade ground erupted into a fervor. The chorus of congratulations inundated Wang Cheng like a tidal wave. Commander Zhang vigorously patted Wang Cheng on the shoulder, his face alight with satisfaction and nostalgia. Well done. My boy, I knew you were no ordinary fish in a pond. Soar to great heights. Henceforth, this Rue Jian camp shall be entrusted to you. Lead the troops well and vanquish the golden dogs. Officers of all ranks gathered around, their faces radiating smiles of sincerity or envy. Those veterans who once harbored doubts now gazed upon him with awe and admiration. Strength and merit are the sole passports of a soldier. General Wang, in the days to come, may you extend your guidance. Commander, I am willing to offer my humble service. Wang Cheng reciprocated with respectful salutes, his demeanor neither overly enthusiastic nor arrogant. He understood that countless eyes were upon him at this moment. The more triumphant one feels, the more composed one must remain. The rewards of gold, silver, and brocade were presented, shimmering under the sun and drawing envious gazes. The gleaming Ming armor and a beautifully adorned sword were the coveted rewards of every warrior's dream. As Wang Cheng caressed the cool armor plates and the intricate patterns of the scabbard, his heart swelled with pride. He instructed his personal guards, temporarily assigned by Commander Zhang, to meticulously catalog the majority of the rewards for safekeeping in the camp treasury, retaining only a small portion of silver and a few bolts of brocade to send back to the modest yet warm courtyard in the west of the city later. That night, the Rue Jian camp, expanded from the former archery regiment, hosted a grand celebration feast. As the newly appointed commander, Wang Cheng was undoubtedly the star of the evening. Bowls of wine were drained, and congratulatory words flowed freely. His capacity for alcohol was already commendable, and with his formidable physique, he remained clear-headed despite indulging. During a lull in the festivities, he stepped outside the barracks, gazing at the distant flickering lights of Bianliang City, one of which perhaps emanated from that humble yet welcoming courtyard in the west of the city. The general had finally attained sufficient status and power to protect those he cherished and to carve out a place for himself amidst the chaos. The emperor's generous rewards, the congratulations of his peers, and the soldiers' reverence were all built upon the foundation of his military accomplishments. With the Jin forces still looming, even more brutal battles awaited. This newly minted General Wang trod upon a staircase forged from blood and fire. One misstep could plunge him into an abyss. Yet at this moment, confidence filled his heart. The chaotic era had arrived, and a general's fame must be stained with the blood of enemies. He raised his wine bowl, addressing his subordinates with a clear and resonant voice. Ladies and gentlemen, today's rewards are bestowed by the grace of His Majesty, and they are earned by our lives and efforts. I, Wang Cheng, unworthy as I am honored by His Majesty's trust and your kindness, temporarily leading this camp. In the future, may we share life and death together, slaying the Jin thieves and safeguarding Bianliang. Cheers! A resounding chorus of cheers echoed back, accompanied by a thunderous roar akin to the crashing waves of the sea, and countless eyes ignited with ambition and fervor. The new commander of the Rue Jian camp, Wang Cheng, had officially stepped onto the historical stage of the Bianliang defense. His renown, buoyed by such a remarkable promotion, soared through the city like a bird in flight, destined to reach the Rongguo mansion, which still lingered in the shadows of bygone dreams. Chapter 15. The slap in the face came too swiftly within Bianliang City. The lingering gloom and fear of recent days appeared to be momentarily dispelled by a sudden gust of wind. The tale of Wang Cheng's defeat of the Jin army's formidable commander, Wu Shuji, spread like wildfire in the military and swiftly took flight into the streets, becoming the most talked-about legend among the beleaguered citizens of the isolated city. Did you hear? That General Wang from the South City is the archer who shot down the Golden Dog a few days ago. Yesterday, he ventured out alone and challenged that fearsome commander at the Jin front, and with a single strike, he felled him. In the tea house, despite the lack of business, it was filled with people eager for news and exchanging intelligence. A tall, thin tea drinker animatedly recounted the events as if he had witnessed them firsthand. Not only that, a nearby plump merchant chimed in, lowering his voice, but unable to conceal his excitement. My brother-in-law is on duty atop the city walls, and he saw it all. He said that Jin Commander Wu Shuji is a giant, towering a whole 10 feet, with a waist as wide as 10 spans, wielding a sword as large as a door panel, roaring like thunder. But our General Wang remained unfazed, initially feigning weakness. Then, as the Jin dog grew complacent, he struck with the force of a dragon, and in just a few exchanges, pierced his throat with a single thrust, sending that towering Jin commander crashing to the ground. The Jin soldiers were so terrified, they fled 10 miles. With each retelling, the details grew richer and more exaggerated, and Wang Cheng's image transformed into that of a divine hero. The storytellers in the taverns seized upon this splendid material, embellishing the tale of General Wang's single-handed defeat of the enemy commander, enthralling the audience and eliciting cheers, with coins raining down into their collection plates. Bravo! Well done! With such a fierce general, how can we fear the Jin army's onslaught? May heaven bless the Song Dynasty. Bianliang shall be saved. On the streets, the citizens wore smiles that had long been absent, and their posture seemed to straighten a little. Although the threat outside the city had not been fully alleviated, Wang Cheng's victory acted as a tonic, invigorating this city teetering on the brink of despair. The stifling atmosphere began to loosen, and a blend of pride, anticipation, and a hint of relief spread throughout. The cries of street vendors grew louder. Children resumed their playful antics in the alleys, and some even began to contemplate how to rebuild their lives once the Jin army retreated. Wang Cheng's name had become a symbol of confidence and hope within the besieged city. This wind, naturally, swept into the grand estates, and the servants of the Jia family, being the most informed, had already brought news from the outside world into the mansion. Oh my, this is remarkable, absolutely remarkable. A group of young servants gathered in a corner, their faces flushed with excitement. Have you heard? That man from the West City is Wang Cheng, who used to be a servant in our household. No, now he is General Wang. He has defeated a major Jin commander outside the city. His Majesty is overjoyed and has directly appointed him as a 6th rank Zhao Shaowei, a general of guerrilla warfare. He is truly a commanding officer now. My heavens! A 6th rank official? Just a few days' time? The crowd gasped in astonishment. Indeed, it is truly like a carp leaping over the dragon gate. To slay a commander on the battlefield is an immense achievement. This makes things interesting. Our master just recently dismissed his sister-in-law and even removed Wang Zhu's post. As these words were spoken, The group fell silent, exchanging meaningful glances. A mix of awe at Wang Cheng's rise and concern over the potential repercussions of Xi's actions, alongside a flicker of anticipation for the unfolding drama. The news spread to the inner courtyard, igniting a flurry of chatter among the maids and matrons. Have you heard? That Wang Cheng, who was once the beloved of Yuan Yang, has become a general. The young maids clustered together, chattering excitedly. Oh my, a general's wife. Sister Yuan Yang has turned misfortune into fortune. What do you mean by turning misfortune into fortune? She had the foresight. The master forced her into such a corner. She would rather die than yield. And wasn't she waiting for this day? Exactly. This is far better than remaining in the mansion, serving the master like a little insect. She is now a legitimate official's wife. Stop talking, lest the people in the upper rooms overhear. A cautious matron interjected, though her tone was laced with admiration and envy. Inside, Wang Shifeng was poring over account books when Ping'er hurried in, her face alight with barely contained astonishment, and she recounted the news from the outside world in detail. Feng Jie paused her pen, raising her gaze, her phoenix eyes glimmering with brilliance. Oh, slaying the enemy chief? 6th grade Zhao Wuxiaowei, guerrilla general? She slowly set down her pen, a smile that was neither fully a smile nor a frown playing at her lips. What a remarkable discovery. It seems even my keen eyes can misjudge at times. I had merely thought him a man of strength and quick wit. Yet he turns out to be a true dragon. Rising from her seat, she paced the room, anticipating the unfolding drama. Our esteemed lord must be resembling a dye shop at this very moment, with the tone of her voice dripping with unabashed mockery and a hint of schadenfreude. Ping'er softly remarked, "Grandmother, although we did not overtly assist him, we did not make things difficult for him either. We even sent Wang Zhu's daughter-in-law to lend a hand, which could be considered a good deed." Feng Jie nodded. That move was indeed astute. The momentum of Wang Cheng's rise seems unstoppable. In the future, we may find ourselves relying on him. Her mind raced, already plotting how to leverage this tenuous yet beneficial relationship. In stark contrast to Feng Jie's calculated demeanor, the atmosphere in Jiaxi's residence was quite different. Jiaxi sat in a grand chair, his face ashen, his chest heaving violently. In a fit of rage, he slammed his teacup to the ground, shattering it into pieces. Scalding tea splattered everywhere, even hitting the skirt of the standing Lady Xing, who shuddered in fright. How dare he? How dare he? Jiaxi spat through clenched teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. The news of Wang Cheng's achievement struck him like a resounding slap, burning with humiliation. Just after he had retaliated against Wang's family, Wang had established a monumental feat, rising in rank to become a court official, someone he could no longer easily humiliate. The contrast and sense of defeat nearly made him choke with rage. Lady Xing, pale as a ghost, timidly interjected, "My lord, do not be angry. He is merely a 6th-grade military official, lucky to have achieved some merit. He is still insignificant before our family's stature." "You understand nothing." Jiaxi interrupted her violently. A 6th-grade military official may be insignificant, but this achievement was on the battlefield, praised by the emperor himself, and published in the official gazette. The entire city now knows Wang Cheng as a hero. What do you think our previous actions appear as to others? Jealousy of talent? Malice towards military families? Where does that leave my dignity? His anger escalated, and he slammed the table again. "All of this is your fault. If it weren't for you," Lady Xing, on the verge of tears, dared not retort. Within the household, currents of tension flowed, with some rejoicing while others despaired. Meanwhile, in the west courtyard, the true eye of the storm was enveloped in an immense, almost surreal joy. The news had been brought back by Wang Zhu. Previously dejected due to his demotion, he now burst into the courtyard, exhilaration rendering him almost speechless. "Sister-in-law, Qingwen, tremendous news. Cheng Gu'er has achieved great merit. He has slain the Jin army's commander. The emperor has appointed him as Zhao Wuxiaowei, guerrilla general, a true 6th-grade official. He commands an entire battalion, gifted with countless treasures." He waved his arms, his face flushed, as if this honor belonged to him. The courtyard fell silent. Yuan Yang, who was hanging laundry, let go of her wet garments, which fell back into the basin with a splash. Yet she remained oblivious, staring at Wang Zhu with astonished eyes, her lips quivering, her eyes brimming with tears. It was not sorrow, but overwhelming joy, relief, and the release of pent-up emotions. She had worried day and night, fearing the worst news. Yet here was a stunning revelation. The general had truly succeeded. Qingwen was momentarily stunned, then leaped into the air, clapping her hands in delight. Wonderful, wonderful. I knew Qinggu was the greatest. What commanders? They are nothing but mere dogs before him. Let us see if those black-hearted villains dare to bully us again. She spun around in the courtyard, her joy surpassing even that of receiving accolades. Wang Zhu's daughter-in-law wept tears of joy, wiping her eyes with her apron. Amitabha, may the Bodhisattva bless us. Qinggu has truly succeeded. Our family has finally emerged from the shadows. She grasped Yuan Yang's hand, exclaiming, Sister, your suffering has finally paid off. You are now the wife of an official. The small courtyard brimmed with this overwhelming joy, sweeping away the grievances, oppression, and worries of recent days in an instant. Qingwen eagerly began a plan. When Qinggu returns, we must celebrate properly. This courtyard needs tidying up. After all, it is the general's residence, and we must carefully store the rewards. Listening to her, Yuan Yang finally broke into a bright, relieved smile, embodying the comfort and happiness that comes from having a solid support and a hopeful future. She gently caressed the jade bracelet on her wrist, silently murmuring, Old madam, do you see? He is truly remarkable. When Wang Cheng rode back to the west courtyard, accompanied by a group of loyal soldiers and bearing some of the rewards, he was met with a scene of unrestrained joy. The courtyard door stood open. Wang Zhu eagerly approached him, his sister-in-law wiping her tears while smiling. And Qingwen leapt out like a jubilant bird. Yuan Yang stood at the doorway, clad in a slightly worn green dress, with reddened eyes, but a radiant smile that was the epitome of warmth as she gazed at him. Dismounting from his horse, Wang Cheng tossed the reins to a soldier and strode forward. Despite the dust and faint scent of blood from the battlefield clinging to him, his eyes were sharp, and his posture erect, exuding a commanding presence that felt renewed. He nodded at Wang Zhu. Brother, I have returned. Then, his gaze fell upon Yuan Yang and Qingwen. Qinggu, Qingwen called out, her voice bright and lively. Yuan Yang performed a graceful bow, and before she could fully kneel, Wang Cheng reached out to support her. Is everyone well at home? He asked, his voice deep and gentle. Yuan Yang lifted her head, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, yet resolutely nodded. Yes, everything is well at home, as long as you are safe. A world of unspoken sentiments lay within that simple question. Wang Cheng held her hand, casting his gaze around a modest yet warm courtyard, taking in the joyful and hopeful faces of his family, feeling a profound sense of peace. This time, through his extraordinary military accomplishments, he had decisively countered those who had belittled him and harmed his loved ones, creating a truly stable haven for this newly formed family in times of turmoil. Chapter 16. Xue Baochai's self-inflicted humiliation. The waning moon hung like a hook, and the cold stars twinkled in the winter night of Bianliang City, which remained harsh. Yet, in Wang Cheng's small courtyard in the west, an unprecedented warmth and clamor filled the air. Inside the main room, the charcoal fire crackled merrily, casting a rosy glow on everyone's faces. The table was a mess, with a plump chicken reduced to bones, and a jar of imperial wine nearly emptied. Wang Zhu, flushed with drink, raised his voice higher than usual, animatedly recounting the details of how his brother had dispatched the Jin commander. Though he had retold the story 3 or 4 times, each retelling grew more embellished and thrilling. You should have seen it. My brother Cheng, he was so steady. That golden dog charged at him, its hooves kicking up dust like a towering black tower. But our Qinggu stood firm, waiting until it was close, then bam, the spear shot out like a dragon, swift as lightning. You could hear the sound of it piercing through the air. Wang Zhu mimicked the action with his chopsticks, as if wielding a deadly spear. Wang Cheng sat at the head of the table, a hint of a resigned yet indulgent smile gracing his lips. He spoke little, occasionally offering a delectable dish to the Yuan Yang beside him. Though he had attained the esteemed rank of general, his demeanor softened considerably in the presence of family, revealing only the relaxed warmth that accompanied his return from battle. Qingwen's face shone with delight as she savored her food, her bright eyes sparkling with joy as she clapped her hands and busied herself with pouring wine and serving dishes to Wang Zhu's daughter-in-law, exuding the liveliness of a little swallow flitting through the banquet. Wang Zhu's daughter-in-law, while listening, wiped away tears of happiness. feeling that all the grievances she had endured in the past were now worth it, as she basked in the lively atmosphere surrounding her. Yuan Yang, seated beside Wang Cheng, mostly listened quietly, her lips curling into a gentle smile. As she observed her spirited husband and joyful family, her heart brimmed with a profound and steady happiness. Yet occasionally, when Wang Zhu recounted a thrilling tale, she would instinctively tighten her grip on Wang Cheng's hand beneath the table, as if fearing that this happiness might evaporate like a fleeting dream. Sensing her grip, Wang Cheng responded by gently squeezing her hand, offering her a reassuring glance. After a hearty meal, Wang Zhu, now thoroughly intoxicated, was assisted by his wife and Qingwen, still mumbling about his brother being a general, as he stumbled off to rest. Qingwen swiftly tidied up the dishes, humming an off-key melody, her face radiating with pride. Despite having consumed a fair amount of wine, Wang Cheng's gaze remained sharp. He turned to Yuan Yang, whose cheeks were flushed and eyes sparkling, and suddenly rose to scoop her into his arms amidst her surprised exclamation. "What are you doing?" Yuan Yang gasped, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck, her face instantly blooming with a deep crimson extending to the roots of her ears. Embarrassed, she buried her face in his solid chest, feeling the steady heartbeat and warmth emanating from within, rendering her body weak. "What am I doing?" "Naturally, I am taking you to rest." Wang Cheng laughed heartily, striding confidently towards their bedroom, showing no signs of inebriation. "Let me down. What will people think?" Yuan Yang squeaked. Flustered and anxious, her peripheral vision catching Qingwen stifling a giggle as she continued cleaning, further deepening her embarrassment. "Let them look. I am merely carrying my own wife. And that is perfectly justified. Who dares to gossip?" Wang Cheng declared, his laughter echoing clearly in the tranquil courtyard. Leaning closer, he whispered into Yuan Yang's ear, his breath warm with the scent of alcohol. "These days have been hard for you, and I've missed you dearly." His masculine whisper caressed Yuan Yang's heart like a feather, causing all her resistance to vanish in an instant. The tension in her body melted away as she surrendered to his embrace. Traversing the small courtyard and stepping into the modest yet warm and enchanting bedroom, the door closed behind them, shutting out the chill and all distractions. The flickering red candlelight cast their intertwined shadows upon the wall. That night, as the spring breeze wafted through, Yuan Yang initially felt shy and restrained. But under Wang Cheng's gentle yet commanding guidance, she gradually surrendered to the overwhelming joy and bliss of their intimate union. Outside, the cold wind continued to blow, yet inside, warmth enveloped them, a boundless springtime radiating within. On the following morning, Wang Cheng rose with a fresh mind and invigorating spirit, practicing his martial arts in the courtyard, while his trusted soldiers awaited his commands. His status had changed, and although he no longer needed to report to the barracks daily, the demands of military affairs still required his attention. Yuan Yang awoke a bit later, and as she adorned herself before the mirror, she admired her spring-touched complexion. Reflecting on the previous night, her cheeks flushing with warmth, her heart sweetened like honey. That very morning, the news of Wang Cheng being appointed as general, having slain the enemy chief, spread through the Jia household like a swift spring gale, reverberating in every corner. The sensation was not merely a stone dropping into a pond, but a thunderclap. The discourse among the servants shifted dramatically. "Goodness! 6th rank, Zhao Xiaowei, a commanding officer with real power. This is akin to ascending to the heavens. He has truly earned his military achievements by slaying the leader of 10,000 men. I heard the emperor himself praised him as Xue Baochai. Ah, Yuan Yang is indeed blessed beyond measure. Who could have anticipated such an outcome after being so pressured by the master back then? Becoming an official wife is 100 times better than serving in the household." Indeed, those who mocked Wang Cheng, claiming he was a toad desiring to eat swan meat, must now feel their faces stung. Such discussions, like fine needles, penetrated the walls of the Hengwu courtyard. Inger, seated in the corridor sewing, listened to the chattering of the young maidservants, nearly pricking her finger multiple times. Her heart felt like a pot of mixed flavors, swirling with regret and a hint of bitterness, leaving only a deep sense of remorse and a tinge of unwillingness. She recalled her initial sense of superiority and disdain when Wang Zhu first proposed, the humiliation she felt when Wang Zhu came to flaunt his engagement, and how, had she merely nodded at that time, even if only as a concubine, she would now be respected as a wife, no longer a servant beholden to others. The stark contrast gnawed at her heart like a parasite. Finally, unable to contain herself, she found an excuse to enter the inner chamber, where Xue Baochai was writing. Her expression seemingly calm, yet the strokes of her brush betrayed a hint of restlessness. "Miss Baochai, did you hear the news?" Wang Cheng truly. Inger spoke, her voice tinged with grievance and a barely perceptible complaint. Xue Baochai set down her brush and met Inger's gaze. Recognizing the redness around her eyes and understanding her unspoken feelings, she too was troubled. Initially, she viewed Wang Cheng as a potential investment, hoping to cultivate a connection through Inger, never anticipating that he would rise so rapidly and brilliantly. Sixth rank Zhao Xiaowei, a commanding officer with real authority, and the honor of slaying enemies on the battlefield far exceeded her initial expectations. "I heard it," Xue Baochai replied steadily, though her fingers curled slightly, indicative of the shifting tides. Who could have foreseen this? She paused, gazing at Inger. "Are you regretting your choices?" Inger lowered her head, her voice a mere whisper. "If only I had." Xue Baochai sighed inwardly. She too felt regret. Had she known of Wang Cheng's current standing, she would not have dismissed the notion of Inger becoming a concubine. Even the thought of marrying him had been forcefully suppressed, though her cheeks flushed at the memory. As a member of the Xue family, a prominent family of merchants, how could she entertain such a notion? Yet times had changed. Now, the Xue family was diminished, and the future of the Jia household remained uncertain, with the Jin soldiers besieging the city. Should she seize the opportunity presented by Wang Cheng's rising military influence, it could serve as a beneficial escape route for both the Xue family and herself. Wang Cheng was a man of courage and strategy, one who valued gratitude, but also harbored a desire for revenge. If she could gain his protection, contemplating this, Xue Baochai's usually composed heart began to stir. After a moment's hesitation, a glimmer of resolve flickered in her eyes. Very well, what is past. Regretting it is futile. Ultimately, we were not decisive enough. She rose and walked to the window, gazing at the snow accumulated in the courtyard. He is currently in a position of great strength. Although we had some misunderstandings in the past, we have never truly become enemies. Perhaps there is still a chance to mend things. Inger's eyes brightened. What does the young lady mean? Xue Baochai turned around, her face now restored to its usual dignified composure. But a glint of sharp determination flickered in her depths. Prepare a generous gift. Tomorrow, I shall personally visit the small courtyard in the west of the city to congratulate General Wang on his promotion. The next noon, after the snow had just cleared, sunlight shone upon the snow, reflecting a blinding radiance. Outside Wang Cheng's small courtyard, two unexpected guests arrived. Xue Baochai was dressed in a honey-colored brocade jacket adorned with gold butterflies, covered by a stone-blue fur cloak, wearing a Zhao Jun cap, and encircled by a pearl necklace, exuding an air of noble elegance. Inger followed closely behind her, holding a delicate brocade box adorned with intertwined lotus patterns, her head bowed. Her expression a mixture of nervousness and anticipation. Qingwen, who opened the door, was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the two, then smirked slightly, but still stepped aside to call inside. "Brother Cheng, Miss Xue and Inger have arrived." Wang Cheng, who was conversing with Yuan Yang in the hall, exchanged a glance with her, both surprised. A faint smile played on Wang Cheng's lips as he patted Yuan Yang's hand, signaling her to remain calm, and then called out, "Please come in." Xue Baochai, accompanied by Inger, gracefully entered the hall, her gaze quickly sweeping across the interior. The furnishings remained modest, yet Wang Cheng, seated at the head, was clad in his usual attire, exuding an unspoken authority that starkly contrasted with his former image as a mere steward of the Jia household. Yuan Yang sat beside him, wearing a light pink cotton jacket, unadorned by makeup, yet radiating tranquility and happiness, even more captivating than during her time at the Jia residence. "Miss Xue, what brings you here today?" "It is truly an honor," Wang Cheng remarked without rising, merely gesturing for them to sit, his tone neutral, devoid of any discernible warmth or displeasure. A slight heaviness is settled in Xue Baochai's heart. Such a demeanor hardly conveyed enthusiasm. Nevertheless, her smile remained gracious as she complied and took a seat, with Inger hastily placing the brocade box on the table. Hearing of General Wang's accomplishments on the battlefield and his well-deserved promotion, Baochai prepared a modest gift to offer her congratulations. Her voice was gentle and well-considered. acknowledging the general's valor and service to the nation, declaring him a model for their generation. "You flatter me, Miss Xue," Wang Cheng replied coolly. "I merely fulfilled my duties and was fortunate to achieve some merit. I cannot compare to Miss Xue's esteemed lineage and vast knowledge." His politeness, however, served to create a deliberate distance with the term Miss Xue. Xue Baochai seemed oblivious to the aloofness in his words and signaled for Inger to open the brocade box, revealing 2 exquisite pieces of aged ginseng and some precious medicinal herbs. This humble gift is but a token of respect, meant to aid the general and his wife in their health. Yuan Yang stood to express her gratitude, instructing Qingwen to accept the gift, saying little more. Noticing Wang Cheng's indifferent reaction, Xue Baochai understood that she could not beat around the bush and lightly cleared her throat to steer the conversation towards its true purpose. Displaying a suitable degree of regret, she turned her gaze to Yuan Yang and then to Wang Cheng. "Speaking of which, the last time, it was your brother, General Wang, who came to propose regarding the matter of Inger. At that time, we acted thoughtlessly. Inger is young and inexperienced, and if her words were in any way disrespectful, I hope the general and his wife can forgive her." Inger appropriately lowered her head, feigning shame, and softly spoke. "I was foolish back then, unable to recognize the general's true heroism. I beg for the general's pardon." Wang Cheng leisurely took a sip of tea, his gaze sweeping over Xue Baochai and Inger with an air of knowing amusement. He set down the cup and suddenly smiled. "That is in the past. Why bring it up again? People strive for higher grounds while water flows to lower places. At that time, I was merely a servant, and it was only natural that Inger would dismiss me." His words were delivered calmly, yet they pierced Inger's heart like a needle, causing her complexion to pale instantly. Xue Baochai hastily interjected. "General, such words are mistaken. It was never a matter of disdain, but rather my failure to consider her feelings. Now that we see the general achieving success, Inger is also aware of her past transgressions. Should the general not mind, she is quite capable and has matured. She could remain by your side to serve you and your wife, which would be her fortune." This statement was quite direct, almost an insinuation of her willingness to let Inger become a concubine, seeking to mend their relationship. Yuan Yang sat silently beside them, her eyes downcast, her handkerchief clenched tightly. Yet she refrained from speaking. She trusted Wang Cheng. Listening to her, Wang Cheng's smile gradually faded. He leaned forward slightly, his gaze intense as he scrutinized Xue Baochai. A look of unmasked appraisal that made even the composed Xue Baochai feel a sense of discomfort and anxiety. "Inge?" Wang Cheng scoffed, shaking his head. "Let her be. She is too clever and has too lofty aspirations. I fear my humble abode cannot accommodate such a grand figure." His words fell like a bucket of cold water, causing Inger to abruptly lift her head, her eyes brimming with tears of humiliation. Xue Baochai's expression shifted as well, taken aback by Wang Cheng's abrupt and merciless rejection. However, Wang Cheng's subsequent words were even more shocking. He fixed his gaze on Xue Baochai, his smirk widening, his tone laced with a nearly cruel mockery. "But, Miss Xue, you are the esteemed daughter of the Xue family, well-educated and virtuous. Should you deign to lower yourself and become a concubine of mine, I would certainly consider it." With a buzzing sensation, Xue Baochai felt as if something had exploded in her mind. She was shaken to her core, her face losing all color in an instant, her usually calm almond eyes now wide with utter shock, indignation, and disbelief. She even doubted her own hearing. You are outrageous." Inger was the first to recover, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on, leaping up, pointing at Wang Cheng with trembling rage. Her voice sharp. "How dare you insult my lady? You are merely a fortunate soldier. My lady is a proper daughter of the Xue family. How dare you suggest she become a concubine? You are nothing but a toad wishing to eat swan meat. You are utterly deluded." Wang Cheng remained unfazed by Inger's furious tirade, leaning back casually, watching the pair of master and servant lose their composure, his expression cold and mocking. Xue Baochai finally emerged from her immense humiliation, her chest heaving violently, biting her lip to suppress a scream. Taking a deep breath, she forced down the tumultuous emotions, her complexion shifting from pale to green, her voice seeping through clenched teeth, laced with unprecedented coldness. "General Wang, I shall remember your words today. Your kindness is beyond the reach of the Xue family. I take my leave." With that, she could not bear to linger any longer, abruptly rising. Her swift motion even knocked over a nearby embroidered stool, but she steadied herself against the table and hurried to depart, her steps somewhat unsteady. Inger glared fiercely at Wang Cheng, and the silent Yuan Yang spat disdainfully and hurried after Xue Baochai. Wang Cheng watched their disheveled, retreating figures, coldly uttering 2 words. No need to see them off. The hall fell silent, only the occasional crackling of the charcoal fire remaining. Yuan Yang approached Wang Cheng, gently grasping his hand, whispering, "Why provoke them so?" Wang Cheng grasped her soft hand in return, drawing her into his embrace. His tone regaining its calm yet tinged with a hint of frost. "They came today, seeking to capitalize on my rise, hoping to regain their investment, or even to control me." Xue Baochai, a woman of profound thought, is exceptionally skilled in weighing and calculating. If I were to act otherwise, she would inevitably cling to me like a leech, impossible to shake off. Having chosen to look down upon others, I must bear the consequences of my self-inflicted humiliation. I am one who bears grudges and remembers kindness. Outside the window, Xue Baochai and her attendants fled the small courtyard in the west of the city, their elegant figures appearing particularly flustered and disheveled against the snowy backdrop. In stark contrast stood the pair within the courtyard, embracing each other, appearing steadfast and warm in the gentle winter sun. Chapter 17. The joy of relocation in the western part of Beauty City. A grand residence of 5 courtyards has quietly changed ownership. The black plaque with golden characters reading General Zhao Wu's mansion shone brilliantly under the sparse winter sunlight. A pair of stone lions stood majestically at the entrance, and the bluestone path led directly inside, exuding an extraordinary grandeur. This mansion was originally the residence of an official who had fallen from grace, purchased by Wang Cheng with a portion of gold and silver awarded for his military achievements. Though not as imposing as the Rongning and Ningguo mansions, it boasted pavilions and terraces, ample enough to match his current status as a 6th-rank Zhao Wu captain and a guerrilla general. On the day of the move, the small courtyard in the city's west was entirely vacated. Wang Zhuer and his wife directed the hired laborers, carefully loading furniture onto the cart, their faces unable to conceal their excitement and pride. "Look, this is the mansion our Cheng Jier deserves to live in." Wang Zhuer rubbed his hands together, standing in the spacious front courtyard of the new residence, gazing at the intricately carved hall, his eyes squinting with joy. "Our ancestors must be smiling down on us." Wang Zhuer's wife was equally elated, stroking the smooth railing of the corridor, exclaiming repeatedly, "Truly magnificent. This courtyard, this house, far surpasses what some of the favored stewards at the manor enjoy." She took Yuan Yang's hand and whispered, "Sister, we've truly endured to come to this point." Yuan Yang, adorned in the lake blue satin coat and skirt that Wang Cheng had procured for her, complemented by a silver sable fur vest and a golden hairpin with emerald embellishments, exuded the dignified elegance of a military wife. As she surveyed the vast mansion, her heart brimmed with mixed emotions. From a helpless maid at the Jia estate to the mistress of the general's mansion, the journey was fraught with bitterness and twists, almost dreamlike. A smile played on her lips, her eyes glistening with tears of relief from past hardships. Qingwen flitted about the new residence like a bird set free, chirping excitedly. "This would make a splendid study. That corner would be perfect for a screen. Sanjie, let us plant some flowers in the courtyard and keep a few koi. It will be delightful." Her vivacious spirit had already led her to consider herself a part of this household, eagerly planning for the future. Wang Cheng, observing the joy on his family's faces, allowed a gentle smile to break through his usually stern demeanor. He wrapped an arm around Yuan Yang's shoulders and softly declared, "From now on, this will be our home. You shall no longer have to endure the judgments of others or suffer even a modicum of grievance." Yuan Yang nestled against him, softly responding with a hum, her heart filled with an overwhelming sense of stability and happiness. The housewarming banquet was set for noon, with carriages and horses crowding the entrance of the Zhao Wu general's mansion. Wang Cheng had become a hot topic in Beauty City, a valiant general famed for slaying enemy leaders, and guests arrived in droves to offer their congratulations. His fellow military officers, including Commander Zhang and various battalion leaders, made up a significant portion of the attendees. Some civil officials, previously critical of military men, either due to the shifting political landscape or a desire to forge amicable ties, sent gifts to express their goodwill. Inside the main hall, the flower hall, and even the corridors, banquet tables were laid out. Plates and cups were arranged beautifully, with exquisite delicacies adorning the tables, and the aroma of imperial wine filled the air. The hearty laughter of the soldiers mingled with the restrained pleasantries of the civil officials, creating an atmosphere of extraordinary festivity. Dressed in the uniform of a sixth-rank Zhao Wu captain, with a royal dagger at his side, Wang Cheng moved among the guests with poise, engaging in conversation with grace. His demeanor was neither overly familiar nor lacking in decorum, commanding respect despite his youthful beginnings. General Wang, congratulations on your new residence. May your future be filled with prosperity. Thank you for your kind words. Please raise your glasses and drink to that. Brother Wang, this mansion is truly grand. I must strive harder to secure a larger one for myself. Brother Zhang, you flatter me. It is all due to His Majesty's grace and the soldiers' dedication. Amidst the lively celebrations, the doorman called out, Lord Lian from the Rongwa Mansion and Lady Lian have arrived. Lord Rong from the Ningwa Mansion is here. The festive atmosphere momentarily hushed as many eyes turned towards the entrance. Entering with cheerful expressions were Jia Lian, Wang Shifeng, and Jia Rong, accompanied by several attendants carrying gift boxes. Today, Zhao Yin was particularly well-dressed in a deep blue robe adorned with dark purple patterns. Draped with a fox fur cloak, his face adorned with a perfectly measured smile. Wang Shifeng dazzled in a bright red gown embellished with gold and intricate silks. Paired with a gray fur cloak, her striking features and vibrant appearance captivating those present. Jia Rong followed closely, also clad in fine attire, his demeanor respectful. General Wang, congratulations. For your housewarming, I bring this humble gift as a token of my esteem. Jiao Yin interjected, clasping his hands in greeting, his tone amiable yet not overly sycophantic. Wang Shifeng's phoenix eyes swiftly scanned the hall, taking in the lavish decorations and the multitude of guests. Internally astonished by Wang Cheng's rapid rise, she maintained a radiant smile, exclaiming, "Oh, what a truly splendid general's mansion. Our matriarch is delighted to hear of your relocation, declaring that a hero ought to have such a presence. Were it not for my current health, I would have come to congratulate you in person myself." Her words were artfully crafted, both elevating Wang Cheng and subtly indicating the Jia family stance. Wang Cheng remained composed, bowing in return, Lord Lian, Lady Lian, and young Master Rong. "Thank you for your kindness. Please take your seats." His demeanor remained neither overly warm nor cold, refraining from showing excessive enthusiasm for the Jia family's visit. Nor did he allow past grievances to create awkwardness. Jiao Yin and Wang Shifeng, along with Jia Rong, were escorted to the seats of honor. After a few cups of wine, Jiao Yin, observing Wang Cheng's expression, seized an opportunity in the conversation to lean in closer and lower his voice. "General Wang, in the past, my father, due to his age, has sometimes acted stubbornly. I hope you will forgive the offenses towards you and Yuan Yang. I extend my apologies on behalf of my father." As he spoke, he genuinely raised his wine cup, adopting a humble posture. Wang Shifeng chimed in cheerfully indeed. "One cannot write two characters for Jia. After all, we share an old bond. Now that the general's future is so bright, why should we dwell on past grievances? It is best for us to maintain good relations moving forward." Wang Cheng held his wine cup, his fingertips gently tracing the rim, his gaze deep and inscrutable. He neither accepted the apology nor dismissed it outright, simply stating, "Today, we celebrate the joy of relocation. Let us not dwell on the past." With that, he raised his cup and drank it down in one go. Jiao Yin and Wang Shifeng exchanged glances, uncertain but daring not to pursue the matter further. They merely smiled awkwardly and drank their wine. They understood that Wang Cheng's attitude clearly indicated that past grievances had not been forgotten. This matter was evidently not so easily settled. As the banquet reached its peak, the ladies gathered in the back hall, with Yuan Yang and Qingwen serving them. Compared to the bustling front courtyard, this area was somewhat quieter, yet filled with the wives of various officials. While they were curious about Yuan Yang, the newly appointed general's wife, they maintained an outward air of politeness. Yuan Yang displayed poise in her demeanor and composure in her responses. Although she was newly entrusted with household responsibilities, she managed everything with remarkable orderliness. Qingwen, by her side, assisted adeptly, ensuring that no mistakes occurred. Just as Yuan Yang began to feel a sense of relief while exchanging pleasantries with the wife of a deputy general, A maid entered to report. "Madam, there are two individuals outside claiming to be your brother and sister-in-law, here to offer their congratulations." The smile on Yuan Yang's face faltered slightly, and her grip on the handkerchief tightened. She knew all too well who had arrived, since they were scolded by Qingwen and left that day. Her brother and sister-in-law had not visited again, but upon hearing of Wang Cheng's promotion and relocation, they could not resist coming. Taking a deep breath, she excused herself from the deputy general's wife and walked to the corridor. There, she saw Jin Wenxiang and his wife, dressed in slightly worn garments, holding a few packages of seemingly inexpensive snacks, standing awkwardly in the courtyard, out of place amidst the grandeur of the estate. Upon seeing Yuan Yang emerge, their eyes brightened, and they quickly put on an excessively flattering smile, hastening toward her. "Sister, congratulations. This grand residence truly resembles a celestial palace." Jin Wenxiang rubbed his hands together, bowing and nodding, his tone infused with unprecedented warmth and humility. His wife stepped forward, attempting to grasp Yuan Yang's hand, only to be subtly evaded by Yuan Yang, who remained unfazed. She smiled and said, "Dear sister, you are now indeed a distinguished general's wife. We are genuinely happy for you." In a moment of false humility, she raised her hand as if to slap herself for their previous transgressions. Observing the disingenuous flattery of her relatives, Yuan Yang felt a tumult of emotions within her. There was a sense of vindication, remembering how they had once scorned her and treated her as a pariah. Yet, overshadowing, there was an indescribable sorrow and chill in her heart. Blood ties, once sacred, had become indistinct in the face of self-interest. "Brother, sister, since you are here, please come in for a drink," Yuan Yang said in a neutral tone, devoid of any discernible emotion. "Ah, yes. Thank you, sister." Jin Wenxiang and his wife responded with fervor, following the maid inside while continually glancing around in awe. Their cautious admiration, tinged with greed, drew some disdainful glances from other guests. Wang Cheng, in the main hall, learned of Jin Wenxiang and his wife's arrival. He merely furrowed his brow slightly, choosing not to comment further. During the banquet, Jin Wenxiang, mustering his courage, approached to toast, ingratiatingly saying, "General's brother-in-law, I toast to your prosperous official career." Wang Cheng's gaze lingered on his face for a moment, calm, yet imbued with an unspoken pressure that left Jin Wenxiang choking on his flattery. Wang Cheng simply lifted his cup, touched it to his lips, and turned to converse with Zhang Duji, his demeanor cold and distant, no different from how he treated other guests. Jin Wenxiang felt the sting of rejection, his face flushing with embarrassment, yet he dared not show dissatisfaction, retreating awkwardly, filled with regret and frustration. Yuan Yang observed this from a distance, understanding Wang Cheng's stance. He was supporting her, signaling that he would not recognize relatives who sought to ingratiate themselves at critical moments. She sighed softly, her complex feelings gradually settling. So be it. The paths we choose are our own. Since her brother and sister-in-law had chosen to be so callous, they could not expect to rely on blood ties for advantage now. Allowing them to enter for a drink was already a final concession. The banquet continued until evening before dispersing. After bidding farewell to the last guest, the grand residence of the general gradually quieted. The fading sunlight bathed the newly constructed pavilions and buildings in a warm golden hue. Wang Cheng held Yuan Yang's hand as they strolled through their courtyard. Qingwen and Wang Zhu were still excitedly counting the congratulatory gifts, chattering incessantly. "You must be tired today," Wang Cheng said, glancing down at Yuan Yang. She shook her head, leaning against him, gazing at the festive lanterns hanging in the corridor, and softly replied, "Not tired. It just feels like a dream." Wang Cheng tightened his grip on her hand, his voice steady and resolute. "It is not a dream. From now on, it will only get better." He looked up toward the dimming horizon, where the walls of Bianliang City remained besieged by the Jin soldiers. His gaze was sharp and unwavering. In these tumultuous times, he had earned this place of refuge and dignity through military accomplishments. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The road ahead was long, and the storms might be fiercer. But he possessed the confidence and capability to protect this family and inscribe his own chapter in this grand era. The grievances of the Jia family and the opportunism of his relatives were but trivial footnotes in this new journey. Chapter 18. Returning to the Jia residence the following morning. The rare warmth of winter sunlight pierced through the thin clouds, illuminating the newly painted vermilion gate of the Zhao Wu general's residence. Wang Cheng donned a stone blue silk robe, layered with a dark fox fur cloak, a jade belt cinching his waist. He bore no official weapons, accompanied only by 4 personal guards carrying 2 heavy crimson gift boxes as he made his way through the streets toward the Rongwu mansion. Now a prominent figure in Bianliang City, his every move drew attention. Despite his unassuming appearance, he exuded an aura of authority that commanded respect. The common folk recognized him, stopping to gaze in admiration and curiosity. Upon reaching the western corner gate of the Rongwu mansion, he encountered Xing, a trusted servant of Jiao Yan. On duty that day, from afar, Xing spotted Wang Cheng's party approaching and rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Once certain of their identity, a smile of nearly obsequious delight spread across his face as he hurriedly ran to greet them. Bowing deeply, his voice elevated by several degrees. "I greet General Wang. Your visit today truly brings great honor to our humble abode. Please come in, please come in." As he spoke, he eagerly led the way, discreetly signaling another servant behind him, who promptly dashed inside to announce their arrival. Wang Cheng nodded slightly, his expression calm as he stepped over the threshold that he once had to bow to enter. Familiar with the paths within, he found that his mindset and status now stood in stark contrast to that of the humble servant he once was. News spread like wildfire through the Rongwu mansion. "Have you heard? Wang Cheng." "No, General Wang is here." "Which General Wang?" "Oh, who else could it be? It's the Wang Cheng who once served in our household. Now he is the Zhao Wu general, personally appointed by the emperor. He is actually back." "Indeed, he has headed for the Rongqing Hall. Dressed so splendidly and exuding such authority. He seems like a different person. Let us go take a look." The servants, particularly the maids, could hardly contain their curiosity. Finding various excuses to linger in the corridors or peek around corners, eager to catch a glimpse of this legendary figure. Wang Cheng walked steadily, his stature upright. The once slender frame now appeared robust and strong, his features sharpened by military life, with a piercing gaze that conveyed authority. Though dressed modestly, his presence was more commanding than that of the privileged gentleman in the mansion. Indeed, it's true that one's appearance can be transformed. Who would dare claim he was once a servant of our household? What stature? That is a man who carved his place through battle. Have you not heard? He has slain countless Jin soldiers. Behold the commanding demeanor as he strides forth, exuding an air of confidence that stirs my heart with a palpable thrill. Yuan Yang is indeed a splendid creation of fate. That resolute decision from the past has truly propelled her into such a promising future. Hush, speak softly. We must be cautious lest our words reach the ears of those above. The murmurs, like the buzzing of mosquitoes, fill the corners with astonishment, envy, reverence, and introspection. A tapestry of emotions interwoven. Wang Cheng, seemingly oblivious, maintains a steadfast gaze, only faltering momentarily as he passes the familiar vicinity of Yuan, pausing just briefly, his eyes glancing over the moon gate before resuming his course directly toward Ronkingtang, the chamber of Jiamu. Inside Ronkingtang, a warm fragrance envelopes the air. Jiamu, already aware of the news, sits poised upon the central Luohan couch. She is adorned in a russet-hued, intricately woven silk jacket, crowned with a Zhaojun cap embedded with emeralds. Her expression appears serene, yet her fingers gently twist a string of sandalwood prayer beads. Jiazheng and Wang Furen occupy the chairs to her left. Jiazheng's countenance is somewhat complex, his fingers unconsciously drumming against his knee. Wang Furen, with lowered eyelids, fiddles with the prayer beads on her wrist. Lost in her own thoughts, Wang Shifeng and Zhao Yin stand beside Jiamu's couch. Shifeng's phoenix eyes gleam with brilliance, her lips curling into a barely perceptible smile, clearly engaged in rapid calculations. Zhao Yin appears somewhat restless, frequently glancing toward the doorway. The most uncomfortable of all is Jia She, seated at the rightmost position. His face is clouded, clutching a snuff bottle, yet forgetting to indulge in its fragrance, feeling an unsettling pressure in his chest. Xing Furen, seated beside him, dares not exhale, her gaze evasive. The room is filled with masters and notable maids. Though no one speaks loudly, a subtle, expectant silence pervades. Even the usually boisterous Baoyu has been instructed by Wang Furen to remain in Yuan today, absent from this gathering. The tranquility is abruptly disrupted by a clear announcement from a young maid outside, heralding the arrival of General Wang, the commander of Zhao Wu. The curtain is drawn aside, and Wang Cheng strides into the chamber. His already imposing figure appears even more majestic as he straightens his back, exuding a regal presence. His gaze sweeps across the room, and he first pays his respects, bowing toward Jiamu with clasped fists. I am Wang Cheng, here to greet the esteemed matriarch. His voice is resonant, neither servile nor arrogant. Please, no need for such formalities. General Wang is now a pillar of the court, deserving of our respect, Jiamu responds, her face lighting up with a warm smile, raising her hand in a gentle gesture to indicate him to take a seat. A clever maid has already brought forth a Zetan armchair, positioned notably close to Jiajing. Wang Cheng expresses his gratitude and sits down with ease, his demeanor composed. Prepare tea for the general, Jiamu instructs, smiling as she adds, this is the pre-rain Longjing tea awarded from the palace. I hope you find it delightful. Wang Cheng graciously accepts the exquisite porcelain cup presented by the maid, thanks her, lifts the lid, inhales the aromatic steam, and savors a sip, exclaiming, indeed, this is excellent tea, pure and mellow. I am deeply grateful for your generous gift, esteemed matriarch. His demeanor and speech are so poised that none could find fault. Jiamu scrutinizes him closely, her heart awash with myriad emotions. The young general before her, radiating vigor and articulating with grace, starkly contrasts the silent, subservient figure she once knew in her household. She silently laments, yet her face betrays nothing as she smiles. It was fitting for you to celebrate your recent move. I should have visited to extend my congratulations, but alas, my age renders me somewhat immobile. I hope you will not take offense. Your words are overly kind. Wang Cheng replies, sincerity in his gaze. The modest achievements I have attained are hardly worthy of your attention. I visit today out of gratitude for the shelter and protection you once offered. I wish to pay my respects. Additionally, I have brought a few humble gifts to express my sentiments. I hope you will accept them. As he speaks, he gestures for his bodyguard to present the gift boxes. Upon opening the boxes, one reveals premium wild ginseng, deer antler, and other nourishing herbs, while the other contains fine palace silk, tribute wool, and several exquisite jade ornaments. Though not excessively lavish, each item is intricately crafted and valuable, aligning with Jiamu's status and preferences, demonstrating thoughtfulness. Jiamu nods appreciatively, instructing Hupa to receive them. Smiling, you are too gracious, General. Your accomplishments are a testament to your loyalty and bravery, and I share in your honor. Her words are beautifully articulated, affirming Wang Cheng while subtly distancing the Jia family from his success. Wang Shifeng interjects playfully, our revered ancestor speaks wisely. General Wang is indeed a hero of Bingliang. Just yesterday, we visited the general's residence, and it was truly impressive, such as the emperor's favor in recognizing talent. Jiajing nods, stroking his beard, and adds, indeed. The general's prowess on the battlefield fortifies our nation's might and uplifts our troops' morale. This is a blessing for our state. I hope the general continues to dedicate himself to the royal cause and lives up to the emperor's expectations. His comments, though laced with official platitudes, carry a genuine note of encouragement. Wang Cheng nods slightly toward Jiazheng and Wang Shifeng. Master Zheng, Lady Lian, you flatter me. Defending our territory is the duty of a soldier. As pleasantries conclude, the atmosphere appears amicable. However, Wang Cheng subtly shifts his focus to Jiasha, who has remained silent with a darkened expression since his entrance, a faint smirk gracing Wang Cheng's lips. Speaking of which, I must express particular gratitude to one individual for my current success. All eyes instinctively follow his gaze toward Jiasha. The latter's fingers tighten around the snuff bottle, an ominous premonition stirring within him. Wang Cheng continues with palpable sincerity. That individual is none other than Lord Xue. In my past servitude within the household, I greatly benefited from Lord Xue's guidance. He pauses subtly, the implications of his words hanging in the air. Had it not been for the trials imparted by Lord Xue, I might not have grasped the harsh realities of life, nor cultivated the resolve to pursue a military career in hopes of achieving renown. In truth, Lord Xue has been a source of motivation for me. His words, delivered with deliberate slowness and clarity, ostensibly express gratitude, yet each syllable pierces Jiasha with an invisible needle, striking at his most vulnerable points. The insinuations of guidance and motivation serve as a stark reminder of Jiasha's past cruelty and oppression. Jiasha's face flushes with anger, his chest heaving, veins bulging as he grips the snuff bottle. How could he not discern the barbs hidden within those words? This wretch, this dog of servant. He dares to publicly belittle me before my mother, sister-in-law, daughter-in-law, and servants. He nearly rises to unleash a torrent of curses. Yet, meeting Wang Cheng's calm, yet sharp gaze, he catches Jia Mu's warning glance and Jia Zheng's subtle shake of the head urging restraint. Remembering Wang Cheng's current stature and reputation, he grits his teeth, swallowing his indignation. Forcing a dry chuckle, "Ah, General Wang, you flatter me. It's all your own merit." These words escape with great difficulty, each syllable laced with bitterness. Wang Cheng feigns ignorance to his discomfort, maintaining his sincere facade. "Lord Xue, you are too modest. One must remember those who have aided them. I cannot forget." Once more, he deftly delivers another blow. Jia Xue feels a metallic taste in his mouth, darkness encroaching on his vision, wishing fervently to faint. Yet Wang Cheng diverts his attention back to Jia Mu, as if casually mentioning, "Now, having received the emperor's favor, a residence has been granted, and all matters are well in hand." However, he pauses thoughtfully, his tone adopting a hint of perfectly measured concern. The household is complete in all respects, save for the absence of a capable mistress to manage the internal affairs. The humble origins of the general, who has risen through the ranks, have always left him feeling out of place in the aristocratic circles. The absence of a matron in the household only adds to his sense of inadequacy, and he is aware that his colleagues may mock him for it. He casts a glance at Jia Shi, his tone shifting to one of humility, tinged with a desire for guidance. "I have heard that your esteemed household is steeped in literary tradition, with daughters of remarkable virtue and grace. Might there be any unwed young ladies left in your family? If it would not be too much trouble, could you, Lord Jia, assist me in finding a suitable match?" Jia Shi's eyes blaze with intensity. "Surely, those you deem worthy are of excellent quality." This statement plunged the room into silence, leaving everyone astonished. Wang Cheng's request was not merely an inquiry. It was an audacious affront, a bold challenge to Jia Shi's authority. He had just subtly insulted Jia Shi, and now he dared to ask him to be his matchmaker for a daughter of the Jia family. This was an outright humiliation for Jia Shi, who trembled with rage, his complexion shifting from red to pale as he struggled to contain his fury. His daughter, even if born of a concubine, held the status of a noble woman and should never be wed to a mere servant-turned-soldier. It was an unbearable disgrace. "Brother," Jia Zheng interjected urgently, attempting to restore decorum. Jia Mu immediately followed suit, her voice carrying an undeniable authority while maintaining a facade of calm. "General Wang, a young hero such as yourself, setting up your own residence, should indeed consider matters of lifelong commitment." She established the tone, suggesting that Wang Cheng's request was both sensible and reasonable, then fixed her sharp gaze upon Jia Shi. Since General Wang has entrusted this matter to you, it reflects his faith in your judgment. Do you have someone in mind?" The exchange of glances between Jia Mu and Jia Zheng was clear. The overall situation must take precedence. Wang Cheng was a hero held in high regard by the populace. Opposing him would only render the Jia family a laughingstock. They needed to manage the situation delicately. Jia Shi, reading the expressions of his mother and brother, then looking at Wang Cheng's seemingly respectful yet provocative demeanor, felt a surge of anger within him but found no outlet for it. Suddenly, he recalled the timid and wooden second daughter, Ying, who wouldn't even flinch if pricked by a needle. As the daughter of a concubine, she was weak-willed and unappealing, making her presence in the household redundant. Marrying her off would silence Wang Cheng and preserve the Jia family's dignity while simultaneously removing an eyesore from their midst. It would also serve as a petty revenge against Wang Cheng. "You desire a daughter of the Jia family? Very well. I shall offer you the least desirable one." With this thought, Jia Shi forced down his boiling blood, managing to squeeze out a smile that looked more like a grimace. "Since General Wang has spoken, I happen to remember someone. My daughter Ying, who has reached marriageable age, possesses a gentle and unassuming nature. If the general would not find her lacking." Before he could finish, Wang Cheng interjected smoothly, as if he had anticipated this moment. "Ah, so it is the second miss. The Jia family has a long-standing reputation for integrity, and the daughters raised under such values must undoubtedly be exceptional. If Lord Jia consents, then I would be honored." He rose decisively, bowing respectfully to Jia Shi, thus cementing the arrangement. Jiaxi was left speechless by this unexpected turn of events, coughing violently as Mrs. Xing rushed to pat his back, her face pale with shock. Wang Cheng, seemingly oblivious to Jiaxi's distress, had achieved his objective and made his exit. He turned to Jia Mu, bowing deeply. "Lady, as the affairs of the household are quite demanding, I shall not impose any longer. I take my leave." Ziemu, her emotions complex, maintained a gentle demeanor. "In that case, I shall not detain you any further. Lian, Fenggu, please see General Wang off." Wang Cheng performed another bow, his gaze sweeping over the varied expressions of those present, lingering briefly on the coughing Jiaxi before striding out with a tall and proud posture. Once outside the courtyard of Rongqing Hall, with his figure fading into the distance, a loud crash echoed from within, followed by Jiaxi's frantic roar, akin to that of a wounded beast. "Wang Cheng, you ungrateful, heartless wretch! How dare you insult me? How dare you?" Jia Zheng's hurried voice called out, "Brother, mind your words. Be cautious." Jia Huan also raised her voice, urging, "Calm down, my lord. Why stoop to the level of that scoundrel? You'll only harm yourself." Accompanied by Mrs. Xing's tearful attempts at comfort and the flurry of commotion from the maids, Wang Cheng continued on his path, the cold curve of his lips deepening as he stepped into the bright light outside, moving forward with purpose. To him, the seemingly vibrant yet hollow depths of the Rongwa mansion had become a thing of the past. He had torn away the veil of affection, placing the humiliation of yesteryear alongside his newfound strength for all to see. As his thoughts flickered to Jia Yingshan, the quiet girl known in the original narrative as the Second Wooden Girl, marrying her was a strategic maneuver, a means to retaliate against Jiaxi. And perhaps it would also offer another lost soul within that oppressive household an opportunity for escape. As for what the future held, it would depend on how the tumultuous currents of this chaotic era would unfold. Chapter 19. Each with their own thoughts, the news of Wang Cheng's request to marry the second miss of the Rongwa mansion, Jia Yingshan, struck the elite circles of Bianliang like a boulder cast into turbulent waters, stirring waves far more tumultuous than the recent housewarming banquet. Within mere hours, rumors and discussions were rampant. In tea houses and taverns, patrons gasped in astonishment. "Incredible! Truly remarkable! A former servant now seeks to marry the daughter of his former master. This General Wang is certainly a formidable character." The Jia family, now a mere facade, found themselves linked to a rising power in Wang Cheng, whose successful marriage would elevate them significantly. Others speculated on the underlying motives. "I doubt this is merely an alliance. It feels more like a slap in the face." I heard that on the day Wang Cheng visited the Jia household, he openly proposed in front of Jiaxi, infuriating him to the point of shattering a cup. This was viewed as revenge for the initial rejection and humiliation the family suffered. Even baser minds whispered, "Regardless of the slap, I once glimpsed the second miss from afar. While she cannot compare to the third miss in beauty, she is still a delicate, pale beauty." This warrior, Wang Cheng, seems to have found himself a prize. In the courtyard of the Xue family, Xue Baochai sat by the window, reviewing account books as sunlight filtered through the panes, casting mottled shadows on her serene face. Suddenly, rushed in, her expression betraying a mix of shock and an indescribable bitterness. Lowering her voice, she exclaimed, "Miss, the news outside is wild. They say that today Wang Cheng went to the Rongwa mansion and, in front of the matriarch and the master, proposed to Jiaxi for the hand of the second miss." Xue Baochai's fingers halted abruptly, her fingertips whitening as she slowly lifted her head, a flicker of astonishment flashing in her eyes before being replaced by a profound and complex emotion. After a moment of silence, she gently closed the account book, her voice revealing no tremors. "Oh, is that so? Did Jiaxi agree?" "It appears he did agree," replied, her tone laced with reluctance and a hint of dread. Wang Cheng was so arrogant, mocking Jiaxi with every word, and he turned purple with rage, yet had no choice but to acquiesce. "Miss, what does this mean? We sought my hand, we refused. And now he turns to court the legitimate young lady of the house. Is this a deliberate affront to us?" Xue Baochai did not respond to Ying's concerns, her gaze drifting toward the barren branches outside, while tumultuous thoughts surged within her. Wang Cheng's actions had taken her completely by surprise. She initially believed that Wang Cheng was merely leveraging the situation to suppress Jiaxi and vent his frustrations. To her astonishment, he was resolute, directly demanding the young lady of the Jia family as his wife. This was no longer just an act of revenge. It was a blatant declaration and a subversion of status. He was unequivocally conveying to all that Wang Cheng was no longer the servant that the Jia family could belittle. He possessed the power and qualifications to match, even surpass, his former masters. But what about herself? A tinge of bitterness arose in Xue Baochai's heart. If she had been willing to lower herself back then and allowed Ying to go, even as a concubine, she could have secured a place in the household due to her prior connection. Yet now, Wang Cheng sought to marry the Jia family's heiress. Although Qingwen's temperament was timid and she was overlooked, she was still a legitimate young lady, inherently superior in status. Reflecting on the day, she brought Ying to the door, implying an apology and a plea for reconciliation. It now seemed more like a self-deprecating farce. "Sister, you say that the second young lady has such a soft disposition. If she marries," then Ying continued to chatter, her tone laced with a hint of disdain for Yingshan, and an implicit sense of superiority, as if she would handle things differently. "Enough," Xue Baochai interrupted, her voice slightly cold. "Everyone has their own fate. Perhaps the second young lady has her own fortune." She picked up the ledger again, yet found herself unable to focus on a single word, her nails unconsciously digging into the paper. Wang Cheng, this young, had already soared, while her Xue family seemed to have once again missed a critical opportunity. In this chaotic world, a single misstep could lead to a series of blunders. At the Jia residence near Xilingzhu, Lin Daiyu, Jia Baoyu, Tan Shan, and Shi Chun had gathered together and made their way to Jia Yingchuan's quarters. The courtyard was quiet, with a few young maidservants listlessly stitching in the corridor. Upon seeing them, they hurriedly rose to greet them. Entering the room, they found Yingchun sitting on the Kong by the window, lost in thought while holding a copy of the Taishang Gaining Pian. She wore a somewhat worn lilac silk coat and a blue satin waistcoat, her complexion pale, her gaze always gentle, even somewhat dazed, as if the uproar outside regarding her marriage had nothing to do with her. Second sister, Tan Chun, the most impatient, quickly approached the Kong, frowning as she inquired, "Have you heard the rumors outside? Wang Cheng has actually asked our father for your hand. What are your thoughts?" Yingchun was startled awake by Tan Chun's voice, raising her eyes to see her sisters watching her with concern. Her lips moved slightly, but she lowered her head, her fingers unconsciously curling the pages of the book, her voice faint and timid. "What can I think? Matters of marriage are naturally decided by father." Second sister, Jia Baoyu exclaimed anxiously, stamping his foot. "What sort of person is Wang Cheng? He was originally a servant of our family, though he has military achievements now. His background is that of a brash man wielding a sword. How can he understand the delicacies of a woman's heart? If you marry him, won't it be," he faltered, considering the potential suffering Yingchun might endure, his eyes reddening. Shichun also spoke softly. "Second sister, you should think of yourself." Yet Yingchun merely shook her head, a resigned smile gracing her face. "Since father has agreed, it is my fate. Whether good or bad, I must go." Her inherently timid nature, having been overlooked by her father and suppressed by her stepmother since childhood, had accustomed her to endure hardships without daring to express her own thoughts or opinions. Seeing her in such a state, the others were a mix of anxiousness and helplessness. Lin Daiyu, who had been silent, finally spoke softly, her voice like pearls falling on a jade plate, cold yet tinged with a perceptive understanding of worldly matters. "What second sister thinks may not necessarily be a bad thing. In my view, marrying Wang Cheng could prove to be a good match." Her words stunned everyone, even Yingchun, who looked up in surprise. Jia Baoyu stared at Daiyu in disbelief. "Sister Lin, how can you say that?" Wang Cheng Lin Daiyu's autumn-like gaze swept across the faces of her companions, ultimately resting on Yingchuan's slightly puzzled expression as she gently remarked, "Baoyu, you see only his origins as a servant, but overlook that he is now a sixth-rank general in the court, favored by the emperor. You perceive him merely as a brash warrior, yet fail to recognize his ability to take the heads of generals amidst thousands of troops, possessing both courage and strategy. He is not akin to a mere fish in a pond." She paused, her tone carrying a hint of unnoticeable wistfulness. Second sister's gentle nature does not engage in competition. In such noble families, she may be ground down for a lifetime. However, Wang Cheng, having risen from nothing, leads a household with simple rules. He dared to approach our father for marriage. regardless of his initial intentions. Having married her, with his current status and disposition, he will surely afford second sister a measure of dignity. This is far better than being at the mercy of fate, uncertain of whom one might be matched with. Dayu's words acted like a cold wind, dispersing some of the emotional fog, revealing the stark reality beneath. Tan Chun pondered thoughtfully, being astute. She understood the implications of Dayu's words. The Jia family was gradually declining, and the marriages of these concubine-born daughters were merely bargaining chips in the hands of their fathers and brothers. No matter Wang Cheng's background, at least he was capable, and Ying Chun marrying him would mean becoming a legitimate general's wife, certainly superior to those seemingly suitable matches that were, in reality, vile and debauched science. Xue Baochai wished to rebut, opening his mouth but finding no words, and merely lowered his head in silence. Listening to Dayu's perspective, a fleeting glimmer of hope crossed Ying Chun's eyes, though it quickly faded, and she softly replied, "Sister Lin speaks the truth. It is ultimately fate." After sitting together for a while longer and seeing that Ying Chun remained unyielding and resigned to her fate, they felt disheartened and, burdened with complex emotions, each departed. At the residence of General Zhao Wu, during the evening meal, the main hall was brightly lit, with a few simple yet exquisite dishes arranged on the table. Wang Cheng, Yuan Yang, Qingwen, Wang Zhe, and his wife sat around a table sharing a meal. Wang Zhe, evidently having heard the news, was brimming with excitement, his face aglow as he devoured a large mouthful of rice, exclaiming indistinctly, "Changge, well done, marrying the Jia family's young lady. Just wait and see who will dare to look down on our Wang family now. She is the daughter of a duke." He rubbed his hands together, grinning widely. Wang Zhuer's wife chimed in with a smile. "Indeed, although the second young lady has a gentle disposition, she is after all a lady of high standing. So her manners and etiquette must be commendable. Our household is in need of such a mistress to uphold our reputation." Her words were partly joyous, yet also aimed at Yuan Yang, subtly gauging her reaction. Qingwen, however, pouted and spoke candidly. "What esteemed daughter? It won't do to act like a lady in our household. Chengge is marrying a wife, not inviting a goddess." Her straightforwardness revealed her lack of concern for the implications. Yuan Yang remained quietly eating, listening to the discussions, and although she wore a faint smile, it did not reach her eyes. Her gestures as she served Wang Cheng were still gentle, yet occasionally she would pause slightly. Hearing Wang Zhe mention maintaining appearances and Qingwen defending her, an array of emotions churned within her. She understood that Wang Cheng's actions were largely motivated by revenge against Jia Shi and political considerations, rather than genuine affection for Ying Chun. However, the thought of having a legitimate second mistress in a household, a young and beautiful lady of noble birth, sharing a husband, basking in his glory and affection, and potentially threatening her own standing brought an inexplicable sense of bitterness and unease that quietly spread within her. She ultimately remained a mere maid, and even though Wang Cheng cherished her, granting her dignity and honor in the face of societal customs and laws, she would forever be overshadowed by the legitimate wife who was soon to enter. Wang Cheng observed the reactions of those around him, particularly the subtle sense of loss that Yuan Yang endeavored to conceal. He said little, merely offering her a helping of her favorite stir-fried asparagus, gently encouraging, "Eat more. You have worked hard today." After dinner, Wang Zhe and her husband animatedly discussed preparations for the wedding, while Qingwen was pulled aside, chattering away. Wang Cheng took Yuan Yang's hand and softly suggested, "Accompany me for a stroll in the garden to help digest." The moonlight was cool, casting its glow on the newly planted plum trees in the courtyard, their sparse shadows slanting and a faint fragrance lingering. The two walked side by side along the bluestone path, momentarily at a loss for words. Upon reaching an old plum tree, Yuan Yang halted. Reaching out to gently touch the bud that was yet to bloom, the icy sensation made her shiver slightly. Wang Cheng wrapped his arms around her from behind, holding her cool hand within his warm grasp, his deep voice whispering in her ear, "Are you feeling discontented?" Yuan Yang's body stiffened briefly before relaxing against his warm, solid chest. Shaking her head and murmuring softly, "No, it's just a bit unexpected." Wang Cheng turned her to face him, illuminated by the moonlight, gazing into her lightly melancholic eyes. His fingertips gently caressed her cheek as he sighed, "Silly girl, in my heart, you will always be irreplaceable." Marrying Jia Ying Chun was an inevitable strategic move. devoid of romantic notions. Jiaxi owed him a debt that must be repaid with interest. Furthermore, the Jia household needed this lifeline. He paused, his tone growing more solemn. The mistress of the general's residence has been, is, and will always be you. After she enters, all matters within the residence will still be under your purview. You are the one I trust most. No one can replace you. Yuan Yang looked up into his profound gaze, which reflected the moonlight in her own figure. The unease and bitterness in her heart gradually melted away in the warmth of his embrace and the sincerity of his gaze. She understood that the world was unfair to women, especially those of her background. To be treated so kindly by Wang Cheng was a stroke of fortune. Burying her face in his embrace, inhaling his reassuring scent, she softly declared, I trust you. As long as you hold me in your heart, I fear nothing. Wang Cheng tightened his arms around her, holding her firmly, and gently kissed the top of her head. Yes, you have me. The moonlight flowed like water, quietly elongating their entwined figures. In the courtyard, the cold plum blossoms silently unfurled, their subtle fragrance wafting, signaling that while winter had not yet passed, the promise of spring was quietly gestating within this newly established general's residence. The path ahead may still be fraught with tempests, yet at this moment, the two closely bonded hearts were sufficient to ward off any chill. Chapter 20. Wang Cheng's tactics the next day dawned bright and clear. The main gate of the Zhao Wu general's residence was not swung wide. Only the side door was ajar. A troop of personal guards carried about a dozen gift boxes tied with red silk. While they were neatly arranged, they lacked the grandeur and imposing nature of the vermilion lacquered gift boxes that Wang Cheng had personally brought the day before. Wang Cheng remained in his usual attire, not having dressed up for the occasion, maintaining a calm demeanor as he rode on horseback, leading this rather modest and somewhat casual bridal gift procession towards the Rongguo residence once more. News had spread far and wide, and the servants stationed at the western corner gate of the Rongguo residence froze upon sighting him, their smiles vanishing as they hurried inside to announce his arrival. This time, Wang Cheng did not dismount at the corner gate, but rode straight in, halting his horse only at the second gate before dismounting with practiced ease. The sound of hooves echoed sharply in the morning stillness of the residence. Within Rongqing Hall, Jia Mu and the others had gathered. Yet the atmosphere was even more oppressive than the previous day. Jiaxi sat there, his face dark as coal. He had been angered by Wang Cheng the night before, losing sleep over it, his eyes bloodshot. However, deep within, he harbored a flicker of hope. After all, Wang Cheng had personally sought to marry, and despite the awkwardness of the process, if he could indeed welcome Chun with the proper rights of a legitimate wife, the Jia family might salvage some semblance of dignity. Even if it was merely a facade, he had even concocted a plan to embellish this tale in front of outsiders. However, when Wang Cheng appeared at the entrance, the gifts carried by his guards were placed down one by one. They were not displayed in the manner customary for a formal marriage, to be inspected by the female family members, but rather piled simply on the ground. An observant person would immediately recognize that the quantity and format were far from those befitting a legitimate wife. Jiaxi's heart sank heavily. Wang Cheng still performed his customary greetings, his tone calm and unruffled. Old Madam, Master Zheng, Master Shi, I have come today to present the betrothal gifts and to choose an auspicious day to welcome the second young lady into the household. Jiamu glanced at the unimpressive pile of gifts, her brows barely furrowing. Before she could speak, Jiaxi could no longer contain himself. Rising abruptly to point at the pile of gifts, his voice trembling with anger. Wang Cheng, what do you mean by this? What are these? My Jia family's daughter, even if she is a concubine, is still a proper lady of the household. How dare you treat her with the gifts of a concubine? What did you say yesterday? How dare you deceive me like this? His chest heaved violently, his eyes nearly bulging. The humiliation and rage that he had suppressed the day before now erupted like a volcano. Wang Cheng, in the face of Jiaxi's fury, remained unperturbed, even allowing a hint of sardonic amusement to play at the corners of his lips. What are you saying, Master Shi? I merely requested that you keep an eye out for a suitable marriage and hoped you would find it to your liking. Did I ever say I wish to marry as a legitimate wife? His gaze swept over those present, his tone inquisitive, yet no one dared to respond. All had been present the day before. Had they not heard Wang Cheng utter the words legitimate wife? A deathly silence enveloped Rongqing Hall. Jia Zheng's face turned ashen. while Madame Wang's fingers, which had been twisting her prayer beads, froze in place. Jia Shifeng's phoenix eyes sparkled with intelligence, yet she too was at a loss for words. Upon reflection, Wang Cheng's words had indeed been cunning. He had only mentioned the mistress, the matriarch, and the marriage, but had never explicitly stated the term legitimate wife. They had presumptuously assumed that since he sought to marry the young lady, it must be for the position of the principal wife. You are simply quibbling. Jiaxi trembled with indignation, nearly lunging forward. You are clearly misleading us. This is intolerable, utterly intolerable. Wang Cheng regarded him coldly, his gaze sharp as ice, chilling Jiaxi's heart. Misleading? I am merely stating the facts. Have you forgotten how you treated me and Yuan Yang in the past? Forcing marriage and humiliating family. Did you ever grant me a shred of dignity? Today, I am willing to marry the second young lady with the gifts of a concubine out of respect for old Madame and Master Zheng, preserving the last bit of face for the Jia family. He paused, his tone resolute and unyielding, laden with undeniable finality. The position of the legitimate wife? Master Shi, you are unworthy to bestow such a title. Your Jia family's young lady can no longer ascend to the position of my Wang Cheng's legitimate wife. These words struck like thunder, leaving all present in a daze. Madman, beast! Jiaxi could no longer contain himself, seizing a nearby official porcelain teacup and hurling it at Wang Cheng. Wang Cheng sidestepped slightly, the teacup grazing his clothing as it sailed past, shattering behind him with a resounding crash, tea leaves and shards scattering. He did not even blink, merely observing Jiaxi as one would a foolish clown. Brother, do not resort to violence. Jia Zheng hurriedly intervened, blocking the seemingly deranged Jiaxi, his expression equally grim. General Wang, your actions are excessive. Though our Jia family may have faults, you must not humiliate us so. Humiliate? Wang Cheng chuckled lightly, the sound laced with chill. Master Zheng, I am merely repaying you in kind. The cause of yesterday's events has led to today's consequences. If Lord Sha feels insulted, he might as well savor this experience and contemplate whether it resembles the humiliation I endured on that fateful day. His gaze, sharp as a blade, once again sliced through the contorted visage of Jia Sha. The betrothal gifts have been delivered, and a messenger will be dispatched on an auspicious day to notify. I take my leave. Having said this, he refrained from casting another glance at the assembly, turning on his heel and departing. The dark fox fur cloak slicing through the air with a fierce arc, his silhouette resolute and indifferent. Wang Cheng, you ungrateful cur, I will not rest until I make you pay. Jia Sha, incensed by this blatant disregard, broke free from Jia Zheng's grasp, his roar echoing throughout the Rongqing Hall. Even reaching the courtyard outside, Wang Cheng, undeterred, continued his stride as if he had not heard a word, moving through the courtyard and disappearing behind the shadow wall. Once he left, the Rongqing Hall erupted in chaos. Jia Sha, nearly overcome with rage, was supported by Madame Xing and the maidservants, yet he continued to hurl curses. Jia Zheng, dejected, sank into his seat, sighing repeatedly. This is unacceptable, utterly unacceptable. Madame Wang, with downcast eyes, murmured a prayer. Whether lamenting the state of the world or their family's misfortunes was unclear. What shall we do now? Madame Xing's voice quivered with tears. This is not a union. It is a feud. My lord, this marriage cannot proceed. Let us simply annul it and return the betrothal gifts. Foolishness. Wang Shifeng interjected immediately, though equally vexed. Her mind raced faster. Madam, the entirety of Bianliang City is aware that our second daughter is betrothed to Wang Cheng, even if it is as a concubine. The status is now established. To annul now would ruin her future. Who would dare marry her after this? Furthermore, look at Wang Cheng's current standing. He is favored at court. If we openly slap his face now, what good will come of it if he turns against us? What if he speaks ill of us before the emperor? Her words jolted everyone awake. The Jia family was already frail, unable to withstand another storm. To offend a rising general would yield dire consequences. Jiamu had kept her eyes closed, her hands frantically twirling the sandalwood prayer beads. At last, she opened her weary eyes, filled with exhaustion and resignation. She glanced at the still-breathing Jia Sha, then at the anxious faces of Jia Zheng and Wang Shifeng, finally exhaling a long sigh. Alas, it is better to yield than to resist. Let be. If she must be a concubine, so be it. It is merely unfortunate for Angshan. With her decisive declaration, the room fell into a hushed silence, everyone exchanging glances, ultimately transforming into silent sighs. Jiasha, with his head held high, felt a surge of pent-up anger, his eyes reddening as he gritted his teeth, forcefully pushing away Madame Xing, who supported him. He stormed out of the Rongqing Hall, leaving behind an atmosphere heavy with oppression. The news spread like wildfire to the back courtyard of Xilingzhu. Lin Daiyu, Xue Baochai, Tan Chun, and Shi Chun had already gathered in Yingxuan's room. Upon hearing the confirmed news that Wang Cheng had indeed proposed in the manner of a concubine, they were all left pale with fury. This is too much. Simply intolerable. Tan Chun's brows furrowed in anger. How dare he? Wang Cheng. My second sister is a lady of the gentry. To make her a concubine? This is more brutal than a slap in the face. Xue Baochai was beside himself with anxiety, grasping Yingxuan's sleeve. Second sister, this cannot be accepted. We must plead with the matriarch, with our lord. I would rather cut my hair and live as a nun than endure such humiliation. Yingxuan had already dissolved into tears, collapsed on the Kong table, her shoulders trembling, unable to articulate through her sobs. Her inherently timid nature made her anxious upon hearing the marriage news yesterday and today. The very notion of being a concubine shattered her last glimmer of hope. What is a concubine? It is a half-slave, half-master, a mere object to be traded and gifted at will. She could already envision a future devoid of light. Lin Daiyu sat beside her, gently patting her back, her eyes filled with both indignation and compassion. She whispered, Wang Cheng's heart is rather ruthless. His words yesterday concealed such a merciless scheme. Second sister, this truly is a case of escaping the wolf's den only to enter the tiger's lair. She had initially thought marrying Wang Cheng might not be a bad thing, but that was contingent upon her being the primary wife. Now, relegated to the status of a concubine, the circumstances were worlds apart. Xue Baochai was also present in the room, seated at a distance on an embroidered stool, holding a cup of tea long gone cold. Her expression bore just the right amount of sympathy and concern as she gently advised, Second sister, please cease your weeping. You must take care of your health. As it stands, alas, while General Wang may act with fervor, he has ultimately provided for a position. Perhaps in the future. She intended to say that perhaps there would be a chance for reconciliation, but even she did not believe it, and the words fell silent. Observing the weeping Yingxuan, Xue Baochai felt a tempest of emotions within her. On one hand, she felt sorrow for Yingxuan. On the other, an indescribable complex emotion began to unfurl within her. Yesterday, she lamented missing the opportunity, and today, seeing how Wang Cheng treated a lady from the Jia family, her regret diminished, replaced by a sense of vigilance. Wang Cheng, when seeking revenge on those who had wronged him, was utterly merciless. Had Ying truly approached him, given Xue family's merchant background, what respect could she have expected from someone with such a temperament? She feared that her situation would not fare much better than Yingxuan's. Simultaneously, a fleeting thought crossed her mind, one she was reluctant to dwell upon. If Yingxuan became a concubine, Wang Cheng's primary wife would still be in an elusive position. Yet, as soon as this thought arose, it was suppressed by her compassion for Yingxuan and the weighty atmosphere surrounding them. The future? What future could there be? Xue Baochai stamped his foot, declaring, becoming a concubine ruins one's life. Second sister, he watched as Yingxuan wept to the point of nearly losing consciousness, his own eyes reddening, feeling a tightness in his chest. After crying for what felt like an eternity, Yingxuan finally lifted her swollen eyes, gazing through tears at her worried sisters. Her voice hoarse and faint, laced with utter despair. Do not speak. This is my fate. I accept it. I accept it. With those words, she buried her face again, her sobs muffled yet sorrowful. Seeing her in such despair, they understood her nature. Further persuasion would be futile. Their hearts grew cold, leaving only the sound of sighs. Outside the window, the pale winter sunlight cast a bleak glow upon the barren branches, deepening the chill in the air. Within Xilingzhu, a cloud of sorrow loomed, foreboding the impending fate of a noble lady caught in an inescapable plight. Chapter 21. The concubine Yingxuan. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, tensions in Bianliang City escalated as the Jin soldiers besieged the city relentlessly, with minor skirmishes occurring frequently, creating a heavy atmosphere within. As a guerrilla general, Wang Cheng was burdened with a multitude of military duties. The matter of taking a concubine did not weigh heavily on his mind. He approached it with simplicity and did not orchestrate elaborate arrangements. Even so, the news of General Zhao Wu taking the second daughter of the Ronghua mansion as a concubine swept through certain corners of Bianliang City like a gust of wind, drawing numerous meaningful glances and hushed whispers. On the day of the concubinage, the morning dawned gray, as if a storm was impending. The side gate of the Zhao Wu general's residence was adorned with red lanterns and festive character stickers, yet the main entrance remained tightly shut, lacking the usual pomp and ceremony of a wedding procession. Only a palanquin carried by 4 men and a few accompanying matrons, maids, and a small retinue of guards quietly awaited outside the residence, creating an atmosphere of desolation. Wang Cheng, dressed in his regular attire, donned the royal fox fur cloak over his shoulders, eschewing ceremonial robes, instead tying a red silk ribbon around his waist to signify festivity. His expression was calm, his gaze sharp as ever, devoid of any signs of wedding cheer. "General, the time has come," a soldier approached to report. Wang Cheng nodded, mounted his horse, and spoke with steady voice. "Let us depart for the Ronghua mansion." The procession moved silently through the slightly desolate streets, the sound of hooves striking the cobblestones resonating monotonously and clearly. Ronghua mansion at the west corner gate. The atmosphere here today is particularly eerie. There are no festive decorations, no guests bustling about, and even the servants hold their breath, afraid to speak loudly. The occasional exchanged glances are filled with complex, unspoken emotions: sympathy, contempt, schadenfreude, and the sorrow of shared fate. Zhao Yan and Wang Shifeng brace themselves at the entrance to await the arrival. Zhao Yan's face is unable to conceal his embarrassment, his forced smile more painful than tears. Wang Shifeng, on the other hand, remains resplendently dressed, as her phoenix eyes sweep over the shabby sedan chair. A fleeting chill crosses her gaze, quickly replaced by deeper calculations. She tugs at Zhao Yan's sleeve and whispers, "Pull yourself together. They are coming." Wang Cheng reins in his horse, but does not dismount, merely nodding slightly from his elevated position towards the couple. "Master Lian, Mistress Lian, thank you for your trouble." His tone is flat, imbued with an unassailable aloofness. Zhao Yan dryly responds, "General Wang has arrived. Please come in." He does not even dare to address him as brother-in-law. Wang Shifeng, however, forces a smile. "General, please enter. My second sister is already waiting inside." Internally, she curses Jia Shi for his irresponsibility, leaving this mess for them to handle. Wang Cheng does not enter the mansion, but coldly states, "I have military affairs to attend to. I cannot stay long. Please have the second young lady enter the sedan." This remark is akin to a silent slap, striking all those of the Jia household who still attempt to maintain their dignity. They have omitted even the most basic wedding etiquette, a blatant display of disdain. Wang Shifeng's smile falters for a moment before returning to normal, signaling to those behind her, "Quickly, invite the second young lady." Within Xilingzhu, the atmosphere is grim, filled with sounds of weeping. Yingchun is already dressed to perfection. As a concubine, she cannot wear bright red. She dons a water-pink wedding gown, adorned with a few fabric flowers and a gold hairpin, the finest adornment permissible for a concubine. A light dusting of powder cannot conceal her swollen eyes and pallid complexion. Lin Daiyu, Tanshun, Shichuan, and Jia Baoyu surround her. Xue Baochai is also present, quietly helping to tidy her gown. "Second sister, you must take care of yourself on this journey." Lin Daiyu grips Yingchuan's icy hand, her voice choked with emotion, tears cascading like broken pearls. She understands Yingchuan's gentle nature, knowing that she will be entering the general's household as a concubine, her future uncertain, and her heart aches with unutterable sorrow. Tanshun, fighting back tears, firmly advises second sister, "It is already done. Lamenting is of no use. Once you are there, endure, but keep your wits about you." Although Wang Cheng is ruthless, he does not seem completely unreasonable based on his words and actions. "Take care and send word if you face any grievances." She realizes her words may seem hollow, yet they're the only comfort she can offer. Shichuan, being younger, only comprehends that her second sister is leaving to become a secondary wife, silently shedding tears as she clings to Yingchuan's sleeve. Jia Baoyu is already sobbing uncontrollably, pounding his chest and lamenting, "Second sister, it is my inadequacy. I cannot protect you. A good girl must suffer such indignities." What general? Merely a parasite, A traitor. Filthy scum. He is held back by the others, fearing he might cause trouble. Chun gazes at her sisters, tears streaming down her face, her heart filled with the utmost despair. She opens her mouth, her throat choked with emotion, managing to utter a few scattered words. Sisters, Baoyu, take care of yourselves. I am leaving. Her voice is weak, imbued with a sense of resignation. At that moment, a maid enters to urge her. Second young lady, the sedan for the general's household has arrived. Please prepare to depart. Chun trembles slightly, casting one last look at the courtyard where she has grown up, at her weeping siblings, biting her lip. With the assistance of the maid Xiujin, she steps forward, each footfall heavy as she walks outward. Her figure appears fragile, as if it could be swept away by the wind at any moment. Xue Baochai watches Chun's retreating silhouette, a mix of emotions swirling within her. She feels sympathy for Chun, yet cannot help but reflect on her own situation. Noticing Lin Daiyu is nearly breathless from crying, she quickly approaches to support her, softly reassuring, Lin Mei, please do not cry. Take care of your health. Perhaps this is second sister's fate. Better than being in that mansion. She does not finish her sentence. Yet everyone understands that in the Jia household, Chun is merely an unvalued concubine with a bleak future. Outside Jia Mansion, the pink sedan is lifted without delay, escorted by the guards, heading toward the Zhao Wu general's residence. There are no firecrackers, no clamor. Only a heavy silence and countless scrutinizing gazes. Zhao Yin and Wang Cheng stand at the entrance, watching the sedan depart, both exhaling in relief, while simultaneously feeling an inexplicable humiliation and sorrow. Within Rongqing Hall, upon hearing that Chun has been taken away, Jia Mu closes her eyes and sighs deeply, her fingers moving the prayer beads faster. Jia Shi, in his own courtyard, shatters a set of tea utensils. His angry shouts muffle behind a closed door. At Zhao Wu general's residence, although it is merely a concubine's taking, the household has still laid out a banquet with over a dozen tables. Most of the guests are military colleagues, rough and boisterous. A barbecue grill is set up in the courtyard, large jars of fine wine freely available, the atmosphere starkly contrasting with the coldness of the Jia household, appearing lively and somewhat boisterous. Wang brother, congratulations, congratulations. Come, come, fill your cup. You must down this drink. Commander Zhang jovially embraces Wang Cheng, loudly encouraging him to drink. Indeed, General Wang is not only formidable in battle, but also swift in taking a concubine. How does the Jia lady taste? When shall we have the pleasure of meeting her? A tipsy officer, his face flushed, makes a lewd jest. Get lost. That is General Wang's wife. Is she someone you can covet? Wang Cheng retorts, 3 cups is punishment. I will drink to that. He is surrounded by the crowd, exchanging toasts and consuming a significant amount of wine. A flush colors his resolute face, yet his eyes remain clear, with a more pronounced smile than usual. He offers no explanations, simply welcoming all, drinking until the cups are empty, eliciting cheers from the crowd. Brother Cheng is truly joyous today. Qingwen, clad in a fresh green jacket, flits about the banquet like a happy butterfly, helping to attend to the few female guests. She observes Wang Cheng being surrounded by admirers, feeling a sense of pride. Yuan Yang is much more composed, gracefully mingling with the families of several generals, her demeanor poised and speech appropriate. She harbors complex feelings about Chun's arrival, but more than anything, she trusts Wang Cheng, knowing he will act with discretion. The banquet continues from noon until the lanterns are lit. Wang Cheng, having drunk to the point of inebriation, is playfully pushed toward the backyard by Zhang and the others. A moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold. Brother Wang, hurry along. Do not keep the bride waiting. The crowd laughs, gradually dispersing. In the new room, although it is merely for taking a concubine, Wang Cheng has not treated Chun poorly. The new chamber is tastefully adorned, with bright red candles burning high, embroidered quilts and cushions, and a selection of delicate pastries and wedding wine displayed on the table. Chun, veiled, sits at the edge of the bed, her heart racing like a trapped rabbit, anxious and unsettled. She can hear the distant sounds of merriment from the front yard, and in this quiet moment, her apprehension deepens. Her fingers twist tightly around the hem of her gown, her palms slick with cold sweat. She wonders what fate awaits her. How will the rumored fierce general, filled with resentment toward the Jia family, treat her, the daughter of his enemy? The sound of footsteps approaches, steady and forceful. The door swung open, revealing Wang Cheng, reeking of alcohol, supported by Yuan Yang and Qingwen as he staggered inside. "Be careful, General," Yuan Yang softly cautioned. "Cheng Dage, you're here." Qingwen chimed in with a melodious voice. Upon noticing the scene, Xiu Jiao, Yingchuan's personal maid, hurried forward to pay her respects, then bowed her head and swiftly exited, gently closing the door behind her. The room was left with only Wang Cheng and Yingchuan. Wang Cheng rubbed his temples, pushing away the support of Yuan Yang and Qingwen, his voice slightly slurred yet discernible. "I'm fine. You both have had a long day. Go rest." Yuan Yang glanced at Yingchuan, seated at the edge of the bed, then looked back at Wang Cheng, softly saying, "Then the general should rest early as well." With that, she took the still curious Qingwen and retreated from the room. Silence enveloped the chamber, punctuated only by the occasional crackle of the burning red candles. Wang Cheng stood still for a moment, gathering his focus, and his gaze cleared significantly. He approached the table, poured himself a cup of cool tea, and drank it in one gulp before turning to face the pink figure sitting on the bed, trembling slightly from nervousness. As he sat beside Yingchuan, she felt the bed dip under his weight and was overwhelmed by his potent masculine aura mixed with the scent of alcohol, causing her body to tense up and her heart to race, almost leading her to faint. The anticipated roughness did not come immediately. A large, calloused hand, warm and gentle, lifted her veil. On instinct, Yingchuan raised her eyes, unexpectedly locking onto a pair of deep-set, scrutinizing eyes that held not the ferocity described in rumors, but rather a hint of weariness and an intricate emotion she could not decipher. His features were rugged and strong, slightly flushed from the drink, and up close, he appeared even more commanding than from a distance. "Second miss," Wang Cheng spoke, his voice slightly hoarse from drinking. Yet his tone remained calm. "There's no need for fear." Yingchuan hurriedly lowered her eyelashes, avoiding his gaze, her voice barely above a whisper, "General." Observing her frightened demeanor, Wang Cheng felt a flicker of understanding and a subtle pang of compassion. He softened his tone. "Today, as events have caused you distress." Surprised by his words, Yingchuan paused, unsure how to respond. Wang Cheng continued with a steady yet firm voice. "You're likely aware of the grievances between your father, Jia Shi, and myself. My actions were aimed at avenging the humiliation he inflicted upon Yuan Yang and my elder brother. This was not directed at you." Yingchuan's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. Wang Cheng met her gaze earnestly. "Now that you have entered my general's residence, you are one of us. The past is irrelevant to you. I, Wang Cheng, promise that as long as you remain dutiful and do not harbor ulterior motives, no one in this household will belittle or wrong you. Your life here will not be worse than in the Jiao residence." His words fell upon Yingchuan's parched heart like refreshing rain, dispelling her previously anticipated hell, replacing it with an unexpected assurance. Looking into Wang Cheng's eyes, devoid of any pretense, the tension in her heart began to ease, and her eyes brimmed with tears, this time tinged with the bittersweetness of survival. "Thank you, General," she stammered, her voice choked with sincerity. Seeing her emotions settle, Wang Cheng nodded. "That is good to hear. In the future, get along well with Yuan Yang and Qingwen. They are straightforward individuals and will not cause you trouble." "Yes, I shall remember," Yingchuan replied softly. They exchanged some casual conversation, primarily Wang Cheng inquiring about her life in the Jia household, to which Yingchuan responded cautiously. The atmosphere, though still not entirely warm, had lightened compared to the initial tension. As night deepened and the candles burned low, Wang Cheng glanced out at the darkened night and said, "It's getting late. Let us rest." Yingchuan's heart skipped a beat, and the previously calmed tension surged back. She understood her duties as a concubine and recognized that this moment was inevitable. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed her shyness and fear, standing up with flushed cheeks, resembling a delicate flower touched by fine rouge, her voice barely audible. "Please, my husband, be gentle." Having uttered those words, she felt her ears flush with embarrassment, averting her gaze from Wang Cheng. Observing her bashful demeanor, which contrasted sharply with the stoic image he had heard of, Wang Cheng found her endearing. Though hardened by years of battle, he felt a flicker of tenderness and instinctive affection for this vulnerable woman who had no choice but to rely on him. He reached out, his grip firm yet not harsh, taking her cool, trembling hand in his. He replied softly, extinguishing the candles on the table, leaving only a pair of flickering red candles casting a dim glow at the bedside. The brocade curtains fell, veiling the room in a soft, intimate light. For Wang Cheng, this night was unfamiliar, filled with anxiety, carrying the pain and shyness of first experiences. Yet for Wang Cheng, a seasoned warrior with perpetually taut nerves, the soft fragrance and delicate form in his embrace provided a welcome respite and relaxation. Although not prone to impulsiveness, he allowed himself to indulge in this rare softness amidst the chaos of war. As dawn broke the following morning, Wang Cheng awoke promptly, his internal clock precise. Observing Wang Cheng still asleep beside him, her tear-streaked face now relaxed, he rose quietly, careful not to disturb her. After dressing, he opened the door, and the crisp winter air rushed in, invigorating him. Yuan Yang was already waiting outside. Upon seeing him, she greeted him with a gentle smile and offered a cup of hot tea. "General, you're awake? How was the second miss? Let her sleep a bit longer." Wang Cheng replied as he accepted the tea, his tone casual. "In the future, please look after her with the household affairs. She is gentle and should not be bullied." Yuan Yang nodded, a smile on her face. "Rest assured, General, I will take care of it." With a brief acknowledgement, Wang Cheng strode toward the courtyard. A new day was beginning, and outside the city, dark clouds of war loomed, demanding his attention to the pressing military affairs ahead. For him, the harmony within this household, where wives and concubines coexisted peacefully, was a source of stability, allowing him to face the bloodshed outside without worry. Meanwhile, Qingwen's new life was quietly unfolding within the walls of the Zhao Wu general's residence. Although the future remained uncertain, it was no longer the suffocating mire devoid of hope. Chapter 22. Decisively slaying two generals. The biting cold wind swept over the city of Bianliang, the banners snapping in the frigid air, carrying a chilling aura interlaced with a faint scent of blood. Days had passed since Wang Cheng's decisive victory over Wushuji. Yet the encampment of the Jin soldiers was swelling outside the city walls like a spreading plague, dark and ominous. They had not launched an immediate assault. Instead, small detachments of cavalry were sent forth to harass and probe, akin to a pack of wolves waiting for the opportune moment to strike, or perhaps biding their time for the main force to encircle the city. Inside the city, the atmosphere, initially buoyed by recent victories, had once again become nearly suffocating under the weight of mounting pressure. On the day after his wedding, Wang Cheng immersed himself in military affairs, tirelessly overseeing the formation of the Rue Jian camp, ensuring the recruitment of troops, acquisition of equipment, and training, all demanding his unwavering attention. More importantly, an urgent instinct churned within him, insisting that he could not afford to wait idly. An offensive was necessary to sap the enemy's strength. Otherwise, once the main force of the Jin arrived, all would be lost. As night fell and Wang Cheng returned to the General Zhao Wu's residence, he observed the somewhat timid, yet increasingly composed countenance of Wang Cheng. He noted the meticulous manner in which Yuan Yang managed the household affairs, and watched as Qingwen busily darted about. Within Wang Cheng's heart, the desire to protect them surged with fervor. This fervor transformed into an insatiable yearning for power. After taking Wang Cheng as a concubine, his daily accumulation of reinforcement points indeed increased to 3. The 15 points he possessed were the entirety of his recent endeavors. Reinforce, strength, agility, constitution. In a secluded chamber within the military camp, Wang Cheng immersed himself in the system. He eschewed flamboyant skills, recognizing that fundamental physical prowess was the undeniable truth when facing countless adversaries. The notifications echoed, ding, consumed 5 reinforcement points, strength 5, current, 26. Ding, consumed 5 reinforcement points, agility 5, current, 15. Ding, consumed 5 reinforcement points, constitution 5, current, 23. A familiar warmth enveloped him once more, yet this time, the sensation was particularly intense. His muscle fibers seemed to silently tear and reassemble, becoming more resilient and explosive. The density of his bones appeared to increase, achieving a remarkable balance between lightness and strength. His internal organs brimmed with vitality, banishing the fatigue of prolonged battles, leaving him with an unprecedented clarity and exhilaration. Wang Cheng clenched his fist, the sound of cracking knuckles resonating as he felt the near-explosive power within him, instilling a profound confidence that inspired a sense of invincibility. The following day, within the Central Army tent, Wang Cheng boldly requested to engage in battle. Lord Zhang, the Jin invaders are exceedingly arrogant, prying into our affairs daily and diminishing our morale. I humbly request permission to venture out of the city and slay a few of their commanders, so they may understand the might of the men of the Song. His voice rang out, resolute and unwavering. The generals present were taken aback. Zhang Shai furrowed his brow, gazing at the young general before him, who resembled a drawn sword. Admiration and concern mingled within him. General Wang, your bravery is well known to us all. However, the Jin forces are formidable, and their fierce generals abound. Your recent victory over Wu Shuji was fortunate. Should you venture out now and encounter misfortune? An elder commander surnamedly stroked his beard and counseled, Brother Wang. Your zeal is commendable, yet caution is paramount. To hold steady and await reinforcements is the wisest course. To recklessly engage in battle could lead to entrapment or ambush, and regret would come too late. Wang Cheng surveyed the assembly, his gaze as steadfast as iron. Lord Zhang, Commander Li, esteemed comrades, I fully comprehend the risks. However, to sit idly by is certainly not a sound strategy. The main forces of the Jin have yet to arrive. This is our opportunity to strike first and diminish their momentum. I am willing to sign a military pledge. Should I fail, I shall accept the consequences. He paused, his voice deep and resonant, infused with an unusual charisma. I have recently attained this esteemed position, granted by His Majesty's grace. It is my duty to repay the nation with my life. Moreover, I perceive that the Jin forces exhibit signs of arrogance. This is an opportunity we must seize. I implore you, Lord Zhang, grant your approval. Zhang Shai gazed into Wang Cheng's fervent eyes, sensing the palpable confidence and martial spirit emanating from him. He recalled the declining morale within the city and, after a moment of deliberation, slammed his palm on the table with resolve. Very well. Since General Wang possesses such audacity, I shall grant your request. But remember, do not linger in battle. Retreat when the opportunity arises. I shall rally the troops from the city walls. I accept the command. Wang Cheng clasped his fists, the sound of his armor resonating. Half an hour later, at the southern gate of Bianliang, the heavy gates slowly rose and the drawbridge descended. Wang Cheng, still mounted alone with his iron spear, donned a dark battle robe that billowed in the cold wind. His armor had been replaced with the granted Mingguang armor, reflecting a cold, shimmering light under the dim winter sun. On the city wall, Zhang Shai personally beat the war drum, the resounding beats echoing like thunder in the hearts of every soldier. Countless gazes, filled with worry, hope, admiration, and tension, once again focused on the figure at the end of the drawbridge. Wang Cheng rode his horse to the open ground between the two armies, reining in his steed, and pointed his iron spear toward the Jin camp. Drawing a deep breath, his voice thundered forth. Listen, you Jin dog below, you barbaric brutes, less than pigs and dogs, have invaded our territory and slaughtered our people, deserving of the most severe punishment. The other day, I decapitated that fool Wushuji. I doubt that has instilled any wisdom in your filthy ranks. Today, your Wang Cheng stands here. Who among you is unafraid of death? Willing to duel with me for 300 rounds? His opening lines were laced with the most scathing insults, his language crude and fierce, entirely unbecoming of a scholar and reminiscent of a battle-hardened veteran. The Jin camp erupted in turmoil. Countless furious eyes fixed their gaze upon Wang Cheng. Seeing their formation falter, Wang Cheng intensified his tirade, unleashing a torrent of vulgarities and street slang he had learned his past life and during his military training. What is the matter? Have you all gone cowardly? Are you not the ones who boast of unparalleled horsemanship and countless heroes? Why do you now cower like women, trembling in your camp? That fellow wielding the wolf-toothed club, yes you, looking like a hairless bear, do you dare come out and face your Wang Cheng for a duel? I guarantee I'll beat you into a pulp. And you, the one on the white horse, what are you pretending to be, a dashing gentleman? You're nothing but a shiny facade, all show and no substance. Go home and suckle at your mother's breast. You bunch of cowardly rats. You dare to offend our celestial empire? Bah! Is your commander also a spineless coward, allowing his men to fight while hiding behind like a turtle? His words flowed freely, each sentence striking at the very core of honor and dignity that soldiers held dear, not only challenging individuals but also humiliating the entire Jin army. The Jin forces erupted in indignation, as if a kettle had boiled over. Commander, I request to engage in battle. I vow to slay this cur and avenge our shame. A towering figure wielding a mountain axe stepped forward, eyes ablaze with fury. Commander, let me go. I shall rend him limb from limb. Another spear-wielding general roared in response. Commander, the cacophony of requests filled the air. The Jin commander, Wang Yang, sat beneath the flag, his expression dark as water. He recognized that Wang Cheng was deliberately provoking them and recalled the recent prowess he displayed in decapitating Wu Shuji. He had intended to hold back until his forces were coordinated, but Wang Cheng's insults were simply too egregious, each word piercing the soldier's most valued honor and dignity. Igniting his own ire, observing the fervor among his generals, he realized that if he suppressed them now, it might chill their spirits before battle. Reluctantly, Wang Yang weighed the pros and cons and finally snorted coldly. If he seeks death, let us grant it to him. Haruchi, you go. Be wary of his unusual spear technique, and be sure to take his head to bolster our military prestige. Understood. The robust figure wielding the mountain axe rejoiced, roaring as he urged his black steed forward, resembling a dark whirlwind charging from the ranks. Song Pig, you shall not be so arrogant. Your Haruchi has come to take your life. Haruchi towered, his imposing presence and the swinging mountain axe creating a powerful gust, indicating immense strength. The soldiers atop the city wall felt their hearts leap into their throats as they witnessed the Jin commander being provoked into action. Zhang Shai beat the drum with increased vigor, the rhythm growing more urgent. Wang Cheng observed the charging Haruchi, his gaze icy yet his lips curled into a subtle smile. He squeezed his legs against his steed's flanks and charged headlong. The two horses swiftly closed the distance. Utilizing his horse's momentum, Haruchi swung his mountain axe in a wide arc, aiming to cleave Wang Cheng in two. Should that blow land, even an Iron Man would be split asunder. However, in the face of Wang Cheng's agility, which has now reached an impressive 15 points, the heavy axe seemed somewhat sluggish. Wang Cheng did not even bother to block. Just as the axe blade was about to strike, he abruptly pulled on the reins, and his steed rose up like a spirit. Simultaneously, his iron spear shot forth like a venomous serpent emerging from its lair, arriving first with a speed that left only an afterimage in its wake. A soft sound pierced the air. Haruchu's massive frame suddenly stiffened. The momentum of his charge abruptly halted. In disbelief, he looked down at the gaping wound in his chest from which blood gushed forth, then raised his gaze to the expressionless Wang Cheng as he retracted his spear. He opened his mouth, yet no sound emerged. And then he fell from his mount with a thunderous crash, lifeless. In just one exchange, the renowned warrior of the Jin army, Haruchu, was slain by a single thrust. The battlefield instantly fell into a profound silence. Both Jin and Song troops were stunned by this thunderous blow. It was too swift, too powerful, almost inhuman. Wang Cheng flicked the blood from the spear tip and aimed it once more at the Jin formation, his voice colder than the biting wind. Waste. Truly a waste. You cannot even withstand a single strike from your grandfather. Who else wishes to meet their demise? Hurry. Grandfather is in a hurry to return to the city for a meal. Oh, how infuriating. Within the Jin ranks, another commander wielding a spear was filled with rage, his eyes nearly bulging. Without waiting for Wang Yanzongwang's command, he charged forth, declaring, "The southern barbarians shall not escape. Return my brother's life." He attacked with fury, his spear dancing with precision, evidently more cautious than Haruchu. The spear's tip gleamed coldly as it aimed for Wang Cheng's vital points. Wang Cheng let out a cold snort, spurring his horse to meet the challenge. This time, he sought not a single fatal strike, but rather aimed to test the limits of his newfound strength. His iron spear whirled, parrying and blocking, thrusting and lifting, with movements that were nothing short of exquisite and his strength unparalleled. Each clash with the Jin commander's spear felt like colliding with a great mountain, numbing his arm and splitting his palm. After merely a dozen exchanges, the Jin commander was drenched in sweat, reduced to mere defense, lacking the power to counterattack. Wang Cheng, having discerned his opponent's weaknesses, wasted no more time. He seized upon an opening, shook his spear, deflected the commander's spear, and drove straight into the center. Death! The chilling command echoed like a verdict from the Grim Reaper. The iron spear pierced the commander's throat in an instant. A second Jin commander fell to the ground. Two commanders slain in succession. In total, it did not exceed 20 exchanges. The Jin formation was utterly silent. If the first incident was a fluke, a result of Haruchu's overconfidence, this time was a sheer display of overwhelming strength. A palpable fear spread like a plague among the Jin soldiers. They gazed at the figure standing firm with his spear, resembling a god of war, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. No matter how Wang Cheng berated them or how viciously he insulted them and their commander, none dared to respond. Many instinctively took a step back. Wanyan Zhongwang's face turned ashen, his fists clenched tightly, creaking with rage and astonishment. He realized the magnitude of the embarrassment suffered today. The morale of his troops shattered beyond repair. Sending more men forward would likely only lead to further death. Sound a retreat. Gather the troops. He almost spat out through clenched teeth. The clear sound of retreat echoed, and the Jin soldiers, like a receding tide, withdrew slowly, filled with fear and humiliation. In contrast, atop the city walls of Bianliang, after a brief silence, a thunderous cheer erupted like a tsunami. They had won. Another victory. General Wang is mighty. General Wang is invincible. Truly a god descending from the heavens. The soldiers leaped with excitement, waving their weapons, their cheers rising higher and higher, almost shaking the walls to their core. The oppression and fear of recent days were completely dispelled by Wang Cheng's unparalleled display of might. The morale soared to unprecedented heights. Zhang Shai dropped his drumsticks, leaned against the battlements, and gazed at the figure returning on horseback, tears streaming down his face in excitement. Heaven blessed this song. Heaven blessed this song. With such a tiger general, Bianliang is saved. It is saved. Amidst the deafening cheers, Wang Cheng reined in his horse as he returned to the city. The drawbridge rose once more, and the gate descended. He looked up at the crowd of ecstatic faces on the battlements, listening to the overwhelming cheers. His heart surged with ambition and a desire for glory, filled with the thrill of achieving great deeds that would echo throughout the land. He knew that, after this battle, his name, Wang Cheng, would no longer merely signify a valiant warrior, but would truly become a banner. A guardian spirit in the hearts of this perilous city and the entire populace of the Song. In times of chaos, glory and fame are indeed forged only through blood and fire, shining brilliantly. Chapter 23. The Grant of Nobility within the Zicheng Hall. An urgent military report from the Southern Front burst forth like a spark, igniting a barrel of gunpowder, instantly igniting the entire court. Report. Your Majesty, a great victory. General Wang Cheng challenged the enemy at the city gates, slaying the fierce Jin generals Haruchu and Tugali. The Jin forces have retreated 10 miles in shock. The messenger's voice trembled with excitement as he knelt in the hall, raising high the report stained with a bit of dirt. What? On the dragon throne, Song Qinzong nearly leapt up, the anxiety that had long clouded his eyes now ignited with an astonishing brilliance. 2 generals slain. Say that again. Absolutely true, Your Majesty. General Wang rode out alone, provoking the Jin General Haruchu in a battle, and in just one exchange, he struck him down from his horse. Then, when the Jin General Tugali, filled with rage, charged forth, he too was slain in under 20 exchanges. The Jin forces' morale is completely shattered, and they have retreated. The messenger articulated the situation on the battlefield with clarity. Good, 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 Song Qinzong exclaimed 3 times, each louder and more fervent than the last. He slammed his palm on the imperial table, causing the ink and paper to jump, his face flushed with extreme excitement. The gloom, anxiety, and helplessness of the past days were washed away in this moment of unrestrained victory. Indeed, a tiger general. Heaven has bestowed this tiger general upon me. Blessings upon Desong. The emperor's voice trembled, yet resonated with strength as he scanned the court. Did you all hear that? The previous slaying of Wujichu could have been attributed to sheer luck. But today, the slaying of 2 generals in a frontal confrontation. This is a magnificent military achievement. True, tangible strength. The court, both civil and military, erupted into a cacophony of astonishment, followed by fervent discussions. Incredible, truly incredible. 1 strike to slay 1 general, and 20 exchanges to slay another. Such valor is unprecedented. Your Majesty is blessed. Heaven bless Desong. With this fierce general, the siege of Bianliang is promising. General Wang is indeed a divine being. Even those officials who previously harbored doubts or jealousy over Wang Cheng's meteoric rise now found it impossible to harbor such thoughts in the face of his undeniable military achievements. They all scrambled to express their admiration, singing praises of Wang Cheng's bravery, as if the previous criticisms had never existed. The chief military official, Li Gang, was so excited that his beard trembled as he stepped forward, his voice resonant as a bell. "Your Majesty, General Wang has achieved consecutive victories, slaying 3 Jin generals in battle. This merit is extraordinary. Such accomplishments deserve extraordinary rewards. Mere promotions are insufficient to honor his contributions and inspire the troops." The previous elevation to Xiaowei was already a sign of divine favor. Yet today, S achievements surpass all prior ones. "I dare to request, Your Majesty, to grant him a promotion and reward him as a model for the entire army." "What you say aligns perfectly with my thoughts." Song Qinzong nodded vigorously, his excitement still vivid on his face, his gaze intense. "In extraordinary times, extraordinary rewards must be given. In the previous meeting, I conferred official titles based on merit. Today, I believe it is time to bestow a noble rank." As soon as the words noble rank were uttered, a momentary silence enveloped the hall. The Song dynasty has enjoyed prolonged peace. It is challenging to grant titles to anyone outside the royal family, the descendants of noble families, or those who have achieved extraordinary feats, particularly among military commanders, where restrictions are even more stringent. Although Wang Cheng has accomplished significant military achievements, his humble origins make his rapid promotion all the more remarkable. Bestowing him a title at this moment would undoubtedly disrupt the existing order. As expected, a senior and prudent minister stepped forward to dissuade the emperor. "Your Majesty, please reconsider." An elderly official with white hair trembled as he spoke. Though Wang Cheng is brave, his experience is still limited, and his lowly beginnings mean that his rapid elevation is already a great favor. A noble title is a national treasure, not to be lightly bestowed upon those without a long history of military merit. Should we rashly grant a title, it may discourage seasoned generals, which is not the way of a wise court. "Indeed, Your Majesty," another scholar concurred. "To reward him with an official position and a substantial salary is already a great honor. The matter of a noble title could wait until he achieves further remarkable feats or after the crisis has passed, making it a more prudent decision." Although Zhang Bangchong and others did not directly oppose the idea, the flickering of their gazes revealed their belief that this action was too abrupt. Observing the descent, Emperor Song Qinzong's initial excitement tempered, replaced by a rare resolve. He slowly straightened his posture, casting his gaze over the opposing ministers, his voice calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. "Discouraging seasoned generals? If any veteran could match Wang Cheng's prowess, slaying enemy leaders on the battlefield and boosting national morale, I would not hesitate to bestow him a noble title as well. The court must reward those capable of supporting the nation and safeguarding the realm." He paused, elevating his voice. "Now that Bianliang is besieged, the nation trembles, and both military and civilians are anxious. It is essential to establish a role model, to demonstrate to all soldiers and the millions of common people that as long as one is willing to sacrifice for the country, I shall not be stingy with rewards. Today, Wang Cheng shall serve as a beacon for tomorrow, loyal and brave." This is not merely a reward for Wang Cheng. It is an inspiration for all valiant souls across the land. The emperor's unwavering stance and substantial reasoning, directly addressing the current crisis, swiftly diminished the opposition's voices. Li Gang seized the opportunity to bow again. "Your Majesty, you are wise. Establishing a role model is indeed timely." Without hesitation, Emperor Song Qinzong instructed the Hamlin Academy scholar responsible for drafting the decree with absolute certainty. "Draft the decree. Zhao Xiaowei, Yuji General and commander of the Ruijin camp. Wang Cheng is unparalleled in loyalty and courage, possessing extraordinary military acumen. He has repeatedly defeated the enemy, cutting down 3 leaders in battle, and his accomplishments are remarkable, shining brightly in history. He is hereby promoted to the 5th rank Yochi General, retaining his position as commander of the Ruijin camp. Furthermore, he is to be ennobled as a baron of the founding, with a fief of 300 households. He shall be granted a red document and an iron certificate, along with 200 taels of gold, 1,000 taels of silver, 10 imperial horses, and 100 bolts of silk. His achievements shall be compiled into a book by the authorities and distributed throughout the realm, so that all may know of this pillar supporting the Song Dynasty. The title of Yochi General, the 5th rank. This is already a position of substantial authority among mid-level military officials. Even more astonishing is the title of Baron of the Founding. Although it is the lowest rank among noble titles, the term founding signifies true nobility, a title and fief that can be passed down through generations. The red document and iron certificate symbolize an inviolable privilege, a gesture of utmost favor. As the decree was announced, the entire Xicheng hall fell silent, followed by a surge of envy and admiration. This time, no one dared to question the decision. The Emperor's determination and Wang Cheng's strength were evident. "Your Majesty is wise," the ministers cried in unison, their voices filled with sincerity. The decree was swiftly delivered to the southern city military camp. This time, the ceremony was even more grandiose, and the eunuch announcing the decree wore an even brighter smile. "We hereby announce the Yochi General, Baron of the Founding, Wang Cheng, who excels among the 3 armies, is specially promoted to Yochi General and ennobled as Baron of the Founding, with a fief of 300 households and granted a red document and iron certificate. Thus decreed. I, Wang Cheng, humbly thank your Majesty for this heavenly favor. Long live the Emperor." Wang Cheng knelt once more to receive the decree, his heart stirred. Yochi General, Baron of the Founding. This is not merely a promotion in position. It represents a leap in social status. From this moment forth, Wang Cheng will be a member of the Song Dynasty's noble class. He has gained the qualification to participate in higher-level political maneuverings. Congratulations, Your Grace. Congratulations, Your Grace. The eunuch, with a sycophantic smile, respectfully presented the decree and the seal representing the title. Congratulations, General Wang. Congratulations, Lord Baron. Zhang Shai and numerous military officers gathered around, their faces beaming with pride and genuine congratulations. Brother Wang, your speed of promotion is truly enviable. I am in awe. General Zhang laughed heartily, giving Wang Cheng a friendly punch on the shoulder. But I respect you. This title rightfully belongs to a man of your caliber. Indeed, Lord Baron, you must look after your brothers from now on. Follow you, and there will be meat to eat and merits to gain. The soldiers erupted in joyous cheers, their spirits soaring as they saw their commander held in such high regard by the court. Wang Cheng's success illuminated the path of hope for them, showcasing the possibility of transforming their fates through military achievements. Wang Cheng reciprocated their gestures of goodwill, his sense of ambition and responsibility swelling within him. He understood that with higher rank comes greater responsibility and challenges. Thus, he reinvested most of his rewards back into the camp to reward the entire army, keeping only a portion of silk and silver to take home. News of Wang Cheng's dual victories and his ennoblement spread like wildfire, reaching the streets and alleys of Bianliang faster than official reports. In tea houses and taverns, people eagerly discussed the emergence of the extraordinary General Wang, the newly titled Baron. Have you heard? General Wang has slain 2 more Jin generals, one after another. Goodness, he is like the reincarnation of Guan Yu. Indeed, the Emperor has bestowed a title upon him, Baron of the Founding. That is a title that can be passed down. Wonderful. Heaven has not abandoned our Song Dynasty. With General Wang, we shall surely defend Bianliang. The Wang family ancestral grave must be smoking with pride. In just a few days, from a mere soldier to a general, and now ennobled, the common folk rejoiced, clapping their hands in delight. As the pervasive atmosphere of despair and fear that had hung over the city began to dissipate with each victorious announcement, Wang Cheng's name became a beacon of hope amidst adversity, a symbol that inspired countless individuals with confidence and optimism. Within the Zhao general's residence, the atmosphere was filled with jubilation. Your Grace, Brother Cheng has been ennobled. Qingwen, like a joyful lark, dashed inside, her cheeks flushed and her eyes sparkling with excitement. Even before reaching the hall, her clear voice had already filled the air. Inside, Yuan Yang was chatting with Ying Chun, discussing some household affairs, while Wang Cheng's siblings were also present. Upon hearing the news, everyone stood up in surprise. Really? Sister, is the news certain? Wang's mother grasped Qingwen's hand with trembling excitement, her voice quavering. A noble title. That is an honor beyond what we mere commoners could ever dream of. Absolutely true. It has spread throughout the town. They say Brother Cheng has once again slain 2 Jin generals outside the city, and the emperor is greatly pleased, directly promoting him to the 5th rank Yoqi general and granting him the title of Baron of the Founding, a fief of 300 households. And he has received a red document and iron certificate. Qingwen spoke rapidly, gesturing animatedly. Umitba, Umitba. Wang's mother clasped her hands together, tears of joy streaming down her face. My Chenger has made something of himself. Truly remarkable. May our parents in the heavens rest in peace. Wang Zhu'er was equally overcome with emotion, tears flowing freely as he wiped his eyes with his sleeve. Although Yuan Yang was usually composed, she too radiated joy, her eyes glimmering with pride and delight. She gently took the excited Ingchuan's hand and said softly, Sister, did you hear? The general has achieved great feats and has been ennobled. In our residence, we have truly become a distinguished family of nobility. Ingchun was momentarily overwhelmed by this immense joy. As she listened to Qingwen's animated descriptions and the emotional exclamations of her brothers and sisters-in-law, while observing Yuan Yang's contented smile, the feelings of grievance, uncertainty, and inferiority that had lingered in her heart began to dissipate significantly under the weight of this overwhelming glory. The man she married was not the fierce and fearsome figure she had imagined. Instead, he treated her with kindness, offering her respect and security. He was a grand hero, renowned for his remarkable achievements and favored by the emperor, awarded titles and honors at a young age, with an immeasurable future ahead. Although she was but a concubine, she was the concubine of such an extraordinary man. She was the lady of this newly elevated noble residence, compared to her previous existence at the Jiao residence, which appeared splendid, yet was in fact a cold and hopeless cage, where she was an unnoticed daughter of a lesser status destined to be easily manipulated. Her current situation felt like a stark contrast. A hidden joy and sense of fortune began to sprout quietly in her heart, like the tender shoots of early spring. She felt her posture straighten slightly and whispered to Yuan Yang, Sister, I am truly happy. These words carried a hint of shyness, but were sincere and heartfelt. Yuan Yang patted her hand with an understanding smile, saying, We are all happy. This is the future earned by the general's bravery, and it is also a grand occasion for our family. When the general returns, we must celebrate properly. The entire household, including the servants and maids, was filled with joy, sharing in the glory. With a prominent master, their lives would naturally improve, allowing them to walk with pride. When Wang Cheng returned to the residence with his personal guards, delivering part of the emperor's rewards, he was greeted by a scene of exuberance, teeming with the vitality and hope of life. The excitement of his brothers and sisters-in-law, Qingwen's exuberance, Yuan Yang's satisfaction, and the newfound brightness and reliance in Ingchuan's gaze all stirred warmth within him. This was what he desperately sought to protect. In these tumultuous times, wielding the system, he was determined to forge ahead vigorously, striving for unparalleled fame while safeguarding the warmth and tranquility of this small realm. As night fell, the general's residence hosted a family banquet. Although it was not excessively extravagant, it was nonetheless exquisite and bountiful, filled with laughter and joy. Wang Cheng sat at the head of the table, gazing at Yuan Yang, Qingwen, and the slightly shy yet no longer fearful Ingchun, along with his excited brothers and sisters-in-law, his heart brimming with contentment. He was aware that the external situation remained severe, with the main forces of the Jin army yet to arrive and greater trials lay ahead. The titles and honors were merely the beginning. Yet at this moment, he reveled in this hard-won warmth and glory. He raised his glass and addressed his family, saying, Today's joy is thanks to the Emperor's grace, as well as to all of you for stabilizing my home front. From now on, our family's life will only get better. Cheers! The crowd echoed in unison, their faces radiating with hopes for the future. Chapter 24. The unpredictability of life. The news of Wang Cheng's elevation to nobility struck the Ronghua house like the most fierce north wind in the 12th lunar month, sweeping in with ice shards and dust, shattering the barely maintained decorum and silence. Initially, it was the whispers of a few young servants at the door, their eyes filled with disbelief and frenzied excitement. The murmurs spread like ripples in a still pond, quickly reaching the stables, kitchen, and laundry room. Within half a day, the servant circles of the Jiao residence were in an uproar. Incredible! Incredible! That Wang Cheng is no ordinary man. He is General Wang, Lord Wang. He has been ennobled, a founding noble, a legitimate lord. One matron slapped her thigh, her voice sharp enough to lift the roof, her face a mix of excitement and regret, as if she had missed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. My heavens! Just a few days ago, he was still a steward in our house, and now, without warning, he has become a general and been granted a title? This is akin to flames erupting from our ancestral graves. A founding noble. That is a title that can be passed down to future generations. 300 households as fiefdom. A certificate in red ink and iron. From now on, the Wang family will truly be a distinguished, noble clan. No longer someone we can associate with. Indeed, Yuan Yang has truly fallen into a nest of fortune. Who would have thought? Now, a genuine official's wife. She is the lady of a lord, more esteemed than those ladies in the house who lack influence. Indeed, and Qingwen, who accompanied her, is now a prominent maid in the lord's residence. In the future, she may even marry a steward, and that will also be a distinguished match. The tide of discussion swiftly shifted from initial shock and envy to a renewed examination of the past and boundless fantasies of the future. Those who had once been friendly with Wang Cheng and Yuan Yang now felt a sense of pride, as if they too shared in the glory. While those who had previously whispered behind their backs, or even schemed against them, wore uneasy expressions, anxious that one day the Lord's residents might remember old grievances. There were also those with shrewd minds whose eyes inadvertently glanced toward Huanwu Garden and Xiling Isle, lowering their voices with a hint of schadenfreude and an indescribable complexity. Say, if Miss Inger had accepted back then, even if just as a concubine, wouldn't she now be the glorious wife of a lord? Surely better than languishing in a house. And the second miss, though a concubine, is the concubine of a lord, not inferior to any official's main wife. Looking at it now, perhaps it is a case of misfortune leading to fortune? Hush, keep your voice down. Such talk can be dangerous. Be careful if the master hears. All manner of gossip infiltrated the Jia family's courtyard like an unwelcome chill, bringing an indescribable silence and oppression. In the eastern courtyard of Rongxi Hall, where Jia Shi resided, he lay sprawled on the heated bed while a maid massaged his legs, and Lady Xing sat nearby sewing. The room was warm from the incense burner. It could not disperse the gloom that hung over them. The Daying Chun was carried off in a pink sedan chair, though she had married. The spectacle was akin to rubbing his face in the dirt. He was filled with pent-up anger with no outlet, feeling a tightness in his chest. Just then, his confidant, the servant Xinger, rushed in, disregarding etiquette, panting and shouting, "Master, Madam, great news. Wang Cheng has been ennobled." Crash! Jiashi shot upright, his sudden movement knocking a small, colorful porcelain bell from the table, shattering it into pieces. He was oblivious, his eyes, clouded by indulgence, widened in shock, fixating on Xing, his voice hoarse and sharp. "What did you say? What title?" Lady Xing, too startled, pricked her finger with a needle, forgetting the pain as she gaped at Xinger. Xinger swallowed hard and repeated laboriously, "He has been ennobled. The emperor personally bestowed him the title of founding noble. He remains a fifth-rank cavalry general, but now, with a title, a fief of 300 households, and a certificate in red ink and iron. It has spread everywhere. A founding noble. A certificate in red ink and iron, Jia," she murmured, his complexion visibly paling at an alarming rate, turning ghastly white, then abruptly flushing with extreme shame and disbelief. He snatched up a jade paperweight nearby, intending to hurl it, but his arm trembled violently, ultimately falling limply at his side, his throat emitting a hoarse sound, as if something were choking him. He was a mere servant. How could he? Jiashi squeezed out those words through gritted teeth, each utterance laced with a venomous hatred and a sense of bewilderment at fate's cruel mockery. Madame Xing also regained her composure, her complexion shifting between shades of blue and white, murmuring, "How could this be possible? A noble title, after all." She recalled the day when her husband had vehemently cursed Wang Cheng as a beast and a scoundrel. Yet today that very man had ascended to the status of a lord, a figure they were now obliged to revere. The stark contrast left her feeling dizzy, her heart swirling with tumultuous emotions, unable to discern whether it was jealousy, hatred, fear, or regret. In the suffocating silence of the room, Jiasha trembled with rage. And as Madame Xing stood bewildered, a timid voice from outside announced, "Master, Madame, Lida, and Lin Jishao have come with others to congratulate you." It was self-evident that the congratulations pertained to the noble title bestowed upon their son-in-law, Wang Cheng. Instantly, The faces of Jia Sha and Madame Xing became as vivid as a dyer's palette. Jia Sha's chest heaved violently as he seized a cushion and hurled it to the ground, roaring, "Get out! Let them all leave!" "Congratulations? What nonsense! They are here to mock me." Madame Xing hurriedly approached to soothe him, though her own heart felt heavy with indignation. The congratulations were akin to resounding slaps across their faces. To accept them would mean acknowledging a disgraceful alliance, swallowing a bitter pill. To refuse would portray them as jealous and petty in the eyes of outsiders, further diminishing their stature. The couple exchanged glances, each recognizing the unspoken frustration, humiliation, and a profound sense of helplessness reflected in the other's eyes. Jia Sha slumped despondently onto the bed, gazing at the intricate ceiling, his expression hollow, only a murmured sound of bitterness escaping his throat. Meanwhile, in the rear courtyard, Lin Daiyu, Jia Baoyu, Tan Chun, and Shi Chun were gathered together. The excited chatter of the maids floated in, initially indistinct, but as they grasped the news of Wang Cheng's elevation, the room fell silent. As if a pin could be heard dropping, Jia Baoyu was momentarily stunned, his face revealing a complex mixture of surprise, confusion, and an instinctive aversion. He abruptly threw a piece of jade he had been toying with onto the table, thankful for the soft mat beneath it. "What lord? What general? They are but traitors and sycophants, stained with the blood of their ambitions. What is there to celebrate? My second sister has been sullied by such vile company." As he spoke, his eyes reddened, unsure whether his tears were for Ying Chun or for the shattering of his own ideals. Lin Daiyu, momentarily halted in her work with the silk thread, furrowed her elegant brows. A fleeting glimmer of shock crossed her autumn-like eyes, soon transforming into a deep complexity. She recalled Wang Cheng's resolute demeanor when he had come to propose, and Ying Chun's helplessness as she entered the carriage. Now confronted with this overwhelming glory, how unpredictable the world could be. With a gentle sigh, she murmured, "Fortune often leans on misfortune, and misfortune may harbor fortune. His power grows. Yet for my second sister and his household, it remains uncertain whether it is a blessing or a curse." Her words, though subtly phrased, pinpointed the turmoil in everyone's hearts. On one hand, they felt humiliated by Ying Chun's status as a concubine. On the other, Wang Cheng's rising prominence seemingly improved Ying Chun's situation in terms of material wealth and societal perception. This realization tainted their previously straightforward sympathy with a complex flavor, as if their prior indignation had been countered by this unexpected news. Tan Chun, possessing the keenest intellect and rationality among them, set aside her book, her face still reflecting shock, yet her mind analyzed the implications with calm detachment. Although the title was of a lower rank, it signified a genuine noble identity. With this title, he had truly secured his position within the elite of Bianliang, no longer the obscure figure he once was. "Our household," she began, but her words trailed off, as everyone understood that the Jia family was declining while Wang Cheng was on the rise. The contrast was striking and deeply ironic, leaving an unshakable sense of loss and crisis in the hearts of the young women. Shi Chun, too young to fully comprehend the significance of noble titles, sensed the gravity of the situation reflected in her siblings' expressions. She quietly fiddled with her prayer beads, feeling increasingly overwhelmed by the chaos of the mundane world. The impact of the news on the Hongwu Yuan was undoubtedly the most profound and intricate. Ying Er sat in the corridor, her spirit troubled as she embroidered a fragrant pouch. Upon hearing the excited yet regretful discussions among the maids, her needle slipped, piercing her fingertip, and a drop of crimson blood quickly stained the unfinished flower petals. Yet, she felt no pain, only a chilling sensation surging from her feet to her head. A buzzing in her ears, her mind echoing the words, "He has been granted a title, the founding noble, with official recognition." Regret, like a poisonous vine, rapidly entwined around her heart, making it difficult for her to breathe. Had she but nodded in agreement back then, even as a mere concubine, she would now be a lady in a noble household, no longer a servant, reliant on others' whims, and could have borne children to secure her future. But now, she remained a mere maid, while the man she had once scorned for his lowly status had soared to heights she now had to regard with reverence. This overwhelming psychological disparity gnawed at her heart like a venomous serpent, leaving her pale and cold. Unable to remain seated, she abruptly rose, stumbling into the inner chamber. Disregarding propriety, and with a voice choked with emotion, addressed Xue Baochai, who was copying the Lanting Su Miss. Miss, did you hear? He has been granted a title. The founding noble. Xue Baochai's hand, poised with brush, halted abruptly in midair. A drop of ink, uncontrollably, fell onto the pristine rice paper, instantly spreading into a glaring blot that ruined her nearly completed work. Her usually steady demeanor quivered ever so slightly. Slowly, she lifted her gaze to Ing'er, whose face reflected utter desolation, and for the first time, cracks of disbelief and astonishment marred Xue Baochai's typically serene visage. Shock, incredulity, and a profound sense of absurdity at the whims of fate flickered through her almond-shaped eyes, which were accustomed to concealing emotions. She had thought that Wang Cheng might reach the rank of 5 or 6 officials, but never anticipated he would be granted a title. Noble titles and official ranks were entirely different realms. This meant that Wang Cheng and his family had officially entered the upper echelons of Song Dynasty nobility, with the privilege of hereditary succession. He has been granted a title? Xue Baochai's voice trembled slightly, betraying her composure. She set down her brush, her fingertips feeling icy. Yes, the word has spread. Cavalry general, founding noble, with a fief of 300 households and official recognition. Ing'er's voice quivered with a hint of tears, filled with boundless regret. If only we had. Silence. Xue Baochai rarely raised her voice, but this time, it was accompanied by a slight heave of her chest. She struggled to maintain her facade of calm. Yet deep within, a tempest raged. She recalled her fleeting thoughts of the previous day, considering the possibility of her position as the principal wife, now rendered laughable and tragic by today's news of the title. The more illustrious Wang Cheng became, the more his words to Xue Baochai, that if she were willing to lower herself and become his concubine, felt like a searing iron branding her dignity. How dare he? How could he dare to think such a thing? What truly unsettled her was the realization that as Wang Cheng's status ascended, the words that once sounded like a profound humiliation seemed to lose their absurdity in the eyes of others and due to certain pragmatic considerations. This thought flickered in her mind, only to be forcefully suppressed by Xue Baochai, yet it brought forth a deeper sense of humiliation and an icy dread. How could she, Xue Baochai, the esteemed daughter of the Xue family, find herself contemplating whether a former servant, now a newly affluent individual, would consider taking her as a concubine? Such is the nature of this world and fate. Observing Ing'er's face filled with regret and tearful eyes, Xue Baochai felt a surge of vexation, coupled with an inexplicable resentment. Taking a deep breath, she compelled herself to regain her composure, her voice returning to its usual steadiness, yet tinged with a deliberately suppressed chill. It has come to this. Regret is futile. He shall enjoy his title, and we shall lead our lives. Do not mention this person again. With that, she picked up her brush anew, yet no matter how hard she tried, the ink would not flow. Her vision consumed by the glaring ink blot and the cold, mocking gaze of Wang Cheng from that day. Ing'er, witnessing her mistress's demeanor, dared not weep further. Silently shedding tears, her heart in turmoil, a tempest of emotions that could not be quelled. Within the confines of Hengwu Garden, the two remained silent, surrounded only by the failed calligraphy and the bloodstains on their fingertips, a testament to the profound shock and hidden wounds brought by this earth-shattering news. Throughout the courtyards of Rongwa Mansion, it seemed that the sudden tidings had rendered everyone speechless. When Wang Shifeng learned of the news, she was engaged in discussions with Ping'er about the household expenses. Upon hearing the revelation, she halted her calculations. Her almond-shaped eyes narrowed slightly. A half-smile flitted across her face, ultimately transforming into an ambiguous snort. Ah, truly, the ways of the world are unpredictable. Within that smile lay surprise, scheming, and perhaps even a hint of envy for the unpredictable fates of Yuan Yang and Ing Chun, a sentiment she herself was reluctant to acknowledge. When Jia Mu received the news, she fell into a long silence, which culminated in a deep sigh, her fingers anxiously twisting the strand of sandalwood prayer beads. The next day dawned bright and clear. The golden winter sun illuminated the vermilion gates of the general's residence. Although the plaque had yet to be replaced, the aura of newfound grandeur subtly emanated. On the day of her return, Wang Cheng, encumbered by military affairs, could not attend in person. Nevertheless, the arrangements were sufficiently grand. No longer was it the modest 4-person sedan chair of the previous occasion. It had been replaced with a more spacious and dignified 8-person warm sedan chair, draped in exquisite silk and surrounded by thick fur for warmth. In front and behind marched 2 squads of 20 well-armed guards, their armor gleaming, swords at their waists. Their steps synchronized, exuding an aura of formidable authority. Wang Cheng's siblings-in-law, Wang Zhe and Wang Shi, also donned respectable new garments, accompanying him in a small green canopy carriage. As this procession moved through the streets, it drew the attention of passers-by, who gazed in awe and admiration. In stark contrast to the previous quiet and almost humiliating wedding procession, this display was as different as night and day. The west corner gate of Roma Mansion was opened early, and several notable stewards stood ready with their attendants. While not as ceremonious as the grand entrance for a legitimate wife, it was certainly a marked improvement over the previous cold and neglectful reception for a concubine. The sedan chair came to a steady halt, and a maid promptly lifted the curtain. Chun, supported by Shuji's hand, gracefully descended from the sedan. Today, she wore a brand-new rose-red satin dress adorned with entwined lotus patterns, topped with a silver fox fur vest, and adorned with a gold and emerald hairpin gifted by Wang Cheng the previous day, along with several newly crafted palace flowers. A light dusting of powder enhanced her complexion, and the lingering traces of timidity and sorrow had considerably faded, revealing a newfound brightness and composure. Zhao Yin and Wang Shifeng were already waiting at the entrance. Zhao Yin wore an awkward yet forced smile, though today it held a touch of cautiousness and flattery. Wang Shifeng, clad in a resplendent crimson gown with golden sleeves, adorned with pearls and jewels, was still the radiant second Madame Lian. Without uttering a word, she smiled and swiftly approached, warmly linking her arm with Ingchuan's. "Oh, my dear second sister, at last, you have returned. Let your sister-in-law take a good look at you." She scrutinized Ingchun with a keen eye, swiftly assessing her attire and complexion, a genuine surprise flickering in her gaze, swiftly followed by an even broader smile. "In just 2 days, my second sister has become even more beautiful. It is evident that the general's residence is indeed nurturing." Her voice was pitched just right to ensure those nearby could hear, serving both as a compliment and a subtle probe. Ingchuan's cheeks flushed slightly as she lowered her eyes, her voice gentle yet no longer frail. "Thank you, elder brother and sister-in-law, for waiting so long. The general is occupied with military duties and has entrusted my brother and sister to bring me back to pay respects to the elders." Wang Shi and Wang Zhe hurried forward to greet her, their demeanor respectful, yet neither obsequious nor arrogant. Zhao Yin and Wang Shifeng repeatedly expressed their reluctance to impose, courteously ushering the group inside. As they made their way to Jia Mu's courtyard, they noticed an increased number of maidservants and attendants awaiting them at the corridor. Upon seeing Ingchun and her entourage, they all bowed respectfully, their eyes filled with curiosity and scrutiny, devoid of the previous subtle disdain. Inside Rongqing Hall, the air was fragrant with warmth. Jia Mu sat on the couch, accompanied by Wang Furin, Xing Furin, and Xue Ima, with even a usually reserved Li Wan present. As Ingchun entered, all eyes instantly focused on her. She stepped forward, adhering to the proper etiquette, meticulously greeting Jia Mu, Xing Furin, Wang Furin, and the other elders. "Good child, rise and come closer." Jia Mu's voice carried an imperceptible complexity as she held Ingchuan's hand, scrutinizing her face, her murky old eyes glimmering with surprise. The girl's eyes sparkled, her complexion radiant, and the tranquility etched upon her brow could not be feigned. Wang Furin also rarely displayed a warm smile. Inquiring about her journey, Xing Furin, feeling the most conflicted, cleared her throat and managed to ask, "Were you accustomed to it over there? Did anyone bully you?" She had intended to inquire about how Wang Cheng treated her, but found the words difficult to articulate. Ingchun lifted her gaze, her expression calm as it swept across the elders, her voice clear and gentle. In response to the matriarch and the esteemed ladies, "I wish to convey that I am quite well at the general's residence. The general treats me very kindly. The household affairs are managed by Sister Yuan Yang, and everything is orderly. Sister Qingwen, with her lively spirit, often comes to keep me company. My meals and daily needs are tended to with care, and I have not faced any grievances." Her tone was composed, neither boastful nor resentful, as if recounting the most natural of occurrences. A hush fell over the hall. As they observed her tranquil demeanor, the peace radiating from within her, and compared it to her previous anxious and tear-streaked self before her marriage. Their doubts began to waver. Jiamu patted her hand, sighing, "Good, good. As long as you are well, we can rest easy." Within her words lay sincerity, mingled with an ineffable sentiment. Meanwhile, Xing Furin felt a tightness in her chest, a suffocating discomfort. She both wished for her daughter's well-being, to avoid embarrassment, yet simultaneously sensed that the better Yingshan fared, the more it highlighted the shameful act of selling her as a concubine, further emphasizing Wang Cheng's current might, making the humiliation she endured all the more vivid. She could not help but murmur softly, "Humph, in just a few days, one can know a person's face but not their heart. How much warmth can one expect from such a devil?" Though her voice was low, it was still heard by quite a few in the quiet hall. Yingshuan's eyelashes fluttered slightly, yet she refrained from responding, merely bowing her head silently, lifting the tea offered by her maid, and sipping gracefully, exuding an air of elegance and composure. Observing this, Wang Shifeng quickly interjected with a smile, "Oh my, look at the poise of our second sister. She appears even more dignified than at home. It is evident that she has truly found a reliable support. Grandmother, you need not worry. The Marquis is now a newly risen figure in the court, with a bright future ahead. Our second sister shall only enjoy the comforts of life alongside him." She then cheerfully suggested to Yingshan, "Sister, go to the garden and see your sisters. They have all been missing you." Yingshan took this opportunity to rise and take her leave, accompanied by Xiuju, as they made their way to the Guanyuan. As they passed through the familiar corridors and meandered around the rockery and pond, Xiuju, supporting Yingshan, could not help but whisper, "Miss, did you notice the expressions of second Mistress Lian and those matrons? They were more courteous than towards the properly married young ladies. And in the old lady's chamber, when has it ever been so quiet while a young lady spoke?" Yingshan continued walking, yet her lips curled ever so slightly in a barely perceptible smile. Did she not feel it? In her short time at the general's residence, despite being new, the respect from those above her, the care from Yuan Yang, and the straightforwardness of Qingwen had all contributed to a gradual sense of stability for her restless heart. Compared to her time in the Jiao residence, where as a concubine-born daughter, she faced a callous stepmother, an indifferent father, and the disdain from servants, the sense of suffocation and powerlessness was starkly different. Her current life was a far cry from the past. She softly replied, "Mind your words. Things are indeed different now." The two, understanding each other, quickened their pace. Upon nearing the Oxiang pavilion, a little maid had already spotted them and hurried inside to deliver the news. Soon after, Lin Daiyu, Xue Baochai, Jia Baoyu, Tanshan, and Shi Chun, along with Shi Shangyun, who happened to be visiting today, all came out to greet them. Second sister, Yingshan's sister. The sisters gathered around, chattering excitedly. Yet their gazes inevitably fell upon Yingshan, scrutinizing her closely. Jia Baoyu was the first to rush forward, grabbing Yingshuan's sleeve, his eyes reddening once more. "Second sister, you are back. That Wang fellow did not bully you, did he? If you suffered any grievances, you must tell us." Seeing his sincere concern warmed Yingshuan's heart. She gently withdrew her sleeve and reassured him, "Brother Baoyu, do not worry. I am well." Lin Daiyu's eyes, brimming with unshed tears, lingered on Yingshuan's face. Her perceptive nature allowed her to notice the subtle change in Yingshan. It was not a forced smile, but rather a transition from tension to relaxation. She softly remarked, "Second sister's complexion seems much improved." Xue Baochai, standing a step behind, wore a gentle smile, her calm gaze sweeping over Yingshuan's attire, hairstyle, and the notably exquisite hairpin. Her hand and her sleeve curled slightly before relaxing again. She smiled and said, "It appears that our second sister is adapting quite well to the general's residence." Tan Shun directly inquired, "Second sister, are the rules at the Wang general's residence strict? Are the servants manageable?" Yingshan was enveloped by her sisters as they settled into the warm pavilion, where the maids served tea and fruits. Holding the warm teacup, she felt the weight of their concerned, curious, and probing gazes intensifying that hidden sense of relief within her. She carefully chose her words and replied, "Thank you for your concern, sisters. There are indeed rules at the general's residence, yet none that are deliberately difficult. The general is often occupied with military affairs and does not frequent the inner courtyard, but household matters are well ordered. Sister Yuan Yang is fair and efficient in managing the affairs, offering me considerable support. Although Qingwen has a hasty temperament, she is kind-hearted and often comes to converse with me to alleviate my boredom. My daily life is even more refined than it was in the Jiao residence. Pausing to recall the general's words from that night, her tone grew more resolute. The general has stated that once one enters the residence, we become a family. As long as one remains peaceable and does not harbor ulterior motives, no one shall treat me with disdain. A hush fell over the room. The sisters listened attentively to Yingchuan's straightforward account, observing her rosy cheeks, relaxed brow, and the natural demeanor she displayed when mentioning the general, free from forced expressions or fear, eliciting a complex mix of emotions among them. They had initially prepared themselves with comforting words, expecting Yingchuan to describe her suffering in tears, needing their soft words of solace. Yet, to their surprise, she not only had not endured hardship, but appeared to have been rejuvenated instead. Shi Shangyun, ever candid, exclaimed, "Second sister, if what you say is true, it seems you're even better off than at home. That Wang brother-in-law, though he looks fierce, is actually quite caring." She intended to say Wang general, but altered her words, adding a tone of incredulity. Yingchuan's cheeks flushed, and she scolded playfully, "What nonsense are you spouting, young girl? The general merely treats people with reason." Yet, there was no denial in her words. Xue Baochai, upon hearing this, felt as if a jar of vinegar had been overturned in his heart, both sour and bitter. Unable to restrain himself, he exclaimed, "What reason? It is merely the schemes of power-hungry scoundrels. Just a means to win hearts. Second sister, do not be deceived by him. What does such a foul man know about respecting women?" Yingchuan, upon hearing this, gently set down her teacup and looked up at Xue Baochai with a newfound firmness in her gaze, which was rare for her. "Brother Baochai, whether the general is foul or not, I dare not hastily judge. However, he has provided me with a place to stand and a promise of respect, allowing me not to live in constant anxiety. I believe that is quite enough." Her words, neither too heavy nor too light, momentarily silenced Xue Baochai, who opened his mouth, gazing into Yingchuan's calm, yet resolute eyes, and found himself at a loss for words, ultimately sitting down in dejection and biting into a fruit with frustration. Lin Daiyu quietly listened from the side, observing the exchange between Yingchuan and Baochai, her heart filled with mixed emotions. She knew Yingchuan's timid nature, her tendency to endure, and had never seen her express her views so clearly or even subtly defend an outsider. What magic did Wang Cheng possess to instill such confidence in her second sister within just 2 days? She recalled the day Wang Cheng came to propose, his cold, sharp gaze seeming to see through everything, causing her heart to tremble slightly. Xue Baochai lowered her eyes to admire the exquisite embroidery on her skirt, her fingers unconsciously gliding over the smooth satin. Each of Yingchuan's statements about the general's kindness and the smooth affairs of the household felt like a small needle gently pricking her heart. She thought of Inger's remorseful expression and her own interrupted secret thoughts, contrasting them with Yingchuan's current contentment and stability, feeling an indescribable bitterness and imbalance quietly spreading within her. What she had once perceived as a lowly position had suddenly transformed into an enviable nest of comfort for others. The capriciousness of fate was indeed alarming. Tan Chun's heart, too, was tumultuous. She felt both fortunate for Yingchuan and a sense of bittersweet reflection, understanding the subtle dynamics brought about by the reversal of status between the Jia family and Wang Cheng. She forced a smile and said, "It is best if second sister thinks this way. The most important thing is to live your life comfortably." Shichun remained silent, quietly peeling pine nuts, occasionally glancing at her siblings, each with different expressions, feeling that the mundane world was indeed chaotic, further solidifying her resolve to pursue a life illuminated only by the light of a solitary lamp and the teachings of the Buddha. Yingchuan observed the reactions of her sisters, and the initial trepidation in her heart had long since transformed into a serene acceptance. She understood that their expressions may not have been entirely genuine. Mingled with their joy were surprise, confusion, and even a hint of barely perceptible jealousy. Yet, what did it matter? Her path had diverged significantly from theirs. Wang Cheng provided her not only with material security, but also a spiritual refuge, allowing her to finally break free from her former constrained existence and breathe in the air of freedom. After lingering in the garden for a moment and exchanging casual pleasantries, Yingchuan took her leave, mentioning that her brothers and sisters-in-law from the general's residence were waiting outside. Her sisters escorted her to the garden gate, watching as she departed, enveloped by the imposing presence of her maidservants and the waiting matron in the distance. Her posture was upright, her steps measured. She was no longer the girl who kept her head down, wishing to shrink away. Shi Shangyun gazed at her retreating figure and murmured, "Sister Ai seems to have transformed into a different person." Lin Dayu sighed softly and remarked, "Perhaps the general's residence truly represents a realm of liberation for her." Xue Baochai remained silent, only feeling the sharp chill of the winter afternoon's sun upon her skin. Jiao Baiyu too was lost in thought, his heart heavy with an inexplicable sense of loss, as if something precious had quietly deteriorated beyond his notice and could never be reclaimed. Chapter 26. The glorious moment of Wang Zhuer. As Wang Zhuer returned to Rongwa Mansion in Yingchuan's carriage, he was a man of simple nature, intending to see his siblings settled before waiting at the gate. However, upon reaching the corner gate, he was met by a throng of important stewards from the mansion, including Lai De, Lin Jixiao, Wu Xindeng, and Dai Liang, as well as Lai Sheng and others from Ningguo Mansion, all waiting with smiles of unprecedented warmth. "Paza Tsue, we've been eagerly awaiting your arrival." Lai De was the first to approach, personally assisting Wang Zhuer down from the carriage with a level of familiarity that left even the nearby servants astounded. Lin Jixiao also squeezed forward, his usually expressionless face now beaming with joy. "Brother Zhou, what a journey you've had. Come inside for a cup of hot tea to warm yourself." Wang Zhuer felt momentarily a loss, instinctively rubbing his hands together and stammering, "Lai Guan, Lin Deji, how could I accept such treatment? I was merely waiting here." "Oh, my good brother, are you trying to slap our faces?" Lai Sheng's voice boomed as he clasped Wang Zhuer's arm. "What is your status now? The brother of a noble. How can we let you wait at the gate? If this gets out, what face will we have left? Come. A banquet is prepared, just waiting to welcome you." Without allowing him to object, the crowd ushered the bewildered Wang Zhuer into the hall designated for the stewards' meetings and banquets. His wife, Wang Shi, was also invited by several respectable matrons into the inner quarters to converse. This hall was not unfamiliar to Wang Zhi, but he had always occupied the role of a servant, pouring wine and serving dishes. Never before had he found himself firmly seated at the head of the main table. The hall was already warm and inviting, with a large copper brazier burning fine charcoal, emitting no smoke. On a grand Zeton wood round table lay an abundance of seasonal fruits and exquisite dishes, rivaling the spread of a typical small family's festive banquet. The rich aroma of aged Jinhua wine filled the air. "Brother Zhuer, please take a seat." Lida personally pulled out a chair for him and beckoned everyone else to sit. "Today, we shall not discuss duties, but rather enjoy camaraderie. So let us celebrate with Brother Zhuer." Wang Zhuer gazed at the scene before him, feeling as though he were in a dream. He vividly recalled the day he was dismissed from his procurement duties, returning home in a sulk when he encountered Lida, who merely raised an eyebrow and grunted as he passed. Never had he experienced such obsequious warmth as today. He understood that this was all due to the favor of his brother, Wang Cheng. The pent-up frustration that had lingered within him dissipated amid the warmth of the wine and the flattery, allowing him to stand a bit taller than his usual slouched posture. As the drinks flowed and the dishes were savored, the atmosphere grew increasingly convivial. Lida, with a rosy complexion, raised his cup and declared, "Brothers, I have been in this mansion for decades and have never misjudged a person. When Wang Cheng, no, when a marquis was still serving here, I knew he was destined for greatness. Look at him now. He has vanquished enemies and been appointed a general, receiving a title from the emperor. Remarkable, truly remarkable. This is a glory for our Jia family. Brother Zhuer, your family's revival is just around the corner. Let me toast to you." Wang Zhuer hastily raised his cup and humbly replied, "Lai Guan, you flatter me. Chengge is merely fortunate and owes it all to the grace of the court and the valor of the soldiers." Lin Jixiao also joined in, pouring wine and softly saying, "Brother Zhuer, in the past, with so many voices in the mansion, there were bound to be oversights. Please don't take it to heart. We have shared a bond in the same pot." Wu Xinding was more straightforward, thumping his chest and saying, "Brother Zhuer, if you encounter any shortages at home or difficulties, feel free to speak up. In this capital, we old-timers still have some connections." Words of flattery flowed like water, with one remarking on Wang Zhuer's robust appearance, signifying a future of blessings. Another praised Wang Shi for her capable management as a virtuous wife. Others even began to inquire if there were vacancies in Wang Cheng's army, or if there were any suitable young relatives willing to serve, even if it meant starting from the bottom as foot soldiers. Wang Zhu's face flushed with wine, but his heart remained clear. He understood that these once aloof stewards, now lowering themselves to curry favor with him, were merely drawn to his brother's newfound power and prospects. Although he was honest, he was not naive. He recognized the importance of his brother's current status and the need for discretion in all actions to avoid bringing trouble upon him. Thus, regardless of how the others subtly hinted or outright requested him to speak favorably of Wang Cheng, he merely smiled benignly, raising his cup in toasts or diverting the conversation to tales from the army or amusing anecdotes from the marketplace, skillfully evading any serious matters. As for the affairs of Changji's army, I am but a simple man. How could I understand? He is currently busier than ever, and I rarely see him. Your good intentions are appreciated. Let us drink. His responses, viewed by Lida and the others, only served to enhance their impression of him as a composed individual who did not become arrogant in the face of sudden wealth. Though they felt some disappointment, their desire to curry favor grew stronger. The banquet continued with lively exchanges and laughter, with Wang Zhu at the center of attention. As evening approached and the sun dipped low, Wang Zhu estimated that Ying Chun would soon return, prompting him to rise and take his leave. The crowd accompanied him to the outer gate, and Lida even specially arranged for a carriage, personally assisting Wang Zhu into it while repeatedly saying, "Brother Zhu, do come back often. This mansion is your family home. Do not become estranged." The carriage wheels turned, departing from the imposing entrance of Rongbo Mansion. Wang Zhu leaned against the carriage wall, slightly intoxicated. He listened to the sound of wheels rolling over the cobblestone road and watched the lights outside gradually illuminate the darkening sky, releasing a long, deep breath. He felt the weight of several banknotes and precious gifts secretly slipped to him by Lida and others in his bosom. In the past, he would have been anxious, but at this moment his heart burned with warmth. Upon returning to the general's residence in the west of the city, his wife, Wang Shi, had already arrived ahead of him. She was conversing with Yuan Yang and Qing when under the lamp, her face still flushed with the lingering excitement of the day. Upon seeing Wang Shi hurried to greet him, and upon catching a whiff of his alcoholic scent, she scolded playfully, "How could you drink so much?" Yet, she adeptly helped him out of his outer robe and handed him a warm towel. Wang Shi chuckled foolishly as he sat down in a chair, observing the simple yet vibrant household his younger brother had established under the warm lamplight. Yuan Yang was quietly sewing, while Qing chattered away about the day's events at Jiao Mansion. "Did you have a splendid time today, brother?" Qingwen asked with a bright smile. Wang Zhu rubbed his face and sighed. Indeed, it was splendid. How could Lida, the steward, and Lin Ji Shao have ever imagined this before? He briefly recounted the scenes from the banquet, ending with a sigh. "It is all thanks to Cheng'er." Yuan Yang lifted her head and spoke softly. "Elder brother is prudent and did not promise them anything. That is excellent. Cheng'er now occupies a different position, with countless eyes upon him. We must be more cautious at home and not cause him any trouble." Wang Zhu nodded repeatedly. "You are right, sister-in-law. I shall take heed." He paused, his face breaking into a genuine smile. "But in my heart, I feel thoroughly exhilarated. We no longer need to live with our tails between our legs." Wang Shi wiped the corner of her eyes and chimed in. "Who could disagree? Today, those matrons flattered me endlessly, saying I am fortunate to have such a remarkable younger brother-in-law. Thinking back to their previous disdainful expressions, it truly is." Qing interjected with a huff. "They deserve it. This is what we call the wheel of fortune turning. Let them experience the consequences of their condescension." The warm light of the room illuminated the faces of the group, filled with both nostalgia and hope. Outside the city, the clouds of war may still loom. Yet within this modest courtyard, the rise of a man had endowed them with the strength to face adversity and the anticipation of a promising future. Wang Zhu sipped the sobering soup his wife had handed him, feeling both at ease and satisfied. He understood that better days were still ahead, all thanks to his brother, Wang Cheng, now a great general and founding figure. Chapter 27. Wang Shifeng comes to propose marriage. The news of Wang Cheng's title and the return of Ying Chun spread through Jiao Mansion like two massive stones thrown into a deep pond, creating ripples that had yet to settle, while undercurrents surged with intensity. Aunt Xue's residence, Lixiang Yuan, had been unusually quiet these past few days. Yet beneath this tranquility lay an unspoken anxiety. Sitting by the warm Kong, Aunt Xue held a needle and thread but had not made a single stitch for a long time, her gaze distant, her thoughts lost in the ether. When the news of Wang Cheng's title reached her, she was initially so shocked that she nearly overturned her teacup, followed by a prolonged silence. It felt as though she had watched a mountain of gold pass by her doorstep, only to realize too late that she had failed to seize the opportunity. Now, that mountain stood majestically, unreachable, gnawing at her with regret and frustration, leaving her restless. She recalled the day Wang Zhuer came to propose and was rejected, and the icy stare Wang Cheng had given her in front of Rong Shitang. She remembered the disheveled appearances of Baochai and Ying Er upon their return from the small courtyard in the west of the city, humiliated and despondent, most vividly. She thought of Wang Cheng's newfound power and title as the founding general, a man of great repute. Aunt Xue murmured to herself, each word striking her calculating heart like a heavy hammer. The Xue family, despite appearing affluent, had shallow roots, relying solely on ancestral favor and connections in the palace. Now, with Xue Pan proving inept and the family's fortunes waning, the Jiao mansion, though seemingly strong, was frail at its core. If they could grasp the rising star that was Wang Cheng, it would not only bring immense wealth, but also a genuine source of power, ensuring the Xue family's security for decades to come. With that thought, Aunt Xue could no longer remain seated. She set down her needle and thread, took a deep breath, and made her way to the room of Xue Baochai. Xue Baochai sat by the window, a ledger spread before her. Yet she had not turned a single page for quite some time. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow on her graceful profile. Yet it failed to imbue her with warmth, instead rendering her somewhat cold. Ying Er silently ironed clothes nearby, the room so quiet that only the occasional crackle of the charcoal fire could be heard. Bao Yao, Aunt Xue entered, waving her hand for Ying Er to leave. Ying Er glanced worriedly at her mistress before bowing her head and exiting. Xue Baochai raised her eyes and, seeing her mother's grave expression, had already guessed much of what was to come. "Mother, what brings you here?" Aunt Xue sat opposite her, took her hand, and sighed before speaking. "My child, have you given this some thought these past few days?" Xue Baochai lowered her eyes, her long lashes casting a small shadow beneath. Her voice calm and unwavering. "What do you refer to, mother?" "There is nothing for me to ponder. What else could it be? Naturally, it is about Wang Cheng, the noble lord." Aunt Xue's tone grew urgent. "My child, you have always been decisive. Do you not see the clarity in this matter? In Bianliang City, how many young gentlemen can compare to him? Young, yet already a powerful general. And now he holds a title. Truly a favored child of the emperor, with an unlimited future ahead." Xue Baochai's fingertips curled slightly, but her expression remained impassive. "His future is of no concern to me." "How can it be of no concern?" Aunt Xue leaned in closer, lowering her voice, filled with unprecedented fervor. "My foolish daughter, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Consider this. His parents have both passed. He only has a rough elder brother, and I hear that sister-in-law is rather dull. If you marry him, you will immediately become the head of the household, with no one to thwart you. That Yuan Yang, despite her heirs, is still a servant by birth. And Qingwen is merely a hot-tempered girl. Who can surpass you? The vast estate will ultimately be in your hands." Seeing that Xue Baochai remained silent, Aunt Xue pressed on, her voice laced with temptation. "I know you have high aspirations. We were mistaken before. But this moment is different. He is now a noble lord. Marrying him would be a match of equal standing, a splendid addition to your life. Far better than remaining here, subjected to the whims of small-minded people and waiting for an elusive good fortune, don't you think?" The last sentence struck a chord deep within Xue Baochai's heart. The Jiao mansion's uncertain future and the realization that Bao Yu was ultimately not a worthy match made her years of planning and waiting seem somewhat laughable and uncertain in light of Wang Cheng's sudden rise. A crack appeared in her defenses. She recalled Wang Cheng's contemptuous remark about her potentially deigning to become his concubine, the humiliation deeply etched in her memory. Yet her mother's words coldly juxtaposed that humiliation with the stark reality of benefits to be weighed. "Mother, please stop." Xue Baochai's voice was somewhat hoarse, tinged with an imperceptible fatigue and struggle. "This matter is utterly impossible. I cannot bear such disgrace. Disgrace? Aunt Xue grasped her hand tightly. My child, what is disgrace? Seizing tangible wealth and power is true skill. It demonstrates vision. We were wrong before, but seizing the opportunity now is the wisest course. Do you intend to wait until others have already allied themselves, leaving us without even share? That is what would truly be disgraceful. Aunt Xue regarded her daughter's furrowed brows and pallid complexion, intuitively aware that a fierce internal struggle was underway within her. Resolutely, she decided to employ her ultimate strategy, her tone imbued with a sense of desperate determination. My dear daughter, all you need to do is nod, and the rest shall be handled by me. I shall cast aside my dignity and beseech Madame Lian to act as the matchmaker, as long as you come to terms with it and manage your marriage well. With your beauty, talent, and character, do you fear you cannot capture Wang Cheng's heart? In the future, will not this Marquis's residence be under your command? The room fell into a profound silence, punctuated only by Aunt Xue's labored breaths and the faint crackling of the charcoal fire. Xue Baochai remained silent for an extended period, her gaze fixed on the snow-laden branches outside the window, as though attempting to peer through the ice and snow to glimpse an unknowable future. Her mother's words echoed incessantly in her ears, the head of the household, unimpeded by others, wealth and power, capturing Wang Cheng's heart. Eventually, the corners of her tightly pressed lips subtly relaxed, and she imperceptibly nodded, almost inaudibly. Aunt Xue, who had been watching her daughter closely, felt an overwhelming sense of joy upon witnessing this movement, as if a tremendous weight had been lifted from her shoulders. Excellent, excellent, my child. It is wonderful that you have come to this realization. I shall seek out Phone Girl immediately. With that, she eagerly rose, her steps light and buoyant, as though she had shed 10 years. Xue Baochai watched her mother's figure vanish beyond the door, feeling as if all her strength had been sapped. Sinking softly against the pillow, closing her eyes as silent tears streamed down her cheeks. Was it humiliation? Was it liberation? Or was it a reluctant acquiescence to fate? She could not discern. Wang Shifeng was inside, observing Ping as she reconciled accounts. Upon hearing that Aunt Xue had arrived, she was somewhat taken aback and promptly invited her in. Noticing Aunt Xue's beaming countenance, so different from her usual troubled expression, Wang Shifeng felt even more astonished. Auntie, you look exceptionally well today. Is there some joyful news? Wang Shifeng smiled and gestured for her to take a seat. Aunt Xue seated herself and, without beating around the bush, took Wang Shifeng's hand, revealing her intention to propose Xue Baochai as a wife for Wang Cheng, naturally embellishing her speech with favorable remarks about the match, such as the perfect pairing of talent and beauty. And though the Xue family may not be as illustrious as the Marquis, they were nonetheless a family of literary tradition. Initially taken aback, Wang Shifeng's Danfeng eyes flashed with incredulity before transforming into a knowing amusement. Internally, she mused, what a clever Aunt Xue, truly a businesswoman, calculating to perfection. How swiftly she shifts from indifference when the family is downcast to eagerness at their rise, even promoting her own daughter so readily. And how astonishing that the proud eldest daughter of the Xue family would agree to this. Yet she maintained an impassive facade, feigning difficulty. Oh dear aunt, you have presented me with quite the dilemma. You know that Lord Wang's status has changed considerably, and he is rather resolute in his opinions. The previous incident with Ying and the fact that Bao Mei herself came to visit might have left some unpleasantness. Bringing up a marriage proposal so suddenly, Aunt Xue hurriedly interjected, that is precisely why I have come to you, Phone Girl, who does not know that you are the most capable person in our household, the best at speaking and handling affairs. Those previous misunderstandings can be resolved with a conversation. Baochai is a child of exceptional beauty, character, and talent. Is it not a fitting match for him? As long as you are willing to assist in making this connection, we would be immensely grateful, regardless of the outcome. With that, she discreetly produced a heavy purse from her sleeve and slipped it into Wang Shifeng's hand. Wang Shifeng weighed the purse in her hand, feeling a cold amusement within, but maintaining a smile on her face. Aunt, what are you doing? You are too considerate, since you trust me. And Bao Mei is indeed wonderful. I cannot refuse to take this trip. However, I must state beforehand, I cannot guarantee success. Aunt Xue nodded repeatedly. Of course. I appreciate your efforts. Second phone. The following morning, Wang Shifeng meticulously adorned herself, bringing along generous gifts and 2 maidservants, and arrived at the General's residence in the west of the city. Although the General's residence had yet to undergo major renovations, the security was evidently much stricter now. The guards wielding weapons had keen eyes, and only after confirming Wang Shifeng's identity was she allowed to enter and announce her presence. Before long, Qingwen emerged to greet her, behaving with decorum as she paid her respects to Madame Lian, informing her that the Marquis was ready to receive her. Wang Shifeng smiled and appraised Qingwen, noting her fresh attire, a rosy silk coat and a blue satin vest, which made her appear even more spirited and charming than during her time at the Jiao residence, evoking a wave of sentiment within Wang Shifeng. Upon entering the hall, she found Wang Cheng seated in formal attire, remaining seated as he gestured for her to sit. Yuan Yang, sitting nearby, rose slightly and offered a subtle bow, her expression calm and revealing no emotion. Congratulations to Lord Wang. Wang Shifeng began with a smile, her voice clear and brisk. I was unable to convey my congratulations in person yesterday due to the bustling affairs of the estate, so I have prepared a modest gift today to celebrate your elevation and the honor it brings to your family. She signaled for her maidservants to present the gifts, which consisted of precious medicinal herbs and antique jade artifacts. Wang Cheng glanced at them and replied nonchalantly, Madame Lian is thoughtful. Wang Shifeng, noticing his aloof demeanor, remained undeterred, settling herself comfortably as the maidservants brought tea. She lifted her cup, gently skimming off the foam without drinking, and smiled as she surveyed her surroundings, remarking, though this residence is temporary, it exudes a refreshing atmosphere. With your new status, I presume you will soon be granted a new estate? It will surely be a grand affair. Wang Cheng remained impassive. A military man does not concern himself with such matters. Recognizing his disinterest, Wang Shifeng cleared her throat and steered the conversation toward the main topic. With the most sincere smile on her face and a tone imbued with earnestness, she stated, My lord, I come today not only to offer congratulations, but also to convey a proposal for an excellent marriage. Wang Cheng slightly raised his brows, glancing at Yuan Yang, who maintained her tranquil demeanor. He smirked with a hint of amusement. Oh, I wonder which esteemed young lady Madame Lian refers to. Seeing him engage, Wang Shifeng felt a surge of elation and quickly replied, It is none other than our esteemed eldest daughter of the Xue family, Baochai. She paused, observing Wang Cheng's expression, which remained unchanged, allowing her to proceed confidently with her praises. You have met her, my lord. Our Bao girl is indeed beyond compare, graceful, dignified, and of rare character, the epitome of virtue and wisdom. She is also adept in managing household affairs, earning the admiration of both our matriarch and the ladies. Although the Xue family is a merchant family, it is also one steeped in literary tradition, well-rooted and reputable. Should you and she unite, it would truly be a match made in heaven. Her eloquence painted a vivid picture of Xue Baochai, as if every beautiful word in existence were appropriate to describe her. Wang Cheng listened silently, his expression inscrutable, until Wang Shifeng, having exhausted her enthusiasm, paused momentarily. Only then did he leisurely lift his teacup and take a sip. The hall fell into a profound silence, interrupted only by the soft clink of the cup against the table as he set it down. Raising his eyes, he fixed his gaze on the eagerly expectant Wang Shifeng, his demeanor calm yet piercingly cold, and spoke in a tone as casual as discussing the weather. Yet each word was like an icicle. Xue Baochai? He let out a light scoff, shaking his head. If she is willing to lower herself and become my concubine, I might consider it. He deliberately paused, observing the way Wang Shifeng's south smile froze in place, before slowly articulating the latter part of his statement, revealing unmasked disdain. As for the position of the legitimate wife, she is not worthy. Wang Shifeng felt as though her mind had been struck by a heavy hammer, leaving her in a state of utter emptiness. The smile that adorned her face froze completely, resembling a mask frozen in time, with the corners of her mouth still curving upwards. Yet her eyes were filled with profound shock, embarrassment, and disbelief. She even questioned the reliability of her own ears. He had the audacity to declare that Xue Baochai was only worthy of being his concubine. The status of a primary wife was beyond her reach. Such words were tenfold, 100-fold more brutal than a direct refusal. It was as if he had thrown her and the Xue family's dignity to the ground and trampled upon it with disdain. Wang Shifeng opened her mouth, intending to salvage the situation with words like the Lord must be jesting or the eldest daughter of the Xue family holds a prestigious position. However, under Wang Cheng's cold and mocking gaze, all her words lodged in her throat, rendering her speechless. She felt a burning heat on her face, akin to receiving several public slaps. Meanwhile, Yuan Yang remained quietly seated, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding drama. Qingwen stood at the doorway, her head bowed, though her shoulders subtly quivered, evidently suppressing laughter. Wang Cheng no longer regarded her, as he resumed sipping his tea, adopting a posture that suggested he was ready to send her away. Wang Shifeng stood up in a daze, her facial muscles rigid, unable to convey any expression. She managed to utter dryly, "If that is the case, I shall take my leave." Wang Cheng did not even lift his eyelids, merely responding with a cold syllable from his nostrils. Wang Shifeng nearly fled the general's residence. As she settled into the carriage, recalling Wang Cheng's disdainful gaze and frigid words, and contemplating how to face the expectant Xue upon her return, she felt dizzy and as if she could barely breathe. How could she, Wang Shifeng, who had navigated the Jia family for so many years, have endured such humiliation, and to be humiliated while acting as a matchmaker within the general's residence? After Wang Shifeng's departure, Qingwen could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter, quickly covering her mouth. Yuan Yang approached Wang Cheng and whispered, "Why go to such lengths? After all, they were once our former masters." Wang Cheng grasped her hand, his tone calm, yet laced with an undeniable resolve. "Former masters? From the moment I stepped out of the Jia family, they ceased to be so. The Xue mother and daughter are cunning and calculating, displaying deference only when it suits them, devoid of integrity. They think they can manipulate me with a daughter, seeking to cling to power? It is but a dream." Chapter 28. Gossip and whispers. Wang Shifeng returned to Rongwa Mansion, her expression as somber as water, the resentment ignited by Wang Cheng's disdain bubbling within her, yet finding no outlet for release. She had always prided herself on being formidable, her dignity more precious than life itself. How could she have suffered such indignities? Moreover, it was in the role of a matchmaker that she faced this affront. Wang Cheng's icy gaze and mocking tone, especially his assertion that Xue Baochai was unworthy of being a primary wife, seared into her heart like a hot iron. She did not return to her own courtyard, but headed straight for Lixiang courtyard. Xue had long awaited her arrival, pacing anxiously within the room and glancing outside intermittently. Upon seeing Wang Shifeng enter, her face instantly brightened with anticipation, and she hurried forward. "My dear phone girl, you have returned. How'd it go? Was everything smooth on that side?" Her eyes fixated on Wang Shifeng, desperately searching for a hint of good fortune on her face. Wang Shifeng observed Xue's eagerness and felt even more agitated. She forced a smile, one that was more painful than tears, took Xue's hand, and sat down. Sighing before she spoke, "Ah, my dear Ani." Just this single sigh caused half of the smile on Xue's face to freeze, her heart sinking alongside it. Wang Shifeng carefully selected her words, striving to soften the blow of the humiliating remarks. Yet the reality was too sharp to be entirely concealed. She vaguely stated, "The Lord Wang has a rather firm tone, asserting that he has just achieved some minor accomplishments, enjoying the emperor's favor, and thus cannot indulge in domestic pleasures immediately, for fear of betraying the emperor's grace. Furthermore, he mentioned that the eldest daughter of the Xue family is indeed excellent, but given his current status, marriage is a matter requiring utmost caution. He fears he might not be worthy of a daughter from the Xue family." As she spoke, she observed the changing expressions on Xue's face, noting the shift from hope to astonishment, then to doubt, and finally, a gradual darkening. "Not worthy?" Xue's voice suddenly rose, sharp and piercing. Did he truly say that? "Phone girl, do not deceive me." What were his exact words? She abruptly grasped Wang Shifeng's arm, her nails nearly digging into the flesh. Wang Shifeng winced in pain, furrowing her brow, realizing that the truth could no longer be concealed. No longer wishing to defend the petty man, she steeled her heart, lowered her voice, yet spoke each word with clarity. "Since you ask, Auntie, I shall not hide it from you." Wang Cheng's original words were, "Xue Baochai, if she is willing to lower herself to be my concubine, I might consider it. As for the position of primary wife, she is not worthy. Boom. Xueani's mind felt as if it had been struck by thunder, leaving her momentarily blank. Her eyes widened, mouth agape, gasping for breath. Her complexion first flushed crimson, then turning pale as paper. Concubine? Not worthy? She abruptly released Wang Cheng's hand, trembling violently, resembling the last dry leaf in an autumn wind. The pent-up feelings of regret, resentment, and anxiety, compounded by the humiliation now ruthlessly cast upon her, erupted like a volcano. What manner of person is he? Xueanti could no longer maintain her usual gracious demeanor. She slammed her hand on the Kong table, rising to her feet, pointing towards the west of the city, her voice twisted and distorted by rage. Just a luck-stricken peasant, a base wretch. Has he forgotten how he once groveled in our residence? Now, having been bestowed a minuscule title, he dares to act so arrogantly, belittling my daughter. I spit. Our Xue family is a royal merchant. Our ancestors served as Xue Shuren. We uphold a legacy of scholarly elegance. What aspect of Baochai is unworthy of him? Her appearance, character, and talents. Are they not all exceptional? How dare he demand my Baochai to be his concubine? What a pipe dream. A toad wishing to eat swan meat. He should take a look in the mirror to see his own worth. He is a scoundrel deserving of divine retribution. One day, he shall reap what he has sown. She shouted until her voice was hoarse, tears streaming down her face, completely disregarding her dignity and composure. Wang Cheng watched from the side, feeling both awkward and a tinge of satisfaction. After all, this humiliation was brought upon by the Xue family. She hurriedly stepped forward to comfort her, but Xueani pushed her away. The commotion in Lixiang courtyard was significant. Despite the closed door, the sharp cries and curses managed to seep out. Outside, the maidservants Tongxi and Tonggui, who stood guard, turned pale upon hearing the ruckus, exchanging worried glances. Rumors spread like wildfire, infiltrating every corner. In a matter of hours, the news that the Xue family had intended to offer their daughter to the newly titled Wang Cheng, only to be met with his disdainful assertion that she was only worthy of being a concubine, took flight, buoyed by Xueanti's uncontrollable wrath. Did you hear? That Xue family's Ani, who usually appears so gentle and kind, can be quite fierce when she curses. TSK, ISNT it's self-inflicted. The other day, they looked down on him when he was down and out, but now that he has risen, they're eager to offer their daughter, only to be met with a face full of rejection. Indeed, that Baochai always held her head high, fixated only on the second young master Bao. Now that Wang Cheng's fortunes have soared, she has swiftly changed her tune. Tisk TSK. She had calculated so meticulously, but alas, the Lord has no interest. He outright stated he wouldn't even entertain the thought of a concubine. Oh dear, such words are truly venomous. Will the Xue family's daughter hide her face now? These whispers, akin to ubiquitous mosquitoes, buzz incessantly beneath the corridors by the corner gates and near the well. Naturally, there are few kind words, mostly filled with schadenfreude and biting sarcasm. This gossip inevitably reached the ears of Wang Foreign. Zhou Ruijia, standing nearby, cautiously broached the subject with a hint of disdain. Madam, it appears that Xue Tai, who previously seemed quite taken with our Baoyang, has suddenly changed her mind after Wang Cheng received the title. How hurried she is. And what was the result? She didn't even look at him, uttering many unflattering remarks, leaving our second madam, who acted as matchmaker, utterly embarrassed. Wang Foreign, fingering her prayer beads, furrowed her brow slightly and replied, Fate in marriage is ordained by heaven. It cannot be forced. The Xue family, being merchants, are inevitably more utilitarian in their dealings. Alas, it is our Baotai who suffers. Her tone was calm, yet her gaze revealed a trace of disdain for the fickle nature of the Xue mother and daughter. Within the pear-blossom courtyard, a cloud of sorrow loomed. Those unbearable rumors eventually reached the ears of Xue Baochai and Inger. Inger, her eyes reddened with anger, defended her mistress. These people, they can only gossip behind our backs. The girl has never once acted contrary to Madame's wishes. She dared not continue, watching Xue Baochai's face turn pale in an instant, her heart aching for her. Xue Baochai sat by the window, tightly clutching a handkerchief. Her body trembled slightly, and the facade of composure she had maintained shattered completely. Those words pierced her heart like poisoned needles. Only fit to be a concubine, unworthy, eager, fickle. Her long-held principles, forbearance, and meticulousness felt utterly ridiculous in this moment. For the sake of her family, she had acquiesced to her mother's wishes, nodding in agreement to what she deemed a humiliating proposal, only to receive tenfold humiliation and ridicule from the world. A torrent of emotions, grievance, anger, shame, helplessness, overwhelmed her like a surging tide. Unable to contain herself any longer, she collapsed onto the Kong table, weeping uncontrollably. Her sobs were unlike her usual restrained demeanor, filled with a sense of collapse and despair. Her shoulders shaking violently as tears soaked her sleeves. She felt as though her entire world, the carefully maintained dignity and grace, had crumbled in that instant. Inger, witnessing her mistress's anguish, felt her heart shatter and could only weep alongside her, repeatedly comforting her. "Mistress, do not cry. You are worth so much more than such a person." Just then, a commotion and heavy footsteps echoed from outside, accompanied by the intoxicated and slurred voice of Xue Baochai. "Mother, sister, I'm back. I heard someone dared to bully my sister. Who is the bastard?" It turned out that Xue Baochai had been drinking outside and was already half drunk. On his way back, he had vaguely overheard a few servants discussing some lord, Xue girl, and concubines. In his drunken haze, he didn't catch the details but felt that someone had disrespected his sister. Bursting into the pear blossom courtyard, he immediately heard Xue Baochai's suppressed cries and Inger's comforting words, and upon seeing his mother, Xue Yima, with a pale face and swollen eyes, his vague understanding transformed into a blazing fury. "Is it that Wang? Is it that scoundrel Wang Cheng who has bullied my sister?" Xue Baochai, his mind muddled, felt a surge of rage. He was inherently a reckless and boisterous fellow, and under the influence of alcohol, he feared no one. At this moment, a wave of hot blood surged to his head, and his sister's sobs struck him like a whip. Though he was thoughtless, he had genuine affection for his mother and sister. "How dare they bully my Xue Baochai? I will kill him," he bellowed, his eyes bloodshot, turning to rush outside, cursing. "Wang Cheng, you son of a dog. If I don't break your legs today, I won't be surnamed Xue." "Panner, stop right there." Xue Yima, terrified, rushed forward to grab him. "Young master, you mustn't." Tongxi, Tongguei, and several other servants quickly surrounded him to restrain him. "Brother, don't go. It's not worth it." Xue Baochai, with tear-streaked eyes, cried out in alarm. But Xue Baochai was in a fit of rage and heavily intoxicated, his strength overwhelming, as he flung aside Xue Yima and the servants attempting to hold him back. Staggering, he charged outside, shouting, "Get out of my way. Anyone who blocks me will be beaten. I'm going to find Wang Cheng to settle the score. To avenge my sister." The pear blossom courtyard erupted into chaos, with cries, pleas, and Xue Baochai's furious curses blending into one cacophony. Xue Yima, realizing she could not stop him, anxiously stomped her feet, repeatedly calling for someone to summon Lian or Zhen De to intervene. Xue Baochai, watching her brother's reckless figure rush out, felt an even deeper despair, convinced that these days were unbearable. As for Xue Baochai, he shook off the crowd like a frenzied wild bull, eyes blazing, breathing heavily as he stumbled toward the estate. His mind was a chaotic haze, only the sound of his sister's heart-wrenching sobs and Wang Cheng's detestable face flashing before him, the alcohol mixing with rage, obliterating his rationality. Several servants attempted to stop him, but were easily pushed aside as he shouted, "Get back! Get away! I'm going to find that Wang to settle the score. How dare they bully the Xue family?" Xue Yima followed a few steps behind, realizing she could not stop him, her heart racing, crying out, "Quick! Summon Lian! Summon Jinda! This fool is about to cause a catastrophe." Tongxi and Tongguei hurried off in different directions to seek help. Inside, Xue Baochai heard the commotion outside and felt her anxiety intensifying, yet she was powerless to intervene, her vision darkening as her sister's cries grew more desperate. Fueled by liquor and a sense of recklessness, Xue Baochai continued to storm toward the military estate in the west of the city. The cold wind heightened his intoxication, igniting a fervent desire to confront Wang Cheng and tear him apart. Before long, he arrived at the gates of the military estate. The entrance appeared more imposing than usual, with two armored guards holding halberds, their expressions stoic and their eyes sharp as eagles, exuding an aura of military authority. The golden characters spelling out General's Mansion reflected coldly in the sparse winter sunlight. Ignoring all this, Xue Pan staggered forward, intent on barging inside. Stop! Who goes there? One guard swiftly crossed his halberd, blocking the way, his voice as cold and hard as iron. Xue Pan, blocked, only grew angrier, pointing at the guard and cursing. Have her eyes gone blind? You don't recognize your own master Xue? Get out of my way. Let that scoundrel Wang Cheng come out and face me. The guard's expression remained unchanged as he continued to block the entrance, his tone devoid of emotion. This is the Duke's residence. No one may enter without permission. Leave at once. Bah, what Duke's residence? I'm going in today, and let us see what you could do about it. Fueled by alcohol. Xue Pan pushed against the guard. However, as a spoiled rich boy, he was no match for these seasoned soldiers. The guard remained unmoved, effortlessly pushing Xue Pan back several steps until he fell onto the cold stone steps, landing painfully on his tailbone. This fall unleashed all his pent-up humiliation and fury. He remained seated on the steps in front of the military estate, pounding his thighs and shouting obscenities, a torrent of filth pouring forth. Wang Cheng, you ungrateful wolf. You scoundrel. Have you forgotten how you begged for mercy at Rongbo Mansion? If it weren't for our Jia family feeding you, you would have starved to death in the streets. In this moment of newfound fortune, one who has been granted a mere title dares to act arrogantly before you. Su De, to demean my sister? I tell you, this is unacceptable. You, a wildling born of a mother without the guidance of a father, a commoner at heart, even donning a dragon robe, does not make you a prince. How dare you look down upon my sister? My sister as your concubine? Bah, you are not worthy even to hold her shoes. Coward, scoundrel, if you have the guts, come out. Let us, Xue Dage, engage in a true contest of strength. Hiding within is nothing but cowardice. His tirade grew in fervor, each insult more vile than the last, drawing the attention of passers-by, who stopped to gawk and whisper. The air before the general's residence seemed to stagnate, thickening with the foulness of his profanities. Inside, Wang Cheng conversed with Yuan Yang, Qingwen, and his siblings-in-law in the flower hall. Wang Zhi and his wife had also moved in, and while they held no official position, Wang Cheng respected his siblings-in-law and entrusted his sister-in-law with some household matters. The ruckus from outside and the faint echoes of curses had already penetrated the interior. Qingwen was the first to raise an eyebrow, her face flushed with anger as she spat. Who dares to spew such filth outside? It sounds like that foolish Xue Baochai, truly mad, to come here and wreak havoc. As she spoke, she prepared to rush out, demanding the guards to expel him. Yuan Yang, though frowning, restrained Qingwen, glancing at Wang Cheng with concern in her eyes. Master, it is Xue Pan. He must be inebriated. Let the guards handle him. We need not stoop to his level and tarnish our dignity. Wang Zhi, with a simple demeanor, was also filled with rage. That Xue family scion is utterly outrageous. How can he speak so vilely? Second brother, should we report him to the authorities? Wang Cheng, seated in a position of authority, held a cup of hot tea. Yet his expression was unexpectedly calm. Listening to Xue Pan's increasingly unbearable insults, which even involve his deceased parents, his gaze gradually turned icy, akin to a frozen lake. He gently blew away the tea foam, took a sip, and remarked nonchalantly, a mere clown, driven by impotent rage. I had hoped he would tire himself out and leave. But since he seeks trouble, he set down the teacup, stood up, adjusted his robe, and spoke with a chilling tone. Then let us teach him a lesson about the consequences of his words. Upon witnessing this, Qingwen's eyes brightened, and she immediately followed suit. Yuan Yang sighed, realizing she could not dissuade him, and reluctantly accompanied him. Wang Zhi and his wife anxiously trailed behind. As they reached the entrance of the estate, the guards immediately bowed in respect upon seeing Wang Cheng. Xue Pan, still spewing curses, spotted Wang Cheng and, with renewed vigor, struggled to rise from the ground. Pointing an accusatory finger at Wang Cheng. Wang Cheng, you dog of a bastard, finally dare to show yourself? Speak. By what right do you humiliate my sister? If you do not bow and apologize to me today, I shall tear down your dilapidated gate. Wang Cheng stood on the steps, looking down at him with a frigid gaze, utterly devoid of respect, as if regarding a pile of refuse. He could hardly muster anger, instead speaking with a tone dripping with scorn, his voice clear enough to drown out Xue Pan's clamor. Xue Pan, I once believed you to be merely foolish, but now it appears you are both foolish and wicked, utterly irredeemable. The Jia family has a high threshold, one I, Wang Cheng, cannot cross. Now that I have established my own household, I am to be blamed? As for your sister, Xue Baochai, Wang Cheng scoffed, go back and inquire of your esteemed mother, who was at that eagerly sought-out second Master Lian to act as matchmaker, who, after I clearly refused, behaved like a street harlot, weeping and cursing in Li Xiang courtyard, causing a ruckus that made your sister a laughingstock. Your inadequacy has left your family in a state of constant anxiety. Yet instead of striving for self-improvement, you resort to drunken outbursts at my doorstep in a futile attempt to defend her. Xue Pan, you are not helping her. You are dragging her, and your family's last shred of dignity, through the mud. Today, I have humiliated you. So what? Each word was precise and piercing, akin to a cold blade, striking Xue Pan and tearing away the last remnants of Xue family's facade. Xue Pan, rendered speechless and flushed with embarrassment, found himself at a loss against Wang Cheng's sharp retorts. The sting of truth left him feeling as if he had been pricked by 1,000 needles. And in his humiliation and fury, he lost all rationality. You speak nonsense. Xue Pan's eyes blazed with rage, fists shaking as he hurled insults. Wang Cheng, I curse your ancestors. You are nothing but a softling relying on women for your position. Were it not for the Jia family, were it not for the nobles you ingratiated yourself with, would you be where you are today? Were you even worth to lecture me? My sister would be better off marrying a pig or a dog than with you. In his fury, he lunged at Wang Cheng, fists ready to strike. Wang Cheng's eyes narrowed. This was the moment he awaited. As Xue Pan's fist neared his robes, Wang Cheng's left hand shot out like lightning, seizing Xue Pan's wrist with precision and twisting it forcefully. Xue Pan let out a shriek akin to a slaughtered pig, feeling as though his wrist were caught in a vice, his bones threatening to snap, forcing him to bend at the waist. Wang Cheng showed no mercy, raising his right hand high, channeling his strength, and with a resounding crack, delivered 2 thunderous slaps across Xue Pan's contorted face, each strike echoing sharply. The force behind those slaps was fueled by Wang Cheng's pent-up rage, leaving Xue Pan's head ringing, stars dancing before his eyes as his cheeks rapidly swelled, blood mingling with saliva trickling from the corner of his mouth. He staggered backward, and had Wang Cheng not held his wrist, he would have collapsed onto the ground. Silence enveloped the scene. Those gathered watched in stunned disbelief. The guards stood resolute, while Qingwen felt a surge of vindication, nearly applauding in delight. And Yuan Yang turned her head away, unable to witness further. Wang Zhuer and his sister-in-law gasped in shock, covering their mouths. Xue Pan, dazed from the blows, took a moment to regain his senses, feeling the searing pain on his face and the salty taste of blood in his mouth. He stared vacantly at Wang Cheng's cold, unfeeling eyes, an unfamiliar terror seizing him. The effects of the alcohol began to dissipate. Wang Cheng released his grip on Xue Pan's wrist as if discarding a filthy object, retrieving a handkerchief to leisurely wipe his hands, as if he had touched something unclean. He looked down at Xue Pan, now crumpled on the ground, trembling in fear, and spoke in a voice imbued with the bloodlust of a battlefield, each word deliberate and cutting. Xue Pan, heed my words. Today as 2 slaps serve to educate you. Firstly, calamity arises from the mouth. If you cannot manage your words, next time, it will not be your face that suffers, but your tongue. Secondly, do not overstep your bounds. My actions do not require your meddling. Whether the daughter of the Xue family is a pearl or a mere fisheye bead is of no concern to me. Should you dare to entangle me further, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Now at once leave. The chill in his words sent a shiver through Xue Pan, evaporating the last remnants of his intoxication and fury, leaving only boundless fear. Clutching his swollen face, he gazed at Wang Cheng as one would a vengeful deity, retreating in a scramble, devoid of the bravado he had possessed moments prior. Just then, Zhao Yin and Jia Rong, accompanied by several sturdy servants, arrived, panting heavily. They witnessed from afar the scene before the general's residence, and upon seeing Xue Pan in such a wretched state, they could not help but gasp in shock. Zhao Yin hurried forward, first saluting Wang Cheng with an awkward and apologetic expression, saying, Lord Wang, I beg your pardon. Brother Xue has indulged a bit too much and has been quite unruly. I implore your magnanimity not to hold it against him. As he spoke, he shot a fierce glare at Xue Pan. Jia Rong quickly joined in, attempting to smooth things over with a forced smile. Wang Cheng merely cast an indifferent glance at them, uninterested in further discourse, and waved his hand dismissively. Zhao Yin, as if granted a reprieve, signaled to the sturdy servant he had brought along to assist the nearly incapacitated Xue Pan, who was too frightened to utter a word, and they hastily took their leave, leaving the general's residence in silence once more. Wang Cheng turned to return home, with Qingwen joyfully trailing behind, whispering, "Well deserved." That felt satisfying. Yuan Yang gently tugged at her, indicating she should refrain from talking further, though a glimmer of relief passed through her eyes. Wang Zhu heir and his sister-in-law finally exhaled in relief, gazing at Wang Cheng's retreating figure with a mix of pride, unfamiliarity, and reverence. Chapter 30. Wang Shifeng returns to propose marriage Jiao Yin and Jiao Rong. Almost dragging the disheveled and swollen Xue Pan, returned to Ronghua House in a state of utter disarray. Upon entering Lixiang courtyard, Aunt Xue had already been anxiously waiting, and upon seeing her son in such a pitiful state, she was terrified beyond measure. "My son," she cried, rushing towards him. Trembling hands reached towards Xue Pan's bruised and bleeding face, yet she hesitated, fearing to cause him further pain. Her fingers hovered in the air, quivering violently. "What has happened to you? Who has done this? The heavens have forsaken us. Is there no law left?" Aunt Xue, gazing at the clear fingerprints on Xue Pan's face and the dried blood at the corner of his mouth, felt her heart wrench in agony as tears streamed down her cheeks. At that moment, Xue Pan had sobered up completely, the fiery pain on his face a stark reminder of his recent ordeal. Yet, what terrified him more was the cold, piercing gaze of Wang Cheng, brimming with unrestrained malice. Having always been domineering and unchallenged, he had never experienced such degradation and fear. Returning to his mother, a wave of grievance and trepidation surged within him, and he broke down, weeping like a child, incoherently lamenting, "Mother, that Wang Cheng, he struck me. He nearly killed me." Upon hearing this, Aunt Xue's fury ignited at the mention of Wang Cheng, old grievances and new animosities flooding her mind, overshadowing any fear she had of his power. She embraced Xue Pan, patting his back while simultaneously unleashing a torrent of curses, her voice sharp enough to pierce the roof. That heartless Wang Cheng, the scoundrel, how dare he, just because he holds a minor title, act with such impunity, openly assaulting a decent citizen? My son merely sought to reason with him, and he resorted to such brutality. Is his heart made of iron? How could he be so vicious? Have we Xue family members disturbed his ancestors, or something? Why does he so cruelly demean us, a widow and her son? May he meet a terrible fate. May the heavens strike him down. May his ancestors find no peace in the earth. Her voice grew hoarse, tears streaming down her face, completely devoid of her usual serene demeanor. The servants in Lixiang courtyard stood with heads bowed and eyes lowered, silent as the air grew thick with Aunt Xue's frenzied cries and Xue Pan's muffled sobs. Xue Baochai, who had been weeping in the inner chamber, emerged upon hearing the commotion. Seeing her brother's battered state and her mother on the verge of fainting from despair, she felt darkness encroach upon her vision, nearly swaying until an air grasped her tightly. Observing the chaotic and shameful scene before her, a profound sense of sorrow and despair gripped her heart, for her own future, trampled upon and disdained, for her brother's reckless actions that only exacerbated their plight, and for the Xue family's precarious and bleak future. She bit her lip to stifle her cries, yet tears streamed silently down her cheeks, soaking her garments. She was not sorrowful for Xue Pan's beating, but rather for the utter helplessness and disgrace of their family. The incident of Xue Pan causing a ruckus at the general's residence, only to be met with Wang Cheng's slap, spread rapidly throughout Jia House as if it had sprouted legs. The servants, of course, whispered amongst themselves, relishing the scandal. "Oh dear, Xue Yi has truly encountered an insurmountable hurdle this time. Indeed, Lord Wang has seen battle and possesses a fierce reputation. How could a debauched youth dare to provoke him? That he escaped with only a beating is fortunate." They spoke of how his face resembled a swollen bun, weeping pitifully. Embraced by his mother, as she called him her dear child, the Xue family had lost both dignity and face this time. On the other hand, the reactions among the masters were far more complex. Upon hearing the news, Lady Wang paused in her prayers, her fingers momentarily halting as her brows furrowed deeply. After a moment, she sighed, that Panner, truly unaware of the severity of the situation. How can one provoke Wang Cheng at this point? Alas, this is misfortune. Her tone conveyed dissatisfaction with Xue Pan's recklessness, tinged with concern over Wang Cheng's current power and ruthless methods. Jiamu, too, learned of the incident but lay languidly on her couch, allowing her maid to massage her legs while she closed her eyes, seemingly unbothered. Although a trace of seriousness flickered across her features. The Jia family was already in tumultuous times. It was unwise to cultivate strong enmity now. Jiao Yan returned to his chamber, still shaken, and remarked to Wang Shifeng, "You should have seen it. Wang Cheng was truly merciless. His gaze is cold as ice. Xue is in real trouble this time. I believe we should refrain from provoking him in the future. He is as hard-hearted as they come, with a ruthless streak." Wang Shifeng sat on the Kong, holding a warming stove, her phoenix-like eyes glinting with concern as she absorbed Jiao Yan's words, while turmoil churned within her. While she was indeed angry that Wang Cheng had shown no regard, more pressing was her deep-seated worry. Xue Pan's actions had nearly irreparably offended Wang Cheng, thus tearing their relations asunder. With Wang Cheng currently basking in favor and strength, and the Jia family now weakened, should he harbor resentment and covertly create obstacles, the consequences could be dire. "This cannot continue," Wang Shifeng declared suddenly, her voice resolute. Jiao Yan was taken aback. What cannot continue? The relationship with Wang Cheng. Wang Shifeng set down the stove and straightened her posture. "Xue Pan's foolishness has jeopardized our standing. We cannot afford to suffer alongside him. We must devise a way to ease the tension. At the very least, we cannot allow him to harbor hatred towards our Jia family." Upon hearing this, Jiao Yan's demeanor soured, his hands rubbing together awkwardly as he lamented, "Ease the tension? How can we? He is now high and mighty. Even Xue Baochai is beneath his notice. What do we have to negotiate? Are we to send Lin Mimi to him?" The old lady would be the first to object. "Bah, a dog cannot spit out ivory," Wang Shifeng retorted sharply, her brow furrowing in contemplation. Jiao Yan was unreliable. This matter required her own ingenuity. As she fiddled with her handkerchief, her mind raced. Wang Cheng was constantly acquiring concubines, having taken Yuan Yang, Qingwen, and now, seemingly Yingshun, revealing a penchant for beauty and unwillingness to compromise. Since he had such inclinations, she would cater to them. But whom could she choose? The eligible maids in the household? Their status was too low. Sending them would likely be perceived as insincere. The proper young ladies? Setting aside the question of whether they could bear to part with them, their status was also unsuitable. Were they to send another as a concubine? The Jia family could not afford such a loss of face. Suddenly, a name leapt into her mind. Sanjie. Yes, Sanjie. Her appearance was striking, graceful, and alluring. But what made her even more exceptional was the bold and spirited demeanor that set her apart from ordinary demure women, perhaps suiting Wang Cheng's taste even more. She was the sister of Yushi, and though she could be considered a half-lady of the household, she was not a legitimate daughter of the Jia family. Her status was higher than that of maid, but lower than that of a proper miss, making her a suitable candidate for a concubine without too much grievance. Most importantly, Wang Shifeng's eyes turned cold. She was well aware of the character of Jiazhan and Jiarong, who resided in the East Court. Yu Erji had already been taken away by Jiao Yan in secret, and although Yu Sanjie had a fiery temperament, it was only a matter of time before she fell prey to those two beasts, rather than allow them to benefit from her, causing unrest in the household. It would be more prudent to do a favor for Wang Cheng, thereby rescuing Yu Sanjie and simultaneously improving her own relationship with him. Two birds with one stone. With this thought, Wang Shifeng's spirits lifted, deeming the plan brilliant. Thus, the very next day, she found a reason to visit the East Court where the Yu family resided, fortuitously encountering Yu Sanjie, who was engaged in needlework. Yu Sanjie was clad in a somewhat worn peach-colored flower jacket and a green strapless top, with a loose silk skirt tied around her waist, her head bent as she stitched the soles of shoes. The sunlight illuminated her glossy braid and delicate neck, highlighting the graceful contours of her profile. Indeed, she was a striking beauty. Wang Shifeng complimented her a few times with a smile, dismissed the onlookers, and, taking Yu Sanjie's hand, sighed deeply before broaching the subject. "My dear sister, I come today with an important matter to discuss." She spoke earnestly. "You are no longer a child. You cannot remain in this household forever. Your sister, alas, is also in a precarious situation. I truly feel anxious for both of you." Yu Sanjie, being an exceptionally perceptive person, raised her eyes at these words, her gaze filled with wariness and detachment. If you have something to say, please do so directly. Second madam. Wang Shifeng then articulated her carefully considered proposal, first praising the young and accomplished Wang Cheng, who wielded considerable power, then lamenting that such beauty and character as Sanjie would be wasted in the East Court, fearing she might be hindered. Finally, she revealed her intention to recommend her to Wang Cheng's residence, asserting that whether as a concubine or companion, it would be far better than languishing in the East Court, and it would provide her with a support system. Sanjie's expression changed immediately upon hearing this. She threw the shoe sole she was holding onto the table and scoffed. You are truly kind, second madam. However, though I am of humble means, I am not someone to be trifled with. To be a concubine, living by someone else's whims? I refuse. Wang Shifeng had anticipated this reaction and remained unperturbed, persuasively continuing. My dear sister, do you think I am trying to harm you? Just look at this household. Those two. She lowered her voice, gesturing towards Jia Zhen and Jia Rong's quarters. What kind of people are they? Your sister's misfortunes are a cautionary tale right before our eyes. You may evade them for a time, but can you escape them forever? Wang Cheng, though he may take concubines. Look at the likes of Yuan Yang and Qingwen. Who among them suffers? He has established his own household, free from the constraints of in-laws, and once you go, you would be half a mistress, far superior to remaining in this den of wolves. Seeing Sanjie pursing her lips in silence, Wang Shifeng sensed a shift and pressed on. The noble lord has seen the world, and with your talents, how could he not cherish you? Moreover, even if not for yourself, think of your sister. If you find a good place, you could look after her in the future, could you not? At this moment, Urji had quietly approached, having heard the conversation. Residing in Jiao Yin's outer residence, her status was ambiguous, and her life was far from content. Upon hearing Wang Shifeng's words, she too recognized it as a potential escape and began to persuade her sister, tears welling up as she spoke. Third girl. I have no hopes left for myself. If you have a good path to take, do not stubbornly linger in that household. It is truly not a place to stay long. Sanjie looked at her sister's tear-streaked face and recalled the anxiety of living in the East Court, always on guard, contemplating the scenario that Wang Shifeng had painted, of establishing her own household free from constraint. The firm barrier in her heart finally showed signs of cracking. Though she was fiery and unwilling to submit, reality forced her into a corner. Perhaps this truly was a way out? After a prolonged silence, long enough for Wang Shifeng to think she would refuse once more, Sanjie suddenly raised her head, her bright eyes reflecting a mixture of determination and resignation, and she said hoarsely, Fine, I will go, but on one condition. If he treats me poorly or forces me into anything against my will, I, San, would rather die than comply. A great weight lifted from Wang Shifeng's heart, and she quickly replied with a smile, Rest assured, dear sister, with your qualities, he is no fool. He will surely treat you well. Leave this matter to me. A day later, Wang Shifeng prepared a modest yet sincere gift and visited the general's residence once more. This time, her mindset was entirely correct, aiming to apologize and mend relations. Upon meeting Wang Cheng, she solemnly apologized for Xue Pan's reckless behavior from the previous day, sincerely attributing all the blame to Xue Pan's drunkenness and implying that the Jia family had no intention of being at odds with Wang Cheng. Wang Cheng sat at the head of the table, his expression neutral as he listened to Wang Shifeng's apology, neither forgiving nor escalating the situation, simply stating, There is no need for second madam to mention past matters. I, Wang Cheng, am clear about my dealings, distinctions of kindness and resentment. Seeing that his attitude was somewhat acceptable and that he did not immediately dismiss her, Wang Shifeng felt a sense of relief. She scrutinized Wang Cheng's expression, and as she shifted her tone to one of sympathy and helplessness, she brought up Sanjie. The Lord is now burdened with many affairs, and he needs capable individuals to assist him. Wang Shifeng carefully chose her words, describing a person whose looks and temperament were excellent, but whose fate was unfortunate. Sanjie, the third sister of the Yu family. She painted a dire picture of Sanjie's circumstances, living under someone else's roof, vulnerable to ill-intentioned individuals, while extolling her beauty and spirited nature, portraying her as a heroine amidst the courtesans. Finally, she concluded, I see that child is truly unfortunate, and thought that the Lord's residence would be a good place for her, if he could provide her refuge. whether as a concubine or as a servant. It would be her fortune, far better than living in that treacherous place in constant fear. It would also be a way for me to repay her with some kindness. Wang Cheng was stirred by her words. You Sanjie, the fierce woman from the world of the Red Chamber, who ultimately took her own life with a sword? He indeed had a task of collecting golden hairpins. And you Sanjie undoubtedly met the criteria. The system interface seemed to flicker slightly. However, he naturally could not agree immediately, as that would appear too eager. He furrowed his brow, displaying a hint of reluctance. Second madam, my household is simple, and I already have several people. Wang Shifeng, seeing his hesitation and fearing his refusal, hurriedly added, my lord, Sanjie is truly a good person. She will absolutely not cause you any trouble. Consider it a kindness to shelter a helpless soul. I can guarantee that she will serve you and the ladies well. Wang Cheng pondered for a moment, glancing at Wang Shifeng's eager face and then seemingly casually observing Yuan Yang and Qingwen beside him, before nodding with apparent reluctance. Since second madam insists, I will provide her with a place to stay. However, there are rules in the household, and she must abide by them once she arrives. Upon hearing his agreement, Wang Shifeng was overjoyed, as if she had accomplished a monumental task, repeatedly exclaiming, Of course. Thank you, my lord. You truly have a compassionate heart. I will return to make arrangements and bring her here as soon as possible. After exchanging a few courteous remarks, Wang Shifeng departed with a sense of satisfaction, her steps noticeably lighter. Observing her retreating figure, Wang Cheng lifted his teacup, a subtle smile gracing his lips. This spirited woman, in an effort to mend relations, was willing to invest her resources and was adept at finding justifications. Nevertheless, Yu Sanjie was indeed a source of anticipation. Qingwen, standing nearby, curled her lips in disdain and whispered, another one, but was gently tugged by Yuan Yang's sleeve, signaling her to refrain from speaking. Wang Cheng set his teacup down and addressed Yuan Yang, instructing her to prepare, as the household would soon be welcoming new members. His tone was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Yuan Yang murmured her compliance, inwardly lamenting that the rear courtyard of the general's residence was poised to become increasingly lively. Upon returning to Jiafu, Wang Shifeng promptly set about making arrangements, believing she had successfully averted a looming crisis for the Jia family while simultaneously eliminating a potential threat, which left her in high spirits. Chapter 31. Yu Sanjie's arrival thus. It was that Wang Shifeng, taking matters in her own hands, spread the news of Yu Sanjie's intended marriage to Wang Cheng, which swiftly fluttered through the Ning and Rong estates like willows in the breeze. Naturally, it reached the ears of Jia Zhen and his son Jia Rong in the eastern estate. Jia Zhen was in his study, enjoying a drink and idle conversation with a few acquaintances when he caught wind of this news, causing his expression to darken instantly. With a resounding thud, he slammed his cup onto the table, splashing wine onto his sleeve. He dismissed the others, leaving only Jia Rong, and through clenched teeth, he muttered, What an audacious woman! How dare she lay her hands on someone from my eastern state? He had long regarded Yu Sanjie's alluring figure and spirited nature as forbidden fruit. Yet, due to the fiery temperament of both her and the Yu family, he had hesitated to act. Now, with Wang Cheng poised to intercept, how could he swallow this insult? Jia Rong, also seething, though unable to be as overt as his father, harbored unsavory thoughts regarding the two concubines. With Yu Erji already taken by Jiao Yan, losing Yu Sanjie would leave him empty-handed. He leaned closer and whispered, Father, temper your anger. Wang Cheng is currently formidable and cannot be confronted directly. Perhaps we should speak with Sanjie? She is strong-willed. If she is unwilling, can Wang Cheng truly force her? Jia Zhen sneered, Let us go. The father and son immediately rose, storming toward the back courtyard. Yu Sanjie was in her room, lost in thought before a diamond-patterned mirror. Wang Shifeng's words echoed in her ears, urging her to leave this den of wolves for a place where no one would dare to bully her. The temptation was overwhelming. Yet, being a concubine ultimately meant occupying a subordinate position. As she wrestled with her conflicting emotions, she heard a commotion outside, and without warning, Jia Zhen and Jia Rong barged in unannounced. The atmosphere in the room grew tense. Jia Zhen stood with arms crossed, his face ashen and his gaze sharp as a knife slicing through Yu Sanjie. Jia Rong, forcing a smile, stepped forward, Aunt Sanjie, I hear you were to marry into Wang Cheng's household. Is that true? Sanjie felt a surge of disdain, but maintained her composure. Setting down her mirror and responding coolly, there's some truth to it. What guidance do you, Master Zhen and young Master Rong, wish to offer? Jia Zhen slammed his hand on the table, causing the teacups to rattle. Guidance? Let me tell you, absolutely not. Your sister is with Lian Air now. If you go to be Wang Cheng's concubine, what will become of our Jia family's reputation? Wang Cheng is nothing more than an ungrateful nouveau riche. Boasting a few military accolades, his arrogance blinding him. What good fortune could you possibly expect from marrying him? Jia Rong eagerly interjected, his words laced with manipulation. Aunt Sanjie, you must think this through. In Wang Cheng's household, both Yuan Yang and Qingwen are no easy foes. Should you go there, you will undoubtedly be under their thumb. He is a brute. What does he know of cherishing a woman? I heard he has a terrible temper. After a few harsh words, he nearly disfigured Xue fool. Such a lout knows nothing of respecting women. Why suffer such indignities? Stay with us, and with father and me watching over you. Who would dare to mistreat you? His words, while seemingly tender, were laden with unspoken implications, piercing Sanjie's heart. She, astute as she was, recognized the ulterior motives of the father and son duo. Remaining in their household under their watchful eyes? That would be akin to jumping into a fiery pit. She sprang to her feet, her brows furrowing and eyes wide, pointing at Jia Rong. Spare me your sweet words. What are your true intentions? Do you think I am unaware? Turning to Jia Zhen, her voice turned frigid as ice. Master Zhen, I respect you as my brother-in-law and address you as such. But my affairs are not for you to dictate. Whether Wang Cheng is a boor or a bold hero, at least he conducts himself with integrity, building his future through his own merit. Unlike some, who hide behind ancestral protection while engaging in unspeakable deeds. My mind is made up. Even if it means facing the fires of hell, I accept it. It is far better than living here in constant fear of wolves and tigers. Her words struck like a series of firecrackers, piercing the hearts of Jia Zhen and Jia Rong. Jia Zhen trembled with rage, his complexion shifting from green to purple. Pointing at Sanjie, you are rebelling. Rebelling. Jia Rong was equally taken aback, never expecting Sanjie to be so resolute and forthright. Yet, Sanjie turned her back to them, coldly stating, you may leave now. This place is too small to accommodate two great Buddhas. Before I marry, I must pack my things and cannot entertain guests. The dismissal was blunt and unyielding. Jia Zhen and Jia Rong met with a face full of humiliation, could do nothing but leave, unable to resort to force within the household. Jia Zhen shot a furious glare at Sanjie's retreating form, grinding out, just wait, and stormed off in a rage. Jia Rong hurriedly followed, leaving the room empty save for Sanjie, who stood trembling. Not solely from anger, but also from fear, yet more so from a resolute determination to sever ties. News of this incident soon reached Jiao Yan. Initially taken aback, he subsequently found himself consumed by jealousy, the bitterness akin to vinegar flooding his senses. He had long coveted the exquisite allure of Sanjie, yet had refrained from acting due to Wang Shifeng's vigilance and the considerations surrounding Jia Zhen and his son. Now, to be delivered into Wang Cheng's hands by Wang Shifeng herself. What was the meaning of this? Seething with suppressed rage, he returned home to find Wang Shifeng leisurely amusing herself with Xiaojie. Unable to contain himself, he remarked with a hint of sarcasm, the second mistress is becoming increasingly capable, even playing the matchmaker, managing to send someone from the eastern estate to the general's house. Wang Shifeng did not even glance up, calmly adjusting Xiaojie's clothing, and retorted with a cold smile, what's the matter? Can't bear to part with your unclaimed sister-in-law. Jiao Yan felt his face flush at her insinuation, defiantly responding, what nonsense are you talking about? I merely believe that what you are doing is rather elevating Wang Cheng's status. Furthermore, what about Brother Zhen? Wang Shifeng abruptly lifted her gaze, her phoenix eyes flashing with cold light. He, with his own dirt and filth still unresolved, dares to meddle in his sister-in-law's marriage? I'm doing a good deed, rescuing that girl from a pit of fire. Are you suggesting she should remain there, ultimately tormented by you, your esteemed brother, and your esteemed nephew, leading to domestic unrest and loss of face? She rose, stepping closer to Jiao Yan, lowering her voice. Yet her tone was as sharp as a blade. Let me tell you, Leonere, are you aware of the current situation at home? Can Wang Cheng be trifled with? That fool Xue Pan has already offended him gravely. If I do not find a way to ease tensions, one day he may cause your father great embarrassment in court, and you won't even have time to lament. In exchange for a fleeting peace within the estate, you sacrificed the unforgettable Sanjie. Was this transaction truly a loss? Zhao Yin found himself rendered speechless by her rapid-fire retorts, his face shifting in color from pale to flushed. He recognized the validity of Wang Shifeng's words. Yet the remnants of masculine possessiveness and jealousy clung stubbornly to his heart, prompting a reluctant murmur of acquiescence. You are always right. With a dismissive flick of his sleeve, he departed to drown his sorrows in drink. Wang Shifeng observed his retreating figure with a cold snort, her expression a tangle of emotions. Did she truly wish to play the role of a matchmaker? It was merely a matter of weighing benefits and burdens, a necessity rather than a desire. The servants in the estate buzzed with gossip regarding the matter. As Zhou Ruijia accompanied Madame Wang in conversation, she remarked with a sneer, that you Sanjie, always appearing aloof. It seems she is also one to seek higher connections. Though the concubine, how many would desire to curry favor with the current Mr. Wang, only to find themselves unable? She has indeed struck a bargain. Her tone dripped with envy. Meanwhile, a group of maidservants gathered to sew and could not resist whispering among themselves. They spoke of Sanjie's striking beauty and fiery temperament, wondering if she would clash with Qingwen and the others upon her arrival at the general's residence. No matter how beautiful, she remains a concubine. Can she truly change her fate? Yet, she is fortunate to escape the inferno of the East Mansion. Anything is better than remaining there. Daiyu, having learned of the situation from Baiyu, merely smiled faintly and remarked to Zijuan, each person has their own destiny. One cannot force or envy what is not meant to be. Yet, she felt a flicker of curiosity about the unseen Wang Cheng, pondering what manner of person could inspire such effort from Feng and compel a strong-willed woman like Sanjie to submit. Baochai, upon hearing this news, stood by the window for a considerable time. So, Sanjie was indeed to enter his household? She tightened her grip on the handkerchief, the sting of inadequacy resurfacing painfully in her heart. The following day marked the occasion of Sanjie's entry into the new household, as taking a concubine is not akin to marrying a wife. And with Sanjie's delicate position, the general's residence did not make a grand display. They simply dispatched a modest sedan chair carried by 4 men, accompanied by a few matrons and maidservants bearing simple betrothal gifts. In the East Mansion, Sure felt a tumult of emotions. She was relieved to find her sister a supportive pillar, but also felt a sense of shame, hastily preparing a meager dowry. Urgi arrived early to help her sister with her hair and makeup. As she gazed at her sister's increasingly radiant visage in the mirror, enhanced by a light touch of powder, tears streamed down Urgi's face uncontrollably. She grasped Sanjie's hand, her voice choked with emotion. Sister, as you depart, know that you must endure in the new home. Though there are no in-laws, the maid Yuan Yang comes from the elder lady, and Qingwen's temperament is also fierce. Do yield to them, and do not strive for superiority. Seek a peaceful existence. Having experienced her own share of trials in Zhao Yin's outer residence, where she felt unjustly treated, she empathized deeply. Sanjie, feeling a pang of sorrow, held back her own tears and firmly grasped her sister's hand, softly assuring her, Sister, do not worry, I shall manage. No matter how arduous it may be there, can it truly be worse than the East Mansion? Though I have not met the Lord Wang, from his actions, he does not appear to be a fool or incompetent. I have my reasons for going, and I will not allow myself to be bullied. You must take care of yourself as well. Do not be too trusting in that household. She could not directly express her doubts about Zhao Yin, but subtly hinted at them. The sisters exchanged tearful glances, 1,000 unspoken words lingering in the silence. When the auspicious hour arrived, a matron came to urge them on. Sanjie took one last look at the home she had occupied for so long, glancing at her tearful sister, steeling her resolve as she donned the red veil, supported as she stepped toward the sedan that would determine her fate. The sedan lifted, swaying gently as it passed through Rongning Street, heading towards the general's residence in the western part of the city. Inside the general's residence, a simple feast was laid out, inviting Wang Zhuer's family and the prominent stewards of the estate. Wang Cheng, dressed in plain attire, accepted Sanjie's bows and tea offerings, thus fulfilling the ceremonial rites. Yuan Yang, as the de facto manager of the inner quarters, arranged everything adequately, with no outward signs of disarray. Although Qingwen felt somewhat out of place, she subdued her discomfort upon noticing Wang Cheng's calm demeanor. As the banquet concluded, the estate gradually fell into silence. The newlywed quarters were situated in a secluded and elegant courtyard. While not extravagantly adorned, every detail was exquisite. The red candles flickered warmly, casting a cozy glow throughout the room. Sanjie sat alone at the edge of the bed, the veil still covering her head, her heart racing as if it bore a frightened fawn. Despite her fierce nature, she was still a woman, and at this pivotal moment in her life, anxiety crept in. She felt no love for Wang Cheng, but rather a sense of resignation and a flicker of curiosity towards this man of strength. Sanjie, proud and drawn to talent, recognized that while Wang Cheng was a military man, deep down, she held a hint of skepticism. If he were merely a brute who wielded weapons without intellect. Even if she accepted her fate, her heart would remain restless with regret. Time slipped away, and suddenly, firm footsteps echoed from outside. Sanjie's heart tightened, instinctively clutching her sleeve. The door creaked open as Wang Cheng entered. He had changed into a dark red brocade robe, emphasizing his tall figure. Perhaps after a drink. The usual sternness of his brow was softened, replaced by a languid ease. He waved away the attending maidservants, closing the door behind him, leaving only the two of them in the room. He approached the bed, delaying the unveiling of her veil. Instead, he first poured 2 cups of wine from the ceremonial jar, then gently lifted the red silk covering. Beneath the candlelight, Sanjie bowed her head, revealing her long, pale neck and soft facial contours, her cheeks flushed, more radiant than usual. Slowly, she raised her gaze to meet Wang Cheng's. Her eyes devoid of the typical shyness of a new bride, instead carrying an air of scrutiny and defiance, like stars shining brightly in the cold night. Wang Cheng felt a stir within him and offered her a cup of wine. "Drink this." Sanjie accepted it, her fingertips cold. Their arms entwined as they drank the nuptial wine together. The spicy liquid slid down their throats, bringing a sense of warmth. After setting down the cup, Wang Cheng noted that her expression bore no hint of seduction. Instead, there was an underlying tension, which piqued his curiosity. He reached out to embrace her. But Sanjie suddenly spoke, her voice trembling slightly. "General, please wait." Wang Cheng paused, raising an eyebrow at her. Sanjie took a deep breath, meeting his gaze directly, striving to maintain a calm tone. "The general has long been in the army, and as I will be left in solitude in the inner chamber, it is inevitable that I will feel longing. I have heard that the general is gifted in both literature and martial arts. Might I request a piece of your calligraphy to hang in my room, to alleviate my yearning?" This statement was half-truth, as the longing was feigned, while the true intent was to gauge his literary talent. Wang Cheng, taken aback, found it intriguing that on their wedding night, the bride sought not physical affection but rather art. This Sanjie was indeed unlike ordinary women. Observing her earnest gaze, filled with a plea and an unyielding determination, he sensed her sincerity. As a modern soul, he did not hold the rigid beliefs of ancient men who equated lack of skill with moral deficiency. Rather, he found her request amusing. Very well, if she desired it, what harm would there be in writing a piece? "Oh, you wish to see me write?" Wang Cheng's lips curled into a slight, playful smile. Sanjie, heartened by his acquiescence, quickly rose and approached the writing desk, adeptly laying out rice paper and preparing the ink. Her movements were graceful, and her expression focused. The candlelight danced upon her face, outlining her exquisite features. Wang Cheng approached the desk, lifted the exquisite wolf hair brush, and dipped it generously into the thick ink. "What to write?" After a brief moment of contemplation, the melancholic and heroic essence of Du Fu's poem Poetic Lament of the Broken Formation surfaced in his mind. The imagery of the relentless passage of time, the desolation of borders, and the difficulty of travel resonated deeply with his identity and experiences as a general. He focused his mind, poised the brush, and let it dance across the paper. His inherent calligraphy skills, coupled with his deliberate practice since traversing through time, harmonized with a modern understanding of layout and rhythm. In this moment, it flowed with remarkable intensity. The strokes were bold and vigorous, emanating a palpable aura of a battlefield. Yet within the twists and turns lay the grace of a scholar, a perfect balance of strength and gentleness, exuding an overwhelming grandeur. Sanjie watched intently from the side, initially scrutinizing, but as she observed further, her astonishment grew. When Wang Cheng finally laid down his brush, the ink on the paper was vibrant and forceful, a mighty spirit leaping forth. Although she was not a master of calligraphy, her keen intellect and discerning eye recognized that such skill and vigor were beyond the reach of an ordinary warrior. He truly embodied both literary and martial prowess. Any lingering feelings of resentment and disdain dissipated at that moment, replaced by an indescribable shock and a hint of secret delight. The person she had chosen was not solely reliant on brute strength. Wang Cheng, having placed the brush down, looked towards Sanjie and noticed her gaze transfixed on the writing, her eyes sparkling and her cheeks flushed with excitement, adding a touch of vivacious charm. He understood her intent. She was testing him. "How is it? Does it please you?" he inquired with purpose. Sanjie, regaining her composure, met his knowing gaze. Her face instantly ablaze with a rosy hue extending down to her neck. She felt a mix of shyness and a profound sense of fulfillment and joy. Choosing not to say more, she abruptly extinguished the candle on the desk, leaving only the flickering red candles by the bedside, casting a dim and ambiguous light in the room. She reached out, grasping Wang Cheng's hand, her voice barely a whisper, yet imbued with unprecedented softness and determination. "General, the night is fleeting. Let us rest." That night, the warm red silk curtains billowed, and Sanjie shed her final traces of reluctance, revealing a myriad of charms distinct from her usual fiery temperament. Wang Cheng too appreciated the passionate and gentle side of this thorny rose, now devoid of its sharp edges. As the spring breeze swept through, the moon sank low, and the stars faded. The rain outside began to fall softly, tapping against the newly sprouted banana leaves, enhancing the serene atmosphere within. Sanjie nestled in Wang Cheng's embrace, falling into a deep slumber, a satisfied smile still gracing her lips. Her new life seemed far from the bleakness she had imagined. Meanwhile, the courtyard of the general's residence welcomed a new and vibrant beauty, promising days of greater liveliness ahead. Chapter 32. The army approaches the following morning. As dawn broke, the gentle patter of the night rain had ceased, leaving only droplets rolling off the banana leaves and the refreshing scent of moist air. Wang Cheng opened his eyes, feeling a surge of energy within and clarity in his thoughts. 4 points of enhancement. The benefits brought by Sanjie had taken effect. He turned to glance at the person beside him. Sanjie remained in deep slumber, her long, dark hair spread across the pillow, softening the sharp contours of her face. Her long eyelashes rested peacefully, and the corners of her mouth curled slightly, hinting at a sense of satisfaction and tranquility even in her dreams. Compared to the initial scrutiny and stubbornness of their first encounter last night, and the later fervor, she now resembled a begonia blooming after the rain, vibrant yet serene. Wang Cheng felt a rush of affection and pride. This thorny rose had finally sheathed its thorns, revealing its inner softness. He leaned down and gently pressed a kiss on her smooth forehead. Feeling it insufficient, he planted a hearty kiss on her slightly swollen red lips, producing a crisp sound. Sanjie stirred awake, her eyes fluttering open to meet Wang Cheng's smiling gaze, instantly recalling the events of the previous night, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. Embarrassed, she pulled the quilt to cover half her face, revealing only her sparkling eyes, which shot him a playful glare devoid of anger, instead filled with a hint of affection. "General, it's time to rise." Her voice, still laced with sleep, was all the more alluring. "A little longer one tea hurt." Wang Cheng chuckled, squeezing her hand, relishing its delicate warmth. "How do you feel? Are you comfortable?" Sanjie softly replied, much more at ease than in the eastern residence. Her words were heartfelt. In this general's household, though a concubine, she was free from the constant vigilance against sordid thoughts, facing only the ordinary disputes that might arise in the inner quarters, which felt like paradise to her. Wang Cheng understood her sentiments and refrained from further words, cherishing the moment a little longer before rising to summon attendants for their morning routines. Qingwen and Yuan Yang had long been waiting outside, and upon hearing the commotion, they led the maidservants in. Qingwen efficiently assisted Wang Cheng in dressing and grooming, her gaze occasionally drifting towards the bed. Noticing Sanjie had risen on her own, calmly arranging her long hair in front of the mirror. Without the bashfulness typical of a new bride, Qingwen mused that she was indeed extraordinary. Unlike those who merely feigned shyness, Yuan Yang exhibited even greater composure, smiling as she addressed Sanjie. Sister, you're awake? Did you rest well last night? Breakfast is ready. Would you prefer to dine in your room or in the flower hall? Sanjie stood and offered a respectful bow to Yuan Yang, maintaining a balance of humility and dignity. Thank you for your concern, Sister Yuan Yang. Everything is well. I shall follow your arrangements. She recognized Yuan Yang's status and significance within the household and conveyed her respect accordingly. Wang Cheng observed the harmonious scene in the courtyard and felt a sense of satisfaction. After breakfast, he said to Sanjie, you rest well. If you need anything, just let Yuan Yang know. I must attend to urgent military matters. Sanjie rose to see him off. General, the military affairs are of utmost importance. I will be mindful. Wang Cheng nodded, striding out of the courtyard. Behind him, the three women exchanged glances, each reflecting different sentiments. Yuan Yang with steady concern, Qingwen with a hint of wistfulness, and Sanjie with a mix of curiosity, anticipation, and a barely perceptible ambition shining in her eyes. In the military camp, the atmosphere in the command tent starkly contrasted the warmth and tranquility of the residence. An invisible tension hung in the air, and the soldiers atop the watchtower scanned the horizon with keen eyes. The marching troops moved with heavier steps than usual, the clanging of armor resonating with a sense of impending conflict. In the distance, the sounds of craftsmen busy at work repairing weapons echoed urgently. Zhang Shai and several commanders were gathered around a sand table, each wearing a furrowed brow. General Wang has arrived. Upon Wang Cheng's entrance, the group looked up, their eyes filled with hope. General, what is the situation? Wang Cheng approached the sand table directly. Zhang Shai pointed to the densely packed blue flags representing the Jin army on the sand table just outside Bianliang City, speaking in a grave tone. Not good. Scouts report that the main force of the Jin army, over 100,000 men, led by Wanyan's own Wang, has camped just 30 miles outside the city. Their supply trains are unending, equipped with trebuchets, siege ladders, and battering rams. Everything they need. It seems they intend to assault Bianliang in one decisive strike. Another commander added, what complicates matters further is that the royal troops from various regions, such as Zhongshu Dao and Yaogu, have been intercepted by the Jin army skirmishers on the outskirts, making it impossible for them to approach. The court has issued several urgent edicts, but to no avail, although the supplies within the city are still sufficient to sustain. The morale of both the soldiers and the civilians is dwindling. Zhang Shai sighed, leaving unspoken words hanging in the air, understood by all present. Recent minor victories had momentarily uplifted spirits, yet the looming presence of such a formidable enemy army instilled a sense of panic that spread silently like a plague. Wang Cheng gazed intently at the sand table, his eyes gradually brightening. 100,000 troops. This was the stage he had longed for. The previous decapitations of several enemy generals were merely appetizers. The true achievements awaited him amidst the mountains of corpses and seas of blood. When soldiers come, let them be met. When water arrives, let the earth shield. Wang Cheng's voice was calm, yet brimming with power. Though the Jin soldiers were numerous, Bianliang City stood tall with its deep moats and high walls, housing millions of military and civilian personnel, not without the strength to fight. The crux lay in the resolve of the defenders. We must possess the heart to fight to the death. His composure inspired the generals within the tent, as their chaotic emotions seemed to find a steady anchor. In contrast to the atmosphere of oppression in the military camp, the court was steeped in a palpable panic. Incompetence. All of you are worthless. On the dragon throne, Song Qinzong was devoid of the excitement he had shown days prior when rewarding Wang Cheng. His face was ashen, veins bulging on his forehead, and he abruptly hurled a military report onto the imperial desk, causing ink and paper to scatter across the floor. I have repeatedly commanded the reinforcement of troops. Where's Zhongshu Dao and Yaogu doing? How can a mere Jin detachment halt our 100,000-strong royal army? Are they afraid of the enemy like a tiger, or are they deliberately watching from the sidelines? The emperor's voice, sharp with anger and fear, reverberated through the vast hall. Most civil and military officials below the steps remained silent, their heads bowed in shame. The exuberance of praising Wang Cheng just days earlier was now washed away by an overwhelming sense of crisis. Li Gang, with his hair standing on end, stepped forward, declaring, "Your Majesty, please calm your anger. The pressing matter is to stabilize the hearts of the people within the city, urging Zhang Shai, Wang Cheng, and the other generals to fortify the city defenses and hold fast until reinforcements arrive. Additionally, we can send envoys bearing your secret edict to urgently urge Zhong Shidao and others to break through the blockade at any cost." "Hold. Until when?" a minister whispered in despair. The royal army was delayed, and the supplies within the city would eventually run dry. Though the call for peace had not been explicitly voiced, the atmosphere of desperation was already permeating among some officials. Zhang Bangchong and others exchanged furtive glances, seemingly calculating something. Song Qinzong looked upon this group of ministers, some filled with dread, others inept, and yet others harboring ulterior motives, and a deep sense of powerlessness gripped him. He could not help but recall that young general on the city walls who had achieved miracles time and again, as if he were the only glimmer of hope at this moment. "Draft an edict. Urge Zhong Shidao and Yao Gu again. Tell them that if Bianliang falls, I shall execute their entire families." Song Qinzong nearly shouted this command, then slumped back on the dragon throne as if drained of all strength, murmuring, "Inform Zhang Shai. Tell Wang Cheng that Bianliang is entrusted to them." In the Rongwa mansion, the atmosphere in the Rongqing Hall was equally heavy. The servants moved with quiet steps, whispering about the news from outside the city. Grandmother Jia reclined on a couch, her brow furrowed, accompanied by Madame Wang and Madame Xing, both wearing worried expressions. "I heard the Jin army numbers over 100,000, surrounding the city like an iron barrel." Madame Xing's voice trembled. "What are we to do? What if the city falls?" "Do not speak nonsense," Grandmother Jia scolded, though her hand gripping the Buddhist beads trembled slightly. Having experienced the vicissitudes of life, she understood all too well what the fall of the city would entail. Under a collapsed nest, how could there be unbroken eggs? Baoyu sat at the lower end, his face a mask of confusion and fear. He grasped little of the affairs of state and war, only perceiving that the words "the city falls" were like a nightmare that would obliterate all the beauty in his Yihong courtyard. He murmured, "Lin Mimi, sisters." In stark contrast to this widespread panic, an ominous and distorted anticipation permeated the Jia Shi courtyard, in the study of Jia Zhan in the Eastern Mansion, and in the side chamber of Li Xiang courtyard, where Xue Pan temporarily resided. Jia Shi, fiddling with his sparse beard, sneered at a confidant beside him. "Humph. That Wang Cheng is merely showing off for a moment. Now that the main force of the Jin army has arrived, let's see how long he can remain arrogant. It would be best if he dies in the chaos, sparing me the sight of him." Jia Zhan sat across from Jia Rong, drinking wine. "Father, I heard the Jin soldiers are swarming outside like locusts, with siege engines taller than the city walls." Jia Rong spoke in a hushed tone, a hint of excitement in his voice. "Isn't that Wang Cheng capable of fighting? Let's see how he fares this time. Hopefully." Jia Zhan drained his cup, a malevolent glint flashing in his eyes. "Let him die cleanly. That wretched Yu Sanjie. Let us see how proud she remains then." The thought of chaos erupting upon the city's fall conjured unspeakable images in his mind. Xue Pan, with his swollen face still not fully healed, paced excitedly within the room, shouting to his servant, "Did you hear? The Jin army is coming. That bastard Wang Cheng is doomed. Ha ha! Heaven has opened its eyes. Once he is dead, let us see how I can take advantage of the situation." He fantasized about Wang Cheng's death, imagining how he would seize the opportunity to control and even encroach upon the general's household women, deriving a perverse satisfaction from his twisted desires. On the southern wall of Bianliang City, Wang Cheng, adorned in armor and armed with weapons, personally inspected the city defenses. He was in remarkably good spirits, his gaze sharp and his steps steady, emanating a calm yet powerful aura that reassured the generals and soldiers surrounding him. "Raise this wall by another 3 feet. Move all the logs and stones to the designated positions. Check if the oil for fire is sufficient. Are the crossbows calibrated? Their range must cover the opposite bank of the moat." His commands were issued clearly and decisively. Standing atop the parapet, Wang Cheng gazed far into the distance. There, the encampment of the Jin army resembled a sprawling locust swarm, banners fluttering and horns blaring. The massive siege engines were being assembled, resembling ferocious beasts, exuding an oppressive air that was almost suffocating. Tens of thousands of Jin soldiers were mobilizing within the camp, their horses whinnying and dust swirling. A chilling atmosphere rising to the heavens. In the face of such a scene, most would tremble in fear, yet within Wang Cheng's heart surged an exhilarating battle fervor. At last they have arrived, he muttered to himself, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. In this chaotic era, against formidable foes, this was the optimal stage for a time traveler like him to establish unparalleled achievements through the system, defending Bianliang, resisting the Jin army, and averting calamity. Each step was a perilous gamble, yet each step also concealed immense opportunities and rewards. He turned to his soldiers, though tense, their gazes resolute, and looked upon this ancient and prosperous capital. Here lay the warm home he had just acquired, the people he needed to protect, and the vast world he yearned to conquer. Brothers, Wang Cheng's voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly in the ears of every defender. Though the Jin bandits are many, they are not invincible. Just days ago, we were able to slay their generals. Today, we can defend Bianliang City, to build our legacy, to secure our families. Let it be today. Follow me, fight to the death. Fight to the death. Fight to the death. Initially, there were only scattered responses, but it quickly coalesced into a deafening roar. Above the city walls, the previously low morale was instantly ignited by Wang Cheng's words. The soldiers gripped their weapons tightly, their fear replaced by determination. Wang Cheng stood, sword drawn, his silhouette against the dawn light and the distant enemy army resembling an indomitable god of war. Chapter 33. The Great Cursing of the Jin Army. The following day, just as dawn broke, a thin mist enveloped Bianliang City like a gossamer veil. Yet it could not obscure the heart-pounding scene outside the city. The main force of the Jin army, numbering 100,000, had already formed their ranks. The dark, oppressive formations resembled a tide of iron, stretching from the horizon to the foot of the city walls, where swords and spears glimmered in the bleak winter morning light. The air of slaughter dispersed the mist, pressing directly against the city walls. Banners obscured the sky, among which the most striking was a grand golden standard embroidered with the fierce visage of a wolf, fluttering in the cold wind, symbolizing the authority of the commander of the Jin army's eastern route, Yuan Yang. Hundreds of colossal trebuchets and Huaihu cannons were slowly advanced to the front lines, resembling enormous beasts, their sturdy arms pointing skyward, and the massive counterweights and leather bags emanating an aura of death. The range of these siege engines was sufficient to cover a substantial portion of the city walls and the area beyond. On the battlements, the defending soldiers breathed heavily, their palms slick with cold sweat gripping their weapons, despite their mental preparations. Witnessing this overwhelming military force and feeling the subtle tremors from the walls beneath their feet rendered many pale and parched. Fear slithered through their spirits like a cold serpent. Generals such as Zhang Shai and Wang Cheng stood solemnly atop the city tower, their expressions grave. The moment was finally upon them. Zhang Shai murmured, his voice tinged with a scarcely perceptible tremor. Wang Cheng remained silent, squinting his eyes to scrutinize the enemy formation, particularly the positioning of the trebuchets. Yet within him, his blood stirred with a mild heat, a mix of tension and excitement. At that moment, a figure burst forth from the Jin ranks, not a general, but a Han interpreter clad in scholar's robes, sporting a shorn hairstyle typical of the Jin. He cautiously halted just outside the moat, within an arrow's reach, cleared his throat, and, drawing on his full breath, shouted in heavily accented Mandarin towards the city walls, his voice carrying far in the stillness of the early morning. I, the commander of the Jin army's eastern route, His Highness the Second Prince Wang, respectfully addressed the commander and the military populace of Bianliang City. The voice of the interpreter conveyed an intentionally cultivated sense of superiority. Our great Jin army, bearing the might of thunder, stands at your gates. You are but fish in a barrel, eggs in a nest. To resist is akin to striking a stone with an egg, inviting your own demise. His Highness Zhongwang, in his benevolence, wishes to spare you further bloodshed and offers you a clear path. He paused, surveying the silent city walls, and raised his voice. If you are willing to awaken to reason and open the city to surrender, His Highness Zhongwang guarantees the safety of the common folk and the preservation of your possessions. The officials and soldiers may retain their wealth and even gain promotions, better than under the song. For instance, General Wang Cheng, His Highness holds great admiration for your valor. Should you choose to submit, you will surely be appointed as a leader of thousands, rewarded with gold and beautiful women, enjoying wealth and honor without end." As these words echoed, a subtle stir arose among the defenders on the battlements. The allure of high offices and riches, especially the specific enticement directed toward Wang Cheng, was like a stone cast into a placid lake. Some soldiers instinctively glanced toward Wang Cheng's direction, their expressions complex. Survival is instinctual, and the thought of such prospects began to stir doubts in many hearts, a mix of panic and wavering resolve. The interpreter, reading the mood, mistook the silence for hesitation, and his tone shifted to one of cold severity, revealing his true intent. "If you persist in your stubbornness, when our great Jin army breaches your walls, not a single creature shall remain." The final 4 words were pronounced with particular emphasis, chilling to the bone. "At that time, all males shall be executed, and women and children shall be taken as slaves. The prosperity of Bianliang shall be reduced to ashes. Your parents, wives, and children shall suffer the torments of humiliation and slaughter. Your fate, life or death, honor or disgrace, rests solely in your hands. Do not deceive yourselves." The threat of annihilation struck like a hammer upon the hearts of many defenders. Imagining the horrors that might unfold should the city fall, and thinking of their families at home, fear swelled, visibly affecting the morale of the troops, and one could even hear the suppressed gasps and the chattering of teeth. Some new recruits trembled so violently that they could scarcely grip their weapons. Zhang Shai's face turned ashen. He was about to reprimand them to steady their nerves when a cold laugh pierced the air, as clear as ice shards breaking, striking every ear. Wang Cheng stepped forward, standing tall at the forefront of the battlement, facing the 1,000-strong army below and the arrogant interpreter with no hint of fear on his face. Only an unyielding scorn and derision. He did not summon his full strength, yet his voice rang out resoundingly, possessing a peculiar penetrating force that swiftly drowned out the commotion atop the walls and the clamor below. "I thought there was a dog barking outside the city, but it turns out to be a treacherous dog slave, a traitor to his own kind." His words were an ultimate insult, leaving both the defenders and the assailants momentarily stunned. The interpreter's face flushed with anger. "You, what do you mean?" Wang Cheng did not grant him the opportunity to speak, his words tumbling out like a barrage, coarse yet piercing. "You, disguised in human skin, have forgotten what you truly are, taking pride in serving the Jin as a dog. Are you so pleased that you wish to wag your tail and bark for your master in hopes of a bone?" Laughter erupted among the previously tense defenders, the atmosphere lightening considerably. The interpreter trembled with rage, pointing at Wang Cheng. "You scoundrel! How dare you insult me?" "Insult you? That is to hold you in esteem." Wang Cheng scoffed, his tone suddenly turning sharp like thunder crashing. "Go back and tell your worthless master Wan Yin's own Wang. And you, pack of ignorant Jin dogs." His gaze flashed like lightning, sweeping over the dark mass of soldiers outside the city, his voice charged with boundless killing intent and undeniable contempt. "You think I, a son of the song, would surrender? Dream on. We, the million citizens of Bianliang, would rather die standing than live kneeling. What nonsense about leading thousands, gold, and beauties. Save those for your own coffins as burial gifts. I, Wang Cheng, have no use for them. I only want the heads of you beasts who invade my homeland and slay my kin. You threaten to leave no one alive? Such bravado. I stand here, eager to see how you, descendants of wild beasts who gnaw on tree bark hidden in the mountains, dare to set foot in my Bianliang. You barbarians, uneducated and ignorant of the times, know only plunder, no different from wild animals. How dare you speak of destiny? I spit. Today you invade my territory, and I shall ensure that you meet a fate worse than death, your souls scattered, never to find peace." He cursed with fervor, denigrating the Jin soldiers and their commander, along with the interpreter, rendering them utterly worthless, his words laced with venom and his spirit defiant, unprecedented in its ferocity. Each insult struck like a resounding slap across the face of the Jin army, serving as a powerful tonic that invigorated the defenders. On the battlements, the previously wavering morale was ignited by this unreasonable yet exhilarating tirade. The soldiers felt a surge of righteous anger, their blood boiling, fear replaced by fury and shared animosity. "Well said, General Wang. Yes, only die standing, never live kneeling. Let us fight the Jin dogs. The fervent shouts resounded once more across the battlements, solidifying the troops' resolve, even more tightly knit than before. The interpreter, pale and speechless from the onslaught of insults, turned his horse and fled back to his ranks in disarray. Before the Jin army's formation, Wang Yang sat beneath the commander's banner, listening to the distant echoes of curses carried by the wind, particularly the extreme contempt directed at him and his entire clan. His face shifted from green to red, then to purple, ultimately settling into a terrifying shade of ashen gray. Since his southern campaign, he had been invincible. Never had he endured such a profound humiliation, especially from a Song general he had not deemed significant. Well, what a sharp-tongued southern barbarian. Wang Yang slammed his hand upon the command table, causing the flags and arrow tubes to rattle. If they refuse my courtesy, they shall taste the cup of punishment. Relay the command. Assault the city. After it falls, I will personally witness Wang Cheng's dismemberment. The mournful and desolate sound of the cow horn pierced the vast sky, akin to the summons of the Grim Reaper. The Jin army's assault had commenced, yet they did not immediately dispatch infantry to swarm the city. Instead, the central command flag waved, and hundreds of massive catapults, long prepared, unleashed a terrifying roar simultaneously. Boom, 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 boom. Enormous counterweights plummeted, the lengthy throwing arms swung with great force, and the winches and ropes emitted a disconcerting groan. Countless boulders, the size of grinding wheels, along with flaming projectiles wrapped in grease, were hurled skyward with tremendous force, howling through the air like a banshee, tracing deadly parabolic arcs as they descended upon the walls of Beauty with merciless ferocity. Take cover. Raise your shields. The officers at various ranks shouted hoarsely. The ground shook with a thunderous crash as the boulders struck the city walls, reverberating like a seismic event. The sturdy brick walls trembled violently, pockmarked with terrifying craters, and shattered debris flew in all directions like lethal shrapnel. Some boulders soared over the parapets, crashing into the crowds or structures behind, resulting in a gruesome scene of blood and screams. A crossbow was obliterated in an instant, reduced to powder, while its operator was turned to mush without even a cry of despair. The fireballs ignited the watchtowers and war tents, billowing thick smoke and fierce flames into the air, scorching the skin of the defenders and inciting chaos among their ranks. The counterattack from the Song army appeared feeble and ineffective. The range of their crossbows and defensive archery was insufficient to reach the catapults that lay safely out of range. Occasionally, stones were hurled from the city as own trebuchets in retaliation, but their quantity and quality were far inferior to those of the Jin army, yielding negligible results. The defenders could only endure the onslaught passively, and the casualty figures rose sharply. Numerous sections of the city walls sustained damage, although they had yet to collapse. It was only a matter of time before they fell to the enemy. Zhang Shai, shielded by the large shield held by his guards, gazed anxiously at the fallen soldiers and the battered walls, his eyes aflame with urgency. This is intolerable. At this rate, the walls will surely crumble. We must devise a strategy to destroy those catapults. But how to do so? A sortie? That will be tantamount to suicide. Engaging in a duel with our trebuchets? We are at a severe disadvantage. Wang Cheng, equally troubled, dodged a fragment that skimmed past his scalp. Feeling the tremors of the walls and witnessing the terrified and helpless expressions of the soldiers beside him, his anxiety intensifying. This cannot continue. He silently raged. His consciousness plunged into the system interface. Available enhancement points, 16. Enhance the bow. He commanded, opting to elevate it to the highest current level without hesitation. Ding. Consumed 10 enhancement points. Bow upgraded from ordinary to special windbreaker. A surge of energy, far more formidable than before, enveloped the longbow in his hands. The previously simple wooden structure seemed infused with life, a faint azure light coursing through its grains, the resilient bowstring vibrating of its own accord, producing a deep melodic hum. Not only did the bow itself transform, but Wang Cheng felt an extraordinary connection between his arms, his eyes, and his entire being with this newly invigorated windbreaker bow. He could distinctly perceive the qualitative leap in the bow's strength, sufficient to withstand the might of mountain-splitting forces. The tension of the bowstring was optimized to its limits, granting unprecedented initial velocity to the arrows. The effective range of this windbreaker bow had been greatly extended, surpassing the limits of ordinary archery, allowing the arrows to fly with astonishing speed and pierce through the air resistance towards previously unreachable targets. With the special arrows in hand, he was no longer an ordinary hunter, but rather a divine marksman. Chapter 34. This youth is indeed a divine being. Wang Cheng sensed the peculiar pulse emanating from the windbreaker bow in his grasp, a sense of unprecedented control blossoming within him. However, his brow remained furrowed. The bow's potential had been unlocked to a special level, yet he instinctively understood that it would not suffice on its own. The distant catapult positions were several times beyond the reach of ordinary arrows, even with the extraordinary windbreaker attributes. He required a force beyond human capability to propel the arrows there, while retaining sufficient lethality. "I need absolute strength," Wang Cheng roared internally, delving once more into the system. Available enhancement points. 6. Enhanced strength entirely. He made his choice without hesitation. The points were instantly depleted. Ding. Consumed 6 enhancement points. Strength increased from 26 to 32. Boom. A torrent of power, more ferocious and pure than any previous enhancement, surged forth from the depths of his being like a volcanic eruption. He felt as if his body had been reforged from divine steel, every inch of his form brimming with explosive energy. 30 points of strength had transcended the limits of the mundane, touching the realm of the extraordinary. He clenched his fist slightly, the joints cracking with a crisp sound, as if the very air were being compressed between his fingers. Raising the windbreaker bow once more, this time, the sensation was entirely different. The bow, once seemingly unyielding, now felt as light as a feather in his hands, as if he could draw it to its full moon with the slightest effort. "What is General Wang planning?" questioned a nearby guard, observing his movements with puzzled whispers. At that moment, the Jin army's catapults continued their relentless roars, boulders and fireballs raining down, plunging the city into chaos. Everyone was pressed against the parapets or shielding themselves with their shields, none daring to expose themselves, let alone draw a bow. Zhang Shai also witnessed Wang Cheng's actions and cried out urgently, "General Wang, it's dangerous. Get to safety. The Jin catapults are too far. Your arrows cannot reach them." His voice bore concern and anxiety, fearing Wang Cheng had lost his senses in a fit of rage. Nearby soldiers cast confused and worried glances, believing that although General Wang was valiant, his current actions were tantamount to suicide, attempting to shoot at targets well beyond his range. What could possibly be achieved? Wang Cheng paid no heed to the warnings and doubts surrounding him. His gaze, sharp as a hawk's, locked onto the distant figures of Jin soldiers, no larger than ants, busy operating the catapults. In his enhanced vision, they became strikingly clear. He slowly drew a specially crafted triangular armor-piercing arrow from his quiver and positioned it on the bowstring. "Hey, look, that Song general on the city wall. What does he intend to do?" Some keen-eyed Jin soldiers noticed the conspicuous figure attempting to draw his bow from behind the parapet. Ha! That Song dog must have been struck dumb by the stones. He thinks he can shoot an arrow from this distance? Perhaps he aims to emulate Ho-E shooting the sun. Alas, our artillery is no celestial body. The ranks of Jin soldiers erupted in laughter and derision. Even some junior officers bore mocking expressions, believing the Song general was merely mad with desperation. Wanyan Zhongwang squinted slightly, observing the conspicuously out-of-place figure on the city wall, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth, a futile struggle, only to invite ridicule. Amidst the multitude of worried, perplexed, and mocking gazes cast upon him from both the city above and below, Wang Cheng moved. He exhaled audibly and without any grand gestures. The windbreaker bow, shimmering with azure light, was effortlessly drawn back, the bowstring forming a perfect arc of tension. The terrifying force of 30 points, combined with the extraordinary might of the Pafong gong, rendered the act of drawing the bow effortless, yet it contained a tremendous power capable of shattering the heavens. Bang! The bowstring vibrated, producing not an ordinary tremor, but a resounding explosion akin to the tearing of fabric or the roar of thunder. The sound was sharp and piercing, momentarily eclipsing the clamor of the battlefield. The armor-piercing arrow was released, as though enveloped by an invisible cyclone, tearing through the air with a chilling, ghostly wail that sent shivers down one's spine. The arrow transformed into a nearly imperceptible azure streak, slicing through layers of air resistance at a speed beyond mortal comprehension. Racing towards the distant Jin armies, stone-throwing siege engines. The arrow traced a low and lethal trajectory, instantly crossing a distance that was deemed impossible for arrows to traverse. On the city wall, the soldiers of the Song army gaped in disbelief, their mouths agape as they watched that azure light shoot towards the enemy ranks like a meteor. The mocking laughter from the Jin army fell abruptly silent. All eyes followed the path of death. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. In the next instant, a faint sound, almost negligible, emanated from beside a Jin siege engine that was in the process of loading a boulder. The Jin sergeant in charge of the loading, wielding a whip and shouting for his subordinates to hasten, still bore the remnants of a mocking smile from moments before. Yet his smile froze instantaneously, replaced by sheer bewilderment and disbelief. A blood hole, as thick as a thumb, appeared in the center of his forehead, piercing through to the other side. Red and white matter spraying from the back of his head, splattering onto the cold frame of the siege engine. He could not even emit a scream before his body swayed and collapsed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The nearby Jin soldiers were stunned, staring blankly at the sergeant who had suddenly dropped dead, momentarily unable to comprehend what had transpired. Silence. A deathly stillness. First, the area around the siege engine fell into an eerie quiet, and then this silence spread like a plague. Other operators at nearby siege engines noticed the anomaly, as they beheld the sergeant's lifeless form and the arrow deeply embedded in the ground behind him, its fletchings still quivering. A wave of cold dread rushed from their feet to the crown of their heads. How could this be? An arrow, a projectile shot from the city walls. This is impossible, absolutely impossible. The Jin soldiers murmured in terror, their eyes darting towards the distant Bianliang city wall, where a tiny figure remained steadfast, seemingly untouched. The earlier raucous mockery from the Jin ranks was now replaced by an unsettling silence. Those who had previously laughed freely now felt as if they had been dealt a stinging slap, their faces flushed with shock and fear. Sorcery! It must be sorcery! A Jin soldier cried out, his voice trembling. Is it a man or a ghost? Who could shoot an arrow and kill from such a distance? Divine beings. The Song people are aided by celestial beings. Panic began to spread among the Jin siege engine crews. On the city wall, after a brief, deathly quiet, an earth-shattering cheer erupted. He hit. General Wang has struck true. My heavens! From such a distance. A single shot. A divine shot. This is divine marksmanship. The general is formidable. The soldiers of the garrison were flushed with excitement, brandishing their weapons. As the earlier feelings of oppression and fear evaporated in the wake of that singular arrow, Wang Cheng, with this superhuman strike, ignited their fervor and fighting spirit. Zhang Shai stood dumbfounded. Though he was well-traveled and knowledgeable, he had never witnessed nor heard of such miraculous archery. He gazed at Wang Cheng's upright form, his heart surging with tumultuous waves. This youth is indeed a divine being. Heaven bless the Song. Heaven bless Bianliang. Wang Cheng paid no heed to the cheers behind him. His gaze remained as cold as iron, devoid of any emotion. Like the most composed and lethal of snipers, he once again drew an arrow from his quiver. Knocking the arrow, drawing the bow, taking aim, releasing. The motions flowed like water, swift as lightning. Bang! Another terrifying bowstring explosion reverberated. A blue streak shot forth once more. In the distance, an operator at another siege engine was straining to turn the winch, attempting to raise the massive counterweight box. Suddenly, a chill ran through him. Looking down, he saw a blood hole that had inexplicably appeared in his leather armor, blood gushing forth. He opened his mouth to emit a sound devoid of meaning, before collapsing. Bang! 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 Wang Cheng showed no signs of stopping. Arrow after arrow flew from his bow. The thunderous sound of the bowstring became a symphony of death's summons. Each arrow released was accompanied by the demise of an operator at the distant Jin siege engines. Whether it was the loaders, the commanding sergeants, or the angle-adjusting technicians, anyone locked onto by Wang Cheng had no chance of survival. He specifically targeted those in critical positions, achieving a terrifying efficiency. In an instant, chaos erupted at the Jin siege engine site, with soldiers thrown into disarray. Those who remained alive were in a state of sheer terror, scrambling for cover or lying flat on the ground, too afraid to show themselves. The once dense and orderly barrage of boulders became sparse and erratic, with several siege engines coming to a halt due to the deaths of their operators. Each arrow Wang Cheng released struck like a heavy hammer against the morale of the Jin army, while simultaneously serving as a potent tonic for the defenders' spirits. The cheers on the city wall surged higher and higher, with all the defenders gazing at Wang Cheng with fervor and reverence. He was no longer an ordinary general. He was a god of war, a deity protecting them, beneath the banner of the Jin army. The cold smile that had graced Wang Zonwang's face vanished without a trace, replaced by profound gloom and fury. He stared intently at the figure on the city wall that continually drew the bow, his fists clenched so tightly that they turned white. Wang Cheng. He squeezed this name through gritted teeth, filled with a murderous intent and a hint of trepidation he was reluctant to acknowledge. This southern barbarian commander, not only sharp-tongued but also possessing archery skills that were truly astounding. If this man is not eliminated, he will become a great threat. Chapter 35. Let them be arrogant. For a few days, Wang Cheng's infallible arrows became the nightmare of the Jin siege engine operators. In a brief span, several key personnel from the Jin were precisely killed, and the once dense barrage of boulders became intermittent, significantly weakened. The vast array of Jin siege engines fell into unprecedented chaos and panic due to the actions of a single individual wielding a bow. The operators, trembling with fear, fumbled their movements, their efficiency plummeting, terrified that the next moment that lethal azure streak would pierce their skull or chest. Useless. All of them are useless. Wang Zonwang observed the chaos from beneath his banner, unable to contain his fury as he cracked the whip in the air with a sharp crack. Shields. Have a shield bearers advance. Protect the operators of the siege engines. Quickly. Yes, General. The Central Command standard waved, and the horn sounded. Soon, squads of heavily armored elite Jin infantry, wielding shields nearly as tall as themselves, rushed forward to the front of the siege engine array. They roared, forcefully slamming their heavy ironwood shields into the ground. The sharp bases of shields pierced the earth, instantly forming a continuous wall of gleaming cold metal in front of the stone-throwing operators. Raise the shields. Reinforce. Hold firm. The commanding officer's voice echoed from behind the shield wall. The shields were closely aligned, with barely any gaps, resembling a moving fortress that effectively concealed the soldiers operating the catapults behind them. Wang Cheng stood atop the city wall, squinting at the distant changes. He drew his bow once more, unleashing a piercing armor-piercing arrow that soared through the air with a chilling shriek. Clang! A deafening roar erupted as the arrow struck the center of a massive shield with precision. The thick shield buckled inward violently, splinters flying as the metal tore apart. The shield-bearer of the Jin soldiers felt an overwhelming force surge through, causing his grip to shatter, blood gushing forth as he staggered back 2 steps, nearly collapsing to the ground. Yet, bolstered by the heavy shield and collective support, he managed to withstand the impact of that arrow. The arrow embedded deeply into the shield, its fletching quivering violently, yet it failed to penetrate. It was blocked. It was blocked. The southern barbarians' demonic arrows were rendered useless. Behind the shield wall, the stunned Jin operators, witnessing this, first fell silent, then erupted in a jubilant frenzy, as if reborn from despair, taunting even more brazenly. Song dogs, shoot again. Let's see if your grandpa is afraid. Go ahead, pierce this iron shield if you dare. How long can your city wall withstand? Just wait to die. Their vile words drifted on the wind, invigorating the morale of the Jin troops. Although the rhythm of the catapult attacks slowed slightly due to the movement of the shield bearers, it soon resumed, and the boulders and fireballs began to bombard the city wall once more. On the city wall, the soldiers, once stirred by Wang Cheng's marksmanship, were doused with cold water. Their cheers abruptly silenced. They gazed at the tightly knit shield wall, the glimmer of hope that had ignited in their hearts quickly dimming, replaced by deeper anxiety and helplessness. Alas, what a pity. The thieves are so cunning. With shields in place, even General Wang's divine arrows are rendered ineffective. What shall we do? The constant onslaught of the catapults will surely bring down the city wall. Zhang Shai's brow furrowed deeply, his fist pounding heavily against the battlements. Damn it. The Jin dogs reacted so swiftly. Wang Cheng's expression remained calm, yet his heart sank. Though 30 points of strength combined with a wind-piercing bow could shake the massive shield, To continuously penetrate such a heavy shield formation from such a distance was indeed beyond his capabilities. Each arrow consumed considerable stamina and spirit. "General, what about fire arrows?" A keen sub-officer suddenly suggested, urgency in his voice. "Don't shoot at people. Target those catapults. They are wooden structures, if we can ignite them." Upon hearing this, the eyes of the surrounding commanders lit up. "Yes, fire arrows. Let's burn those accursed things. General Wang, please try the fire arrows." Wang Cheng felt a spark of inspiration. This was indeed a viable idea. "Bring me the fire arrows." Immediately, a loyal soldier presented arrows that had been prepared, their tips wrapped in cloth soaked with burning oil. Nearby, soldiers quickly lit the cloth with torches. Wang Cheng took a deep breath and drew his bow again. The burning fire arrows appeared even more striking on the wind-piercing bow, the flames licking the air. Bang! The fire arrow was released, trailing a crimson tail as it soared through the sky, aimed directly at the wooden body of a catapult. However, due to the added weight and volume of the combustible material, the air resistance significantly increased, affecting the arrow's trajectory and speed. Although its range still exceeded that of ordinary arrows, both its accuracy and penetrating power diminished compared to the previous armor-piercing arrows. The fire arrow narrowly grazed the edge of a catapult, embedding itself in the ground behind, with the flames quickly extinguished in the soil, causing no damage. Wang Cheng's brow tightened further as he continued to attempt several more shots. Either due to the distance, the shields obstructing his line of sight, or the inherent instability of the fire arrows, none succeeded in striking the vital parts of the catapults and igniting them. Occasionally, arrows landed near the catapults, but were swiftly extinguished by the Jin soldiers. "Ha ha ha! The Southern barbarians are out of options. Are they starting to shoot fireworks? Burn! Keep burning! Light up for us! Is this accuracy a joke?" The Jin troops erupted in unabashed laughter. The previous fear seemingly swept away, their morale soaring. The catapults intensified their assault, deliberately concentrating their firepower on the section of the city wall where Wang Cheng stood, clearly aiming to retaliate and suppress. Boom! A massive boulder struck the sidewall, debris scattering as several soldiers who failed to evade fell with screams. Another fireball landed in a corner of the city tower, igniting the wooden structure, thick smoke billowing. Although it was extinguished promptly, it caused chaos and casualties. The defending soldiers, witnessing the dire situation, hearing the enemy's taunts, feeling the tremors of the city wall beneath their feet and the losses of their comrades, saw their recently lifted spirits plummet once more. As a stifling atmosphere of despair enveloped them, some cast furtive glances at Wang Cheng, their eyes still filled with respect, but now tinged with unmistakable worry and doubt. Could even General Wang be at a loss? Zhang Shai directed the efforts to extinguish the fires and rescue the wounded, his face pale, a line of blisters forming at the corner of his mouth, clearly anxious. Wang Cheng lowered his bow, ceasing any futile attempts. He gazed into the distance at the roaring war machines, his mind racing. The path of brute force was currently thwarted by the shields, while the fire arrows struggled due to range and accuracy issues, necessitating a different approach. His gaze slowly shifted from the catapults outside the city to the Song Army's stone-throwing machines deployed within, which were sporadically retaliating. These Song machines, in terms of range, power, and precision, were far inferior to the advanced models of the Jin army, clearly at a disadvantage in this confrontation. A thought flashed through Wang Cheng's mind like lightning. Improve the catapults. As a time traveler, his knowledge far exceeded that of this era. Lever principles, counterweight optimization, ballistics, material mechanics. Merely applying some basic principles could lead to a revolutionary improvement in the performance of the Song Army's stone-throwing machines, if further supplemented with systematic enhancements. With this realization, Wang Cheng felt a surge of clarity, his anxiety dissipating, replaced by calm deliberation and intense anticipation. He turned to the worried Zhang Shai beside him and spoke solemnly. "Lord Zhang, the Jin army shield formations are tightly knit, and fire arrows are unlikely to be effective. A direct assault is unwise." Zhang Shai sighed. "What can we do? We cannot merely watch the city wall be destroyed." A sharp glint flashed in Wang Cheng's eyes. "The enemy possesses superior equipment. We too must not remain stagnant. In my early years, I came across some clever construction techniques that may allow us to enhance our stone-throwing machines, doubling their range and power. In due course, we will be able to suppress or even destroy the Jin army's catapults. Oh, Zhang Shai's spirit lifted upon hearing this, but doubt soon crept across his face. To improve the stone-throwing machines? That's easier said than done. Although the craftsmen in the army strive to replicate them, they never quite match the Jin army's expertise. I know a thing or two and am willing to give it a try. Wang Cheng replied confidently, please grant me a few days and assigned capable craftsmen to assist. During this period, we must rely on your steady command to fortify our defenses and temporarily evade the enemy's onslaught. Zhang Shai gazed into Wang Cheng's confident and resolute eyes, recalling the remarkable miracles he had previously achieved, and his heart unwittingly swelled with belief. At this moment, there was no alternative. He had to take a gamble, treating a dead horse as if it were alive. He firmly clapped Wang Cheng on the shoulder and declared, very well, General Wang. I entrust this matter entirely to your discretion. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to speak. The craftsmen and materials within the city are yours to command. I shall personally oversee the various departments, ensuring we fortify our defenses, granting you the time you need. Thank you for your trust, Sir Xie. Wang Cheng replied with a respectful gesture. Without delay, he promptly descended the city walls with his trusted soldiers, making his way to the craftsmen's camp. After his departure, the soldiers stationed atop the battlements observed the Jin army's siege engines wreaking havoc, their hearts filled with unease. Whereas General Wang gone, he said he was going to improve our catapults. Improve? Is that feasible? Those are the mightiest weapons of the Jin army. Have faith in General Wang. When has he ever let us down? Despite their doubts, the lingering prestige of Wang Cheng prevailed, and most soldiers chose to trust him, silently enduring the relentless bombardment from the enemy, hoping for another miracle from their general. The Jin army seemed to sense the shift in the defenders' morale, believing the Song troops had exhausted their options. Their taunts grew louder, and their assaults intensified. From a distance, Wang Yan's own Wang observed the defenders retreating under pressure, their counterattacks feeble. And a sinister smile crept across his face. An ant trying to shake a tree is ultimately futile. Relay the order to intensify the assault, day and night without pause. I intend to flatten Bianliang's defenses within 3 days. He envisioned the walls crumbling, his forces surging in, ready to pillage and burn. However, he remained oblivious to the profound transformation brewing deep within Bianliang, one that fused timeless wisdom with the power of a mysterious system. Wang Cheng's temporary setbacks and patience were merely a means to gather strength, awaiting the moment to deliver a more thorough and devastating blow to the seemingly invincible Jin army. In the temporary workshop of the craftsman's camp, illuminated by the flickering oil lamp, Wang Cheng meticulously transcribed his innovative concepts for the catapults onto paper. Rather than drafting intricate mechanical diagrams, he first outlined the key points in a manner comprehensible to the craftsman at that moment. He swiftly penned the words center of gravity offset counterweight catapult, followed by a brief annotation. The old-style catapult relies heavily on human strength, which weakens the force and is difficult to coordinate. Now we will replace human power with the force of heavy objects descending, yielding a singular, unstoppable power. Next, he sketched a simple diagram illustrating the principle of levers, marking the effort arm, load arm, and pivot point, explaining this is the principle of effort conservation. By lengthening the effort arm and shortening the load arm, we can suspend a heavy object, the counterweight box, at the end of the shorter arm. When launched, the mechanism releases the hook and the counterweight box drops suddenly, causing the long arm to swing powerfully, propelling the stone projectile. Its force far exceeds that of human pulling, potentially doubling the range. He further elaborated on the design of the counterweight box, allowing for adjustments to regulate the range. The choice of materials and toughness for the throwing arm, the materials and suspension method for the pouch to minimize energy loss, and the optimization of the base's stability and directional structure. He did not merely consider theoretical principles, but also the practical feasibility of construction, providing solutions the craftsmen could comprehend and materials they could procure. He even calculated the approximate range for various combinations of counterweights and stone projectiles, proposing a simple concept for a sighting device to enhance accuracy. As he wrote and sketched, dusk fell unnoticed. Wang Cheng gathered several master craftsmen and sharp-witted apprentices from the camp. Initially, these artisans, their faces smeared with soot and hands calloused from years of labor, were skeptical and dismissive upon hearing that the young general, recently risen to fame, intended to improve the catapult. What does a military leader know about our craft? They murmured, fearing yet another instance of interference. However, as Wang Cheng unfolded the pages filled with his writing and explained concepts of counterweights, levers, and trajectories using straightforward language and diagrams, their expressions transformed from doubt to astonishment, eventually igniting a fervent admiration. "Brilliant! Absolutely brilliant!" exclaimed an elderly craftsman, his beard trembling with excitement. "Replacing human strength with the force of descending heavy objects. This idea is both fantastical and entirely plausible. The general is truly remarkable." Another middle-aged craftsman pointed at the diagrams, his eyes sparkling. "If we construct it this way, our current arm materials can launch stones weighing 100 pounds, reaching a distance of at least 250 paces, far surpassing the Jin invaders. In this adjustable counterweight design, we can tweak the range without moving the cumbersome machine, adapting to enemies at varying distances. This is astonishing craftsmanship. The general is not only brave, but also deeply knowledgeable in the principles of science." The craftsmen surrounded Wang Cheng, akin to students gathered around a revered teacher, their questions flowing incessantly, filled with a thirst for knowledge and genuine respect for him. They were utterly captivated by this design that transcended the era while remaining grounded in practicality. Wang Cheng patiently answered their inquiries, ensuring they grasped every critical aspect. Seeing the hope and determination ignited in the eyes of these honest craftsmen brought him great comfort. "Gentlemen, the blueprints and principles are here. The details must be refined by your expertise. Time is of the essence, for the Jin's siege engines are relentless, and the city walls are in peril. I need you to gather your teams immediately, select any usable old machines for modification, and simultaneously devote all efforts to constructing new ones. I will coordinate with Sir Zhang to ensure materials and manpower are supplied in full." Wang Cheng declared solemnly. "Rest assured, General," the elder craftsman, representing the group, responded with fervor. "We shall toil through the night, sacrificing our weary bodies, to forge this magnificent artillery, letting the Jin dogs taste our might. Indeed, let us create the divine cannon, blast them to pieces." With spirits soaring, the craftsmen's camp erupted with unprecedented enthusiasm and efficiency, immediately dispersing to commence their tasks. Wang Cheng watched as they immersed themselves in their work, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. He understood that the seeds of innovation had been sown. All that remained was to await their fruition. When Wang Cheng returned to the general's residence, his body weary yet invigorated, the moon hung high in the sky. The courtyard was ablaze with light, and Yuan Yang, Qingwen, and Ing Chun, along with the newly arrived Sanjie, awaited him at the second gate. Upon seeing his return, their faces collectively exhibited a mixture of relief and concern. "You have finally returned." Yuan Yang stepped forward, deftly removing the soot-stained outer cloak from his shoulders, her tone gentle yet laced with worry. "Have you been at the craftsman's camp all day? You must not have had a warm meal." Qingwen, ever forthright, handed him a cup of warm tea. "Indeed, we heard fierce fighting was occurring atop the walls, with Jin soldiers raining stones down upon us. We were terribly worried. Brother Wang, are you unhurt?" She scrutinized him, relieved to find that despite his fatigue, his spirit remained intact. Ing Chun stood timidly a step behind, cradling a bowl of warm ginseng soup, softly offering, "General, please drink some soup to warm yourself." Meanwhile, Sanjie lingered in the shadows, her keen eyes fixed on Wang Cheng's face. Noticing his weariness, yet recognizing the sharp calmness in his gaze, her earlier anxieties about the intense battle began to ease, though a twinge of unspoken concern resurfaced upon seeing his exhaustion. She chose not to speak, simply observing him quietly. Wang Cheng accepted the soup from Ing Chun and drank it in one go, feeling warmth envelop his stomach immediately. He gazed at the four exquisite women before him, each possessing a unique charm, and a warm current surged within him, momentarily dispelling the grimness of the battlefield. "It is merely a discussion regarding the improvement of weaponry at the craftsman's camp," Wang Cheng briefly explained as he walked with them towards the inner courtyard, alleviating your concerns. Upon arriving at the main hall, a selection of delicate dishes and congee had already been arranged on the table. Wang Cheng, indeed feeling famished, sat down to eat. The four women gathered beside him, serving dishes and pouring tea, attending to him in silence. However, after hastily finishing his meal and rinsing his mouth, Contrary to their expectations of him resting, he stood up and instructed Yuan Yang, "Bring me the dark-colored knight attire and armor." At his words, the room fell silent. Yuan Yang was taken aback. "Master, it is so late. Do you intend to go out?" Qingwen interjected directly. "What time is it? After a long day. Should the general not rest?" Sanjie finally could not hold back, stepping forward with her delicate brows furrowed, her voice tinged with a barely perceptible urgency. "General, it is late and the dew is heavy. The city is overrun with Jin soldiers. What is your purpose in going out at this hour?" A foreboding sensation stirred within her heart. Wang Cheng looked at their anxious faces, his voice steady. "I intend to take advantage of the night to disrupt the Jin camp." "What?" The four women exclaimed almost in unison, their faces instantly draining of color. "This cannot be." Yuan Yang was the first to object, her voice trembling with fear. "It is too dangerous. The Jin camp has an army of 100,000, and their defenses are formidable. You, the general, would be entering a tiger's den alone." Qingwen stamped her foot in distress. "General, you are the pillar of our household. If anything were to happen, why must it be you who takes such a perilous risk when so many generals are available?" Chun, pale and trembling, could only look at Wang Cheng with pleading eyes, unable to articulate her concerns. Sanjie, ever forthright, blurted out, "General, while national affairs are indeed pressing, you cannot bear everything upon your shoulders. Those men in the Jia household, who often boast and scheme against one another, which of them is not a turtle withdrawing into its shell when it matters most? Why must you shoulder this tremendous risk?" Her words conveyed both concern for Wang Cheng and unabashed disdain for Jia Zhen and Jiaro. Wang Cheng surveyed their faces, each etched with worry and confusion, feeling a surge of emotion but resolute in his purpose. He walked to the window, pushed it open, and gazed towards the southeast where the faint glow of fire illuminated the night sky, his voice deep and powerful. "I understand all that you have said. I am aware of the dangers. Yet, it is precisely in times of national peril and with a formidable enemy at the gates that we require someone to step forward and undertake extraordinary endeavors. The Jin bandits bully the weak, treating us Song people as if we were mere livestock. If everyone only seeks self-preservation and hesitates, how can we defend this city? How can we protect our home? Having enjoyed the favor of the sovereign and possessing martial skills, how can I, Wang Cheng, remain comfortably in my residence, watching as my comrades bleed and the common folk suffer? Disrupting the enemy camp is not merely about slaying generals and seizing flags. It is to unsettle their morale and diminish their spirit. They must realize that Bianliang is not without its defenders. They must be made to lose sleep, ever vigilant. Only then can we alleviate the pressure of defending the city by day and buy time for the craftsman camp to improve their weaponry." His voice, though not loud, resonated with conviction, infused with a righteous spirit and undeniable determination. This declaration, partly sincere and partly strategic, reverberated in the ears of the four women like the tolling of a great bell, shaking their souls. Sanjie stared at Wang Cheng's resolute profile illuminated by candlelight, witnessing the flame of patriotism burning in his eyes. All her previous admonitions and grievances transformed into a tide of reverence and tenderness. Compared to the debauched men of the Dongfu, who only indulged in hedonism and plotted against their kin, this man before her was the true hero, the genuine champion. Tears welled in Yuan Yang's eyes as she ceased her pleas and bowed deeply. "Master, your righteousness is commendable. I hope for your safe return." She understood that she could neither stop him, nor should she. Qingwen bit her lip and nodded vigorously. "The general is destined for great endeavors. We shall wait for you at home." Chun gathered her courage and softly added, "General, please be cautious." Sanjie stepped before Wang Cheng, gazing up at him, her eyes glistening yet unwavering. "General, go forth. I shall await your triumphant return." All the words she wished to express condensed into this single statement. Wang Cheng felt warmth flooding through him as he clasped her hand firmly and nodded at Yuan Yang and the others. "Rest assured, I will exercise caution. You all should retire early and do not wait for me." Having said this, he donned the dark, fitted armor, draped a black cloak over it, took his bow and quiver, and, without hesitation, strode into the enveloping night. On the city tower, lights blazed brightly, and the guards maintained their vigilance, fearful of any negligence. Zhang Shai, upon learning of Wang Cheng's departure and return, hurried to meet him, startled to see him clad in night attire. "General Wang, what is this?" "Zhang Darren, I intend to leave the city tonight to disrupt the Jin camp." "Impossible." Zhang Shai firmly rejected, his expression grave. "Wanyan Zhongwang is a seasoned commander. The camp's defenses will be stringent. Your solitary venture is exceedingly perilous. Should anything happen, it would deal a tremendous blow to the morale of our troops." The nearby generals chimed in to dissuade him. "General, think carefully. The Jin camp stretches for miles, with sentries everywhere. How can you infiltrate?" "Indeed, General. You are the backbone of our forces. How can you risk yourself so lightly?" "We could simply dispatch a team of elite warriors to undertake this mission." Wang Cheng clasped his hands and spoke with unwavering resolve. "Zhang Darren, esteemed generals, my mind is set. Precisely because the Jin forces anticipate that we will not dare to strike at night, we must catch them off guard. I possess the means to infiltrate and retreat. The purpose of this disruption is not to slay enemies, but to disturb them, to unsettle their minds and diminish their resolve. I implore you to grant me this opportunity." His gaze swept over the gathered generals, his eyes brimming with powerful confidence and unwavering determination, stirring the hearts of all present. Zhang Shai, observing Wang Cheng's youthful yet resolute countenance, recognized his capabilities and understood that his ambition could not be swayed. With a deep sigh, he firmly patted Wang Cheng's shoulder. "General Wang, your loyalty and bravery are commendable. You are a bulwark of the nation. In that case, be exceedingly cautious. If the situation turns dire, retreat swiftly. The crossbows on the city walls stand ready to assist." "Thank you, Darren." Wang Cheng bowed deeply. The surrounding guards, hearing of General Wang's solitary night foray into enemy territory, were awestruck, their gazes filled with admiration and concern. "General Wang, take care." "General, we await your return." Wang Cheng nodded at the crowd, moving to a section of the wall that was relatively less fortified, conducive to concealment. His personal guard had already prepared the ropes. He checked his equipment, took a deep breath, grasped the rope, and descended the tall city wall with the stealth of a phantom, swiftly disappearing into the darkness below. The night was thick, devoid of starlight or moonlight. Wang Cheng melded into the shadows, traversing the wilderness like a specter. He evaded the potential sentry posts and patrols set by the Jin forces, relying on his extraordinary senses and agility as he approached the brightly lit, bustling Jin encampment 10 miles away. His primary objective was the enormous siege engines. If he could incinerate a few, it would undoubtedly provide substantial aid in the defense of the city. However, as he stealthily approached the siege engine area, he discovered the defenses were exceedingly tight. Not only were heavily armed patrols on the periphery, but each siege engine was also guarded by a fixed sentry, and a cleared area surrounded them, making it nearly impossible to approach unnoticed. A forceful assault would equate to suicide. Wang Cheng concealed himself in the nearby brush, observing for a long time, silently lamenting Wanyan Zhongwang's cautious strategy. The plan to burn the siege engines seemed impractical. He promptly decided to alter his objective. Once again, he slipped into the shadows, stealthily making his way toward the main encampment of the Jin army. The camp, nestled within the valley, sprawled across the undulating terrain, with campfires twinkling like stars and patrols continuously traversing the grounds. Wang Cheng found a spot near the edge of the camp, seemingly the periphery of an area designated for a large troop of thousands. The elevated terrain, though sparsely wooded, provided sufficient cover, placing him approximately 200 paces from the densely clustered tents, well within the effective range of his fire arrows. Concealed behind a rock on the hillside, he resembled a hunting leopard, quietly observing his surroundings. After assuring himself of the safety of his vicinity, he retrieved specially crafted fire arrows, their tips wrapped in cloth soaked in flammable oil. A spark ignited, illuminating the cloth. With a keen gaze, he drew his bow like a full moon, releasing the arrow like a shooting star. The first fire arrow whistled through the night sky, striking a large leather tent that appeared to be a storage area. The arrow pierced the leather, instantly igniting the flammable materials within. "Fire! Quick, extinguish it!" The camp erupted into cries and the sound of gongs. Following swiftly, the second and third arrows flew from Wang Cheng's hands, each aimed at different tents and stacks of fodder. He targeted those locations that seemed easily combustible and likely less populated, intending to sow chaos rather than launch a direct assault. A dozen fire arrows were loosed, and multiple flames erupted within the Jin camp, spreading rapidly in the night breeze. The sounds of shouting and neighing filled the air, as the once orderly camp descended into chaos. Firefighters, spies, and panicked individuals intertwined in disarray. "There's a spy. On the southern hillside. Fire arrows. Quickly, fire arrows." The Jin soldiers responded swiftly, quickly deducing the source of the arrows. A rain of arrows soon descended upon the hillside where Wang Cheng lay hidden. Simultaneously, the sound of galloping hooves echoed as a squadron of cavalry burst from the camp, encircling the hillside. Wang Cheng had anticipated this. After releasing his final arrow, he showed no reluctance to engage. His form darted like lightning, retreating swiftly into the deeper shadows and complex terrain. When the Jin cavalry reached the hillside, they found only a few footprints and remnants of burnt cloth on the ground, with no sign of the assailant. They could only shoot a few arrows blindly into the darkness before retreating in frustration. That night, the Jin camp remained restless. Although the fire was quickly extinguished and the losses were minimal, the terrifying sensation of being attacked right under their noses, coupled with the ensuing vigilance and panic, deprived many Jin generals and soldiers of sleep. Upon hearing the report, Wang Yin Zong Wang furiously chastised the scouts and patrols for their incompetence, increasing the level of nighttime vigilance. Meanwhile, Wang Cheng, having relied on his extraordinary agility and keen spatial awareness, evaded potential pursuers and silently returned to the foot of Bianliang City. The guards atop the city wall anxiously gazed at the distant flames and commotion from the Jin camp, and when they saw Wang Cheng return safely, they erupted in restrained cheers. "General Wang has returned. Quickly, lower the basket." Wang Cheng ascended to the city wall via the basket, and Zhang Shai and the other generals immediately surrounded him, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and joy upon seeing him unharmed. "General Wang, was it you who set fire to the Jin camp?" Zhang Shai inquired eagerly. Wang Cheng nodded slightly, responding nonchalantly, "It is fortunate that I did not disgrace my mission. Although their heavy armaments remain intact, disrupting their peaceful slumber for a night is sufficient." The generals gazed at Wang Cheng with even greater admiration, akin to viewing a deity. To infiltrate the enemy camp, ignite their supplies, and yet return unscathed, such courage and skill. With such a general, what fear is there of the Jin invaders? Wang Cheng looked toward the distant, still chaotic flames of the Jin camp, a cold smile gracing his lips. This is merely the beginning. What follows when the Xunwei cannon is unveiled will be the true gift to the Jin army. Chapter 37. A gentle haven as dawn broke in the east, casting a soft light. Wang Cheng, weary and fatigued, returned to the general's residence. The gate was ajar, and as he stepped into the courtyard, four figures emerged like startled birds, hastily approaching from the corridor and hall. They were Yuan Yang, Qingwen, Chun, and Sanjie. Their hair was slightly disheveled, and faint shadows lingered beneath their eyes, indicative of a sleepless night. "Master," Yuan Yang was the first to rush forward, her voice tinged with a barely perceptible quaver. Her gaze swiftly scanned his figure, noting that although his armor bore traces of dew and dirt, he appeared intact, allowing her heart to finally ease after a night of worry. Qingwen, ever forthright, patted her chest and let out a long sigh of relief. "Amit Ba, when we heard the commotion outside and then saw the flames at the Jin camp, we were truly terrified. If you had not returned soon, we would have sought Lord Zhang to send someone to find you." Chun, timidly holding a cup of hot tea, offered it to him, whispering, "General, please drink some tea to warm yourself." She gazed at Wang Cheng's weathered face, her eyes filled with concern and reliance. Sanjie stood a step back, remaining silent, yet her enchanting eyes were fixed intently on Wang Cheng's face, observing that though his gaze bore fatigue, his spirit remained undiminished. She relaxed her tightly pursed lips, allowing her hands to gently release the handkerchief they had been clutching. Wang Cheng accepted the tea from Chun and drank it in one gulp, the warmth flowing down his throat dispelling some of the chill. He looked at the four faces filled with concern before him, and the tension within him, tightened from the violence of the night, began to ease. "It is nothing. I merely ventured into the Jin camp, set a fire, and disturbed their dreams." He spoke lightly, attempting to downplay the peril involved. However, the attentiveness of the women was profound. Yuan Yang stepped forward to remove the cloak soaked in night, dew, and grass debris from him, then proceeded to help him out of his armor. as the heavy armor was shed, revealing a dark outfit beneath, a mingling scent of sweat, gunpowder, and fresh grass wafted through the air. Quickly, hot water has been prepared. Please freshen up first, and then have something to eat, Yuan Yang directed decisively. Qingwen and Chun busied themselves, fetching basins and towels. Wang Cheng, indeed fatigued, allowed them to attend to him. After a brief wash, he was seated on a chair in the flower hall. The small kitchen promptly delivered warm congee, side dishes, and a selection of delicate pastries. He devoured the food with fervor, famished and unconcerned about mannerisms. Yuan Yang stood behind him, her delicate hands skillfully kneading the tension from his shoulders. As her fingers touched the hard muscles beneath, she felt the immense strength and profound fatigue contained within, stirring a mix of pride and sorrow in her heart. "Master, you have worked hard this night," she murmured softly, her touch growing gentler. Qingwen, arranging the dishes nearby, could not help but chide him. "Eat more slowly. No one is competing with you. You must have gone all night without a morsel." Though she said this, she continued to push more food toward him. Chun sat quietly nearby, occasionally stealing glances at Wang Cheng. Seeing him eat heartily, a soft smile graced her lips. Sanjie did not draw closer, merely leaning against the doorframe and observing. Watching the general, usually decisive and formidable, now displaying a rare sense of relaxation and weariness under the attention of the women. She felt a surge of mixed emotions, admiration, concern, and a sense of belonging, intensifying within her. After a satisfying meal, weariness washed over him. Yuan Yang gently said, "Master, the bath has been prepared. Soak for a while to relieve your fatigue." Wang Cheng nodded and rose to head toward the bathing room. This is a spacious area partitioned by a screen, where a large wooden barrel emits a gentle steam, infused with herbs that soothe and invigorate the muscles. Qingwen, feeling somewhat bashful and still unwed, hesitates at the entrance, her cheeks flushed, and waits outside. However, Yuan Yang, Chun, and Sanjie all enter without reservation. At this moment, they set aside any modesty. Yuan Yang assists him in shedding his sweat-soaked inner garment. As the clothing falls away, revealing Wang Cheng's robust torso, several women cannot help but gasp in astonishment. On his bronze skin, alongside old scars, new marks have emerged, bruises from collisions and bloodstains from flying stones. Though not fatal, they crisscross his muscular form, appearing particularly striking. Yuan Yang's hand trembles slightly as her fingertips brush over a bruise, and her eyes instantly well with tears. "How could you be so injured?" Chun gasps, covering her mouth, her eyes glistening. Even Sanjie furrows her brow, stepping forward to inspect the wounds. Her voice trembling ever so slightly. "Did this happen in the Jin camp?" Wang Cheng glances down nonchalantly, stepping into the warm water of the tub, allowing it to envelop his body as he exhales with comfort. "Just a few bumps and scrapes, nothing serious. On the battlefield, blades and swords are merciless. These are merely superficial injuries that will heal in a couple of days." Leaning against the tub's edge, he closes his eyes, savoring the warmth that dispels his fatigue. "Compared to the brothers on the battleground who have lost limbs, I am exceedingly fortunate." His words, though light-hearted, only deepen the concern in the hearts of the women. They cease their chatter and quietly attend to him. Yuan Yang gently pours water over his shoulders with a wooden ladle, while Chun carefully wipes his arms with a damp towel. And Sanjie, though slightly awkward, tenderly cleanses his back with a bathing cloth. The mist from the water blurs their faces and softens the light within the room. Wang Cheng, with his eyes closed, revels in the gentle movements of their hands, the fragrant scent of herbs mingling with the subtle sweetness of their feminine presence. The clamor of battle during the day and the thrill of nighttime stealth seem to fade away in this tender embrace. This is the essence of life, flesh and blood. Warmth and beauty, a place to return to. After bathing and drying off, the women insist on applying medicine to his wounds. Wang Cheng, unable to refuse, sits on the couch. Yuan Yang fetches a balm to invigorate the blood and reduce swelling, and the women gather around him, delicately dipping their fingertips into the cool ointment, meticulously applying it to his bruises. Their movements are gentle, their breaths measured, fearful of causing him any pain. Observing their focused and caring expressions, Wang Cheng feels a warm current flow through him, realizing that enduring this pain is worth it. Once everything is in order, daylight breaks. Yuan Yang, Qingwen. And Ingchun recognize Wang Cheng needs rest and notice that Sanjie seems to have something to say. So they exchange glances and, with a silent understanding, quietly withdraw, gently closing the door behind them. The room falls silent, leaving only Wang Cheng and Sanjie. After a night filled with fear and having witnessed his return, marred with injuries, and following the intimate care they just shared, the last remnants of hesitation and reserve in Sanjie dissipate. She approaches Wang Cheng, tilting her head up, her once bold and stubborn eyes now filled with gentle affection and unabashed admiration. General, her voice is slightly husky, laced with an enchanting tremor in my heart. You are truly a hero of unparalleled stature. She reaches out, tenderly tracing a shallow scar on his chest, her touch filled with compassion and reverence. Wang Cheng looks down at her. Sanjie, already strikingly beautiful, appears even more alluring under the soft light, her lips tinted with color, her collar slightly loosened, revealing a glimpse of her snowy neck, exuding an irresistible charm. Her boldness and initiative are like the strongest wine, stirring the heart of a man. Even heroes crave the warmth of human experience. Wang Cheng smiles, wrapping his arm around her slender yet resilient waist, drawing her close, pondering how fortunate he is to have such a beauty by his side. Sanjie lets out a soft sigh, melting into his embrace, her cheek resting against his warm, solid chest, listening to the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat, feeling an overwhelming sense of safety and satisfaction. Words are no longer necessary. She expresses her affection through her actions, offering her fragrant lips and entwining her arms around his neck. Her fiery spirit, once fierce as a flame, now fully committed, is unreserved in her affection. At this moment, her heart and soul are wholly entwined with Wang Cheng, radiating warmth and devotion. Despite his fatigue from a night of battle, his robust constitution allows him to respond eagerly to her advances, and with a low chuckle, he lifts her effortlessly, carrying her towards the inner chamber. The curtains fall gently, veiling the scene of springtime passion. In the aftermath of several encounters, Sanjie's hair becomes disheveled, her fragrant sweat glistening. Nestled in Wang Cheng's embrace, she breathes softly, her face flushed with the bliss of fulfillment, her eyes sparkling with the promise of spring. She feels her very being dissolve, becoming an intrinsic part of this man. Wang Cheng caresses her smooth back, admiring the blossoming rose, thorns and all, that has fully opened for him. In the thrill of conquest on the battlefield and the pleasures of intimacy in this boudoir, he finds joy in both realms. As he holds Sanjie, inhaling the scent of her hair, the mingling of exhaustion and exhilaration finally lulls him into a deep slumber. Outside, dawn breaks brightly. Within the residence, tranquility reigns. For Yuan Yang and the others have already instructed that no one disturb them. They stand guard in the courtyard, listening as the room gradually settles into silence, exchanging glances. Their cheeks slightly flushed, yet filled with a sense of relief and an inexplicable wistfulness. Regardless of the circumstances, their lord, their protector, has finally returned safely and can, for now, find solace. Chapter 38. A rising fame in the days that followed. The clouds looming over Bianliang City seemed to have been pierced by Wang Cheng's astonishing arrow, creating a fissure of hope. Despite the enemy forces gathering outside the city, a strange mixed sentiment of tragic heroism and fervor began to ripple through the streets, igniting a fervent excitement. Did you hear? Just yesterday on the city wall, General Wang's incredible shot. In a tea house, a man in a short shirt animatedly recounted, his face flushed with excitement, as if he had witnessed the event from 10 miles away. Yes, 10 miles. With one arrow, he shattered the Jin army's largest catapult. The surrounding patrons were captivated, gasping in awe. Not only that, my uncle's third son was on duty at the city wall, and he said General Wang summoned the thunder of the heavens to empower his arrow. It shot forth with a dragon-esque roar, not just destroying the catapult, but incinerating a dozen Jin soldiers nearby. And last night, General Wang, alone on horseback, infiltrated the Jin camp. Another table of scholars, usually composed, erupted in fervor, exclaiming, that was a camp of 100,000 soldiers. General Wang strode through as if it were unguarded territory, setting fire to the Jin Army's supply depot, illuminating half the sky with flames. He even left a note before the tent of the Jin chieftain Wang Yenzong Wang. declaring that taking their heads would be as easy as reaching into a pocket. Is it true that General Wang left a note? Of course. It's common knowledge now. The Jin camp is in a panic, too terrified to sleep at night, fearing that General Wang will come for them. In taverns, street corners, and even in lines for limited drinking water, similar tales continued to evolve, multiplying and transforming. The image of Wang Cheng has swiftly transformed into that of a demigod through the oral tradition, evolving from a valiant general into a being capable of summoning winds and conjuring soldiers from mere beings. The populace craves such a hero, seeking a spiritual anchor amidst the despair of a besieged city, a symbol of miraculous creation. Wang Cheng's exploits perfectly fulfill this fervent longing. It is even said that a storyteller, seizing the moment, struck the wooden block and proclaimed, "They say that General Wang, with a visage like jade and eyes akin to bright stars, is none other than the celestial deity of a martial star, descended to safeguard the Song Dynasty. With a legendary bow, said to be forged in the furnace of the old lord, which alters the winds and clouds with each arrow released." The servants returning from the general's residence excitedly relayed the rumors to Yuan Yang and Qingwen, who felt a mix of pride and trepidation. Qingwen gasped, "Good heavens! They've turned our master into a three-headed, six-armed deity." Yuan Yang, however, remained composed, cautioning, "The more exaggerated the tales grow, the more we must exercise caution here. We cannot bring trouble upon our master." Only you, Sanjie, upon hearing the extravagant legends, gleamed with delight, feeling a sense of pride, as the image of the man who had shared her nights grew ever larger and more enigmatic in her heart, in stark contrast to the fervor in the streets. The atmosphere within the Rongwa mansion felt as if a sinister wind had swept through, creating an air of intrigue. In the Rongqing hall, Jia Mu reclined on a soft couch, listening to reports from the stewards, her brow furrowed and her fingers hastening the movement of her prayer beads. Having experienced the vicissitudes of life, she understood the truth that those who stand out in a forest are often subject to the wind's wrath. Wang Cheng's rising prominence brought with it an unpredictable fate. Sitting at the lower end was Madame Wang, her eyelids lowered, fiddling with her prayer beads, her face betraying neither joy nor anger, though the slightest twitch at the corners of her mouth revealed her inner turmoil. How could she find peace knowing that a minor steward she looked down upon now wielded such overwhelming fame and power? In the Dongfu, Jia Zhen was equally afflicted with jealousy. He and Jia Rong sat across from each other, the table sparse with food and drink. "Father, the outside world has elevated Wang Cheng to divine status," Jia Rong remarked with a sour tone. "They say he infiltrated the Jin camp as though it were a realm devoid of sentinels. I believe the Jin merely allowed him entry as a trap to entice the enemy deeper." Jia Zhen snorted derisively, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. This clown will eventually meet his downfall. The more he revels in his triumphs, the harder he will fall. He lamented for Yu Sanjie, her captivating beauty now shared nightly with Wang Cheng, while his heart seethed with envy, pondering whether the general could protect his delicate wives amid the chaos of war. Xue Pan raged at home, shouting, "What nonsense! A heavenly being descended? I see him as a harbinger of misfortune. If he had provoked the Jin, would they be attacking so fiercely?" His vitriol was interrupted by a sent by Xue Baochai, who managed to calm him. That afternoon, Jia Baoyu, seeking diversion, strolled into the Xiaoxiang pavilion. There, he found Dayu seated by the window, holding a scroll, yet staring vacantly at the bamboo outside, her brow furrowed as if burdened by gentle sorrow. Seeing her in such a state stirred Baoyu's affection, and he approached with a smile, asking, "Sister, what occupies your thoughts? Are you composing poetry? Do share it with me." Dayu snapped back to reality at his voice, shaking her head slightly. "I have not composed poetry. I merely pondered some rumors from outside, feeling somewhat reflective." Baoyu inquired, "What rumors? Are they about Wang Cheng?" The name had become quite renowned to him. Dayu nodded softly, saying, "Indeed. I have heard he shot arrows from the city walls the other day and infiltrated the camp alone last night. Though the stories vary and many embellish, his courage and resolve are undeniable. In these dire times, having someone like him step forward is a blessing for the people." Baoyu, however, dismissed her perspective. He had always disliked the realm of politics and warfare, deeming them the vices of avaricious men that sullied the purity of the world. Frowning, he replied, "Sister, how can you say such things? I view Wang Cheng merely as a reckless braggart, displaying mere brute force. The battlefield is fraught with peril and cruelty. His bloodlust contradicts the divine principle of preserving life. If he truly possessed merit, he would strive to quell the conflict, restoring peace instead of perpetuating violence. Dai, taken aback by his naive reasoning, raised her gaze, her clear eyes reflecting a hint of disagreement. Bao, your words are misguided. The Jin marched southward, burning and pillaging. Can our aversion to violence halt their onslaught? Without the soldiers risking their lives in fierce battle, the city of Bianliang would already be a site of devastation. Wang Cheng's actions are to defend our homeland and protect the people. How can you claim he acts merely out of bravado, increasing bloodshed? Should we all cower in our gardens, composing poems while the invaders breach the city, believing that would align with the principle of preserving life? Her words struck home, piercing Baoyu's reluctance to confront reality. Stung by her rebuke, especially the last remark about hiding in the garden, his face flushed with indignation as he retorted, Sister Lin, how have you become so worldly? Speaking in defense of such brutish warriors. I thought you understood me. This world is rife with turmoil and bloodshed, the most corrupt of environments. We should safeguard the purity of this garden, regardless of the chaos outside. Do you now believe such actions are justified? Dai, feeling his obstinacy, grew agitated, her sensitivity making her feel misunderstood, compounding her sense of grievance. She scoffed, a hint of color rising to her pale cheeks. Indeed, I am a worldly person, lacking your purity. I only understand that without the skin, where will the fur cling? If the city falls, what will become of this garden, this purity? You speak of detesting violence, yet it is the very brave men you condemn who risk their lives to protect the tranquility you cherish. Baoyu, you are too naive. Naive? Baoyu trembled with anger, feeling Dai had completely diverged from their shared values. I see you have been blinded by hollow fame, no matter how heroic he may seem. His hands are stained with blood. You admire such a person? I do not admire him. Dai interjected forcefully, her voice trembling and her eyes reddening. I merely discuss the matter, discerning its truth. Baoyu, can you not distinguish right from wrong? Is it wrong to defend one's homeland? In your eyes, does the mere act of warfare render everything erroneous? Is the invasion of the Jin justified? I do not mean that. Baoyu struggled for words, feeling a heavy blockage in his chest, a sense of betrayal from someone so close to him. I merely do not wish to see you glorify such violence. In this world, women are like water, the epitome of purity, and should not be sullied by such matters. Ah, your womanly perspective. Dai's tears finally fell. Do you not realize that we, these water-like beings, also require protection to survive? Your disdain for these matters is evident. Yet why do you not take it upon yourself to devise a means to counter the enemy, instead of merely engaging in idle discourse about tranquility? Upon uttering these words, she abruptly turned away, her shoulders quivering slightly, no longer casting a glance at Baoyu. Observing her tears, Baoyu was instantly thrown into a state of panic and approached her in an attempt to offer comfort. Sister, do not cry. You should go out. Baoyu pointed toward the door, her tone cold and sorrowful. I no longer wish to discuss matters with you. You may retreat to your realm of tranquility, while I shall abide by the principles of this worldly reality. Recognizing her resolute demeanor, Baoyu realized further discourse would be futile. His heart full of unspoken words became lodged in his throat, manifesting as a long sigh, a blend of sorrow and confusion, leaving him to feel that Dai had suddenly become a stranger. He stamped his foot in frustration and, with a heavy heart, turned to leave, his silhouette imbued with desolation. Ziju observed from the side, hesitant to offer any deep counsel, and lightly draped a cloak over Dai, whispering, why must you contend with Baoyu over this? He has always possessed that temperament. Dai gazed at the swaying shadows of the bamboo outside the window, silent tears cascading down her cheeks, her heart rendered ice cold. Ultimately, she and Baoyu revealed an irreconcilable divergence in the face of such monumental issues. Her admiration was not directed towards Wang Cheng himself, but rather towards the commendable courage he displayed in times of peril. Conversely, Baoyu remained ensconced in his idealized, untainted paradise, unwilling to awaken to reality. Wang Cheng was oblivious to the tumult his actions had incited within Bianliang City over the past few days. On one side lay the fervent adoration and deification from the populace, while on the other, disputes and rifts festered among the members of the Jia household, and even among close friends. At this moment, he might be patrolling the city walls, overseeing the progress of the Xunwei cannon in the artisan camp, or perhaps taking a brief respite within the mansion, gathering strength for the impending storm. Bianliang City remained besieged, rife with peril. Yet, the name Wang Cheng had already become a dual emblem of hope and division for this city. Chapter 39. The counterattack begins. 4 days had swiftly passed, a harrowing period of agony and endurance for the defenders of Bianliang. The siege engines of the Jin army roared incessantly like tireless beasts, day and night unleashing a relentless onslaught. Boulders the size of millstones and blazing fireballs crashed upon the city walls in unending waves. The thunderous sounds of impact and explosions became the sole soundtrack of Bianliang. The city walls, battered by consecutive days of relentless bombardment, bore numerous scars. Many battlements were shattered, exposing their earthen cores. Vast areas of brickwork had crumbled, leaving behind ghastly pits and fissures. Particularly, a section near the Nanchuan Gate exhibited small-scale peeling of its outer wall, appearing precariously unstable even if it had yet to breach. The soldiers could only huddle at the base of the wall or inside the hidden chambers, listening to the terrifying sounds of boulders whistling overhead, feeling the violent tremors beneath their feet, and enduring the suffocating sensation brought on by the falling debris. After each colossal impact, faint cries and groans could be heard, signaling that yet another comrade had been struck by flying shrapnel or had been reduced to a pulp by a direct hit. The casualty figures continued to rise, the medical facilities within the city overflowing, the mingling of blood and herbal scents permeating the air. Morale, akin to a rain-soaked earthen wall, gradually peeled away, softened, and sunk to its nadir. The eyes of the new recruits were numb, their faces etched with fear and exhaustion, while even some seasoned veterans bore an inescapable gloom. Each morning, the detestable envoy of the Jin army would appear promptly outside the city moat, employing that nauseating Beijing accent to repeat the tantalizing promises of wealth and the threats of annihilation. His rhetoric grew increasingly audacious, his tone more self-satisfied with each passing day. You Song people, will you not hasten to open the gates? Do you truly wish to wait until the walls collapse and our mighty Jin soldiers slaughter you all? Just look at your walls. How many more days can they endure? And where's Wang Cheng? Was he not once so brazen? Why has he become a coward? The mocking words floated through the air, clearly reaching the defenders atop the walls, who clenched their teeth in fury, yet felt utterly powerless. Venturing outside the city would mean certain death, while engaging in a ranged battle was futile. They were left only to passively endure the assault and the accompanying insults, a state of oppression that threatened to drive them to madness. Under the continuous physical and psychological strain, morale inevitably began to wane, with sporadic instances of desertion and a reluctance to engage in battle surfacing. Zhang Shai patrolled the city day and night, soothing the soldiers, personally supervising the defense. His voice hoarse and his eyes sunken, yet he maintained an upright posture. He understood that both the endurance of the walls and the spirit of the troops were nearing their limits, in stark contrast to the oppressive atmosphere atop the city walls. The area housing the artisan camp within the city bustled with fervor, racing against time. Wang Cheng was nearly entrenched there, sharing meals and living quarters with the craftsmen, constantly refining improvement plans based on his visionary knowledge. Adjustments to the structure of the counterweights were made in accordance with the strength of the available materials. Limited iron resources were utilized to reinforce crucial joints and pivots. Even a method of weaving the sling was innovated to mitigate energy loss during launch. General Wang, do you think the curvature of this throwing arm needs further adjustment? An old craftsman inquired, gesturing toward the newly formed long throwing rod. Here, we need to reinforce it with an iron hoop for greater strength, Wang Cheng advised, and the base must be solidified. It cannot wobble in the slightest. General, the locking mechanism for the counterweight has been modified as you instructed, allowing for smoother release. The craftsman had come to revere Wang Cheng, dubbing him the god of craftsmanship. This young man not only possessed exceptional bravery, but also harbored unheard-of ingenious ideas that were remarkably practical and effective. Under his guidance, 2 newly transformed siege engines had begun to take shape. They were taller, more intricately designed, and brimming with power compared to the old models. However, time was of the essence. The relentless bombardment from the Jin army continued unabated, and the city walls were on the brink of collapse. Ultimately, through the concentrated efforts of all resources and skilled artisans. Only 2 new siege engines could be completed. That evening, Wang Cheng stood before the 2 newly constructed siege engines. Resembling slumbering giants, his brow furrowed in concern. With merely 2 engines, they faced a staggering number of over 100 from the Jin army. At that moment, an idea struck him, and he focused on the system interface. Available enhancement points. 20 enhanced these 2 siege engines. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Cheng evenly distributed the 20 enhancement points between the 2 newly crafted giants. Ding. Consumed 10 enhancement points. Siege engine number 1 upgraded from improved quality to special bombardment. Ding. Consumed 10 enhancement points. Siege engine number 2 upgraded from improved quality to special breaching. An invisible and immense energy enveloped both siege engines in an instant. The already robust wooden structures seemed infused with a resilient spirit, their grains becoming denser, subtly shimmering with a metallic sheen. The critical load-bearing components, such as the throwing arm, pivot, and counterweight suspension points, exuded an indomitable aura. The sound of the winch turning became deep and smooth, resembling the steady breathing of a great beast. Wang Cheng could distinctly feel that these 2 siege engines had undergone a qualitative transformation. Their range, accuracy, power, as well as structural stability and durability, far exceeded previous design expectations, potentially surpassing the limits of any existing siege engines in this world. They were finally ready. Wang Cheng caressed the icy wooden framework of the bombardment engine, his eyes glinting with determination. Tomorrow, he would present them with a surprise. The following day, the sky remained shrouded in a thin mist, and the war drums and horns of the Jin army sounded as expected. The Han interpreter rode boldly to the foot of the city, appearing particularly spirited today, as if convinced that the Song army was beyond salvation. The soldiers atop the city walls listened, their spirits waning, for they knew the walls were crumbling and their morale was shattered, with annihilation imminent. Your Highness Zonwang offers you one last chance. Open the gates and surrender, and wealth awaits you. Should you continue to resist stubbornly, once our army breaches the walls, we shall ensure your complete extermination. He drew a deep breath, channeling all his might, and spat out the words with venom. Annihilate you all. Silence fell upon the defenders on the walls. Many bowed their heads, fists clenched tightly, nails digging into their palms, powerless to retort. Wang Cheng, cowardly turtle, weren't you sharp-tongued just days ago? Come out and respond. Seeing no reply from the battlements, the interpreter grew more arrogant, brazenly calling out names in provocation. Are you afraid? If so, come out and beg for mercy. Perhaps His Highness will spare your miserable lives. At that moment, the banners of the Jin army waved. Boom, 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 boom. Hundreds of trebuchets unleashed a thunderous roar. Dozens of massive stones and fireballs soared into the air, carrying the scent of destruction, and struck fiercely against the already beleaguered city walls of Bianliang. Boom! A colossal stone struck a section of the wall riddled with cracks, sending bricks and stones flying, visibly shaking the wall, which collapsed partially. Bang! A fireball collided with a city tower, flames shooting skyward as the defenders scrambled to extinguish the blaze, chaos erupting. The Jin soldiers erupted in deafening cheers and laughter, their morale reaching a fever pitch. The interpreter below laughed heartily. See, this is the fate of those who stubbornly resist. How much longer can you hold out? Wanyan Zonwang, under his banner, gazed from afar at the trembling wall and the flames rising high. A cold and satisfied smile finally curling at the corners of his mouth. The city would fall today. On the battlements, Zhang Shai's face turned ashen. His voice hoarse as he commanded, "Quick, block the breach. Put out the fire." He was anxious, his gaze involuntarily shifting toward Wang Cheng's location within the city. In that moment of despair and oppression, a calm and clear voice pierced through the clamor. Target the enemy's left flank, trebuchets 3 to 6. Fire. It was Wang Cheng's voice. Having long been prepared and having strengthened the trebuchets personally calibrated by Wang Cheng, the Song artillerymen swung down their mallets, triggering the mechanisms. Buzz. 2 deep, resonant booms erupted from within Bianliang, akin to the roar of a primordial beast, contrasting sharply with the sharp shrieks of the Jin trebuchets. 2 oversized stones, far heavier than ordinary projectiles, were launched from the city, tracing perfect, fierce parabolas as they sliced through the air at astonishing speed, soaring over the battlements and crashing down towards the Jin trebuchet positions. Their trajectories were remarkably steady, their velocity surpassing that of the Jin projectiles. The Jin soldiers, still celebrating their earlier success, pointed and laughed at the rising dust from the battlements. However, in the next instant, boom! The first stone struck the third trebuchet's counterweight box, precisely at the junction of its main structure. The immense energy was released instantly. Wood splinters, iron nails, and debris exploded outward. That massive trebuchet shattered like a toy crushed underfoot by a giant, emitting a series of excruciating cracking sounds as the main beam broke. And the counterweight box plummeted, the entire structure collapsing into ruins. Nearby operators barely had time to scream before the flying debris turned them into a bloody mess, leaving them either dead or severely injured. A cloud of dust enveloped the battlefield. The cheers and taunts of the Jin army were abruptly silenced, as if a hand had clamped around their throats. All eyes were wide with disbelief as they beheld the instant ruin of the trebuchet. Before they could process what had occurred, boom! The second stone followed swiftly, targeting the fifth trebuchet. This time, the projectile struck the thick midsection of the trebuchet's arm. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as the robust wooden arm snapped like a twig. The uncontrolled arm flung the pouch and its stone wildly, demolishing the base of another trebuchet, the sixth, triggering a chain reaction of destruction. Two trebuchets were instantly rendered inoperable. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the Jin army. Whether common soldiers or lower-ranking officers, even Wang at the rear, they were all stunned by this sudden, precise, and terrifying counterattack. Since when did the Song army possess such far-reaching, accurate, and powerful trebuchets? How could this be possible? The interpreter's smug grin froze, his mouth agape in disbelief, staring dumbfounded at the rising dust and ruins behind him. On the battlements, the defenders, who had been demoralized and bracing for more severe assaults, were also struck dumb. They beheld the chaos among the Jin trebuchet positions and the devastating effects clearly caused by their own stones, hardly believing their eyes. After a brief moment of silence, a volcanic eruption of joy and roars ensued. It is General Wang. It is General Wang's improved, divine trebuchet. It hit. It hit. Ha ha. The Jin dog's trebuchets are destroyed. Heaven bless the Song. The divine trebuchet shows its might. The suppressed fear, humiliation, and anger of several days finally erupted at this moment. The defenders beat their shields and weapons, leaping and shouting, tears streaming down their faces. Their morale soared from the depths to unprecedented heights. Zhang Shai trembled with excitement, tears streaming down his face, and slammed his palm against the battlements. Good, good. What a Wang Cheng. What a divine trebuchet. Wang Cheng stood calmly atop the city, like a grim reaper controlling the tides of battle, issuing further commands. Adjust parameters. Target the enemy's right flank, trebuchets 9 and 12. Load and fire. Buzz roar. Buzz roar. The thunderous sounds of the divine trebuchet and the breaking of the enemy erupted once more. Two more deadly stones accurately descended. One Jin trebuchet's rotating base was completely destroyed, twisting the entire body. The other was penetrated by a projectile, crushing both the winch and operator. The Jin trebuchet positions descended into panic and chaos. These cumbersome war machines struggled to move, becoming easy targets under the Song army's long-range assault and terrifying accuracy. The operators, terrified, abandoned their posts and fled, regardless of their officers' shouts and whips. No, this cannot be. Wang surged to his feet, his face ashen, veins bulging on his forehead. Seizing a spyglass from a nearby guard and fixating it on the two trebuchets in the city that continued to unleash death, his eyes filled with shock, fury, and a hint of indescribable fear. Since when did the Song people possess such formidable weapons? He recalled Wang Cheng's extraordinary archery from days prior, remembered the night raid, and wondered how many more surprises Wang Cheng had up his sleeve. Quick, withdraw the trebuchets. Withdraw. Wang ordered hoarsely, his voice betraying a barely perceptible tremor. However, it was already too late. Throughout the ensuing half-day, Hongqian and Polu, as if called by name, methodically unleashed a barrage of artillery fire, systematically obliterating the Jin army's catapults. With each thunderous discharge that echoed, the hearts of the Jin soldiers trembled. Every resounding impact heralded the destruction of a catapult and the loss of lives. Over 10 catapults lay reduced to a chaotic scatter of splintered wood and twisted metal. The once proud siege engines of the Jin army rendered utterly impotent before the might of the two divine cannons of the Song forces. No longer could they boast of their prowess, leaving only an overwhelming sense of fear and disbelief. It was now the turn of the Song army to revel in their triumph. It was unclear who initiated it, but a soldier's voice rang out from the city walls, mocking in a synchronized chant, thick with the accent of Bien Liang. "Jin, go! Are you still so arrogant? You barbarians dare wield cannons? Go home and play in the mud. We are not to leave no chicken or dog behind. Come on, grandfather awaits. Wan Yinzong Wang, when will you bring your wolf head banner to serve as a doormat for grandfather?" The uproar of laughter and insults reverberated like thunder, returning the pent-up frustrations of recent days in full measure. The Han interpreter, pallid with terror, turned his horse around amidst the cacophony of mockery, wishing he could hide his head in the mane of his steed as he fled back to his ranks, no longer daring to show his face. The morale of the Jin army suffered a grave blow, and their offensive momentum faltered. Wan Yinzong Wang, upon hearing the taunts of the Song forces carried by the wind and witnessing the devastation ahead, with the catapults diminishing, trembled with rage, shattering his telescope against the ground in a fit of fury. Wang Cheng, he spat the name through clenched teeth. Filled with profound enmity and a hint of trepidation, he was reluctant to acknowledge. The humiliation and losses of today would be etched in his memory. Meanwhile, atop the walls of Bien Liang, the defending soldiers, witnessing the catastrophic state of the Jin catapult positions and the ensuing silence from their adversaries, savored this hard-won victory and catharsis. Feeling an unparalleled sense of exhilaration, Wang Cheng stood upon the battlements, gazing towards the distant Jin army's banners, a cold smile gracing his lips. He understood that this was merely the beginning. The technological gap, combined with systematic enhancements, would become the sharpest weapon in his defense of Bien Liang and the reversal of the tide of war. This pent-up anger had finally found a partial release. The rest would demand more blood from the Jin captives and their failures to repay. Chapter 40. A bustling scene within the Zakendian. The oppressive atmosphere of the past few days felt almost tangible. On the dragon throne, Song Qinzong, Zhao Huan's sunken eyes and ashen complexion bore testament to his distress. The words on the memorial regarding damaged walls, dwindling morale, and rising casualties pierced him like venomous thorns, leaving him restless. The relentless bombardment of the Jin army's catapults echoed incessantly in his ears, each thunderous roar sending a jolt through his heart. Amidst this suffocating silence, hurried footsteps approached the hall, accompanied by a familiar, trembling yet excited cry. Report. Urgent news from the South City. A great victory. General Wang Cheng has retaliated with divine cannons, destroying over 10 Jin catapults. The Jin artillery formation has been shattered, and their offensive has been thwarted. What? This exclamation resounded like thunder in the hushed hall. Song Qinzong sprang to his feet, nearly toppling the weights on the imperial desk with his fervent movement. Leaning forward, he fixed an incredulous gaze upon the messenger who stumbled into the hall, his voice sharp with disbelief. "Repeat that. Divine cannons? How many were destroyed? Your Majesty." "It is absolutely true." The messenger knelt, sweat glistening on his brow. Speaking rapidly, General Wang has modified 2 catapults, named Hongqian and Polu. Their range is extraordinary, precision unmatched, and their power unparalleled. Since this morning, with only these 2 divine cannons, he has targeted the Jin artillery formation, destroying 13 Jin catapults in succession. The Jin gunners have suffered heavy casualties, and the remaining ones, filled with dread, have retreated in disarray, posing no further threat to our walls. He vividly described how the stone projectiles struck with pinpoint accuracy, shattering the massive catapults of the Jin army, detailing their transition from arrogance to terror and ultimately to flight. While the defenders on the walls transformed from despair to ecstatic jubilation, their cheers echoing like a tidal wave. "Excellent! Excellent! What a Wang Cheng! What magnificent Hongqian and Polu!" Song Qinzong exclaimed thrice, his tone no longer tinged with the previous superficial excitement, but filled with genuine conviction and exuberance. He swept his sleeve with a flourish. the accumulated gloom, anxiety, and sense of powerlessness dissipating in an instant with that exclamation. His face flushed with excitement, and a fierce light sparked from his deep-set eyes. Straightening his posture unconsciously, "Heaven has bestowed Wang Cheng upon me, truly a boon to my reign, a pillar of support." He surveyed the astonished ministers within the hall, their expressions equally awestruck by the astonishing victory, and proclaimed with a booming voice, "Did you all hear? Previously, slaying the enemy's general showcased valor. Today, employing ingenuity to vanquish foes exemplifies wisdom. Valor surpasses all, and wit is unparalleled. Such pillars of strength must not go unrewarded." His gaze was fiery as he looked towards the Hamlin scholar drafting the decree, speaking with resolute conviction. "Draft the decree. Your Majesty." Yet again, an elder minister emerged. The very same white-haired Zongjing who had previously opposed conferring titles, stating, "Wang Cheng's achievements are indeed remarkable, yet his rapid promotion is unprecedented. In just a few days, he has risen from a commoner to a general of the cavalry, a noble of the founding, and has already received immense favor. Should we promote him further? It might not align with the principles of elevating loyal ministers. Furthermore, the achievement of crafting weapons is not the same as the merits earned in battle. A reward of gold and silk would suffice. Shall we not pause on matters of rank?" "Absurd." Song Qinzong interjected sharply, his face reddened with anger and excitement, revealing a rare imperial decisiveness. "In these extraordinary times, we must take extraordinary actions. The Jin army's catapults have bombarded us for days. Our city walls are in peril, and the troops are disheartened, with panic spreading throughout the city. It is Wang Cheng who, with his ingenious tools of war, has alleviated this pressing crisis, stabilized the troops' morale, and reassured the populace. This merit is tantamount to that of 100,000 soldiers. Can it be merely compensated with gold and silk?" The more he spoke, the more animated he became, slamming his palm against the imperial desk, causing the brush stand to tremble. "You all cling to outdated conventions. But do you understand what times we are in? Beneath Bianliang, 1,000,000 Jin captives are poised to strike. If I hesitate to bestow ranks at this moment, how will I inspire the loyalty of my devoted ministers and generals? Today, I intend to tell the world that as long as one can resolve a crisis and uphold the state, I shall not hesitate to reward them with titles and peerages. This is not merely a reward for Wang Cheng, but an investment in loyalty." The emperor's unwavering stance and grand rationale pointed directly to the core of the present life and death crisis. The elder Zongjing opened his mouth, gazing into the emperor's resolute eyes and witnessing the eagerness of pro-war ministers like Li Gong, ready to support the decree. Ultimately, he swallowed his remaining words, dejectedly bowing and returning to his place in the ranks. "Draft the decree." Song Qinzong refused to grant anyone the opportunity to dissent. His voice resolute. "Promote Wang Cheng to the rank of General of the Right 5th rank, retaining his position as Commander of the Righteous and Brave Camp. Elevate his title to that of a founding noble, granting him a fief of 1,000 households. Bestow upon him a dew of pearls from the Eastern Sea, 2 coral trees, and 20 jars of imperial wine. The designs of Hongtian and Polu shall be meticulously recorded by the Ministry of Works for replication and promotion to fortify our defenses. General Ning Yuan, 5th rank, title elevated from noble to son, with an increased fief. Although he was merely promoted by 1 rank, the significance of this action, occurring within such a short time frame and against clear opposition, represented the emperor's unwavering favor, and the implications far exceeded the mere rank and title. "Your Majesty is wise." Li Gong was the first to respond with a loud affirmation. "Your Majesty is wise." The courtiers bowed in unison, and this time, no one dared to voice any dissent. Everyone understood that the general named Wang Cheng had captured the emperor's heart, enjoying unprecedented favor and an unstoppable momentum. The imperial decree announcing Wang Cheng's new achievements and promotions spread rapidly throughout Bianliang City. "Have you heard? The Duke has accomplished great feats again. With the divine cannon he crafted, he obliterated over a dozen of the Jin dog's catapults. And that's not all. The emperor has bestowed further rewards. He is now the general of Ningyuan and a founding noble. My heavens, it has only been a few days. General Wang is on the path to becoming a marquis. Indeed, such contributions deserve every accolade. Were it not for General Wang, our city walls would have surely been breached by the Jin dogs. General Wang is truly the manifestation of the martial star. With him, Bianliang City is assuredly safe. In tea houses and taverns, the atmosphere was filled with joy and excitement. Wang Cheng's image grew increasingly grand in the hearts of the populace, almost becoming a guardian deity. Each of his victories illuminated a glimmer of hope amid the despair, fostering a courage to persist. In stark contrast to the public's jubilance, the sentiments within the Rongwa mansion were complex and inexpressible. In Jiamu's courtyard, Madame Wang, Madame Xing, Wang Shifeng, and several young ladies were present. The maidservants below whispered about the news of Wang Cheng being elevated to Viscount, their tones laced with awe and envy. Madame Wang, twisting a strand of prayer beads, remarked with drooping eyelids, "This Wang lad truly has some fortune. Yet this promotion seems rather swift. One wonders if fortune conceals peril." Her tone was calm, yet could not conceal a hint of subtle bitterness. What the Jia family, with their noble lineage? How many among their ranks possess such tangible military achievements and imperial favor? Madame Xing, more direct, scoffed. "Indeed, a commoner has risen to Viscount in just a few days? He is merely being elevated due to the Emperor's current favor. Once this wind passes, who knows what will become of him?" She harbored thoughts of Yingquan's position in the general's household, hoping for Wang Cheng's success to benefit her family, yet simultaneously resenting how effortlessly he seemed to achieve it. Wang Shifeng, with a flick of her eyes and a wave of her handkerchief, laughed. "Oh, why do you trouble yourselves with this, my dear ladies? Regardless, our second daughter is now a viscountess, albeit a concubine, yet she holds a rightful place in the general's household, and a proper title will surely follow. It is far better than being an unnoticed, illegitimate daughter in the Jia family." Yingquan had returned to the Jia household to visit Jiamu, who was ill. With her head bowed and fingers twisting the hem of her garment, she felt tumultuous emotions within. Though she was often quiet, she was not foolish. She understood the bitterness and sarcasm in the words of her elders and sisters. Previously, she would have felt more self-deprecating and sorrowful. Yet now, listening to their complex discussions about her hero, who had become her man, she strangely felt a surge of confidence and tranquility. The more illustrious he became, the more she sensed a subtle change in her status within this household. Even the servants attending her displayed a greater respect. Stealing a glance at the serene Diyu beside Jiamu and the contemplative Tan Chun nearby, she silently mused. He has achieved another victory. How wonderful. Meanwhile, outside the Zhao general's residence, a bustling scene unfolded, with visitors arriving in droves. The wife of the Minister of Works, Madame Liu, and Lord Zhang from the Privy Council came to present gifts, while the wife of Earl Yongchang arrived in person. The sounds of congratulations echoed, and the steward and doorman were bustling about, their faces beaming, receiving greeting cards and gifts, ushering guests, their voices nearly hoarse from calling out. In the front hall, Yuan Yang, acting as the de facto hostess, gracefully attended to the various ladies. Today, she wore an elegant lilac satin gown with gold trimmings, paired with a moon-colored skirt, and adorned her hair with a gold and emerald hairpin, exuding both poise and dignity. Her mannerisms were composed and confident, neither servile nor arrogant, earning nods of approval from the noble ladies, who thought highly of the capable management in the Wang household. Madame Cheng is indeed fortunate. General Wang is young and accomplished, enjoying abundant imperial favor. His future is limitless, one lady remarked, affectionately grasping Yin Yang's hand while her gaze discreetly flickered towards the inner courtyard. Another lady more directly inquired, "I have heard the general's primary wife is yet to be chosen. Might Madame Cheng have any insight into the general's intentions? I have a daughter, aged 18, gentle and skilled in poetry and painting." "Li Foren, you jest," Yuan Yang replied with a warm yet distant smile, withdrawing her hand. "The general is wholly dedicated to serving the nation and combating the enemy, and he is too preoccupied with military affairs to concern himself with domestic matters, let alone marriage. We as concubines dare not presume to speculate. In these times of national peril, the general has stated that until the Jin invaders are repelled, home matters are secondary. These matters shall be addressed once we have triumphed." Her words were impeccably measured, elevating Wang Cheng while effectively silencing further inquiries. The ladies, seeing this, refrained from pressing further and instead exchanged pleasantries, praising the elegant decor of the residence or subtly probing into Wang Cheng's preferences and whether the army still required personnel. In the back courtyard, Qingwen assisted Sanjie in receiving some of the lesser-ranked or more closely related ladies. Her lively demeanor and sweet tongue vividly recounted Wang Cheng's feats on the battlefield, captivating the audience and drawing exclamations of admiration, while the gazes towards Sanjie were filled with envy. Observing the lively atmosphere, Sanjie felt a growing sense of belonging and quiet pride. Wang Cheng's siblings were equally astonished by the grandeur, hiding away in the side courtyard, hesitant to emerge, listening to the commotion outside, feeling both joy and trepidation. As night fell, visitors gradually departed. The residence finally settled into tranquility, with maidservants and servants tidying up the myriad gifts. Though fatigued, their faces radiated with pride. Yuan Yang, rubbing her sore forehead, returned to the back courtyard to find Qingwen animatedly recounting a humorous incident from earlier in the day, where she had thwarted a lady's attempt to offer her daughter as the general's primary wife, prompting a smile from Yuan Yang. "Sister, you have worked hard," Sanjie said, rising to greet her. Yuan Yang urged her to sit, sighing, "The hard work is not daunting. It is the prospect of this momentum that may lead to further complications." Her gaze drifted towards the direction of the city, infused with both worry and determination. "The general fights outside. We must safeguard this home and manage these affairs." Qingwen chimed in cheerfully, "Sister, do not worry. With us here, we will ensure that no idle individuals disrupt the peace of the residence. With the general's capabilities, he will surely find an even more suitable primary wife." Her eyes twinkled, leaving the remainder unspoken, yet the implication was clear. Though Wang Cheng had yet to return to the residence, the glory and clamor surrounding the general's household foreshadowed a future that would undoubtedly draw him into even more intricate complexities. Chapter 41. The Xue family comes to propose marriage within the Li Xiang courtyard. Xue Baochai sat before her dressing table, holding a gold and emerald hairpin. Yet she remained motionless for a long time. The reflection in the bronze mirror showed her poised and beautiful visage. Yet her usually tranquil eyes were now like a deep pond disturbed by pebbles, rippling endlessly, unable to settle. Outside the window, the hushed yet excited whispers of the young maidservants reached her ears. "Incredible. General Wang has been promoted again. He is now a Viscount, General of Qingwen, a fifth-rank official. I heard the pearls bestowed by the palace are as large as a doe." As we departed from our residence, the voices gradually diminished, transforming into a vague murmur of sighs and subdued laughter. Each word pierced Xue Baochai's heart like a delicate needle. The news of Wang Cheng being elevated to the title of Viscount felt like salt being poured onto her already festering wound. The rumor she had thought would fade with time seemed to be infused with renewed vigor, becoming even more jarring and caustic. "Have you heard? If the Xue family's daughter had accepted back then, she would now be a legitimate fifth-rank lady. Indeed, how ironic it is that she, with such lofty aspirations, now finds herself in a position where even becoming a concubine is denied. Ah, this is what is meant by one misstep leading to a cascade of errors. A daughter of a merchant family cannot compare to true noble lineage. Now, she finds herself unable to aspire to such heights." She could almost envision the smug expressions of the lower-class matrons, reveling in her misfortune. Anger burned within her like a cold flame, searing her insides. She was furious at Wang Cheng's scornful humiliation, enraged by her mother's impatience for quick success, and most of all, infuriated by the capriciousness of fate. Had Wang Cheng remained merely a baron, perhaps this embarrassment would have gradually faded into obscurity. Yet he continued to rise, his brilliance intensifying, dragging her, Xue Baochai, into the realm of jest within the noble circles of Bianliang. A fool who aspired to cling to the newly wealthy, only to be ruthlessly rejected. Her very eligibility to be a concubine called into question. Deep within this anger, however, a minuscule, almost imperceptible regret, one she herself was reluctant to acknowledge, began to take root. If only, when Wang Zhu proposed, she had married off. If only, when she visited the small courtyard in the west of the city, she had lowered her demeanor and softened her words. Would it not be her, Xue Baochai, now basking in the favor of the general's household, cherished and commanding respect? This thought, as soon as it emerged, was forcibly suppressed, morphing into deeper humiliation and self-mockery. No, it was impossible. How could she, Xue Baochai, ever demean herself in such a manner? Yet the refrain of being unworthy of the position of a legitimate wife echoed like a curse in her ears, shattering her pride and composure. Miss entered with a freshly brewed cup of maple tea, noticing the absent-minded gaze of Xue Baochai in the mirror. Her heart ached, and her voice trembled with emotion. She set down the teacup, gazing at her mistress's waning profile, regret flooding her heart like a tide, nearly overwhelming her. She was the one filled with the deepest remorse. Initially, she was the first to catch Wang Cheng, the one with the greatest chance of marriage. It was she who had accompanied the young lady to the small courtyard in the west, enduring that humiliation. If only she had been bolder, more shameless, disregarding her mistress's will, even going as far as to impose herself as a servant. Perhaps she too could have secured a place within the general's household, even if she could not compare to the likes of Yuan Yang or Qingwen in beauty. Becoming a secondary maid would still allow her to remain close to such a heroic figure, far better than being here in the pear fragrance courtyard, subjected to the scornful gossip outside and witnessing her mistress's silent sorrow. But now, it was too late for any words. Wang Cheng had become an existence they needed to look up to. Not only could they not hope to be concubines, but even serving as a lowly maid in his household seemed a distant dream. Within this regret mingled a sense of grievance towards Wang Cheng. Why must he speak so decisively? Not a hint of past affection remained. Had he only been a tad more amiable, would the young lady have faced such humiliation? Would she be devoid of hope? This tumultuous mix of emotions churned within her heart, making her gaze upon Xue Baochai, one of shared sympathy and sorrow. Xue Baochai, upon catching a glimpse of Ing's reddened eyes in the mirror, could hardly be oblivious to her thoughts. Her own heart was even more troubled, yet she refrained from losing her composure in front of the servants. She merely replied, "Place the tea down. I have little appetite." Her voice carried an ineffable weariness and despondency, in stark contrast to the gloom of the pear fragrance courtyard. The abode of Ho Sherdai and Ho Zhongjing presented a different scene. In the study, the charcoal fire blazed brightly, dispelling the chill of winter. The brothers Sherdai and Shitting sat opposite each other. The day's report spread before them, prominently announcing Wang Cheng's promotion to General Ning Yuan and the title of founding nobleman. Incredible, brother. Shitting sipped his tea, pointing to the report with admiration. This Wang Cheng has truly soared to great heights. He has distinguished himself on the battlefield and has captured the emperor's favor. Among the young gentlemen in Bianliang, he is unrivaled. Sherdai stroked his beard, his eyes glinting with intrigue. Indeed, he is an extraordinary figure. Despite humble origins, he possesses the ability to turn the tide, demonstrating remarkable talent. What is more, he enjoys the emperor's favor, earning a place in the emperor's heart. His doorstep is likely to be inundated with suitors. Shitting leaned forward slightly, lowering his voice. Brother, although our Shurjia descends from the four prominent families of Jinling, kin to the Jia family, you have seen for yourself that the Jia family is now but a shell, with few capable heirs among the younger generation. Wang Cheng, on the other hand, is a potential asset with immense prospects. If we could arrange a marriage with him, Sherdai contemplated. What do you mean? The girl Shang Yun is of suitable age. Shitting stated directly. Though her parents passed away early, she is still our Shurjia's legitimate daughter. Her status aligns with that of a newly minted viscount. It would not be a disgrace. Wang Cheng's parents are both deceased, with only a rough brother and sister-in-law above him. If Shang Yun were to marry into his household, she would not have to contend with in-laws, and given her forthright nature, she could very well carve out her own future. Should this marriage succeed, our Shurjia would establish a connection with this new nobility, greatly benefiting our family. Sherdai pondered for a moment, slowly nodding. Your reasoning holds merit. Shang Yun is indeed a girl of good character and beauty, yet we must approach this marriage cautiously. Wang Cheng's aspirations have undoubtedly risen. A common young lady may not suffice to capture his eye. Furthermore, regarding the Jia family, Shitting waved his hand dismissively. The Jia family? They have brought this upon themselves. Who can they blame? They once rejected him, and now find themselves humiliated by the Xue family. Our Shurjia is perfectly positioned at this moment. Brother, this matter should not be delayed. I shall personally visit the general's residence tomorrow to gauge the situation. We will not know if it can succeed unless we try. The brothers reached a consensus, seemingly envisioning a bright future for their family, re-establishing their footing within the new noble circles through this marriage. The following afternoon, a blue silk carriage bearing the emblem of the Ho Zhongjing family halted before the general's residence in the west of the city. Shitting, dressed in his everyday attire, disembarked, surveying the now-renowned abode in Bianliang. The entrance was not particularly grand, yet the guard stationed there possessed sharp gazes and stood tall, exuding a martial vigor distinct from the ostentatiousness typical of other noble households. The doorman, evidently accustomed to receiving distinguished guests, inspected the visiting card with neither subservience nor arrogance. Upon learning that it was the esteemed Shitting, he did not dare to be negligent and promptly announced his arrival. Before long, Qingwen herself came out to greet him. Dressed in an apricot-red silk jacket and a blue satin vest, she appeared even more slender and graceful. Recognizing Shitting as Shan Yun's uncle, she respectfully saluted. "Greetings to the Lord, and esteemed sir, please follow me to the flower hall for conversation." Following Qingwen inside, Shitting noted the courtyard was tidy, with servants moving about briskly and respectfully, devoid of the chaotic atmosphere often found in newly wealthy households, which made him nod in approval. In the flower hall, Wang Cheng awaited. He was not clad in official garb, instead wearing a dark patterned brocade robe, cinched with a jade belt, standing tall like a pine tree. Upon seeing Shitting enter, he rose to greet him, clasping his hands in respect. "Your Excellency Shi, your presence has graced my humble abode. Please take a seat." His tone was calm, neither overly enthusiastic nor lacking in courtesy. Shitting smiled and returned the greeting, his gaze swiftly sweeping over Wang Cheng. There, he beheld a strikingly handsome figure with profound, tranquil eyes, devoid of the usual boisterousness characteristic of martial generals. Instead, there was an air of steadfastness, akin to a towering mountain, which elevated his regard for Wang Cheng. After the host and guests settled down, Qingwen served fragrant tea and quietly stood to the side. Initially, Xue Ding engaged in pleasantries, congratulating Wang Cheng on his recent elevation in rank and his contributions to the nation, expressing admiration for his gallant demeanor. Wang Cheng merely listened with a faint nod, offering little in response. Observing this, Xue Ding recognized that Wang Cheng was not one to beat around the bush. Clearing his throat, he directed the conversation towards his purpose for the visit, wearing a sincere smile. "General Wang, your youth and accomplishments mark you as a pillar of our great Song Dynasty. Now that your residence has been established, with the household in need of management amidst the multitude of affairs, I have taken the liberty to visit today for two reasons: to extend my congratulations and to discuss a matter of potential delight." Wang Cheng lifted his teacup, gently stirring the froth. Without raising his eyes, "Please, speak, Lord." Xue Ding continued, "I have a niece named Shang Yun, the daughter of the late Baoling Ho. She was raised in my household alongside my elder brother. Although she has faced numerous adversities, her character is pure, her spirit lively, and she possesses the demeanor of the renowned scholars of the Wei and Jin dynasties. Moreover, she is quite beautiful and adept in the arts of needlework and poetry. Now at the age of marriage, she awaits a suitable match. I believe that as a person of great merit, you and my niece are well matched in age and stature. Wouldn't it be a splendid tale if you could unite in matrimony?" He paused, gauging Wang Cheng's expression, noting the lack of response. He intensified his appeal. "Although my family may not be illustrious, we are rooted in Jinling and uphold the values of poetry and propriety. If Shang Yun were to marry you, she would wholeheartedly support you, managing the household and fostering harmony within." Wang Cheng remained silent for a moment, the only sound being the occasional crackle of the charcoal fire. Qingwen, standing nervously to the side, felt her heart leap to her throat as she anxiously watched Wang Cheng. The eldest daughter of the Xue family? The lively and forthright young girl? She believed Yun's character was commendable, perhaps even more so than that of the eldest daughter of the Xue family. But would he agree to such a proposal? Chapter 42. The Xue brothers are remarkable figures. As Xue Ding's words fell, the flower hall was enveloped in a momentary silence, broken only by the gentle crackling of the fire, with a warm aroma lingering in the air. Qingwen held her breath, her keen eyes fixed on Wang Cheng, her palms almost damp with perspiration. Would the young master truly accept a girl like Yuan, so spirited and forthright, as a concubine? Wang Cheng did not respond immediately. He slowly placed his Dingyao porcelain teacup on a nearby rosewood table, producing a crisp sound. Raising his head, he met Xue Ding's gaze, which was tinged with anticipation and a hint of barely concealed superiority. A subtle smile graced his lips, neither wholly a smile nor a frown. "I am deeply grateful for your kindness, Lord Xue," Wang Cheng began, his voice steady, infused with an undeniable strength. "The young lady from the Xue family is indeed esteemed, and I have heard she possesses remarkable talent." Xue Ding's smile deepened, ready to offer further compliments, but Wang Cheng's tone shifted abruptly. "However, given that the city is besieged by tens of thousands of enemy troops, I am compelled to prioritize my duties as the city's defender. I am tasked with safeguarding the realm and am consumed with the weight of responsibility towards the citizens of Bianliang. It is not an opportune time to deliberate on matters of marriage or the taking of a wife." He paused, observing the slight stiffening of Xue Ding's expression, and continued with calm resolve. "Yet, since you have taken the initiative to propose, I would not wish to appear ungracious. As my residence has only recently been established and requires management, if the young lady is willing to serve as a concubine to assist in household matters, I would consider it. As for the position of a primary wife, we may revisit this discussion once the threat has been neutralized and peace restored." His words struck like a silent thunderclap in the warm flower hall. A concubine? Xue Ding could scarcely believe his ears, his face contorting in disbelief as the carefully maintained smile shattered, revealing the shock and indignation beneath. The daughter of the loyal and upright Xue family, even though she had lost her parents, was still a legitimate noblewoman, and this newly elevated viscount dared to suggest she become a concubine. This was an egregious affront. A surge of blood rushed to Xue Ding's head, his face shifting from red to pale as his fingers gripped the armrest of his chair, turning white from the pressure. He stared intently at Wang Cheng, searching for any sign of jest or provocation, but found none. Wang Cheng's eyes were deep and calm, even hinting at a trace of mockery, as if he were merely stating an undeniable fact. Dominance. This was the most palpable sensation for Xue Ding at that moment. Wang Cheng seemed wholly unconcerned with the old aristocracy, instead exuding an air of superiority, relying on his own merit and imperial favor rather than the remnants of family prestige. Qingwen, standing to the side, felt her heart racing. "My lord, this is a lady from the Marquis's household. You proposed she become a concubine." She secretly observed Xue Ding's ashen face, her breath held in awe, feeling a strange sense of pride. "Look at our master, unafraid to defy even the Marquis's face." Xue Ding's chest heaved violently, suppressing the urge to lash out. He was, after all, a seasoned figure in the world of politics, well aware that losing his temper at this moment would be counterproductive and further diminish his dignity. He abruptly stood up, unable to maintain even basic civility, and through gritted teeth managed to utter, "General Wang, I see you are busy with military matters. I apologize for intruding. I shall take my leave." With that, he stormed out, his back radiating barely contained rage. Wang Cheng made no move to see him off, merely instructing, "Qingwen, please escort Lord Xue." Watching Xue Ding's figure disappear beyond the flower-laden archway, Wang Cheng picked up the now lukewarm tea, taking a sip with an indifferent gaze. An alliance? He needed one, but not one laced with condescension, nor one that sought to bind him through the position of a wife. What he desired was absolute control, loyal and upright Marquis study. That fellow dares to be so arrogant. How dare he suggest my Xue family's legitimate daughter become his concubine? Such audacity. Upon returning home, Xue Ding rushed straight to Xue Nai's study, relaying Wang Cheng's words verbatim, his anger causing veins to throb at his temples as he paced the room. "Elder brother, how can we endure such an insult? My family, though not as prominent as in the past, should not be subjected to such humiliation by a newly risen viscount. If this spreads, how can the Xue family maintain any dignity in Bianliang?" In stark contrast to Xue Ding's fury, Baoling Ho Xue Nai sat calmly in a grand chair, his fingers gently manipulating a string of fragrant wood prayer beads, his expression serious, yet his gaze unervingly composed. "Third brother, calm yourself." Xue Nai's voice was low, exuding a steadiness born of experience. "Dignity? What is dignity worth?" Xue Ding halted abruptly, incredulously staring at his elder brother. "Elder brother, you, sit down and listen to me carefully." Xue Nai gestured for him to calm down. "Do you not perceive the current situation? The Jia family is a thing of the past, and the Xue family is of little use. The Wang family is far removed from the borders. And the power within the capital is not what it once was. My Shi family may appear esteemed, yet we tread on thin ice. The fate of Bianliang remains uncertain. Even if we endure this siege, the dynamics of the court will undoubtedly shift. He fixed a sharp gaze on Sherding. Wang Cheng is not an ordinary man. He possesses courage, wisdom, and imperial favor, 3 attributes in abundance. Have you noticed his rapid rise? It is unprecedented. The ruler now relies on him as a bulwark. If we can successfully defend Bianliang, how grand will our future be? The prospect of being conferred titles and appointed generals is not beyond possibility. If we could establish a relationship with him at this moment, it would pave a new path for the Xue family, a future stronghold. Sherding opened his mouth. Still seething, there is no need for that. As for wives and concubines, Shernai interrupted him, his tone resolute. While status is indeed important, at times one must take a step back for the sake of tangible benefits. Once Yun enters his household and bears offspring, with the foundation of our Xue family and the temperament of that child, it is not impossible to secure love and status. At that time, what distinction will there be between wife and concubine? The crucial matter is the kinship. With this connection, we can engage with him openly, binding our interests together. He sighed, a touch of helplessness mingling with determination. That child, Yun, lost her parents early, and we raised her. Now is the time for her to contribute to the family. Moreover, marrying Wang Cheng as a concubine is surely no worse than becoming a wife to those increasingly destitute gentry. Just look at his current momentum. How many families wish to send their daughters to him, but cannot gain entry? Sherding was rendered speechless by his elder brother's words. His anger gradually replaced by the weight of reality. He slumped back into his chair, remaining silent for a long while before exhaling deeply. His face a tapestry of complex emotions. What you say, elder brother, holds merit. However, this face is but a facade. The continuity and prosperity of the family are what truly matter. Shernai spoke solemnly. In extraordinary times, one must undertake extraordinary actions. Enduring for a moment allows for long-term plans. Third brother, tomorrow, you must visit the general's residence again. Sherding suddenly lifted his head. Shernai's gaze was profound. Lower your attitude. Speak more of Wang Cheng's virtues, and follow his lead. Inform him that Yun is willing to enter the residence as a concubine. Sherding looked at his elder brother's unyielding expression, and eventually, he nodded heavily. Releasing a light sigh, I understand. The next day, the sky remained overcast, a cold wind swirling dust, causing the flags at the general's residence to flutter. When the doorman once again announced the visit of the loyal and steadfast Marquis Sherding, even Wang Cheng raised an eyebrow slightly. Has he come to terms so quickly? It took him by surprise. In the same flower hall, the charcoal fire was still warm. Upon entering, Sherding's state of mind was entirely different from the previous day. No trace of arrogance remained on his face. Instead, an almost humble sincerity shone through, albeit with a hint of awkwardness beneath that smile. General Wang, I was abrupt yesterday. Lacking consideration, I hope you will forgive me. As soon as he sat down, he proactively clasped his hands in apology, his tone exceedingly low. Upon returning, I deliberated with my elder brother and deeply felt that what the general said was indeed correct. In these times of national crisis, the general bears the heavy responsibility of defending the city and should not be distracted by family matters. Wang Cheng remained impassive, merely nodding slightly. Your Excellency exaggerates. Seeing his calm demeanor, Sherding felt somewhat reassured and continued. The general is a young hero, possessing both wisdom and courage, achieving remarkable feats and enjoying the emperor's favor. You are indeed a pillar of our great Song Dynasty, with a boundless future. If my niece Yun can enter your residence, even if only as a concubine, having the opportunity to serve at your side and receive your teachings would be her fortune and an honor for our Xue family. His words were exquisitely articulated, elevating Wang Cheng while placing the Xue family in a position of humility. Wang Cheng observed Sherding's strained smile and understood. This Xue family duo is undoubtedly astute, capable of assessing the situation and bending as needed. For the sake of long-term benefits, they are willing to swallow their pride, allowing their legitimate daughter to become a concubine. Indeed, they are remarkable individuals. Since they have no objections, he is more than happy to accept this gift. Your Excellency, you are truly insightful and considerate of Wang. I find myself at a loss for words. A genuine smile finally appeared on Wang Cheng's face. since both you and your brother have no objections, and Miss Shang Yun herself is agreeable, then Wang shall certainly accept this arrangement." Upon hearing this, Shi Ding felt a great weight lift from his heart, his joy evident as he exclaimed, "Excellent. Thank you, General, for your understanding. Rest assured, though Shang Yun may be a bit naive, she has a pure heart and will surely serve the General diligently, managing the household. Our Shi family will not disappoint you." The two exchanged pleasantries and roughly agreed on the date for the betrothal, though it was for a concubine. The etiquette, due to the status of the other party, must still be observed, after which Shi Ding left, his steps noticeably lighter. After bidding farewell to Shi Ding, Wang Cheng stood by the window, gazing at the gray sky outside. He had not anticipated that Shi Shang Yun, a character known for her forthrightness yet plagued by misfortune in the original tale, would enter his life in such a manner. "Master, did the Marquis truly agree?" Qingwen approached at some point, her face reflecting disbelief. "That is a lady from a Marquis family. They actually consented to her becoming your concubine." Wang Cheng turned around, looking at the girl's wide, round eyes, and playfully pinched her cheek, laughing. "What? Does your master not deserve a lady from a Marquis family as a concubine?" "Of course he does," Qingwen quickly retorted, her cheeks turning red. "Master is the mightiest hero under heaven. Not just a concubine, even a princess would be deserving." She spoke rapidly, her face flushed. Wang Cheng laughed heartily, his taut heartstrings, strained from the recent conflicts, seemed to relax somewhat. Another newcomer would soon be added to the household. Chapter 43. This is your fate. The news that the Shi brothers intended to betroth their legitimate daughter, Shi Shang Yun, to Wang Cheng as a concubine spread like a splash of cold water in a boiling pot, instantly stirring turmoil within the Rongning estates. The first to learn of this news was the astute Wang Shifeng. While handling household affairs with a pair of placards in hand, she overheard the whispers of the maid, Sun Ruiying, and her eyes widened in shock, her placards clattering to the table. My heavens! How could the two lords of the Shi family truly consent to this? That is their legitimate daughter. Initially astonished, she was soon overtaken by an indescribable blend of emotions. Wang Cheng's momentum had become so overwhelming that the Marquis family would stoop to such a level, offering their legitimate daughter as a concubine to attach themselves to him. Reflecting on her own unworthy husband, Zhao Yan, and the deteriorating situation within her household, her heart was filled with a mix of bitterness and indignation. The news spread its wings, swiftly reaching every corner of the estate. In the side hall of Rongqingtang, Jiamu was taking a leisurely stroll with the assistance of her maid, Amber, when she heard this news and stumbled, nearly losing her balance. Her cloudy old eyes brimmed with disbelief and sorrow as she leaned heavily on her cane. Foolish. Dinger, nayer foolish. How could our Shi family, with two lords, come to this? How could this happen? Oh, Shang Yun. Her heart ached for the Shi brothers' self-deprecation, and even more for her niece, who had lost her father at a young age and had spent years under her care. Yet she understood well that this matter was an internal affair of the Shi family. As a married woman for many years, how could she take charge? All she could do was sigh repeatedly, her chest feeling constricted. In the Jiaxi courtyard, Jiaxi was admiring a newly acquired piece of antique jade with several guests when he initially paused upon hearing the news, then erupted in a sharp, mocking laugh. Ha ha! Good! What a loyal and steadfast Marquis! They have truly brought disgrace upon our noble lineage. To curry favor with a suddenly fortunate warrior, they would even offer their own niece as a concubine. How ridiculous! That Wang Cheng is also utterly arrogant, daring to take a Marquis's daughter as a concubine. Does he still regard the law? Does he still understand propriety? He scolded vehemently, appearing to be filled with righteous indignation. Yet beneath the surface of his eyes lay a hint of jealousy he himself was reluctant to acknowledge. Jealousy of Wang Cheng's power, which could compel the Shi brothers to bow so low. Lady Xing chimed in, curling her lips as she remarked, "Isn't that so? Usually looking so dignified. Who would have thought their bones would be so soft? How will Miss Shi face the world from now on?" Her tone was laced with a hint of glee at their misfortune. Meanwhile, Lady Wang was engaged in idle chatter with Aunt Xue when she caught wind of the matter. Pausing in her manipulation of the prayer beads, her lowered lashes concealed the emotions in her eyes, and she merely uttered a soft prayer. Amit Ba. The Shi brothers must have had no choice. In this world, it is only Yun girl who suffers. A tempest of thoughts stirred within her. Was Wang Cheng's influence truly that formidable? Even the Xue family needed to curry favor with him. As her thoughts turned to her beloved Yuan Cheng in the palace, she forcefully suppressed her feelings, overwhelmed with confusion. Aunt Xue sighed repeatedly, exclaiming her disbelief. Seated below, Xue Baochai, upon hearing the news, paused in her graceful hold of the teacup, her expression remaining composed and sympathetic, yet her heart was tumultuous. Xue Shangyun, she was the legitimate daughter of a prominent family. Was she truly relegated to the status of a concubine? What standards did Wang Cheng hold for a wife? Or was he entirely disinterested in the power of a wife's family? This extraordinary display of dominance and independence left her feeling an unfathomable pressure, and the earlier secret thoughts she had now seemed increasingly remote. In the study of the East Mansion, Jia Zhen exchanged a glance with his son Jia Rong, both recognizing the astonishment and mockery in each other's eyes. Jia Rong exclaimed, "Father, these two uncles of the Xue family have truly invested heavily." Even Aunt Shangyun, Jia Zhen snorted derisively, his tone dripping with acidity akin to sour vinegar. Crawling to power, utterly shameless. They must be out of their minds. What is so special about Wang Cheng that they would demean their own daughter in such a way? Let Yin girl experience the life of a martial man's household. Let us see how long her spirited nature can endure. His heart burned with indignation, and his words grew increasingly venomous. In the pear fragrance court, Xue Pan, bored to tears from being confined, leapt from his couch upon hearing the servant's report, his eyes widening in disbelief. What? Sister Yin is to marry that scoundrel as a concubine? Initially incredulous, a wave of inexplicable rage surged within him, as if something he cherished had been snatched away. He stomped his feet, cursing Wang Cheng. That fellow only knows how to pick the high branches. He dares to take even a lady from the Marquis's household as a concubine. What kind of justice is there left in this world? Those two old fools from the Xue family are only regressing with age. Even in Yihong courtyard, Jia Baoyu, upon hearing this news from Qingwen and others, felt as if struck by lightning, stunned into silence. Grabbing Qingwen's sleeve, he urgently exclaimed, "What nonsense are you speaking? How could Sister Yin marry that Wang Cheng as a concubine? Impossible. Absolutely impossible." Upon confirming the news was true, Baoyu was immediately engulfed in despair, his face paling and his feet stamping as he lamented. It's over. Another virtuous woman is about to be mired in the mud. What is Wang Cheng but a blood-stained parasite of a nation? For someone as pure as Sister Yun to marry him is already a defilement, let alone becoming a concubine. This is a desecration of all virtuous daughters in the world. No, I must inform the matriarch. I cannot allow Sister Yun to fall into this fire pit. As he spoke, he attempted to rush out, but was firmly restrained by Shiren and the others. Shiren implored, "My second master, please calm down. This is a matter of the Xue family. Even the matriarch cannot intervene. What can you do?" In Xiangling Pavilion, Lin Daiyu leaned by the window reading, while Zizhuan cautiously conveyed the rumors from outside. Upon hearing, Daiyu set down her book, her delicate brows knitting slightly as she pondered, then sighed softly. The two lords of Xue family have indeed made such a decision. There must be some difficulties on their part. She had always been close to Xue Shangyun and understood her character well, feeling an involuntary concern for her. However, her views on Wang Cheng had become more complex and objective since her dispute with Baoyu, so she did not blindly condemn Wang Cheng as a parasite. Yet she felt that, given Shangyun's temperament, becoming embroiled in such a household would render her future uncertain. Worrying silently, she refrained from making rash judgments due to her ignorance of the details and simply hoped for Shangyun's safety. At the center of this storm, Xue Shangyun was currently residing in Jia Mu's courtyard, blissfully unaware of the fate that loomed ominously over her. She had been excitedly discussing a newly acquired ring with her maid Cui Liu and dreaming of the upcoming poetry club, oblivious to the sinister turn of destiny. When Xue Baochai carefully broached the subject and revealed the news to her, the smile on Shangyun's face instantly froze. She first stared blankly, as if struggling to comprehend Baochai's words, her spirited eyes filled with confusion. Once she grasped the implications of Wang Cheng, a general, taking her as a concubine, her complexion drained of color, leaving her ghostly pale. "No, it cannot be," she murmured, springing to her feet, her voice trembling. "Uncle would never allow this. I'm a daughter of the Xue family. How could I ever become a concubine?" She cared not whether he was a hero or a coward. Sure, Yun had never considered relying on any man. She longed for a life where only great heroes could remain true to themselves, where true gentlemen could be free-spirited, engaging in poetry with sisters and enjoying life unrestrained. Marrying? Or being a concubine, confined within a deep courtyard, competing for a man's affection with other women? This was more unbearable than death. I must find uncle to clarify this. Shang Yun's eyes reddened as she turned to dash outside, only to be stopped by Baochai and the arriving Tan Chun and Shi Chun. Calm down, young girl. Tan Chun firmly grasped her arm, her voice urgent yet helpless. Now that the news has spread, it may already be a foregone conclusion. A foregone conclusion? I refuse to accept it. I refuse. Sure, Shang Yun violently shook off Tan Chun's hand, tears streaming down her face like pearls from a broken string. Like a trapped wild beast, she cried out in despair. My parents died early, and my uncles and aunts raised me. Was it only to send me off to become someone's concubine? I will not marry. I will not marry, even if it kills me. She cried out and rushed towards Jiamu's main quarters. With a thud, she knelt before Jiamu, clinging to her legs, weeping bitterly. Old ancestor, you love me the most. Please help me. I do not wish to marry. I do not want to be anyone's concubine. Please, tell my uncles, I do not want to marry. Jiamu gazed at Shang Yun, who was nearly fainting from her tears, her own tears flowing freely, her heart aching as if it were being cut by a knife. She caressed Shang Yun's hair, choking back her emotions. Good child, my Yunner, please stop crying. Be careful not to harm your health. This is a major affair for the Xue family. Your uncles have made up their minds. As an outsider, how can I speak on this matter? Lady Wang, Lady Xing, and others stood nearby, offering nothing but tepid reassurances about General Wang being young and accomplished, and that it was not entirely unjust for a girl to eventually marry. Their words were of little comfort. Lin Daiyu crouched down, gently using her handkerchief to wipe Shang Yun's tears. Seeing her swollen eyes and despairing expression, Daiyu's own heart ached, but she could only softly say, Yin girl, now that it has come to this, crying will only bring you more suffering. Perhaps, she wanted to suggest that perhaps Wang Cheng was not a villain. But in this moment, those words felt woefully inadequate. Xue Baochai also rushed in upon hearing the news, and, upon seeing Shang Yun in such a state, felt his heart wrench. He stomped and cursed Wang Cheng for ruining a virtuous daughter's purity, only to be forcibly persuaded back by Shiren. Shang Yun felt utterly powerless upon seeing Jiamu, as her last flicker of hope was extinguished. She ceased her cries, sitting vacantly on the ground, her gaze hollow, as if her very soul had been siphoned away. No matter how her sisters tried to console her, she remained silent. The following day, Sherding personally arrived at the Jiao residence, his expression grave and his demeanor resolute, insisting on taking Shang Yun back to their home. Jiamu glanced at Sherding, opened her mouth, but ultimately only released a long sigh and waved her hand. Supported by Xue Liu, Shang Yun mechanically gathered her belongings, resembling a lifeless puppet devoid of spirit, and followed Sherding away from the place she considered her second home. Just before stepping into the carriage, she cast a backward glance at the familiar entrance of the Jiao residence, her eyes filled with an unfathomable sorrow and bewilderment. Upon returning to the Zhongjingho residence, Shang Yun was ushered into the study. Shernai and Sherding had long been waiting there. The atmosphere in the study was heavy. Shang Yun stood defiantly, biting her lip, refusing to look at her uncles, observing her gaunt and pale face. Shernai felt a twinge of compassion, but quickly suppressed it, thinking of the family's future. He sighed deeply and spoke with a pained tone. I know you harbor resentment towards us. Sherding interjected, Yunner, you lost your father at a young age. Though we are not your biological parents, we treat you as our own. How could we ever intend to harm you? Do you know how difficult the situation is for our family? It may appear honorable, yet it is as fragile as an egg. The fate of Bianliang City hangs in the balance, and even if we manage to hold it, the political landscape will undoubtedly change after this battle. If our family lacks strong support, we will surely face dire consequences. Shernai continued passionately. That General Wang Cheng is not to be underestimated. Do you know that amidst a sea of soldiers, he shot the flag of the Jin commander, instilling fear in the enemy? Do you know he single-handedly infiltrated their camp and set fire to their supplies, causing the Jin invaders to tremble? The emperor holds him in high regard and has promoted him repeatedly. Such a man possesses valor, wisdom, and the Emperor's favor. He is destined for greatness. Sherding added, Yuan, you have always admired heroes. General Wang is one of the rare heroes of our time. Marrying him, even if only as a concubine, with your beauty and talent, and our family's foundation, you need not worry about your future. In time, with mutual affection and family support, it would surely be far better than marrying those idle and ineffectual young masters, merely to bear the title of a primary wife while enduring a life of hardship and despair. The two uncles, appealing to her emotions and reasoning, extolled Wang Cheng to celestial heights and articulated the family's predicament and future risks with great clarity. Initially, Xue Baochai listened vacantly, but as she heard of Wang Cheng's astonishing feats, her heart was inadvertently stirred. Naturally bold, she harbored a longing for heroic figures. Her uncle's words struck her like hammers, chipping away at her previously resolute heart. She recalled the Jia residence's helplessness, her sister's tears, and her own desolate and unprotected existence. How could she resist? Was she truly to shave her head and become a nun? Or would death be her only escape? Yet, Xue Baochai had never been one to succumb to cowardice and despair. A tidal wave of immense sorrow and frustration surged within her, and she bit her lip until she tasted the metallic tang of blood. Gazing at her uncles, whose eyes were a mixture of hope, anxiety, and even a hint of pleading, Xue Baochai closed her eyes, and 2 lines of tears cascaded down her pale cheeks. Suddenly, she opened her eyes. Though still glistening with tears, they now reflected a resigned determination. Her voice was hoarse and weary as she declared, Uncles, you need not say any more. Taking a deep breath, as if expending all her strength, she stated, I will marry. Upon hearing her words, Shernai and Sherding felt their anxieties lift, their faces immediately brightening with relief. Sherding clapped his hands and exclaimed, Excellent, excellent, Yuan. This is the mark of a true daughter of the Xue family. You possess wisdom and understanding. Rest assured, your uncles will prepare a generous dowry for you, ensuring you will not suffer any indignities in the general's household. However, Xue Baochai seemed to hear nothing. She silently turned away, straightening her typically carefree, yet now seemingly fragile back, and stepped heavily out of the study. Outside the window, the sky was dark and foreboding, as if a heavy snowfall was imminent. Xue Baochai looked up at the gray sky, her heart frozen. Her grand dreams of heroism and the carefree aspirations of a true gentleman were ultimately shattered by the unyielding chains of reality. Her fate was no longer in her own hands. Chapter 44. Xue Baochai enters the general's residence, though it was a ritual for taking a concubine rather than a formal marriage, as the legitimate daughter of the Zhongjingho. The occasion, while simplified due to wartime constraints, still commanded a degree of decorum. Within the general's residence, everything had been tidied up, and red silk ribbons and lanterns, symbols of celebration, adorned the premises, dispelling the gloom cast by the ongoing conflict and infusing the atmosphere with a rare vibrancy. The servants donned freshly pressed attire, moving swiftly with a cautious smile of pride. A flower palanquin, though not excessively luxurious, was crafted with high-quality materials and exquisite embroidery. Accompanied by the sounds of drums and music, it was carried out from the side door of the Zhongjingho residence, making its way around the city before finally settling at the main entrance of the general's residence. Unlike the elaborate rituals typically reserved for the arrival of a primary wife, Wang Cheng still personally welcomed her at the second gate, showing ample respect for the Xue family. Today he was not in military garb but wore a deep red brocade robe adorned with cloud patterns, which accentuated his tall and handsome figure. Yet, the air of unshakable composure and sharpness lingering around him made it difficult for others to meet his gaze. Xue Baochai was dressed in a bright red, embroidered, auspicious outfit, adorned with a crown of gold and feathers, a beaded veil hanging down to obscure her expression. She was supported by 2 well-dressed matrons as she stepped over the threshold of the general's residence. The heavy, auspicious attire and the weight of the crown pressed painfully against her neck. Beneath the veil, all she could see was a blinding red, akin to the blood flowing from her heart at that moment. Faint whispers from the onlookers lining the streets reached her ears, filled with envy, curiosity, and more so, the peculiar intrigue surrounding a lady from the marquis's household becoming a concubine. She bit down on her tongue, using the sharp pain to maintain her last semblance of dignity. refusing to let tears ruin her carefully applied makeup. The banquet was set in the main hall and the east and west flower halls of the general's residence, with only 7 or 8 tables arranged. As Wang Cheng had stated, with the formidable enemy surrounding the city, ostentation was ill-advised, and only close associates were invited. Wang Cheng's brother and sister-in-law, Wang Zhu and Wang Liushi, had arrived early, dressed in new clothes and seated at the main table, appearing somewhat reserved. Especially Wang Liushi, witnessing the grandeur of the Marquis's daughter's wedding, albeit as a concubine, could hardly believe her eyes, feeling as if she were in a dream. Unsure of where to direct her hands and feet, Zhang Qing's family was also present. He was now the leader of Wang Cheng's personal guards, his status elevated. Clad in military attire, he appeared spirited, yet his gaze occasionally flickered towards the flower palanquin that had been taken into the inner courtyard, his expression complex and inscrutable. The brothers of the Xue family, Xue Nai and Xue Ding, naturally attended as well. Xue Ding, acting as the matchmaker, was particularly radiant, bustling between the tables and sharing toasts with Wang Zhu and others. His conversation was filled with flattery about General Wang's youthful heroism and how fortunate it was for the Xue family to have their daughter matched with such a worthy companion. Seemingly forgetting the humiliation and anger from when the matter was first broached, Xue Nai maintained a more composed demeanor, speaking with Wang Cheng in a tone of utmost respect, even tinged with subtle flattery. From the Jia family, the representatives were Jia Lian and Wang Shifeng. Jia Lian gazed upon the general's residence, modest yet exuding an air of competence and fresh vitality, contrasting sharply with his own increasingly desolate and hollow duke's mansion. A tumult of emotions swirled within him. As he raised a toast to General Wang, his words were earnest, brimming with the intention of forging a friendship. General Wang, congratulations. In the future, our families must maintain a closer connection. Should you require my assistance, do not hesitate to speak. Wang Shifeng, ever the charming socialite, smiled brightly as she held the hand of Wang Liushi, exchanging affectionate pleasantries and offering congratulations to the Xue brothers. However, beneath her smile lay a subtle bitterness and a sense of foreboding. Observing the atmosphere of the estate, she mused silently. This Wang Cheng is no ordinary person. Henceforth, we must tread carefully in our dealings with him. As the host, Wang Cheng moved gracefully among the tables, his demeanor calm, devoid of any lewd delight at the prospect of taking a concubine, nor did he project an air of ostentatious authority. He acknowledged the flattery of his guests with a mere nod, occasionally responding with polite remarks such as "too kind, Lord Xue," or "Master Lian, you flatter me." And during wartime, we must keep things simple. I apologize for any ungraciousness. His tone was composed, imbued with an undeniable presence that dissuaded any audacity from those around him. He drank sparingly, his cup often barely touched, clearly preoccupied with the city's defenses. Thus, the banquet unfolded amidst a facade of merriment, while each guest harbored their own thoughts. The mingling sounds of silk and bamboo instruments, the clinking of glasses, and the exchanges of pleasantries could not drown out the ominous echoes of war drums lurking in the cold wind outside. In stark contrast, the atmosphere within Rongwa Fu was somber. Upon learning that Xiang Yun's bridal sedan had departed from the Xue residence, Xue Baochai was consumed by a frenzy. In the Yihong courtyard, he threw himself into a fit of rage, then rushed to Jiamu, crying, "Grandmother, can you truly bear to see Sister Yun leap into that fiery pit? What kind of man is Wang Cheng, with such a heavy aura of malice? Can someone as pure as Sister Yun find happiness in his hands?" Jiamu embraced him, weeping profusely. "My son, do you think I'm not pained for Yun? But this is a matter decided by her uncles. As an outsider, how can I intervene? Please, cease your weeping, lest you harm your health." Wang Furin and Xing Furin offered their consolation, subtly insinuating that it was natural for women to rely on their husbands, and that with General Wang's rising power, Sister Yun's circumstances were not entirely unjust. This only fueled Baoyu's fury, feeling that the world was rife with filth, leaving no sanctuary for women to thrive. In a fit of despair, he spat, fainting and causing chaos in the Yihong courtyard. Meanwhile, Lin Daiyu, in Xiaoxiang Pavilion, heard the distant clamor from the outside and the commotion from the Yihong courtyard. Leaning against the window, she gazed at the general's residence, its corner illuminated by the glow of lanterns, tears silently streaming down her face. Though she often quarreled with Xiang Yun, their bond was profound. Witnessing her tragic fate, she felt a kinship with the suffering of others. Contemplating her own loneliness and uncertainty about the future, her heart heavy with sorrow. Xue Baochai, in Lixiang Courtyard, listened to Inger recount the details of the banquet, her needlework remaining untouched for a long time. Xue Shangyun, a legitimate daughter of the Ho family, ultimately reduced to the status of a concubine, and under such coercive circumstances. Wang Cheng's dominance and the Xue family's capitulation reflected the harsh realities of power. The subtle resentment she felt due to Wang Cheng's rejection dissipated, replaced by a chilling sense of caution. The banquet at the general's residence concluded amidst a restrained revelry. Guests departed in succession, the Xue brothers satisfied, while Zhao Yin and Feng Jie returned home with complex emotions. The vast estate gradually fell silent, save for the red lanterns swaying gently in the cold wind. Night enveloped Bianliang City entirely. Wang Cheng instructed his servants to tidy up, then strode through the cool moonlight towards the new bridal chamber. The faint scent of wine and charcoal lingered on him, yet his gaze remained sharp and steady. The new room was adorned festively, with large red paper cuttings of auspicious characters displayed on the window frames. A pair of robust dragon and phoenix candles flickered brightly, illuminating the room as if it were day. The air was infused with a delicate fragrance of cosmetics and sweet fruit. Xue Shangyun remained seated rigidly by the bed, draped in a vibrant red quilt, her bridal veil still in place. The heavy headdress weighed painfully upon her neck, yet she felt numb to it. The echoes of the banquet still lingered in her ears, the flattery and discussions pricking at her heart like needles. She had wept, and her makeup beneath the veil must have long since smudged, but she felt indifferent. What lay ahead? A life akin to a caged bird, confined within these walls. Vying for favor among unfamiliar women, she dared not contemplate further. Her heart raced violently in her chest, laden with fear, humiliation, and a reluctant acknowledgement of the uncertainty that awaited her. The sound of footsteps approached steadily, powerful and resolute, eventually halting at the door. The door creaked open, and the familiar silhouette of a man, imbued with a chilling aura, stepped in. Xue Shangyun shivered, instinctively clutching her sleeves. She sensed his gaze upon her, scrutinizing. Wang Cheng regarded the rigid figure in red beside the bed, pausing momentarily. He was not a man devoid of sentiment, and understood that this marriage was not of her own choosing. Approaching her, he did not act immediately but spoke. "The commotion in the house today has been taxing for you." His voice, low yet clear in the stillness of the new room, lacked the anticipated levity, instead carrying a tone of official calm. Xue Shangyun's taut nerves softened slightly at this unexpected tranquility, though she quickly grew more vigilant. Wang Cheng hesitated, seemingly choosing his words carefully, and continued, "Now that you are under my roof, you may reside here at ease. The household rules are few. Qingwen and Yuan Yang are sensible individuals. Unless there are pressing matters, they will not disturb you." His words served as a basic promise and a delineation of her position. Having spoken, he extended his hand, poised to lift the veil obscuring her face. Just as his fingertips grazed the tassels of the veil, an urgent commotion erupted outside, accompanied by frantic shouts, shattering the tranquility of the new room. A soldier rushed in without waiting for an announcement, his voice quavering with urgency. "My lord, it is grave. The Jin troops are launching a fierce night assault on the Shishui Gate. The attack is overwhelming. General Zhang is struggling to hold the line. We request your immediate presence to oversee the battle." Wang Cheng's hand froze midair, his eyes sharpening like those of a hawk. The momentary softness he had maintained due to the circumstances vanished, replaced by the cold decisiveness typical of a battlefield commander. He withdrew his hand, unhesitatingly turning to Xue Shangyun, still veiled on the bed. "The military situation is urgent. I must go to the city wall immediately. You may rest here without waiting for me." With that, he did not spare her another glance, striding out of the bridal chamber, the dark robe sweeping past the door in a fierce arc, swiftly disappearing into the night. In the distance, his commanding voice could be heard. "Prepare the horses. Assemble the guards. Immediately proceed to the Shishui Gate." In the bridal chamber, Xue Shangyun was left alone, accompanied only by the crackling candles that continued to burn. The sudden turn of events left her utterly stunned. The anticipated humiliation, fear, and even the possibility of resistance all fell away, leaving her in a state of bewilderment. The heavy sense of oppression abruptly vanished with Wang Cheng's departure. The taut strings of her heart, strained for an entire day, or perhaps even longer, oddly relaxed at that moment. She sat dazed on the edge of the bed, listening to the urgent sound of galloping hooves outside and the distant, muffled thunder of war drums and cries of battle. Beneath her veil, the tears that had filled her eyes unexpectedly ceased to flow. A feeling of exhaustion, akin to surviving a catastrophe, mingled with a profound sense of bewilderment and an indescribable lightness, quietly spreading through her heart. He was gone. Tonight, she seemed to be safe, at least for the moment. Shang slowly exhaled a long-suppressed breath, her back, which had remained straight, finally bending slightly under the weight of her heavy Zhai crown. Her gaze fell upon her trembling hands, tightly clenched, and the still glaring red around her, which now felt less suffocating. Chapter 45. The Jin army attacks the city. Wang Cheng burst out of the bridal chamber, shattering the brief celebratory atmosphere in the general's residence, which was swiftly replaced by an air of iron and bloodshed. Armor, horses. The loyal Captain Zhang Cheng, already waiting in the courtyard, swiftly presented the heavy Qingwen armor. Wang Cheng opened his arms, allowing his guards to deftly fasten the cold armor plates onto him. Yuan Yang and Qingwen also rushed out at the sound, their faces still bearing remnants of joy, which instantly turned pale with the sudden tension. Qingwen stepped forward, wanting to say something. Wang Cheng raised his hand to silence her, his gaze sharp as a blade, sweeping over them. Close the gates and secure the inner courtyard. While I am away, all orders will come from Yuan Yang. His gaze lingered momentarily on the direction of the bridal chamber before decisively turning to Zhang Cheng. What is the situation? Speak in detail. As Zhang Cheng tightened the lion belt for Wang Cheng, he spoke rapidly. At the Westwater Gate, the Jin soldiers seemed to have gone mad. After dark, they suddenly gathered, with at least two 10,000-man contingents, bearing over 100 siege ladders and battering rams. Their assault is fierce, with General Zhang personally overseeing the defense from the city wall, but the Jin archers are relentless, and our brothers can barely raise their heads. There have already been several dangerous incidents. Commander Duan is severely injured, and the corner tower of the Westwater Gate has caught fire from Jin artillery fire. Wang Cheng mounted his horse, feeling the restless energy of his steed, which sensed its master's killing intent. He took the Bofeng bow and quiver of arrows from his guard and hung them at his saddle. Pulling the reins, he commanded, "Move out." Dozens of elite cavalry surged forth like an iron tide in the night, surrounding Wang Cheng as their hooves pounded against the cobblestones, creating a thunderous sound that echoed down the empty streets under curfew, heading straight for the Westwater Gate. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense as they approached the Westwater Gate. The sounds of battle cries, clashing weapons, the wails of the dying, the dull thud of stones striking the city walls, and the crackling of flames blended into a suffocating cacophony. The air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder, blood, and charred flesh. The makeshift triage area below the city was overcrowded, with military doctors and civilians moving amidst the relentless groans of the wounded. Occasionally, stretchers carried away bloodied bodies, or covered them with white cloth as they were taken away. Dismounting, Wang Cheng ascended the city wall swiftly. The defending soldiers, upon seeing him, felt as if they had found their anchor. Weary and fearful faces instantly lit up, parting to clear a path as they shouted, "General Wang has arrived." The general is here. The scene atop the city wall resembled hell itself. Under the glow of flames, many sections of the wall were damaged, with corpses and severed limbs scattered everywhere, and viscous blood pooling, making the ground slippery. The soldiers clung to the remnants of fortifications, desperately fighting back with bows, crossbows, rolling logs, and stones. Zhang Shai, his hair disheveled and armor stained with ashes and dark red blood, hoarsely commanded with an air of certainty. Yet the gravity etched on his brow was palpable. Other generals, like Wang Bing and Yao Yozhong, wore ashen expressions, their eyes fixed on the scene below. Below the wall surged the Jin soldiers like a tidal wave. Armed with shields and siege ladders, they advanced relentlessly toward the city wall, resembling a swarm of ants, fearlessly launching wave after wave of attacks. Arrows rained down like locusts, intertwining with the defenders' arrows in the air, producing a chilling whistle. The sound of heavy impacts was incessant. It was the remnants of the Jin army's few remaining heavy siege weapons, striking the already battered gate under the cover of shield carts. The most alarming sight was a section of the wall near the left side of the moat. There, having been repeatedly battered by massive stones in recent days, the outer brick wall had largely crumbled, and the earthen wall had been severely damaged. At this moment, a gaping breach, approximately 30 feet long and nearly 10 feet deep, stood starkly visible. Although the defenders hastily filled and reinforced it with sandbags, wooden barriers, and even dismantled beams from houses, it was undeniably the weakest point in the entire defense line compared to the sturdy city walls. A multitude of Jin soldiers, like sharks scenting blood, surged toward this breach. The defenders had gathered heavy forces here, with pikes standing like a forest, desperately holding the line. The two sides engaged in brutal combat at the breach, with bodies piled high and blood saturating the makeshift sandbags. Each assault from the Jin soldiers threatened to topple the fragile defense. General Zhang, what is the situation? Wang Cheng approached Zhang Shai, his voice steady, a stark contrast to the cold intensity surrounding him. Upon seeing Wang Cheng, a flicker of relief passed through Zhang Shai's eyes, only to be swiftly replaced by deeper concern. General Wang has arrived. The situation is dire. The Jin marauders are relentless tonight, disregarding casualties. Their main assault is directed at that breach. Wanyan Zonwang has promised heavy rewards. The first to scale the wall shall receive 1,000 gold pieces and a promotion of 3 ranks. Our brothers can barely hold on. Wang Bing beside them gritted his teeth. Those wretched Jin dogs target our weaknesses. This section of the wall is compromised. Repairs cannot be made quickly enough. If they continue to surge like this, once the breach is completely torn open, with the army flooding in from both sides, the West Watergate will surely fall. All eyes were focused on the bloody, chaotic breach, and the atmosphere was stifling. Wang Cheng gazed intently at it, his eyes sharp as a blade, as if assessing the minutest changes. After a moment, he turned, clasped his hands in salute to Zhang Shai. His voice not loud, but clear enough for every general nearby to hear. Master Zhang, I request permission to lead my personal guards to defend the breach. At this declaration, the surroundings fell silent. Everyone understood what defending the breach entailed. It would be the most intense, brutal, and deadly place in tonight's battle. It was akin to facing near certain death. Zhang Shai looked at him in shock and disapproval. No, General Wang, you are the pillar of our army. How can you put yourself in danger? That breach is a dead end. Wang Bing added urgently. General Wang, your divine cannon has already dealt a heavy blow to the Jin marauders. Why risk yourself further? Let me go. Wang Cheng shook his head, his gaze sweeping over the concerned, admiring, and complex faces of those around him, his tone calm, yet carrying an undeniable force. Precisely because I am the pillar. I cannot retreat at this moment. The soldiers are watching. If the breach falls, we lose everything. I, Wang Cheng, have been entrusted by His Majesty with the duty of defending the city. In this time of crisis, how can I spare myself? Only by leading by example can I inspire morale and stabilize the troops. I shall guard this breach. His words rang with conviction, resonating with righteousness. Under the glow of the flames, his upright figure seemed to merge with the crumbling city wall, exuding a sense of unwavering resolve and a readiness to face death. The surrounding generals were deeply moved. Perhaps some harbored resentment due to his rapid promotion, or perhaps others looked down upon him for his youth. But at this moment, all grudges and disdain had transformed into genuine admiration. This is the true pillar of the nation. Brave, responsible, and fearless. Zhang Shai's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he patted Wang Cheng's shoulder firmly, his voice choked with emotion. Well done. Well done. General Wang, take care. The city survives as long as there are people. Wang Cheng echoed the sentiment, clasped his fists in salute, uttered no more words, and strode toward the breach. Take care. General Wang, came the restrained voices of the officers behind him, filled with excitement and concern. Wang Cheng, accompanied by Zhang Cheng and dozens of the most elite guards, swiftly traversed the chaotic battlements, charging toward the deathly breach. Their movement immediately captured the attention of the Jin troops below. In the rear ranks, Wanyan Zonwang glimpsed the familiar figure at the most perilous gap through his telescope, initially stunned, then his face twisted into a blend of ecstasy and ferocity. Wang Cheng. It is Wang Cheng. He dares to defend the breach himself. Ha! Heaven aids me. Wanyan Zonwang abruptly set down the telescope, his eyes gleaming with a wolfish hunger. Issuing commands. Inform the men that Song's general Wang Cheng is at the breach. Whoever brings me his head shall receive a reward of 10,000 gold and be granted the title of 1,000 households. No, 10,000 households. Promote them 5 ranks. Spare no effort to kill him. Kill Wang Cheng. 10,000 households for the one who claims Wang Cheng's head. Under such immense reward, brave men would undoubtedly emerge, especially against Wang Cheng, the enemy who had caused the Jin troops endless suffering and hatred. The orders swiftly reached the front lines, and the attacking Jin soldiers surged forward with a frenzy, fueled by Wanyan Zonwang's directives. Their eyes turned bloodshot as they fixated on the armored figure at the breach, howling and rushing forth like a tidal wave. Kill Wang Cheng. The title of 10,000 households is within reach. The cacophony of various Jurchen dialects and broken Mandarin mixed with the thunderous sounds of battle, creating a terrifying crescendo aimed at the breach. Zhang Cheng and the guards wore grave expressions, gripping their weapons tightly, forming a resolute defensive line around Wang Cheng. Faced with such a frenzied enemy, even seasoned veterans felt a shiver run down their spines. Wang Cheng stood behind the makeshift fortifications at the breach, his dark cloak billowing in the night wind. Observing the Jin soldiers charging at him like rabid dogs, and hearing the deafening bounty cries directed at him, a cold and cruel smile crept across his lips. System: enhanced strength to 40 points, physique to 30 points. Beep. Remaining enhancement points consumed. Strength raised to 40, physique raised to 30. Current strength: 40, capable of lifting a cauldron. Bones resounding like thunder. Current physique: 30, vitality abundant, endurance prolonged. A torrent of power, more potent and searing than ever before, surged through his limbs and bones. His muscle fibers buzzed under the strain, bone density dramatically increased, and the functions of his organs ascended to an unimaginable level. An infinite sense of strength filled every corner of his being, banishing the lingering fatigue from days of exertion, leaving him mentally sharper and more alert than ever. He felt capable of tearing apart tigers and leopards with his bare hands, capable of shattering boulders with a single punch. On my head, Wang Cheng abruptly drew his waistblade, no divine weapon, but a finely crafted saber, yet under the infusion of 40 points of strength. The blade seemed to hum with a faint tremor. He stepped forward, crossing the protective circle of his guards, the blade's tip aimed at the surging Jin soldiers below. His voice cutting through the din like cold ice. You barbarians, do you think yourselves worthy? Today, this breach shall be your grave. Those unafraid of death, come forth. His voice, though not loud, carried a peculiar penetrating force, infused with chilling intent and defiant pride, resonating clearly with the Song troops atop the battlements and momentarily halting the foremost Jin soldiers in their tracks. Arrogant, kill him. After a brief pause, the assault intensified with renewed fervor. The first wave of Jin soldiers finally surged into the breach, trampling over the bodies of their comrades and the Song soldiers. Their faces twisted in rage, brandishing curved sabers and iron clubs, pouncing upon Wang Cheng like beasts. Protect the general. Zhang Cheng roared, his eyes wild with urgency, charging forth with the guards. In an instant, the clash of weapons, roars, and screams melded into a cacophony of chaos. The breach transformed into a bloody arena of slaughter. Wang Cheng moved. He did not cower behind his guards, but, like a tiger among sheep, charged toward the enemy. The combination of 40 points of strength and his already exceptional battlefield combat skills created a terrifying reaction. The flash of his blade, a burly Jin chieftain wielding a wolf-toothed club, was cleaved in two, both man and weapon falling as blood and entrails splattered onto nearby Jin soldiers. They scarcely comprehended how Wang Cheng had struck. Wang Cheng moved like a specter, dodging a spear thrust, his left hand darting forth like lightning to seize the spear shaft. Yanking it violently, the spear-wielding Jin soldier felt an irresistible force, his body yanked into the path of a comrade's swinging blade. Thud! The unwitting comrade was slain, and before he could react, Wang Cheng's blade had already swept across his neck, sending a head soaring into the air. D. Wang Cheng shouted, his strikes fierce as a tempest, devoid of any embellishments, only the simplest, most direct, and efficient cuts and thrusts. Each blow carried terrifying power. The Jin soldier's leather armor and iron plates crumbled under his strikes, as if made of paper. The clashing of weapons often sent the Jin soldier's arms flying or shattered their weapons. He was like an unyielding, efficient killing machine, unleashing a storm of blood and carnage amongst the throng. Wherever he went, severed limbs and dismembered bodies flew. None could withstand his onslaught. Monster! He is a monster! Some Jin soldiers, terrified by the carnage, sought to retreat but were pushed onward by their comrades behind them, forced to advance only to be consumed by the scythe-like blade of death. Wang Cheng not only slaughtered, but also remained vigilant over the entire defensive line at the breach. Wherever the pressure mounted, his figure would appear like a stabilizing force, shattering wave after wave of Jin soldiers attempting to breach. Occasionally, he would seize discarded short spears from fallen Jin soldiers, his 40 points of strength granting him terrifying throwing prowess. Whoosh! A short spear shot forth like lightning, impaling a Jin officer commanding a squad from several dozen paces away, pinning him to the ground. General's might. The Song troops atop the battlements witnessed Wang Cheng's indomitable courage. Their previously wavering morale surged in an instant. Follow General Wang. Kill the Jin dogs. Block the breach. We cannot let the general hold the line alone. The defending soldiers erupted with astonishing combat prowess, resolutely blocking the Jin soldiers at the breach. However, the sheer number of Jin soldiers, coupled with Yuan Yang deadly orders and enormous bounties, drove them to charge forward without fear of death. The corpses piled up at the breach like a mountain, almost forming a new slope as the soldiers of the Jin army continued to surge upward over them. The battle had entered its most brutal phase of attrition. Wang Cheng's personal guards began to suffer casualties, and Zhang Cheng was also wounded, with a deep gash on his left arm exposing bone, yet he still fought on valiantly. Wang Cheng's black armor was already soaked in blood, indistinguishable between that of enemies and his own, although he was fierce and his physique had been enhanced to 30 points, granting him extraordinary endurance. The intensity of the combat had inevitably caused his breath to grow heavier. Nevertheless, the sharpness and coldness in his gaze remained undiminished. He understood that the key to the night lay in whether he could hold on and endure until the morale of the Jin troops crumbled. With another swing of his blade, he sent a Jin soldier and his armor flying. His eyes scanned the chaotic battlefield, focusing on the wolf-headed standard of the Jin army in the rear, and he thought with a cold smile, "One, Yinzong Wang. Let us see whether your numbers prevail, or my blade proves sharper." At that moment, a strange horn sounded from within the Jin ranks. A contingent of heavily armored Tai Fu-Tu infantry, wielding massive axes and hammers, advanced like a moving fortress, surrounded by even more elite and ferocious He Jiameng and guards. It was clear that one Yinzong Wang, realizing his ordinary soldiers could not subdue Wang Cheng, had finally deployed his ace troops to crush this formidable threat at the breach. On the city walls, Zhang Shuyi and others who had been closely monitoring the battle changed their expressions drastically. It was Tai Fu-Tu. "It's over," Wang Bing exclaimed in shock. Everyone's hearts sank. Could Wang Cheng create a miracle against the heavily armored Tai Fu-Tu at such a narrow breach? Wang Cheng gazed at the approaching steel tide, licking his cracked lips, and instead of fear, his eyes ignited with an even fiercer battle spirit. Heavy armor? Just the opportunity to test the limits of my 40-point strength. He gripped the horizontal blade, now marred with countless nicks and stained with blood, slightly lowering his body like a poised cheetah, ready to confront the night's most daunting challenge. Beneath the night sky at the breach, the flames roared, illuminating his blood-soaked figure, resembling a statue of an invincible war god. Chapter 46. A single man stands against thousands as he watched the Tai Fu-Tu infantry approach like iron towers, fully clad in cold-forged iron armor. Only their fierce, glinting eyes were visible. The massive axes and hammers glinted with a chilling light in the fire, and each step they took seemed to cause the city walls to tremble slightly. The heavy plates of armor clashed, producing a cacophony of death, coalescing into a suffocating torrent of steel. The morale of the Song troops, recently bolstered by Wang Cheng's valor, was instantly doused like cold water. Against these impenetrable iron behemoths, ordinary slashes and thrusts were nearly ineffective, and despair began to spread once more. "It's the Tai Fu-Tu." An old soldier's voice trembled as he gripped his spear, his hand shaking. Zhang Shuyi, observing from afar, clenched his fists and shouted, "Quick! Assemble all the divine bowmen and concentrate fire on the eyes and joint gaps of the Tai Fu-Tu." Hurry! However, the terrain at the breach was narrow and chaotic, making it difficult for the divine bowmen to unleash their full power, especially with the elite He Ming and guards positioned in front of the Tai Fu Tu. Wang Bing's eyes reddened with urgency. It's too late. General Wang, just when everyone thought Wang Cheng would retreat before the oncoming steel tide, perhaps even meeting his demise, he stared at the encroaching steel jungle and, instead of retreating, let out a long, resounding howl that reverberated through the land, his spirit soaring to the heavens. Ha! How dare the iron tortoise show its ferocity? If the blade lacks strength, bring me a hammer. He hurled his battered and bloodied horizontal blade to the ground with a clang, sending sparks flying. General, the captain of his personal guard, Wang Cheng, instantly understood. He remembered that the army had prepared heavy weapons to combat heavily armored foes. Enduring excruciating pain in his arm, he crawled to a nearby weapons rack and retrieved a pair of enormous, short-handled, heavy iron hammers, each weighing dozens of pounds. Then, with all his strength, Wang Cheng tossed them to Wang Cheng. Without even looking, Wang Cheng deftly caught the hammers in his hands. The terrifying 40-point strength made the heavy hammers feel weightless as he swung them, creating a fierce wind that rippled through the pools of blood on the ground. Excellent. Just what I need. Wang Cheng laughed heartily, his eyes ablaze with almost frenzied battle fervor. Today, let these barbarians witness what it means to conquer 10 with a single force. He stepped forward, no longer relying on the fortifications, his dark cloak billowing behind him like a demon descending upon the earth, ready to meet the moving steel forest. The first row of Tai Fu Tu soldiers, surprised by Wang Cheng's bold advance, let out a deep roar as massive axes and hammers, slicing through the air, came crashing down upon him from various angles. Intent on reducing the arrogant Song general to mere pulp. Facing this onslaught capable of shattering stone, Wang Cheng neither flinched nor retreated. His eyes shone with determination as he exhaled forcefully, his muscles coiling like a dragon, and with a pair of hammers that seemed like falling stars, he bravely charged forth. Clear the way. Clang! A deafening sound erupted, far surpassing any weapon clash heard before. It was as if a great bell had been shattered by immense force, or two iron mountains had collided. The piercing sound waves and visible shock waves radiated outward, causing soldiers nearby, both Song and Jin, to clutch their ears in pain, their heads spinning. The Tai Fu Tu soldiers who had met Wang Cheng head-on found their finely crafted axes and hammers twisted and shattered as if made of clay. Iron fragments flew in all directions. The Tai Fu Tu soldiers fared even worse, as the overwhelming force transmitted through their weapons obliterated their innards and bones. Even with heavy armor to cushion the impact, they simultaneously spewed blood, their heavy bodies tumbling backward like they had been struck by a stampeding elephant, knocking down their comrades behind them. Upon hitting the ground, their breastplates were caved in, and it was clear they would not survive. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the scene. Both the Song troops atop the walls and the Jin soldiers below were rendered speechless by this inhuman spectacle. The Tai Fu Tu, the elite of the Jin army, the heavy infantry upon which their dominance relied, had been sent flying by a single hammer strike. What monstrous strength was required for such a feat? He truly is a monster. Some Jin soldiers were so frightened they lost their wits, murmuring to themselves. Having struck decisively, Wang Cheng did not pause, charging into the ranks of the Tai Fu Tu like a tiger among sheep, wielding his dual hammers with no need for intricate techniques, simply unleashing the full extent of his 40-point strength. Smash! Sweep! Strike! The heavy hammers felt weightless in his hands, yet contained the power to split mountains. Bang! One hammer slammed into the breastplate of a Tai Fu Tu soldier, and the solid cold-forged iron crumpled into a terrifyingly deep dent, causing a sickening crack to resonate from the soldier's back, who then collapsed like a broken sack. Crack! A sweeping blow struck another Tai Fu Tu soldier's helmet, shattering it along with the head within, like a ripe watermelon bursting open, sending red and white matter flying. Moreover, on occasion, Wang Cheng would directly strike the incoming weapon with a hammer, sending both weapon and wielder flying. He resembled an indefatigable human battering ram, forcefully tearing open a breach in the formation of Tai Fu Tu. In his wake, there were no worthy opponents, only crushed armor, shattered weapons, and splattered blood and flesh. The proud defenses of Tai Futuo became a mere jest in the face of Wang Cheng's overwhelming might. General, your might is unparalleled. Invincible across the realm. Wang Cheng exclaimed, his voice choked with emotion and tears of excitement welling in his eyes. The soldiers atop the city wall, recovering from their extreme shock, erupted into a tsunami of cheers. Morale surged to its zenith. The defenders felt an invigorating surge of strength, emboldened by their divine commander. Kill, follow General Wang, and annihilate these iron tortoises. The defenders fought back like ferocious tigers, managing to push the Jin soldiers back from the breach. In the rear ranks of the Jin army, Wang viewed the scene through his telescope. His face, once filled with ecstasy and ferocity, now replaced by incredulous shock and a tinge of fear. How is this possible? Is he still human? Wang Wang's hand trembled slightly as he gripped the telescope. Tai Futuo was his prized possession, each unit a considerable investment, yet now being obliterated as if they were mere straw dogs. A marquis? No. Offer a bounty of 10,000 gold. Confer a title of nobility. Kill him at all costs. Mobilize every available soldier. Bury him. Wang Wang had completely lost his sanity. The terrifying combat prowess exhibited by Wang Cheng instilled an unprecedented sense of threat. This man must be eliminated, or he would find no peace. More Jin soldiers surged like a tide towards the now blood-soaked breach. Arrows rained down with increased ferocity, indiscriminately covering the area, even risking friendly fire to bring down Wang Cheng. Wang Cheng wielded his hammers, deflecting the majority of the incoming arrows, yet the sheer volume was overwhelming, and a few cunningly aimed arrows penetrated his defenses. Thud! A wolf-toothed arrow pierced through a gap in his shoulder armor, embedding itself an inch deep. Wang Cheng grunted softly, momentarily faltering, but his eyes flared with even greater ferocity as he retaliated with a hammer, smashing a nearby Jin centurion into a pulp. He stood as an insurmountable barrier at the forefront of the breach, his dual hammers whirling like windmills, the corpses piling up beneath the city walls forming a small mound. Blood soaked his battle boots, each step leaving a crimson footprint. The battle raged from deep into the night until the darkest hour of dawn. The Jin forces launched wave after wave of frenzied assaults, Wang Wang nearly exhausting his reserves, continually increasing the bounty from marquis level to nearly the granting of a kingdom. Yet, Wang Cheng and the Song army, invigorated by a spirit of desperate resistance, unwaveringly repelled the Jin assaults time and again. Wang Cheng was oblivious to how many times he had swung his hammers or how many he had slain. His arms were numb, sustained solely by sheer willpower. His strength remained formidable at 40 points, but his 30 points of endurance began to reveal signs of fatigue under such intense, sustained exertion. His breath came in heavy gasps, sweat and blood mingling, streaming down his brow, his vision growing hazy. Fresh wounds adorned his body, the most severe being a heavy axe that grazed his left rib. While it missed vital organs, his ribs might be fractured, and each breath brought excruciating pain. General, you must retreat and rest. We can hold the line here. Zhang Shai, having braved the hail of arrows to reach nearby, looked at Wang Cheng, drenched in blood and on the brink of collapse, yet still fighting fiercely. His voice choked with concern. Wang Bing also implored, Brother Wang, for the sake of your elder brother, please withdraw and tend to your wounds. The Jin momentum has waned. We can hold. Wang Cheng crushed the skull of a Jin soldier attempting a sneak attack with a hammer, shook his slightly dizzy head, spat out a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva, his voice hoarse yet resolute. No, if I retreat now, the morale will falter. That old dog Wang Wang is waiting for my retreat. Tell the brothers that I, Wang Cheng, will be nailed here tonight. If the enemy does not retreat, neither shall I. His voice, though not loud, carried a resolute determination to stand with the city in life or death, resonating clearly in the ears of every bloody defender. General, the surrounding soldiers, upon hearing his words, gazed at the figure standing like a blood-stained war deity, their eyes brimming with tears, a surge of tragic heroism and valor swelling within them. We shall fight to the death alongside the general. If the enemy does not retreat, neither shall we. While the city stands, we stand. If the city falls, we fall. Their furious roars coalesced into an indomitable will, propelling their exhausted bodies to continue the fight against the enemy. Wang Wang, from afar, heard the Song Army's tsunami-like shouts, and beheld the figure still standing unwavering at the breach, seemingly unyielding. A profound sense of helplessness and a hint of respect welled up within him. Truly a foe worthy of thousands, yet regrettably, not for the benefit of my Dajin. He sighed deeply, realizing the futility of further attacks would only incur more casualties and dampen their spirit. In the eastern sky, the first light of dawn began to emerge, heralding the arrival of daybreak. The Jin soldiers, having fought throughout the night, were now utterly exhausted, suffering heavy losses, their morale dwindling to its nadir. Gazing at the mountain of fallen comrades and the nightmarish figures still standing resolutely, fear filled their eyes, and their advance involuntarily slowed. Just as Wang Cheng felt his body nearing its limit, darkness creeping into his vision, nearly losing grip on his hammer's handle, the system's notification chimed like a celestial melody. Ding! 5 enhancement points. Wang Cheng roared within his heart. Ding! Consumed 5 enhancement points, endurance raised to 35. A surge of cool and vibrant life coursed through him, akin to a nourishing rain revitalizing parched earth. The once agonizing wounds now tingled with a sense of relief, bleeding gradually subsiding, and his nearly depleted energy restored somewhat. His spirit lifted. This boost of 5 points in endurance became the final straw that would support him against collapsing, the last pillar propping up his weary form. Ha ha! Heaven does not forsake me. Brothers, the Jin thieves are spent. Follow me to slay them. Wang Cheng, invigorated, rallied his remaining strength, brandishing his hammers and letting out a resounding battle cry. Stepping forward, this step seemed to carry the dawn's light and boundless majesty. The already beleaguered Jin soldiers, confronted by Wang Cheng's sudden resurgence and imposing presence, were utterly terrified, and with a cry, they retreated like a receding tide, despite their commander's shouts and whips failing to halt the rout. Sound the retreat. Wanyan Zhongwang observed the fleeing troops, watched the sky grow ever brighter, and wearily waved his hand, his face filled with defeat and discontent. The clear sound of retreat echoed, like a decree of mercy. The remaining Jin soldiers, as if granted a reprieve, discarded their armor and fled back to their camp in utter disarray. The night-long siege came to an end. The Shishue gate held firm. On the city walls, after a brief silence, an earth-shattering cheer erupted. All surviving defenders collapsed to the ground, embracing each other in tears, celebrating this hard-won victory. And at the breach, that figure which stood resolute throughout the night, upon hearing the retreat signal and confirming the Jin soldiers had truly withdrawn, finally relaxed the tension that had reached its peak. The 35 points of vitality could not instantaneously compensate for his near-exhausted energy and grievous injuries. Wang Cheng felt the world spin around him, darkness engulfing his vision, and the twin hammers clattered to the ground as his towering figure swayed and fell backward. General! Zhang Cheng, Zhang Shai, Wang Bing, and all who beheld this scene let out heart-wrenching cries, scrambling toward him, encircling the spot where Wang Cheng had collapsed. Each face was etched with boundless concern, admiration, and panic. This general, akin to a god of war guarding Bianliang, must not come to harm. Chapter 47. The transformation of Shi Shangyun, when Wang Cheng was carried back to the general's residence on a makeshift stretcher by Zhang Cheng and several loyal soldiers. Daylight had already broken, yet the morning light could not dispel the gloom and anxiety that loomed over the estate. The gate stood wide open, and Yuan Yang, Qingwen, Yingshan, Yu Sanjie, and even Shi Shangyun, who had just entered the household the night before with a complex state of mind, anxiously clustered within. Their hair was disheveled, dark circles under their eyes revealing a night of sleeplessness, as they sent servants to the street corner to inquire, their hearts already frayed by the distant sounds of battle. The moment the stretcher came into view, several women's breaths nearly ceased. Wang Cheng lay there, his dark armor obscured by dark red blood and grimy mud, rendering its original color unrecognizable. His complexion was as pale as parchment, lips cracked, and eyes tightly shut. Were it not for the faint rise and fall of his chest, he would have appeared lifeless. Master! Yuan Yang was the first to rush forward, her voice trembling with despair, the usually composed and steady woman utterly flustered. Her hand hovered in the air, yearning to touch him but fearing to inflict pain upon his many wounds. Qingwen's tears cascaded down her cheeks as she clasped her mouth. Stifling her sobs, yet her fragile shoulders shook like leaves in the wind. How could this be happening? She murmured, unable to believe that the frail figure before her was the same man who had laughed and easily lifted Sanjie the night before, their steadfast pillar. Yingchun timidly followed behind, her small face drained of color upon seeing Wang Cheng's state. Tears fell silently like pearls from a broken string as she clutched her garment tight, nails digging into her palm, feeling no pain, only a piercing ache in her heart as if something had cruelly gouged it. Sanjie bit her lip tightly, her spirited eyes now brimming with tears, struggling not to cry out, but her trembling body and suddenly pale complexion betrayed the tempest within her soul. She stepped forward quickly, her gaze fixed intently upon Wang Cheng's face, as if seeking confirmation of his continued existence. Even Shang Yun stood frozen in place. All her prior grievances, reluctance, and fears of the unfamiliar environment crumbled in the face of this tragic scene. She gazed at her husband, whom she had only briefly encountered the night before, now returned in a bloodied state. A tumult of emotions surged within her, shock, confusion, and a twinge of pain she had not even realized existed. Quickly, get him inside. Watch the steps. Wang Cheng's voice was hoarse as he commanded, his left arm hastily bandaged, stained with blood, his face marked by soot and exhaustion. The crowd hurriedly carried Wang Cheng into the main room, carefully placing him on the soft bed. Wang Cheng, what happened to the master? Yuan Yang forced herself to remain calm, trembling hands working to remove the heavy armor caked with blood, her voice quivering with suppressed tears. Wang Cheng looked at the worried and fearful faces surrounding him, took a deep breath, and endeavored to steady his voice. Yet, as he recounted the events, his tone rose with emotion, his eyes reddening. Ladies, rest assured, the general merely exhausted himself and fainted. He has many superficial wounds, but none that are life-threatening. He set the tone, observing the women's slight ease, before continuing. You did not witness it. Last night, the Jin soldiers went mad, attacking the largest breach at the Xue gate. It was about to collapse when the general himself led us to hold the line. His voice trembled with a mix of fear and immense pride. The general stood at the forefront of that breach. The Jin soldiers surged like a tidal wave. He initially wielded a sword, but when it broke, he switched to wielding a pair of iron hammers weighing dozens of pounds. My word, he was like a reincarnation of the mighty Xiangyu, a resurrection of Li Yuanba. Wang Cheng spoke passionately, gesturing wildly. Those heavily armored Jin infantrymen were like iron towers, impervious to blades and spears. But our general, with a single strike, crushed both man and armor. He truly smashed them to pieces, their brains splattering everywhere. Qingwen gasped. Clutching her chest in fear, Yingchun shut her eyes in terror, but could not resist opening them again. Sanjie's eyes sparkled with excitement, her breath quickening. Shang Yun held her breath, as though witnessing a battlefield of carnage firsthand. The Jin offered a bounty of gold, promising titles of nobility for the general's head. Arrows rained down upon him like a storm. The general was struck by arrows, and a heavy axe grazed his side, likely fracturing his ribs. Yet he did not retreat an inch. Wang Cheng's voice broke, tears glistening in his fierce eyes. He stood there, drenched in blood, shouting that he would not retreat until the enemy did. The brothers were inspired by the general, fighting valiantly alongside him. They battled from midnight until dawn, slaying the Jin soldiers until their corpses piled high, forcing them to flee in terror. He wiped his face, gazing at the unconscious Wang Cheng, his voice filled with profound admiration. The general exhausted himself to the point of fainting. Had it not been for him, the Xue gate would have fallen, and Bianliang would have been lost. He is the great hero of our city, a true man of honor. The room fell silent, save for the muffled sobs of the women and Wang Cheng's heavy breathing. Yuan Yang's tears flowed like a breached dam as she gently wiped the blood from Wang Cheng's face and neck, weeping, "My lord, you are risking your life for us." Qingwen was equally inconsolable, wringing a hot towel to carefully clean Wang Cheng's arms, gasping at the bruises and new wounds etched across his skin. Yingchun silently wept, bringing warm water and using a cotton swab to moisten Wang Cheng's cracked lips. Sanjie took a sharp breath, her voice resolute. This is a true hero, standing tall. He fights for his country and people. To serve such a master is a blessing for me. Sanjie, her spirited demeanor returned. It was imbued with sincere respect and pride. Xue Yun stood a little farther back, listening to Wang Cheng's vivid and impassioned recounting, gazing at the man on the bed, battered and unconscious, who had fought to protect this city. All her past grievances, reluctance, and resistance seemed to be swept away by a colossal tide in that moment. She recalled her uncles sending her here for family interests, the tears of the Jia sisters, and Baoyu's madness, alongside her own despair in the bridal sedan chair. Yet all of this seemed so trivial, so ill-timed in the face of this man who had fought with blood and nearly returned his shroud. The vague image of a hero that had lingered in her heart became clearer and more concrete than ever. He was not the charming scholar of romantic tales, nor was he a tender-hearted gentleman like Baoyu. He was the iron-blooded man before her, standing resolutely amidst the carnage, bearing the weight of the nation upon his shoulders. An unprecedented shock, admiration, intermingled with an ineffable heartache and a subtle, yet undefined sense of belonging, quietly took root and spread within her heart. She gazed at his face, which, despite being pale and unconscious, still bore distinct contours and resilient lines, and her expression gradually transformed. After a busy hour, the women, with the assistance of Wang Cheng's devoted servant, cautiously removed his tattered garments, cleansing his body with warm water and ointment. They delicately wiped away the grime, attended to all his wounds, applied the finest healing salve, and meticulously wrapped him in clean gauze. When the new and old scars on his robust physique were fully revealed, a wave of soft gasps and heart-wrenching breaths ensued. Particularly, the large, ghastly bruise on his left rib and the arrow wound at his shoulder, which was visible to the bone, made Yuan Yang's tears flow even more fiercely. Finally, everything was in order. Wang Cheng was dressed and clean, soft garments, and lay securely under a silken quilt. Although his breathing was weak, it began to stabilize. The continuous tension and busyness had rendered the women visibly fatigued. Yuan Yang rubbed her swollen forehead, glanced at the now high sun outside, then looked back at the sleeping Wang Cheng, her gaze ultimately resting on Xue Yun. She took a deep breath, approached Xue Yun, and bowed respectfully. Though her tone was weary, it carried a gravity of entrustment. Sure. I momentarily find myself at a loss for how to address this newly arrived young lady of the Marquisate. After a pause, she continued, Lord Wang is temporarily stable here. I will be grateful if you could keep watch over him. We shall remain outside, and should Lord Wang show any signs of movement or require anything, please call for us at any time. Qingwen, Chun, and Yu Sanjie also looked over, their eyes reflecting a complex mix of concern, scrutiny, and a hint of tacit acceptance. Regardless, the bridal palanquin had indeed entered the door last night. She was now the rightful concubine of this household, and it was only fitting that she cared for him closely at this moment. Xue Yun felt somewhat uneasy under the gaze of several eyes. Yet looking at the person on the bed, she gently nodded and replied in a soft voice, Rest assured, sisters, I shall manage. Yuan Yang and the others exchanged one last deep glance at Wang Cheng before supporting each other and retreating quietly, softly closing the door behind them. Instantly, the room fell silent, leaving only the faint sounds of birds chirping outside and the steady breaths of the man on the bed. Xue Yun stood still for a moment, as if realizing that only she and he remained in this space. She slowly approached the bedside, lowering her gaze to observe Wang Cheng's slumbering visage. Stripped of the bloodshed and the fleeting sense of oppression from the battlefield, he now bore an unmistakable weariness in his brow, his complexion pale, and his lips devoid of color, appearing somewhat fragile. Her eyes involuntarily fell upon his shoulder and ribcage, wrapped in white gauze. Imagining how he had endured such pain while wielding a heavy hammer amidst countless foes. If the enemy does not retreat, I shall not retreat. Wang Cheng's impassioned voice seemed to echo in her ears. Her heart felt as though it had been gently struck by something, a pang of bittersweetness coupled with an inexplicable warmth. She slowly settled onto the embroidered stool beside the bed, her movements so delicate they barely made a sound. She gazed at him, taking in his defined jawline, prominent nose, and the resolute brow that remained steadfast even in slumber. This man was not the gentle and refined partner of her dreams. He had forcefully intruded upon her predetermined fate, marked by blood and fire. Yet it was precisely this man who, in the most direct and harrowing manner, illustrated for her and for all what it meant to bear responsibility, what it meant to be a hero. The ice in her heart began to melt quietly in the face of his fervent heroism. The remnants of her reluctance and grievance transformed into a dense tenderness and an indescribable flutter within her. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Wang Cheng's face and casting a glow upon Xue Baochai's enchanted profile. She reached out her hand, her fingertips almost brushing against his cheek before timidly retreating, opting instead to gently tuck a stray lock of his dark hair that had fallen onto the pillow. Thereafter, she maintained her position, utterly still, as if she wished to etch his sleeping visage into her heart. The room was tranquil and serene, with only the sunlight silently shifting, reflecting the subtle emotions that had just traversed life and death and were now quietly transforming. Chapter 48. Come and sleep. When Wang Cheng awoke once more, the room was shrouded in darkness. Silence enveloped him, interrupted only by the distant sound of the watchman's clapper, signaling the depth of night. He blinked, gradually regaining consciousness. Sharp pains coursed through various parts of his body, particularly his left rib and shoulder, which throbbed intensely. His arm felt so heavy it seemed alien to him, making even the slightest movement laborious. He attempted to wiggle his fingers, confirming that his nerves were intact, merely a normal reaction to muscle fatigue. Taking a deep breath, he felt a dull ache in his chest, but the flow of his internal energy appeared largely unimpeded, providing him with a measure of comfort. After all, his enhanced physique, coupled with youth, had allowed him to sleep throughout the day, significantly alleviating the bone-deep exhaustion he had felt. He turned his head slightly and beheld Xue Baochai, who had fallen asleep at his bedside. She appeared utterly fatigued, lost in a deep slumber. Had she not been kept awake by anxiety throughout the night? Today, she had also forced herself to maintain her composure while watching over him for the better part of the day. Even in the dim light, the heavy shadows beneath her eyes were evident. Her face, usually radiant and spirited, appeared particularly gentle and tranquil in her dreams, even exuding a hint of fragility. Her black, thick hair lay somewhat disheveled over her shoulders and arms, accentuating the delicate curve of her exposed neck. She wore only a bright red nightgown, though fashioned from fine silk. It seemed rather thin in the chill of such a deep night. In her sleep, she unconsciously curled up slightly. Wang Cheng quietly observed her. This noblewoman, who had entered his life in such an almost forceful manner, now shed all her sharpness and defenses, resembling a child in need of protection. He suppressed the sting from his shoulder wound, using his still functional right hand to cautiously lift a corner of the quilt covering him. Gently, he draped it over Xue Baochai. His movements clumsy, yet imbued with a rare attentiveness, striving to avoid waking her and aggravating his own injuries, which caused him to furrow his brow in barely perceptible discomfort. However, Xue Baochai had not been sleeping soundly. The sudden weight and subtle movement startled her awake. She abruptly lifted her head, her bewildered almond-shaped eyes adjusting to the darkness, and immediately locked onto Wang Cheng's gaze, which appeared particularly profound in the night. You're awake. Her voice, tinged with the raspy quality of someone just roused from sleep, brimmed with incredulous delight as she sat upright, oblivious to the quilt slipping from her shoulders. How do you feel? Does the wound still hurt terribly? Are you thirsty? Hungry? A torrent of questions tumbled from her lips, filled with genuine concern. Suddenly, she realized she had actually fallen asleep, and so deeply that she hadn't even noticed Wang Cheng waking or covering her with the quilt. A wave of intense guilt and panic washed over her. How could I have fallen asleep? This is terrible. What do you need? I will call for Yuan Yang and the others right away. She began to rise. No need, Wang Cheng interjected, his voice hoarse from sleep, but imbued with a calming strength. I am fine. Seeing you sleep so soundly, I did not wish to disturb you. His gaze fell upon her face. You two have toiled for an entire day and night, guarding over me, and it has been arduous. These seemingly simple words stirred a wave of emotions within Xue Baochai, evoking yesterday's humiliation, today's astonishment, and the current sense of helplessness that all surged to her eyes, causing them to grow warm. She hurriedly lowered her head, concealing her feelings, and said, "It was not hard. It is you who has suffered." Before she could finish, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Clearly, the soft stirrings of the two within had been sufficient to rouse the ever-watchful Yuan Yang and the others, who had not truly slept. The door was gently pushed open, and Yuan Yang, carrying a candlestick, was the first to enter briskly, followed closely by Qingwen and Sanjie, with Ingchun rubbing her sleepy eyes, draped in an outer garment behind them. The candlelight dispelled the darkness, illuminating faces filled with worry and surprise. "Master, you have finally awoken." Yuan Yang placed the candlestick on the small table beside the bed and scrutinized Wang Cheng's complexion under the light. Although he still appeared pale, his eyes had regained their former clarity and sharpness, no longer the frightful sight from the morning. The tension in her heart eased slightly, though her voice still trembled with residual fear. "You truly scared us." Qingwen leaned closer to the bedside, her eyes red as she looked at Wang Cheng. Wanting to touch him, yet hesitating, "Wang Chengji, do you still feel a lot of pain? Are you hungry?" There's been bird's nest porridge and ginseng soup kept warm on the stove. Sanjie, who was the most impatient, spoke directly. "Master, you do not know. When you were carried back, we all thought." She choked on her words and did not continue, instead saying, "It is good that you are awake. It is good that you are awake." Zhang Cheng said, "You are utterly exhausted. How do you feel now?" Ingchun timidly stood slightly behind and softly said, "It is good that the general is fine." Observing the genuine concern etched on each face, Wang Cheng felt a warmth blossom within him. He attempted to smile reassuringly, but the movement tugged at his cracked lips, causing a stab of pain. "I have disturbed you," he said softly. "Do not worry, I will not die. I just slept enough, feel a bit hungry and a bit thirsty. Quickly, bring the warm porridge and soup." Yuan Yang immediately turned to instruct the waiting maid outside, while she herself poured a cup of warm water, carefully supporting Wang Cheng's neck and feeding him little by little. The warm water soothed his parched throat, and Wang Cheng felt significantly more comfortable. Soon, the maid brought in the rock sugar bird's nest porridge and a bowl of rich ginseng soup, both kept warm over a gentle flame. Qingwen and Sanjie rushed forward, one carefully blowing on the porridge to cool it before spoon-feeding Wang Cheng, while the other held the ginseng soup, waiting for him to finish the porridge before serving him half a bowl of the soup. The pallor of Wang Cheng's face finally regained a hint of color, and his spirit visibly improved. As the women saw him eat with ease and his breathing gradually steady, their hearts finally returned to their chests, and the previously tense atmosphere lightened. They began to chatter, inquiring about how his wounds felt and whether they should summon the physician again. Once he was sufficiently fed and felt a bit more energetic, Wang Cheng gazed out at the thick darkness of the night and said to Yuan Yang and the others, "It is getting late. I am no longer in serious danger here. You should all return and rest. There is no need for you all to stay here." Yuan Yang carefully observed his expression, confirming that he was indeed stable, then glanced at Xue Baochai, who stood quietly beside the bed, appearing somewhat at a loss, and understood. She was someone who knew the importance of propriety and boundaries. So she responded gently, "Yes, master. Please rest well, and if you feel any discomfort, do not hesitate to call for us immediately." Saying this, she exchanged glances with Qingwen, Sanjie, and the others. Qingwen still seemed a bit unconvinced, her lips moving, but was discreetly pulled down by Sanjie. Sanjie nodded toward Wang Cheng and Xue Baochai, and only then did Qingwen realize, her face flushing slightly as she lowered her head and ceased speaking. Ingchun also respectfully curtsied, following her sisters as they withdrew. Before leaving, Yuan Yang specifically advised Xue Baochai with warmth, "Miss Xue, I hope you will take good care of the master." Then she gently closed the door behind her, taking the others away. The room fell silent once more, leaving only the occasional crackle of the candle flame, with the previous crowd now reduced to just the two of them. Xue Baochai felt a wave of nervousness wash over her. Her hands unconsciously twisted the hem of her clothing, and her heartbeat became erratic. Stealing a glance at Wang Cheng, she found him gazing at her with calm intensity, prompting her to hurriedly lower her lashes and focus on the intricate lotus pattern on her embroidered shoes. Wang Cheng took in her apprehension, recalling her intense reaction at the Jiao residence yesterday, and understood. He was not one to rush matters, especially not now when he bore injuries and had yet to fully recuperate. He softened his tone, adopting a casual air as he asked, "Are you adjusting well to life in this household?" Xue Baochai was taken aback by his unexpected question, momentarily stunned before softly replying, "It is quite all right." "Have the maids and servants been neglectful?" Wang Cheng inquired. "Not at all. They are all very respectful," Xue Baochai answered honestly. The servants of the general's residence indeed upheld strict decorum, showing no sign of disdain for her as a new concubine. Wang Cheng acknowledged her response with a simple murmur, then suddenly raised his hand, patting the empty space beside him on the bed with an authoritative tone. Come, sleep here. Ah. Xue Baochai's head snapped up, her face instantly ablaze, even her ears turning a bright hue, her eyes wide with shock and shyness. Master, you are still injured. I'm fine. Wang Cheng interrupted her, his brow furrowing slightly. It seemed his wounds were throbbing again, yet his tone remained steady, tinged with a hint of command. It is late. Do you intend to sit by the bed all night? Come here. His gaze was calm, yet undeniably imposing. Under his scrutiny, Xue Baochai felt her entire body stiffen, unsure of where to place her hands and feet. After a moment of struggle, she ultimately did not dare to oppose him. Perhaps deep down, she did not truly wish to resist. Biting her lower lip, she fought against overwhelming embarrassment and slowly moved to the edge of the bed. Turning her back to Wang Cheng, her fingers trembling as she began to untie the silk sash tied around her outer garment. As she shed the vibrant red outer robe, she revealed a similarly red soft silk inner garment, accentuating her slender neck and graceful form. She stood rigidly, hesitant to turn around, let alone lie down. Wang Cheng observed her tense demeanor, finding it somewhat amusing, and noted that her reaction was far more animated than her previous despondent and numb state. He ceased speaking, extending his uninjured right arm to envelop her delicate waist, applying gentle pressure to draw her shivering form into his embrace, holding her securely. Ah! Xue Baochai gasped in surprise, finding herself suddenly enveloped in a warm embrace that carried the scent of medicine and a faint masculine fragrance. Her entire body tensed as if turned to stone, her heart pounding like a drum, nearly leaping from her throat. What was he intending to do? Surely do not move. Wang Cheng's deep voice resonated above her, carrying a tone of undeniable authority yet tinged with evident fatigue. Just lie still and sleep. He adjusted his position, cradling her against his side, allowing her small head to rest upon his uninjured shoulder, his chin lightly resting atop her hair. His arm was strong and firm. Even with his injuries, his hold was unyielding. I will not do anything to you tonight. He seemed to sense her continued tension and added, his tone laced with a hint of playful exasperation. Sleep peacefully. These words served as a decree, causing Xue Baochai's tightly coiled nerves to suddenly relax. So, he merely wished to hold her while they slept. After an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, there emerged an ineffable softness akin to that of a survivor. Her rigid form gradually softened in his steady and warm embrace. She was compelled to press her cheek against his chest, and through a thin layer of soft clothing, she could distinctly hear the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat. Thud, 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 steady and robust, carrying an extraordinary cadence that seemed capable of dispelling all unease and fear. The clean scent enveloping her, mingled with a faint medicinal aroma and a subtle hint of blood, was not particularly pleasant, yet it paradoxically instilled in her an unprecedented sense of solidity and safety. She cautiously lifted her eyelids, catching a glimpse of his sharply defined jawline, so near. With his eyes closed, his breathing gradually became even and prolonged, as if he truly intended only to hold her until slumber overtook them. Xue Baochai's emotions were in a state of utmost complexity. This man had intrusively entered her life, shattering all her fantasies, yet in the most harrowing manner. He had demonstrated what it meant to stand tall and unwavering. His embrace at this moment was marked by wounds and blood, yet also exuded a form of almost domineering protection. Was she aggrieved? Perhaps so. Was she resigned to her fate? It seemed she had little choice. Yet beneath it all, something else quietly took root in the depths of her heart. Admiration, compassion, and perhaps even a faint stirring of emotion she herself had yet to fully recognize. She dared not move, fearing to disturb his wounds or shatter this momentary, peculiar peace. Listening to the steady cadence of his heartbeat and feeling the rise and fall of his chest, the fatigue and tension of the entire day surged forth like a tide, her eyelids gradually growing heavy. Ultimately, she sought a more comfortable position in his embrace and slowly closed her eyes. The candle on the candelabra silently shed its wax. Outside the window, the cold wind persisted, yet it seemed no longer so biting. Chapter 49. Xue Baochai returns home the next morning. Xue Baochai awoke enveloped in an unprecedented warmth and sense of confinement. She felt herself encircled in a solid, heated embrace. Her cheek pressed against the cool satin of his nightclothes, the air around her infused with a clean scent mingling with a faint medicinal note. It took her a moment to gather her thoughts before clarity dawned. This was Wang Cheng's embrace. She had, astonishingly, fallen asleep in his arms last night. This realization jolted her awake. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and her heartbeat became erratic. Cautiously, she attempted to shift away, only to find his heavy right arm firmly encircling her waist. Stealing a glance to see if he was awake, she beheld the profile of Wang Cheng in slumber. The gentle morning light streamed through the window, illuminating his rugged features. Compared to the pallor and frailty he had exhibited in unconsciousness, he appeared much improved now. His breathing steady and deep, though a lingering trace of fatigue still marred his brow. In his sleep, the sharpness that characterized his waking demeanor was softened, revealing a rare tranquility. Xue Baochai found herself transfixed, momentarily forgetting to move. Just then, Wang Cheng's thick lashes fluttered, and he slowly opened his eyes. Initially clouded, his deep gaze quickly regained its customary clarity, locking onto her furtive glance. Xue Baochai, like a startled deer, hastily averted her eyes, her cheeks reddening to the point of nearly appearing to bleed, even the nape of her neck taking on a rosy hue. Observing her flustered and awkward demeanor, a faint smile flickered in Wang Cheng's eyes. Rather than loosening his hold, he tightened his embrace, drawing her even closer, and lowered his head to plant a warm, dry kiss upon her smooth forehead. This kiss was light, fleeting, yet carried an air of natural possession. "Awake?" he inquired. Xue Baochai replied in a voice scarcely above a whisper, her entire being frozen, her heart racing as if it might burst. The spot where he had kissed her felt as though it had ignited a small flame, burning fervently. "Did you sleep well?" He seemed in no rush to rise, indulging in a rare moment of leisure with her. "Yes," Xue Baochai replied, biting her lip, answering honestly, setting aside her initial nervousness and shyness. She realized that this night had been the most peaceful and restful she had experienced since learning of her engagement. Wang Cheng merely acknowledged her with a sound, refraining from further speech, yet he showed no inclination to release her. They remained there quietly entwined, attuned to one another's synchronized breathing and heartbeats. As the morning light gradually brightened the room, ultimately, it was Wang Cheng who first moved. He loosened his embrace and propped himself up on the bed. The motion tugged at his wound, causing him to furrow his brow ever so slightly. "General, be careful of your injury," Xue Baochai exclaimed, quickly sitting up and instinctively reaching out to assist him. However, upon touching his solid arm, she recoiled as if scalded. "No harm done." Wang Cheng glanced at her, donning his outer robe and calling out to the attendants outside, "Come in." The waiting servants, including Yuan Yang and Qingwen, entered promptly, bringing hot water, salt, and cloths to assist Wang Cheng with his ablutions. Xue Baochai hurriedly got out of bed, attended to by the maidservants sent from the general's residence. After completing her morning routine and partaking in a light breakfast, Wang Cheng set down his chopsticks and instructed the standing Zhang Cheng, "Prepare the carriage, and ensure the return gifts are packed according to the list. Shortly, send Xue Yang back to the Xue family, then proceed to Rongwa Mansion." "Yes, General," Zhang Cheng replied. Taking his leave, Wang Cheng then turned to Xue Baochai, his tone calm yet firm. "The return gift list was drafted by Yuan Yang. I have added a bit more. You will handle matters with the Xue family yourself. If anyone at Rongwa Mansion inquires, just say, 'I am recuperating and cannot attend.' Should anyone speak out of turn, there is no need to endure it. I will bear the brunt for you." His words, though delivered in an even tone, sent a jolt of surprise through Xue Baochai's heart. Not only did he remember that today was her return home day, but he also took the initiative to inquire about it, enhancing the gift list and providing her with the assurance that she need not suffer in silence. A mixture of astonishment, bitterness, and faint sweetness flooded her heart. Rising, she performed a respectful bow, her voice slightly choked. "Thank you for your arrangements, General." Wang Cheng waved his hand, signaling her to refrain from excessive formality. The carriage came to a steady halt before the gates of the Zhongjingho residence. The doorman, having received word, flung the main doors open wide. Xue Nai and Xue Ding, her uncles, eagerly awaited her arrival, their faces adorned with warm and somewhat sycophantic smiles. "Yuna has returned," Xue Ding exclaimed, stepping forward to behold his niece alighting from the carriage, her attire splendid and her complexion quite favorable. A glimmer of satisfaction flickering in his eyes. "Niece pays respects to my uncles," Shi Shangyun greeted, but was quickly supported by Shernai. "Rise, rise. There is no need for such formalities among family." Shernai smiled, yet his gaze involuntarily drifted to the lavishly laden return gift carriage, covered with red cloth. Further assuring him, they ushered Shi Shangyun into the main hall and offered her fragrant tea. Shi Ding eagerly inquired, "Yinner, how is everything at the general's residence? How does General Wang treat you?" Shi Shangyun cradled her teacup, lowering her gaze as she replied, "Thank you, my uncles, for your concern. Everything is well. The general treats me generously." "Generously is good. Generously is good." Shernai clapped in delight, saying, "General Wang is a young hero, busy with affairs. That he treats you thus is indeed a blessing for our Shi family. You must adhere to your duties as a wife, serving wholeheartedly, and avoid any trivial grievances that might displease the general." Shi Ding also imparted earnest advice. "Indeed, Yinner, now that you are in the general's residence, your fortunes are intertwined. The general's future is promising, and it is your duty to assist him well, enabling him to expand his family in due course, which is only just. The other ladies in the household should also coexist harmoniously, avoiding jealousy and rivalry that would tarnish their dignity." As she listened to her uncle speak incessantly about service and family expansion, Shi Shangyun felt a tumult of emotions within her. Their concern was never for her true happiness, but rather whether she could capture Wang Cheng's heart and bring lasting benefits to the Shi family. She responded softly, acknowledging her aunt's care. After having lunch at the Shi residence and resting briefly, Shi Shangyun took her leave to visit the Rongwa mansion. In the courtyard of Rongqing Hall, upon hearing of Shi Shangyun's return, Jiamu, Wang Furun, Xing Furun, Xue Ma, along with Wang Shifeng and Li Wan, were all present. Shi Shangyun entered. Greeting them one by one, Jiamu grasped her hand, scrutinizing her carefully. She noticed that Shi Shangyun was adorned in a rose-red, gold thread embroidered skirt, her head adorned with a fine hairpin embellished with gems. Though her complexion was not as rosy and vibrant as before, it remained fair and radiant, devoid of any signs of fatigue, which eased Jiamu's heart as she exclaimed, "Well, well, you seem to be in good spirits. Are you adjusting well over there? Does the general treat you kindly?" Shi Shangyun lowered her head slightly in response. "Thank you for your concern. All is well. The general is very busy with military affairs. Yet he treats me with utmost respect and kindness." Wang Furun, twisting her prayer beads, replied calmly, "The rules of a military household may not be as strict as ours. Now that you are there, you must stand firm and be cautious in your words and actions." Xing Fu curled her lips, saying nothing, but her gaze was scrutinizing. Wang Shifeng, ever cheerful, remarked, "Sister Yun is indeed fortunate, with a figure like General Wang, who is currently favored by the emperor, who knows what honors may await him in the future. Just live your life peacefully. If you feel lacking in anything or miss your sisters, just come back." After some idle chatter, Jiamu suggested, "You sisters have not seen each other for a long time, so go and speak your hearts without restraint." Shi Shangyun then excused herself, joining Tan Chun, Shi Chun, and the newly arrived Xue Baochai and Lin Daiyu in the garden, ultimately settling in the Qiushuang studio. Once the maids served tea and retreated, Tan Chun inquired with concern, "Sister Yun, is everything truly well over there? We heard that General Wang was gravely injured the other day. Is he in serious condition?" Shi Shangyun nodded. "His injuries are severe, but the general has a strong constitution. The physician said with proper care, he will recover without major issues. He awoke yesterday and appeared much better." Shi Chun whispered, "That is good to hear. We heard he was carried back covered in blood. It was quite alarming." Lin Daiyu spoke gently. "General Wang fights valiantly for his country. He is indeed a hero. Sister Yun is fortunate to have such a husband. If he respects you, that is a promising beginning." Her words were subtle, but their meaning was clear to all present. Hearing her sister's genuine or polite concern warmed Shi Shangyun's heart. At that moment, Xue Baochai burst in like a whirlwind. "Sister Yun, you have returned." He seized Shi Shangyun's sleeve, disregarding decorum, and exclaimed urgently, "Tell me quickly, has Wang Cheng bullied you? That course-martial man, how could he understand the fragility of a woman? He must have wronged you, hasn't he? Do not fear. Speak to us, and we shall support you." His words came out in a rush, drawing the attention of everyone around. Shi Shangyun's smile instantly faded. She forcefully pulled her sleeve from Baoyu's grasp, her brows knitting together. Second brother, what nonsense are you spouting? Bao Yu, seeing her retort, grew even more agitated. How am I being nonsensical? That scoundrel, drenched in blood, is consumed only by fame and fortune. How could he ever comprehend a woman's purity? Sister Yuan, you were once so open and carefree. How could you settle for being confined to the inner chambers, vying for favor? He must be coercing you. Or perhaps your uncles are. Bao Yu, Xue Yun interrupted him sharply, her voice rising with evident anger. Do not speak such absurdities. Do not malign my husband. The declaration of my husband rang out clearly, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Bao Yu felt as though he had been choked, staring at her in disbelief as if he did not recognize her. Xue Yun's chest heaved with emotion. She glared at Bao Yu, her almond-shaped eyes ablaze with indignation, articulating each word with clarity. You repeatedly call him coarse, label him a scoundrel. Then I ask you, on the night of the Jin army's fierce assault on the Xue Gate, when the city was on the brink of collapse, and the lives of countless citizens hung in the balance, where were you? You were in your Yihong courtyard lamenting the seasons, smashing jade and cursing the world. As her voice grew more impassioned, it resonated with the fervor of defending her husband. And my husband, Wang Cheng, he was at the breach, drenched in blood, wielding a sword and an iron hammer. He faced the enemy's iron siege towers, smashing them down, striking terror into the hearts of the Jin soldiers. He was pierced by arrows, possibly with broken ribs, yet he did not retreat a single step, shouting, "If the enemy does not retreat, neither do I." With his strength alone, he defended the Xue Gate and protected the city of Bianliang. This flourishing city, including your current peace, Bao Yu, is built upon his spilled blood. Her gaze fixated fiercely on Bao Yu. Each word resonated with conviction. You, who study the classics, do you understand that true chivalry lies in serving the nation and its people? In my eyes, Wang Cheng is the epitome of a great hero, a true champion. He is infinitely superior to those who hide in their lavish residences, speaking of righteousness while being utterly powerless, only to complain about fate when trouble arises. Her barrage of eloquent rebuttals, sharp and resounding, left Bao Yu pale and retreating, as if he no longer recognized the person before him. He opened his mouth to counter, to express his concern for the young woman, to argue that Wang Cheng was unrefined. Yet, under the fiery intensity of Xue Yun's gaze and the undeniable truth of her words, all his arguments seemed feeble and ineffective. Sister Yuan, do you truly see him in such a light? Have you been bewitched by him? Bao Yu murmured incredulously. I see clearly, Xue Yun declared resolutely. He is my husband, the hero who protects Bianliang. Bao Yu, I respect you as an older brother with whom I grew up, but from now on, if I hear you slandering my husband again, do not blame me for turning my back on you and no longer recognizing you as my brother. With that, she refused to look back at the ashen-faced, disheartened Bao Yu, turning instead to the equally stunned Tan Chun, Shi Chun, Baochai, and Dai Yu, offering them a respectful bow. Her tone softened but remained resolute. Third sister, fourth sister, Baojia, Linjia, I have disturbed your tranquility today. I'm feeling somewhat fatigued, so I shall take my leave. Without waiting for a response, she straightened her back, adorned in her emerald attire, and departed from Qiushuang's studio without a backward glance, leaving behind a room steeped in silence. Bao Yu stood frozen in place, as if his spirit had been drawn away. Tan Chun and Shi Chun exchanged glances, their eyes wide with shock. Xue Baochai frowned slightly, lost in thought, and sighed gently. Only Lin Dai Yu, watching Xue Yun's retreating figure, then glancing at the forlorn Bao Yu, displayed a flicker of understanding and complexity in her clear gaze. She stepped forward and tugged at Bao Yu's sleeve, whispering, "Second brother, let us return." Sister Yuan, she is no longer the same. Tan Chun sighed. Sister Yuan is truly resolute in her convictions. Shi Chun added, her defense of him does not seem feigned. Xue Baochai pondered, General Wang is indeed a remarkable figure, possessing qualities beyond the ordinary. Since Sister Yuan has married him, it is only natural for her to uphold her husband. Yet, her swift change of heart is indeed unexpected. Upon hearing of this matter, Wang Shifeng raised an eyebrow and smiled at Ping, exclaiming, "Ah, how curious. It seems the sun has risen in the west. That prideful girl, Yuan, has been brought low by Wang Cheng, the warrior, to such an extent that she even turned against Bao Yu for him. This Wang Cheng must possess formidable skills indeed. However, upon returning to the general's residence, Xue Baochai felt no remorse. After the events of last night and today, the scales in her heart had irrevocably tilted. The man who had burst into her life, bearing the scent of blood and fire, had etched an indelible mark upon her soul in his own way. To defend him had become an instinctive urge. She entered the main chamber to find Wang Cheng reclining on the couch, engrossed in a book. The warm afternoon sunlight bathing him in a gentle glow. He lifted his gaze upon hearing her approach, and without inquiring about her time at the Rongwa mansion, he simply stated, "You have returned." "Yes, I have," she replied, and the turmoil in her heart, sparked by her quarrel with Baoyu, strangely subsided. As dusk deepened, the lights within the general's residence flickered to life, dispelling the chill of the winter evening and illuminating Xue Baochai's complex, yet predominantly settled, state of mind upon her return. Dinner was served in the outer chamber where Wang Cheng was recuperating, the dishes exquisitely prepared, yet predominantly light and nourishing, clearly arranged by Yuan Yang and others. Draped in a dark robe, Wang Cheng occupied the main seat. Though his complexion still bore a hint of pallor from blood loss, his spirits appeared considerably improved. Xue Baochai sat beside him, silently eating, occasionally glancing at him with a quiet curiosity. The atmosphere at the table was subdued, filled only with the gentle clinking of utensils and the faint sounds of the wind outside. Yuan Yang and Qingwen, assisting with the meal, exchanged glances, both noticing the transformation in the new concubine compared to the previous day and even earlier that morning. The persistent gloom and resistance in her brow seemed to have faded, replaced by a serene, almost contemplative demeanor. Especially when she looked at Wang Cheng, her gaze now bore less fear and estrangement, infused with an imperceptible concern and curiosity. After dinner, they rinsed their mouths. Yuan Yang and Qingwen approached cautiously to change the dressings on Wang Cheng's injuries. As the bloodied old bandages were removed, revealing the gruesome wounds and the surrounding extensive bruising, Xue Baochai involuntarily gasped, instinctively tightening the handkerchief in her grasp, her heart clenching with pain. Only then did she fully comprehend the brutal toll that lay behind Wang Cheng's description of the ironclad warriors. Wang Cheng, however, did not flinch. When a medicinal powder touched his wounds, his muscles barely tightened for a moment. He even turned to Qingwen, whose hands trembled with anxiety, and calmly advised, "It's fine. Just be quick about it." Yuan Yang, skilled in her craft, soon had the wounds re-wrapped and carefully adjusted his clothing. Observing Wang Cheng's complexion, she gently remarked, "You are recovering remarkably quickly. The physician has never seen such robust health. At this rate, with a bit more rest, you will be fully healed." Wang Cheng merely responded with an acknowledgement, his gaze drifting to Xue Baochai, who still stared at his wounds with reddened eyes, and said, "You all can take your leave now. There is no need to attend to me any longer." Yuan Yang understood, gently tugging at the still concerned Qingwen, offering Xue Baochai a reassuring glance before quietly exiting the room, softly closing the door behind them. The room was left with just the two of them. The flickering candlelight cast their shadows against the wall, elongating and shortening in a dance. The charcoal fire crackled warmly, creating an ambience of subtle intimacy and tranquility. "Was your return smooth?" Wang Cheng broke the silence first, leaning against the pillow, his eyes fixed on Xue Baochai. His tone casual, yet tinged with a hint of genuine concern. Xue Baochai, sitting upright, lowered her gaze slightly. She pondered her words carefully, responding with deliberate restraint. "Thank you for your concern, General. Everything is well. My uncles were quite attentive. At the Rongwa mansion, the matriarch and my sisters also greeted me and exchanged a few words." She deliberately omitted any mention of the obsequious admonitions from Shi Ding and Shi Nai, nor did she refer to her almost fractious argument with Baoyu. Those disturbances felt like remnants of a bygone era, irrelevant and undesired to burden him with. Wang Cheng, a man of discernment, noticed her vague responses, yet her demeanor bore no signs of grievance. Thus he deduced that all was fundamentally well. He himself harbored no patience for the trivialities of the inner household, and seeing her reluctance to speak further, he refrained from pressing her, simply stating, "As long as all is well." After a brief silence, Xue Baochai took the initiative to lift her head. Her almond eyes sparkled with a strange light, filled with curiosity and an uncontrollable admiration as she gazed intently at Wang Cheng. "General, I heard from Wang Cheng that the battle at Shishui Gate the previous night was exceedingly brutal. May I ask about your experience during that time? She hesitated, seemingly at a loss for words, but ultimately mustered her courage to inquire. Were the Jurchens and their ironclad warriors truly that fearsome? How did you? Her words became a tangle, yet the longing in her eyes was unmistakable. She yearned to understand more deeply the man who had now become her husband. To grasp how he fought amidst the carnage, how he stood firm, how he embodied the heroism of a second Xiangyu, as described by Wang Cheng. Wang Cheng raised an eyebrow in surprise, not expecting her to pose such a question. He observed the unabashed admiration and curiosity in her eyes, a stark contrast to the desolation he had witnessed beneath her veil that day. He paused for a moment, seemingly recalling the events, yet also sensing the lack of need for elaboration. The Jurchens and their ironclad warriors, heavily armored and formidable, were indeed fierce adversaries. He began to speak, his voice steady and devoid of any tremor. Clad in heavy armor, they were nearly impervious to blades, with tremendous impact, making them difficult for ordinary soldiers to withstand. Xue Baochai held her breath, listening intently. When the breach was about to crumble, we had no choice but to engage them with overwhelming force to blunt their momentum. Wang Cheng continued, his tone remaining succinct. The blades dull quickly in prolonged combat, so we switched to iron hammers. It was merely a matter of leveraging brute strength, aiming for the joints of their armor, or delivering crushing blows to their bodies. He spoke as if the blood-soaked battle was but a simple test of strength. Yet, in Xue Baochai's mind, Wang Cheng's animated depiction surfaced, describing how one blow could crush both man and armor, brains splattering forth. Coupled with Wang Cheng's calm demeanor, the stark contrast sent a tremor through her heart, and her gaze towards him was filled with an indescribable awe. What kind of courage, what kind of audacity did this require? And the rain of arrows with bountiful rewards? She inquired, her voice quivering slightly. Wang Cheng's lips curled into a faint, almost icy smile. On the battlefield, it is either you perish or I do. The reward for my head is irrelevant amidst the storm of arrows. The only thought in my mind was to hold the breach and prevent a single Jurchen from stepping through. He paused, his gaze fixed on the flickering candlelight, his eyes sharp as blades. As for injuries and death in battle, they are inevitable. If you can endure, you live. If you cannot, you die. It is that simple. Those 3 words struck Xue Baochai's heart like a hammer. As she gazed at his calm, unflinching face, she envisioned him fighting valiantly amidst the rain of arrows and the clash of blades, picturing him with broken ribs and a pierced shoulder, yet still refusing to yield. A torrent of emotions surged within her, a fusion of profound heartache, overwhelming admiration, and immeasurable pride, as if lava were coursing through her chest, turbulent and ready to engulf her. She had previously read about heroes in poetry and seen gallant figures in dramas, yet now, they took on a concrete and vivid form in the man before her, a man whose demeanor was indifferent, yet who, with his flesh and blood, upheld a tranquil sky for her, perhaps not solely for her, but at this moment, she was willing to think so. General, she murmured, her voice choked, her eyes uncontrollably reddening. The glimmer within them was no longer tears of grievance, but rather tears of excitement and admiration. You are a true hero, a towering giant of a hero. Wang Cheng shifted his gaze back to her, observing her slightly flushed cheeks and the astonishing brightness in her tear-filled eyes. Her unembellished, almost fervent adoration delighted him. He was not one to care for hollow fame. Yet the gaze of the woman he loved was sufficient to satisfy any man's innate desire for conquest and protection. He did not respond to her praise, but instead looked deeply into her eyes, as if seeking to penetrate through her layer of excitement to glimpse the true depths of her heart. Xue Baochai, under his gaze, felt a wave of shyness wash over her. She lowered her head, twisting her fingers, her heart racing uncontrollably. The room was warm, and she felt her cheeks growing hot. Unbeknownst to her, the moonlight outside had already reached its zenith, while a distant sound echoed, signaling the late hour. Wang Cheng withdrew his gaze and moved slightly, a subtle motion that caused him to wince at his wound. Yet he quickly regained his composure. He looked at Xue Baochai, his voice low and imbued with undeniable authority. It is late, let us rest. Xue Baochai's heart leaped, knowing that the inevitable was finally upon them. Strangely, at that moment, she felt no trace of the fear and resistance she had experienced before. Instead, she was filled with a bashful, anxious, and even secretly anticipatory emotion. She softly replied with a faint her voice as delicate as a whisper. Wang Cheng observed her blushing profile and her slightly trembling eyelashes, choosing not to say more. Instead, directly lifting the covers. He approached Xue Baochai, and before she could react, he bent down, extending his uninjured right arm, and effortlessly swept her off her feet. Ah! Xue Baochai gasped in surprise, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck. The strength of his muscular arms and chest enveloped her. The heat mingled with the scent of medicine, and his unique essence overwhelmed her senses, rendering her dizzy and weak. Wang Cheng glanced at her under the candlelight. Her eyes were tightly closed, her long lashes quivering, her cheeks flushed like ripe rouge. The sight of her both shy and timid, yet tenderly nestled against him, greatly pleased him. He carried her steadily towards the bed adorned with a large red mandarin duck quilt. Upon reaching the bedside, he did not immediately set her down, but, maintaining their position, leaned in and captured her lips, which trembled slightly from nervousness. Xue Baochai's mind went blank, as if struck by thunder. All her shyness and tension melted away in this unexpected, yet not entirely surprising kiss. His kiss held an irresistible dominance, yet curiously lacked brutality. It was merely steady and slow, deepening as he pried open her lips, savoring her sweetness. She passively endured, instinctively tightening her embrace around his neck. She could feel the powerful heartbeat from his chest, inhale the reassuring scent that emanated from him, and sense the subtle tension from his wound. Amidst the confusion of emotions, she retained a sliver of clarity, afraid to move lest she disturb his injury. Only when the kiss ended did Wang Cheng gently lay her upon the soft bedding. He then positioned himself above her, casting a shadow that enveloped her completely. "Are you afraid?" he rasped, his breath brushing against her ear. Xue Baochai's heart raced like a drum, her entire being trembling slightly. She opened her dreamy eyes, gazing at the handsome face hovering above her. In his deep eyes, she saw her own small, flushed reflection, along with the unabashed desire and possession within. She bit her lower lip, still tinged with the sensation of his kiss, and then, with great slowness yet unwavering determination, she shook her head. Her voice was faint, yet unmistakably clear. "No, I'm not afraid." These 3 words, like a final permission, ignited the air completely. Wang Cheng no longer hesitated. With a wave of his hand, the golden hooks of the bed curtains fell and layers of brocade drapery descended, creating a private and enchanting realm. He was mindful of her feelings, guiding and comforting her, his large hands, accustomed to wielding deadly weapons, now displayed an astonishing gentleness as they ignited shivers upon her delicate skin. Gradually, the initial discomfort was supplanted by an unfamiliar, overwhelming, and intoxicating tide. In the midst of confusion and passion, she clumsily responded and passively surrendered, ultimately losing herself entirely in the unprecedented storm he unleashed. Outside, the cold wind continued to blow. The moon hung low in the west. Inside the tent, the red candles had long since burned out, leaving only the mingling of their breaths and heartbeats in the darkness. Urgent yet prolonged. That night, Xue Baochai underwent a complete transformation from the eldest daughter of the Xue family to Wang Cheng's woman. She surrendered wholly, without reservation. What she once perceived as a fiery pit had now become a tender realm of entrapment, filled with both pain and exquisite pleasure. When the first rays of morning light filtered through the translucent window paper, Xue Baochai awoke in Wang Cheng's steady embrace. Her body felt slightly sore, yet her heart brimmed with an indescribable sense of fulfillment and tranquility. She quietly lifted her gaze, observing the sleeping profile of the man beside her, unable to resist reaching out to gently trace the hard line of his jaw. Then, she buried her flushed cheeks once more into the warmth of his neck, her lips curving into a shy yet sweet smile. Chapter 51. The Scheme of Division. The biting wind swept over Beauty City, fluttering the banners and ushering in a rare, oppressive calm following the brutal city defense battle 3 days prior. At the breach of the Xishui Gate, despite the laborers and soldiers working day and night to hastily repair it, using bricks, stones, and timber mixed with frozen soil, the shocking scar remained starkly visible, silently recounting the night's harrowing events. Blood, dark red and pervasive, soaked into every inch of land, and even after repeated washing, the pungent scent of rust and death stubbornly lingered in the cold air. in the central military tent of the Jin army. The charcoal brazier crackled, yet failed to dispel the heavy chill within. Wanyan Zhongwang sat at the head, his expression dark enough to drip water. The numerous leaders beneath him, including Meng Anmok, hung their heads in despair, their once fierce and arrogant demeanor thoroughly shattered. Many bore injuries, and their eyes still reflected lingering fear. "Speak up. Have you all gone mute?" Wanyan Zhongwang slammed his palm on the table, causing the cups and bowls to rattle. "It has been 3 days. Morale is low. My men tremble at the mention of Wan. Even the shamans in the army say the gods no longer favor us. Are we to allow our great Jin army of 100,000 to be thwarted by a southern barbarian at the gates of Bianliang, retreating in disgrace?" An older leader, steeling himself, spoke up. "My lord, it is not that the men lack courage. It is simply that Wang Cheng is no ordinary foe. The iron pagoda crumbles under his command, and we find it difficult to contend. Our ranks are filled with wounded, our supplies are critically depleted, and besieging a fortified city for too long is a grave military blunder. It will be wiser to retreat for now and regroup next year." "Nonsense!" Wanyan Zhongwang erupted in fury, grabbing a silver bowl and hurling it across the tent. "Retreat? Next year? I cannot afford to lose face. His Majesty would never agree. One must breach Bianliang and capture Zhao Ji and his son to avenge this profound humiliation." Within the tent, an oppressive silence enveloped the atmosphere, as no one dared to propose a retreat. At this moment, a middle-aged scholar, dressed in a Song Dynasty scholar's robe and possessing a gaunt visage, gently set down his teacup, clasped his hands, and spoke in a deliberate manner. "My lord, please temper your anger. Wang Cheng's bravery is indeed beyond the capabilities of ordinary men. A direct assault would incur significant losses and may not yield the desired results. If brute force cannot prevail, perhaps we might devise a cunning strategy." Wanyan Zhongwang's sharp gaze immediately turned towards him. "What insights does Mr. Fan have?" This man was named Fan Wencheng, originally a scholar from the Song territory, who had long since allied himself with the Jin kingdom and possessed a repertoire of cunning schemes. A subtle smile crept upon Fan Wencheng's face, his eyes glinting with devious intent. "My lord, no matter how valiant Wang Cheng may be, he remains a subject of the Song. As a subject, he cannot escape the fate of becoming a threat to his sovereign." Within the Song court, factional strife and suspicion ran rampant, especially among the civil officials, who were particularly averse to the arrogance of the military. Why not lend them a helping hand? Wanyan Zhongwang leaned forward, intrigued. "Please elaborate." Fan Wencheng stepped closer, whispering into Wanyan Zhongwang's ear, his voice gradually becoming inaudible, yet certain terms like sowing discord, covert assassination, rumors, and suspicion could be faintly discerned. As Wanyan Zhongwang listened, the dark cloud upon his countenance began to dissipate, replaced by a sinister smile that mingled cruelty with anticipation. He suddenly slapped his thigh. "Excellent. We shall proceed with your plan. Should this scheme succeed, you shall receive the highest accolades." The following morning, the soldiers stationed atop the western walls of Bianliang remained vigilant, observing the movements of the Jin encampment in the distance. Suddenly, the gates of the Jin camp swung open, and a contingent of light cavalry surged forth, halting just within bowshot. Leading them was not a formidable warrior, but a loud-speaking interpreter. Drawing a deep breath, the interpreter bellowed in the clear dialect of Bianliang, his voice echoing across the battlefield, to the soldiers atop the city walls. "I am the second prince of the Jin kingdom, the commander Wanyan Zhongwang, who values talent and wishes to convey a message to General Wang Cheng." The soldiers exchanged glances, perplexed by the intentions of the Jin. The interpreter continued, "General Wang, your bravery surpasses that of 1,000 men. Your unparalleled prowess in last night's battle has garnered the admiration of our Jin soldiers. To have such a hero confined to the southern court and subjected to the disdain of those who are envious of your abilities is a tragic waste. Our commander has declared that should you choose to abandon the darkness and embrace the light, aligning yourself with the Jin, you will be immediately granted the title of king. Your position will be hereditary, enduring alongside the nation. You shall receive immense wealth, fertile lands, and an entourage at your command. The glory and riches you will enjoy far surpass anything you could attain by serving that foolish monarch and his sycophants in this crumbling Bianliang." This blatant offer of surrender and promises of kingship stirred a commotion among the defending soldiers on the city walls. The expressions on their faces were a complex tapestry of anger, disdain, and an undercurrent of concern. Would General Wang be swayed? However, the Jin's rhetoric did not cease. Rather, it intensified with greater earnestness and malice. General Wang, consider who you are defending. The court is filled with inept officials, mere sacks of wine and food. Among the defenders, who is not a mere figurehead, were it not for your singular strength, upholding the heavens and the seas, Bianliang would have long since been reduced to dust beneath our mighty forces. The Song can do without those corrupt officials, but cannot afford to lose a pillar of strength like you. Alas, it is lamentable that while you fight valiantly at the front, many petty individuals conspire against you from behind. The higher your achievements, the more you risk inciting the jealousy of your sovereign. This has always been the case. You must think carefully. This discourse lavished praise upon Wang Cheng's capabilities, elevating him to the heavens while disparaging the rest of the Song's officials and military. It insidiously sowed discord, implying that Wang Cheng was already the subject of suspicion, with his life hanging by a thread. Simultaneously, within Bianliang, whispers began to circulate in shadowy corners, tea-houses, and taverns, echoing similar sentiments. Initially, a few dubious figures casually remarked, "I say, our Bianliang city relies entirely on General Wang." Indeed, while Lord Zhang and General Wang have done their utmost, they pale in comparison to General Wang's might. Without General Wang, the city would have fallen. Those high-ranking officials, though they strut about, are of no use in critical moments. Exactly, General Wang is our savior. The others are merely riding his coattails. These remarks, infused with seemingly simple gratitude and earnest admiration, quickly gained traction among the anxious populace, who were in desperate need of a spiritual anchor. Many citizens, unaware of the full story, naturally echoed the praises of their guardian, even embellishing them. Yes, it is all thanks to General Wang. He is a deity descended from the heavens. How could mere mortals compare? Had it not been for General Wang, we would be lost. The rumors spread like a contagion, growing more exaggerated and distorted with each retelling, gradually placing Wang Cheng in a position of unparalleled brilliance, yet also profound isolation. It was as if the fate of the entire Song dynasty and the safety of Bianliang rested solely upon him, rendering the efforts of other soldiers and officials insignificant and dim. Within the Western military office, Zhang Shai, Wang Bing, and Yao Yozhong, among others, had also heard the Jin's proclamations and the rumors circulating within the city. Wang Bing, known for his fiery temper, slammed his fist on the table, exclaiming, "Those despicable Jin dogs, unable to defeat us, they resort to underhanded tricks. Do they think they can sow discord amongst us? They are dreaming." Yao Yozhong frowned, adding, "This scheme is exceedingly malicious. It aims to elevate General Wang while sowing discord among us and inciting suspicion within the court." Zhang Shai stroked his beard, his expression grave. He turned to Wang Cheng, who sat calmly, his complexion still somewhat pale, but his gaze steady. "General Wang, what is your perspective on the Jin strategy?" Wang Cheng lifted his teacup, taking a sip of warm water, a cold smirk gracing his lips. A desperate dog barks. "This is merely noise. Lord Zhang, esteemed generals, my intentions are as clear as daylight. The clamor of a few insignificant jesters is hardly worthy of concern." His gaze swept over the assembled generals, and he spoke with sincerity. "Had it not been for Lord Zhang's strategic acumen and the unwavering courage of my brothers, we would not have withstood the siege. The defense of Bianliang is a collective endeavor, reliant upon the unity and sacrifices of all, rather than the prowess of any one individual." His words, delivered with heartfelt conviction, warmed the hearts of Zhang Shai and the others, dissipating the subtle discomfort caused by the rumors. Zhang Shai remarked, "General Wang possesses profound wisdom. He is truly a blessing for the nation." However, he shifted his tone with concern. The officials within the court may. Indeed, within the Zicheng Hall, the atmosphere had shifted. Although Emperor Zhao Huan had yet to express his stance due to the previous night's victory and Wang Cheng's injuries, the atmosphere among the officials, including the censors and certain civil servants who had historically been at odds with the military, was charged. "Your Majesty," a censor stood forth, speaking with righteous indignation. "While the Jin's proclamations are undoubtedly a scheme to sow discord, their words may not be without merit. Wang Cheng's current renown is exceedingly great. The military and the populace know only of him, oblivious to your majesty and the court. This cannot bode well for the nation. Another voice chimed in precisely. The common folk spread rumors, declaring that the fate of Bianliang hinges solely upon Wang Cheng, attributing all glory to him while diminishing your majesty's authority and the contributions of the entire court. If this continues, it may lead to disastrous consequences. Your majesty must exercise restraint. Perhaps it would be wise to elevate his title while subtly diminishing his power and dividing his military command. That would be the best course of action. I concur. The martial generals are arrogant. The lessons from the previous dynasty remain vivid, and caution is imperative. Such remarks, though seemingly filled with concern for the nation and its people, are in truth laden with jealousy towards the accomplishments of the military and fear of the potential threat to their own power, reflecting the deeply rooted suspicion and disdain that the civil officials harbor towards the warriors. On the dragon throne, Zhao Huan listens to these discussions, his brow slightly furrowed. He is not a foolish ruler. He understands that Wang Cheng is indispensable at this moment. Yet the words of the officials prick at his heart like a myriad of tiny thorns. The phrases merit surpassing the sovereign and the tail, too large to wag, resonate painfully with any emperor. Within the general's residence, however, it seems to be insulated from the tumultuous currents outside. Under the meticulous care of Shi Shangyun, Yuan Yang, Qingwen, and Yu Sanjie, Wang Cheng's injuries heal remarkably quickly, far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. As the household servants venture out to gather supplies, they inevitably bring back snippets of gossip from the outside world. Qingwen, outspoken and indignant, remarks, "Those people out there are truly heartless. Our Lord risks his life to protect them, and they, in turn, stir up trouble and place him in a precarious position. Furthermore, those officials in court, lacking any real ability, are adept at gossiping." Yuan Yang quickly admonishes her, "Silence. Are such words fit for you to utter? Our Lord has his own judgments. Let us keep our doors closed and live well. Serving him is our duty." Seated beside Wang Cheng, Shi Shangyun peels fruit for him, and upon hearing their conversation, she raises her gaze towards him, her eyes brimming with trust and determination. The general fights valiantly for the nation, and his conscience is clear. The words of those petty individuals are but fleeting clouds obscuring the sun. They will eventually dissipate. After last night, her heart and mind are irrevocably tied to Wang Cheng, and her admiration and protection for him stem from the depths of her soul. Wang Cheng accepts the fruit slice she offers and places it in his mouth, the sweet juice bursting forth on his tongue. He gazes at the several exquisite women before him, each with distinct temperaments, gently squeezing Shi Shangyun's hand, which is slightly tense with anxiety, and then addresses Qingwen calmly. "What is there to panic about? A little turbulence serves to reveal who among us is steadfast and who is merely drifting with the current." His composure and serenity seem to possess a powerful contagion, instantly calming the slightly agitated atmosphere within the room. However, deep within his profound gaze, a barely perceptible glimmer of coldness flickers. The schemes of the Jin people, the undercurrents in the court, and the public opinion, all these factors are not something he would approach unprepared. Chapter 52. The Rising Storm. The clamor within Bianliang City has not subsided due to the temporary stillness of the Jin army. Rather, it has taken on a more sinister hue due to the intensifying rumors. Initially, the praises for Wang Cheng's achievements soared to the heavens, belittling other civil and military officials. Gradually, more malevolent discourse began to fester and flow through the back alleys of the marketplace. On this day, a few idlers gather at a modest tea stall in the eastern part of the city, whispering with an air of mystery. "Have you heard? A few days ago, there was an unusual celestial phenomenon. A wise man observed the stars at night and claimed that above Bianliang City, purple qi rises, resembling the shape of a dragon, heralding the birth of a new dragon." A slender man lowers his voice, his eyes glinting with a mischievous light. Next to him, a scar-faced man interjects hoarsely, "Not just that. I know an old Taoist from the foot of Zhongnan Mountain. He is a living immortal. He let slip yesterday, after a few drinks, that observing General Wang's countenance is priceless, possessing the aura of the 9-5. But now, the hidden dragon lies in the abyss, suppressed by the dragon qi of the old dynasty." The surrounding men gasp, their faces betraying a blend of horror and exhilaration. Speak cautiously. Such words cannot be carelessly uttered. Some timidly wave their hands, nervously glancing around. Yet, the seeds of doubt and speculation have already been quietly sown, disguised under the pretense of wandering sorcerers and reclusive sages. The phrases imperial aura and the 9-5's authority slither like venomous snakes, hissing in the shadows. They quickly entwine with Wang Cheng's already resplendent image, tainting it with an unsettling, taboo hue. These rumors transcend mere discourse about merit surpassing the sovereign. They directly challenge the very foundation of imperial power, touching upon the most sensitive and intolerable scales of the emperor. Within the Rongwu mansion, in the courtyard of Jia, he listens to his servant Xing heir embellishing the external rumors. Particularly the notion of imperial aura ignites a spark of jealousy and ecstasy in his murky old eyes. Excellent. Very good. Jiashi suddenly gulps down a mouthful of strong liquor, coughing and laughing heartily. Wang Cheng. Oh, Wang Cheng, today you face your reckoning. You thought you could be arrogant and domineering? This time, I shall see how you meet your end. Lady Xing, beside him, appears somewhat anxious. My lord, these rumors are too terrifying. Will they implicate our family? Ingchun is still in his residence. Such a woman's concern. Jiashi glares at her. It is precisely the time to take advantage of his illness and seize his life. He has become a thorn in the emperor's eye, a splinter in his flesh. If we do not act now, when shall we? He suddenly rises, pacing back and forth, excitedly rubbing his hands together. Quickly, summon Jingu, and Rong-gu, to me. And prepare a carriage. No, prepare horses. I will visit a few old acquaintances. At the residence of Jia Zhan in the East Mansion, it is as if wolves have caught the scent of blood. Jia Zhan and Jia Rong sit opposite each other, unable to suppress their expressions of elation. Father, the opportunity has arrived. Jia Rong exclaims, his voice trembling with excitement. Everyone is saying Wang Cheng possesses the aura of an emperor. This is a treasonous crime. If we could take advantage of this, Jia Zhan sneers coldly, his eyes filled with resentment and calculation. Indeed, this is a heavenly opportunity. Ronger, immediately contact our connections in the Daziyuan, and those few censors who have always looked down on military men. Prepare generous gifts. We must ensure they severely denounce Wang Cheng during tomorrow's morning court session. He pauses, his tone growing even colder. Remember, we must not only solidify his arrogance and connections with unsavory characters, but also subtly point towards his treasonous intentions. Even if we cannot immediately bring about his demise, we must strip him of his military power. Then, I shall see how he continues to act with such arrogance. Especially that wretched Sanjie. The father and son exchange glances, seemingly envisioning Wang Cheng's disgrace and despair as he kneels in supplication. Hearing this news at home, Xue Pan is overjoyed and dances with glee, repeatedly exclaiming, Karma! This is retribution. Let it be arrogant. Now he has stirred up a colossal mess, hasn't he? Let us see how long he can revel in his glory. Had it not been for Xue Baochai's strict orders, he would have rushed out immediately to set off firecrackers in celebration. The next day, in the Zicheng Hall during the morning court session, the atmosphere is tenser and more somber than usual. On the dragon throne, Song Qinzong, Zhao Huan appears calm, yet beneath his surface lies a barely detectable gloom and weariness. The incessant rumors of late, especially those concerning imperial aura, pierce his heart like a venomous thorn. There are memorials to present. If there is nothing else, the court may be dismissed. The sharp voice of the inner chamber attendant rings out. Minister, I have a memorial to present. A stern voice disrupts the silence. The left vice-censor of the Dazuan, Luo Jin, strides forward, holding a jade tablet, his face gaunt yet now icy with resolve. I accuse the cavalry general, Wang Cheng, of 4 grave offenses. His voice resonates, firm and unyielding. Firstly, he is arrogant in his merit, showing no respect for the sovereign. The populace knows Wang Cheng, but not the emperor. This is a great disrespect. Secondly, he associates with wandering sorcerers, spreading wicked rumors to confuse the masses. The public's gossip about imperial aura could not have spread so widely without his indulgence or even covert instigation. His heart is deserving of punishment. Thirdly, he harbors private soldiers. His elite troops acknowledge only Wang Cheng, disregarding the imperial command, creating a situation that is perilously out of control. Fourthly, his extravagance is boundless. During the siege, His residence remains filled with carriages and horses, revelry and song, showing no compassion for the nation as plight. As he finishes his statement, several other officials step forward to echo his sentiments. I second the motion. Wang Cheng, though still in his youth, has ascended to a lofty position without the virtue of humility. His heart now harbors aspirations of usurpation. If he is not promptly restrained, he may become a calamity akin to Dong Zhuo or in Lushan. Your Majesty, rumors are more ferocious than tigers. The notion of imperial authority can destabilize the foundation of the state. It is better to err on the side of caution and believe in their existence than dismiss them. Immediate action must be taken to detain Wang Cheng and subject him to rigorous interrogation. I propose that we strip him of his military command and confine him within the palace until the Jin forces withdraw, at which point we may deliberate further. In the court, voices of condemnation rose and fell like a tempest, painting Wang Cheng as a treacherous villain plotting rebellion. Yet, not all voices were of malice. Minister of War Sun Fu stepped forward to argue. Your Majesty, this assertion from Inspector Li is misguided. Wang Cheng's contributions are indeed the bastion of Bianliang. The Jin scheme is glaringly evident. How can we dismantle our defenses based on enemy rhetoric? As for the rumors, they stem from the ignorance of the common folk and bear no relation to Wang Cheng. Although the ailing General Zhong Shidao could not be present, his son represented a faction of military leaders, declaring, Your Majesty, Wang General is a paragon of valor. Had it not been for his valiant defense of the city last night, the western gates would have fallen, with the enemy at our doorstep. How can we allow unfounded accusations to dishearten our troops? Zhang Shai added in a somber tone, Your Majesty, I can vouch for Wang Cheng's loyalty and bravery. The Jin stratagem aims to sow discord between you and your ministers, to fracture the unity of your forces. Their intentions are malicious. I implore you to see clearly. However, the voices in defense of Wang Cheng seemed feeble against the surging tide of accusations. On the dragon throne, Song Qinzong Zhao Huan's brow furrowed more deeply. As he listened to the fervent debate below, he found himself torn. He understood Wang Cheng's merits and recognized his indispensable role at this juncture. The arguments presented by Zhang Shai and others were indeed sound. Yet, the words of the civil officials, especially those invoking imperial authority alongside the names of Dong Zhuo and in Lushan, reverberated in his mind like an